لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the MWI 2024 Roundtable. I'm Mirko, and I'm joined here by two wonderful ladies who are going to be playing for Falcons Vega. You guys probably already know who I'm interviewing here, but here it is. We got Funi all the way from Indonesia, and also Chin Chow. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good?
Good.
Is that all? Just good?
Just good. Yeah. Yeah, good. Yeah, great.
Great. So one's good, one's great.
Yeah.
You both have been flown over to Riyadh. It's a different country, it's a different place entirely. Is this the biggest tournament that you've ever participated in?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I think for every players though, other than us. Maybe it's their biggest tournament for them too. Not just for us.
I see. What differentiates this tournament from the previous tournaments that you guys had?
It's the very first international tournament that we have, I guess.
And their prize pool is so big. Yeah.
Okay. So is the prize pool the most important thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Not like that, but if you ever look our prize pool for ladies, you can see like, their prize pool is just like that. But now we got prize pool.
Let's talk about the competitive scene that's also really hot right now in MWI, because you said that in MWI, this is the biggest tournament you said that you've participated in. So I think it also goes to every single one of the other teams that this is the biggest tournament. So they're gonna try extra hard. We've seen other regions also, bring in imports to play for their team. So based on, your knowledge, who's the best team in MWI? Or maybe the top two. You can put yourself in there. Yeah.
Okay, for me, top two. Can I say top three?
Sure.
Okay. Top three, Vitality, Falcons Vega, and maybe Homegirls.
Homegirls.
Yes.
Okay, so for Vitality, I don't think I need to ask you why. Falcons Vega, I don't think I need to ask you either, because you are here. But what about Homegirls? Why is Homegirls in the top three now?
If you watch the ISF qualifier between Malaysia and Indonesia, I think they almost beat Vitality.
Yeah.
So I think, oh, maybe they improve already, and they can, if they can beat Vitality like that, they deserve to be in the top 3.
I see.
Yes.
What about you, Chin Chao? Is it the same list in your top 3?
I'm curious about the China team actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
Title,
I'm pretty
right?
curious, yes, because I heard that they have been HOK player, Honor of King players before, for years before they got into Mobile Legends. So I'm curious about how they will use their Honor of King's knowledge into this game. Yeah.
So they got experiences in other
Yeah.
games.
Yes, I'm curious about their gameplay, I guess.
So are they in your top 3 or are they like the dark horse for you?
Dark Horse.
Dark horse. What
Yes.
about top 3? Is it the same?
Yes.
Yes, exactly the same.
Yes.
Seems you're just following your sister here, you know?
Yes.
Playing it safe.
Yes.
No, I think, yeah, we both just curious with the China team, but we both think that Malaysia team is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
China team and maybe Cambodia team.
Ah, CFU.
Yeah. They
Is it
beat-
also because of the ISF qualifiers?
Yes, they beat Philippines, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay, so now that we're talking about, you know, the dark horses, we're talking about these teams that have been able to shock you a lot in the international events. Do you think it's because of the meta? Do you think it's because of the patch that dropped? Or do you think they're just improving at a very good pace?
The meta is not so different with the meta before, but I think they're just keep improving.
I see. What about you, Chin Chao? Do you think the meta is the same? Because as a gold laner, I think it's a bit different. You know, you're up against a lot more assassins.
Oh yeah, but for meta, I don't think much has changed. But I think because there are a lot of more tournaments now in the ladies scene, so I think every teams are putting their best players right now. They're giving much more effort. Yeah, that's why every teams are improving, I guess.
I see. Well, I mean, speaking of, you know, the meta right now, because we saw MSC just like last week, and we were talking about this off cam as well. SRG's performance was amazing. But what do you think is going to be the main difference here between MSC and MWI? Because is it going to be like, is the difference going to be in the meta? Will we see less assassins in MWI? Will we see more assassins? Will we see more crazy picks? What are you expecting?
I think more shocking picks from ladies.
Okay.
Right? Because we as ladies cannot follow the meta that the boys player did, right? Maybe when the MSC they don't use Zas, we can use Zas here. We can use Chang'e or many more shocking picks.
I see. What is the pick that you wanna see, Chin Chao? Maybe in the gold lane, you want to see like a fighter, an assassin battle in the gold lane?
No, maybe mage, I guess, like Zask, Chang'e, or Bane,
Lunox.
Magic,
Oh, yeah,
Lunox.
Bane.
Magic Bane in gold lane?
Yes,
Ah.
very, very fun.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds interesting. Okay. Speaking of interesting, you guys are sisters, right? How does it feel like playing together in a team as sisters? Does it get annoying because you see her every day and then you see her every day during work too? Or is it good because, you know, you already have that synergy?
Oh. To be honest, we argue a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's fun to have my sister in this team. Personally, I cannot get close to another people,
Okay.
but I feel like, oh, I still have Chin Chao here, so it's good. Yeah.
So it's all okay still. So would you say it's an advantage to have a sister, like, you know, someone that's been with you, a sibling with you in the team? You think it's an advantage?
I think we have like sister synergy, I guess. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, like,
You don't need to communicate, it just
yes,
clicks?
I don't know how, but we usually like target the same hero without even talking about it.
Okay.
And our combos just go well, I guess.
So if you ever watch our match, you will realize why do Chin Chao and Funi always together?
Yeah.
We die together, we live together, we attack the same hero together, like that.
Okay. You guys have like telepathy.
Yes.
Kinda, right? You think the same way.
Yes.
Okay then. That's very, very interesting for you guys. But all right, now that we're talking about, you know, the scene as a whole, you already mentioned about Vitality. You said number 1 is Vitality, number 2 is Falcons Vega. So I want to ask something about you guys first. What are you going to take here from MWI? Like, I mean, as a team, how are you going to approach MWI?
Okay, so one of our friend, Caramel, sent a video of TI tournament, and one of the things I remember about the video was this one guy, their coach, I guess, talk about how we are all humans. We eat the same thing.
We all eat rice.
Yeah, we all eat rice. We have no reason to be afraid of them because we are just all humans. So if we try our best, we trust each other, maybe we will get through this as a team. Yeah, we are trying to believe in that.
But as players, right? Oh, you want to say something? As players, Falcons Vega, what do you think makes Falcons Vega, this roster, shine?
Most of our rosters like Funi, Violet, Caramel, Tal have been in the same team for years before they got into this team. So I guess that makes them
veterans. So a lot of chemistry within the team,
yes,
right? You guys are very coordinated together.
Yes.
Well, now I have another question, right? Because in Indonesia, it almost seems like for Falcons, most people in the comment section as well have been always have been saying, you know, you guys are like the second place team every tournament.
Oh,
you guys are like always going to be there. You're always going to be a top team, but unfortunately, you always lose out in the grand finals to Vitality. Now, after losing so many times, you still find yourselves in an international tournament. You still find yourselves here. Does that motivate you even more? After every loss, it just motivates you to find that one day or to like strive for that one day where you can beat them. Yes? Then how are you going to beat Vitality?
Kill everyone.
What?
In the game.
Kill everyone in the game.
Yes, and then destroy the turret.
That's a very good strategy.
Yes,
I think if you take turrets, take objectives, you win the game, yeah?
Yes.
It's a really good way. That's a really good way.
We believe in the motivation sent by Caramel.
Okay, so that's it.
Yeah, we are all humans. If they can win, then we can win too.
Okay.
Yes.
But how do you take the losses and make it motivation?
Every time we lose, we just think like, we can try harder. We can try harder. If we try harder, maybe one day we can beat them.
By every loss, I guess, we notice that even though our team make mistakes, their team also makes some mistakes. So I think that makes us feel like, oh, they also make mistakes. They are not that perfect. So we'll be able to find somehow to any way
weakness
to,
point.
Yes, their weak point, to one day take them down.
All right then, do you guys have any messages to all the fans supporting you that are still supporting you to this day? If you do, just send your message.
Thank you for always supporting us. Even though we always get the second place, but you guys never get bored of supporting us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for everyone who has been supporting us from day one. We are going to face our biggest international tournament yet, and I hope you guys will keep supporting us. So maybe this time we can get #1 for real.
Amen.
You can say it in Indonesian too, to the Indonesian fans if you want.
Terima kasih semuanya yang sudah selalu dukung kita meskipun kita juara 2 terus. Jangan bosan-bosan untuk terus dukung kita. Kayaknya kan tadi bukan ngomong gitu deh. Makasih untuk tidak pernah bosan dukung kita meskipun kita selalu jadi juara 2.
Makasih buat semua yang support kita dari awal banget. Dan sekarang kita kan bakal hadapin turnamen internasional kita yang paling gede. Jadi dukung kita supaya mungkin kali ini kita bisa dapetin juara 1.
Amen too.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Jin Chao.
You're rooting for us?
Yeah, I'm rooting for you guys.
Falcons Vega or Indonesia?
Both.
Okay, but Falcons Vega.
Sure, we'll take
Your
that.
priority.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Every round table, I'll say that to whoever I'm interviewing.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sad.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
He's gonna say that to Vitality also.
It's okay. If I root for you, it usually doesn't end up well. All right. I usually curse teams, so you might not want my prediction. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank you so much, Huni. Thank you so much, Jin Chao. And thank you so much to the viewers back at home. We'll continue with MWI.
Oh, hey guys, what's up? Oh, autograph, sure. There you go. By the way, did you guys know that this is the final day of MWI at EWC 2024? And later on, we're gonna have 3 best of 5s over at the Amazon stage. But, you know, this time around, something's changed. Something's different. For the first time in history, we're not gonna be seeing an Indonesian versus Indonesian grand finals. So, do you guys think that Team Vitality can continue to defend their throne? Or will we be crowning a new queen this time around? Let's see whose time it is to shine. But before we go, I'm gonna head over back to my photo shoot. So I'll see you guys back at the Amazon Arena later. Bye-bye, guys.
Is this the right timeline?
I don't know. Where are we? I was in the bathroom.
Wait, no, okay. This does look like the right timeline. Ladies and gentlemen, Leo and Renmar here from the future, and we're here to tell you that the MWI Finals is going to blow your mind.
It's crazy. It was insane. I couldn't believe what I saw, but all I know is there's still a lot to expect. There's a lot to watch out for. So please, watch this recap that we have of yesterday before we go into the action for today's Grand Finals.
A lot of damage, locks on. Esmeralda about to go down. Daisy taking out Cindy. Knockup's not letting her get any skills off. Taking out Fumi Echo, able to get it. On Frazino, Lily's a double kill over to Fumi Echo. And now Vitality smell blood in the water. Up being a big problem, but look at the seal play, walking on to Violet here. Violet going to be in a little bit of trouble, locked in by the implosion and taken out. Sakoshi goes there. Zaman Sports does drop the implosion, locks on, and Sakoshi might not be able to get away from this one. Jinja going to be able to lock on, get one more synchro fission down, and gets the kill. Oh, escapes with just a sliver of health.
Cloud9 here, they gotta wait, try to keep them at bay. It's Jewel and Ashley for now, but it might be too late here. How can they buy enough time?
2 base swords taking down Jewel in the midst of it all, trying to tank it up, doesn't have the vengeance. That's Gailey again to knock them up. You can hear the drums once again as VSG secure game 1.
There's the jump for the penalty zone, and Quinn going on the backside too, gonna force them back a little bit further, even with the go away. But Quinn will find Keshi. Final slash can be used. Keyboy gonna be next.
Intense action yesterday. You know what they don't tell you about time traveling, going through portals, is that you need a little bit of help with your memories. So this is our updated tournament bracket heading into the final day. Vitality and Falcons Vega will face off for our first match, and then we're going to be seeing Omega Empress versus VSG. My name is Reptar. Again, you already saw us come in, but I'm still joined here by Leo. Leo, are you doing a little bit better now from all the time traveling we did?
My stomach is still churning, but the jog of the memory does help. Those brackets are indeed familiar, and today we'll go through all 3 remaining matches, 3 best of 5s to crown a champion for MWI 2024 here at EWC.
Yeah, and as Eterna mentioned, we're not going to be seeing an ID versus ID Grand Finals. But before we got to this point, we saw a heated matchup between Omega Empress and Gaming Gladiators Homegirls. There were savages, there were a lot of things, but this is from the one, that's not the match yesterday. What's one moment that you remember, Leo, that really stood out for you, other than that Savage, of course?
Oh, save for the Savage, I'd say the starter matchup, that opener where Chiboy was just right in everyone's faces, even ours. I felt her presence as the Minotaur. And as the action came to a crescendo from game 1, 2, and 3, I felt as if we were back right here in the finals of MSC. Like, I felt that same heated rivalry between the Philippines and Malaysia.
Yeah, you see there, Omega Empress will get the last laugh this time around. The heated reactions coming out from Amori, and of course, the key crush of Gaming Gladiators Homegirls. They helped deliver us our only 3-game series yesterday. It was intense, it was close, just as everyone predicted. Everyone thought that that series was going to be an absolute slobber knocker, and it was. But now we have another one up for you. For our first one today, it is going to be the bloodbath between ID and ID. Indonesia and Indonesia. Again, for the first time ever, we're not going to be having a grand finals between those two squads in MWI.
All previous grand finals in the history of this tournament were Vitality versus Falcons Vega. This is what it was. And now we're changing. We're already making history, and the days are starting.
Yeah. Days are starting. We still have, of course, 2 more teams later on, Omega Empress and VSG. But before we talk about them, we have some top plays we got to show you, brought to us by Aramco. 8 teams graced the Amazon Arena yesterday to kick off the knockout stage of the biggest all-female MLBB tournament in history. Looking back, this one was a doozy. This was from Vitality versus Xeno Zenith Game 2. It was them securing the Lord and Fumi Echo getting a double kill to punish.
Yep, as much as we'd like to see Xeno Lilies do great things with the very intricate drafts that they have, really, it's a tough ask to take down the Queens.
Yeah, number 4, it's Net Angels versus Falcons Vega game number 1. So they punish Maylane and Vanilla got to secure the Lord. Then Net Angels gets 3 kills. And this is why we really thought that this would go into 3 or Falcons Vega would get tested. But no, it was a nice little split push.
Yeah, more often than not, the map is one of your main enemies. And of course, your opponents are more than happy to take advantage. Here we're going to see a C9 versus VSG. And here you saw the clash of the sword and the shield. C9 with what strategies they had packed in their banks. VSG just knew how to crush it. They just always found a way to, whether through Minun, QA, Synchro, I'm just going to name everyone. They always find a way to just play the aggressive game they want to.
Well, yeah, I think that's perfect for VSG. They just find a way. Now for GGHG versus OMGE, the 4-man or 4-woman Minoan Fury by Mirai, leading to a double kill for not Ayanami.
This was the final game in that series, and Ayanami always got to respect what she brings. She came to the rescue for Shinoa, which made this Savage possible. Look at this. Beautiful. Could have sworn that Shinoa was going to die. I was screaming, but they turned it around, and boy, was it a moment for the history books.
I believe the reaction here at the studio for me and Leia was no, yes, no, yes! And then actually we were joined by Jonas from the Arabic broadcast, and his mind blew up alongside us. So that was the actions or top 5 plays from yesterday brought to us by Aramco. But all throughout, we got to see the reactions of the players. This time brought to us by Doritos. And there were a lot of iconic ones, a lot of, if you know, you know, with the words that sometimes they shout out if you're familiar with the language. But I just really love it to see the intensity of the women in game, because you really see how much this means to them.
Oh, it's not just the exciting highs nor the crushing lows, even those darting stares, even those just sharp eyes that speak more words than you would ever if you open your mouth. It's like, ooh.
It's a death stare. It's like, it's the look. It's,
you know. Even body language. You see how Taro was crushing those warmers. Like,
yeah. So some of it didn't even some of them didn't even happen like in game. Sometimes it happened off the game. You see, of course, the emotions coming out there from C9. I actually don't remember seeing that moment like live yesterday. I'm glad that we got to see that clip of, I believe that was actually comforting Nicolette.
Yep, embracing one of the hardest workers in NA. This is the dream come true, honestly, but to have those dreams crushed right at the cusp of the playoffs. Hey, even trophies, even keys have emotions.
Yeah, and even those get crushed. Fortunately, we'll be seeing more of that later today, but that is the nature of the competition. Now, let's talk about what to expect. We already talked a lot about the first matchup of the day, Team Vitality and Falcons Vega. We have 3 best-of-5 matches. Our 2 semi-finals will be happening today alongside our grand finals. Let's put a little bit more focus now for VSG and OMGE. I'm going into this with the same vibe of Omega Empress versus GGHG. I feel like it's going to be back and forth, back and forth.
With the first being brought on by VSG. I'm going to call it now. But first, stop talking about first hits. Vitality versus Falcons Vega. Something about this matchup here today makes me feel like even if I've seen it already twice in history in the grand finals, in the past couple of years, I feel like it's going to be different. Something tells me it's going to be different. Starting with the roster. They've been fielding Mei Lane and Funi a little more often than I expected.
Yeah. And we're going to be talking about that a little bit more because that has big implications for the gameplay and the potential of what will happen for the matchup. Again, that is our Jalil Motorsport match of the day. Now, the Youth Fair is here with incredible bonuses and exciting events. That's all happening in-game. That's the event with all the really nice paper planes. That Sylvana skin is great. So
you have it
grab
now?
multiple. Yes, I finally got it. Grab multiple permanent skins for free, just like Sylvana's Classroom Charm and its painted skin, Classroom Glam. This happened to me earlier, by the way. You can't get the painted skin until you get the skin first.
That's
so
right.
Make sure you got that settled out. So more exciting events will be revealed, so watch out. It is a busy time in the MLBB in-game client, especially with all the events happening and the events about to happen. There's a lot more awesome skins coming our way, if I'm not mistaken.
Something I'm always looking forward to is a brand new Starlight. So that is coming just about 72 hours from now.
It's about to end, the Starlight?
It's a monthly thing.
Oh, right. Wait. Oh, yeah, I just realized. Because, hey, we've been busy.
Yeah.
So hop onto the client and go ahead and do that. I'm excited for this first matchup of the day. I want to share a little anecdote with you, and maybe you can add a little bit more to it. Falcons Vega, I got to interact with them a little bit more. They're excited. They're looking forward to meeting up against Team Vitality, but it's the air of, what is it, potential acceptance of their potential fate, which is not so good. They've faced them so many times and have come short so many times in the past against Team Vitality.
On the contrary, I headed out to the venue, bumped into Chincha, and she was relatively lighter on her feet. She was very brisk, and I didn't feel much weight. If I'm not mistaken, I did bump into Fumi Echo often as well.
Yeah.
And if anything, I feel like it's Vitality who's a little bit more, I don't know, zoned in. For Falcons Vegas, just, all right, we're here, let's go.
Well, let's know more about how these two teams might be feeling and how they might be vibing heading into this matchup. Let's watch this.
Actually went against Falcons Vega a lot in the past, so it's expected that we are going to meet them as soon as possible. We try to always play at our best, maintain our consistency, maintain our win streak, and all we can do is hope for the best, and may the best be victorious. The fun against Falcons Vega will come sooner than we thought. According to us, being in the finals is not actually a surprise anymore, since knowing us with a long win streak, but being in the finals for this MWI in Riyadh is a very pleasant experience, especially recalling back to day one. We lost the 1 point against Malaysia. Getting into the finals, we will be so happy that we have overcome our difficulties in day one.
I feel maybe like really sad because I think that we will against Fidelity in finals, but I think it's okay. We're gonna do our best. We won against Team Fidelity. We really think that we can win, of course, to be a champion. To be against Fidelity so many times, and then we never won that. This is the time for the revenge.
Will it be time for revenge for Falcons Vega against their longtime rivals? So, we'll ask you the same question. Who will win this match? Will it be Team Vitality? Will it be Team Falcons Vega? Head on to stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. Let's do predictions a little bit differently between you and I.
Shall we?
For me, 4 games.
Oh, you're looking at the number. I say 5.
5?
Yeah.
We're gonna max it out?
Yeah. With a result that would surprise you.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Oh, I like that. I like that little teaser that Leo just gave us. And now, in just a bit, we're going to be seeing our 2 teams arrive to the venue. Leo mentioned the Team Vitality looks a little bit more locked in. Let's see if that is accurate. This is the Jamil Motorsport arrival. This is the queens of MLBB. 24 straight tournaments they have been crowned champions. This could be 25, but they have to go up against their rivals. Chell yesterday said that today is the real day.
I mean, every day is a real day, but today, they might as well, again, take home another MWI championship. I mean, you can't see it in their faces, but in-game, let's say that. In-game, they have to be more zoned in.
Yeah, for sure. For those not familiar with MLBB Esports, that team that you saw, Team Vitality, is the best women's team we've ever had in the history of our scene, and these are their rivals. For a long time, always seen as just second, but they are still doing their best and doing everything they can to cause an upset and this time be the flag bearers for such a proud nation in Indonesia.
It's consistent that they are number 2, but some way, somehow, you know how they say the world is round, yeah? What goes around comes around, and maybe here today, Team Falcons Vega gets one over, and hey check it out!
Hey, we got someone here with us. You look like a guy I used to work with. It's the coach of Cloud9. It's Midnight. Midnight, how you doing? How you feeling, bro?
We're doing good. I feel like you know, it's a new day. We just came from a loss yesterday, but everything's you know, everything's nice.
Hopefully you are holding up. How are the ladies doing?
I mean, after, you know, moments of sadness, like the team really did not expect that we'd go that far. Like for NA, getting out of groups was like, you know, the big thing. It was a celebration. Yeah. But overall, like the team was in a position of like, we're just gonna play, we're gonna roll with it, and you know, we made it to where we are.
Yeah, and I feel like that there's gonna be a lot of eyes on NA moving forward. Like overall, you could say you're definitely proud of the progress that the North American women's team has shown, right?
Yeah, I am, because the thing is, like, we had a lot of like difficulties heading towards MWI, a lot of problems, like especially even with the training. You know how hard the server of NA is, like no practice at all. But being able to, like, you know, call the team as part of like world's number 8, it's pretty good.
And may I say, I am proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you, good.
Put her there, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
I'm proud of you, Neil Robert.
Flying handshake.
Flying handshake. Handshake. Neil Robert Midnight de Guzman is here with us right now. I want to get your input on these two. Let's go ahead and go into the spicy clip. Vitality or Falcons Vega, and why? Quick one.
I would say Falcons Vega, because right now, for me, like the meta is dictated by whoever has the stronger jungler and gold laner wins the game. And I feel like Chin Hao has been really amazing. She's been really phenomenal, and I think she might be just the best gold laner in the tournament.
Okay, now that you're talking about junglers, you already mentioned their gold laner. Are you a Caramel or a Mei lane kind of guy?
I would say depends on what the flavor is really required that day.
All right, we'll expound a little bit more on that later on. But in 6, counting it in 5, it begins. The rivalry of Indonesia. Let's go to the stage.
of 12. And now we are down to our 4 top of the world's best all-female MLBB players as we approach the 4th and final day of MWI 2024 here at the Esports World Cup, baby.
It's the ultimate showdown taking place right here. وأعزائي المشاهدين والحضور هنا معنا بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية بالمملكة العربية السعودية هنا بالرياض مع MWI 2024. For whatever magical, mystical, powerful reason in the history of that tournament, ladies and gentlemen, it's always the case. You know, the representations of the regions where the people, the team who's gonna raise the trophy is always been in the first representation of the teams that will be here with the semifinals for the first match.
Speaking of the team that has been consistently raising the trophy, that is MWI 2024, presenting to you the queens of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, Team Vitality! Now, ladies and gentlemen, right here at the Amazon Arena, the ladies who are coming in are the back-to-back champions right here from Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Speaking of which, they will be pulling every single thing in their arsenal to secure their 3rd consecutive title win and 25th straight tournament wins as well.
But that could change with their rivals from Indonesia. Now introducing Team Falcons Vega! And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world right here at the KSA for MWI. Make some noise, عطونا صوت! Let's go, the hype is real. It is gonna get started right here with the ultimate showdown.
So yes, ladies behind me, the Amazon Arena is ready. The crowd is ready. So let's hand it over to the studio for the first match of the day. This is Team Vitality going up against Team Falcons Vega. Over to you at the studio.
It's all yours.
The Amazon Arena thunders with the sound of Let's Go Falcons. And Falcons Vega has said that the cheers of the crowd gives them so much motivation, and they will need all of that as they go up against the longtime queens of MLBB female scene. It's Team Vitality, and I'm getting goosebumps. The adrenaline is coursing through me right now.
Now the question is, how often is Team Vitality the underdogs when it comes to the hometown advantage? The home court obviously belongs to Team Falcons Vega now, and you see in the face of the mother of tanks, Vivian's like, she's smiling, but you see it's like, wait. This crowd is it's against us.
Yeah. For the first time in a long time, Vitality feels a crowd that is strongly not on their side. Midnight, you've had your fair share of experience being on the stage with players as part of the coaching staff. How much value does it give for the players knowing that there is a crowd, a massive crowd siding with them?
Oh, it gives off like great energy. Like if you're a Falcons Vega, you'd be on a cloud9 right now, no pun intended. But like, it brings a a different feeling whenever you're like playing with a lot of energy, and when the crowd supports you, it allows you to be very active and also in a good mood. And with a player playing with a good mood, like you're playing on a good day, you might just be able to like play your best.
Let's talk about the other side of the coin. It's no secret that you are no stranger to adversity. What if the crowd is against you? What kind of energy do you use? How do you use that?
Oh, I mean, I would say like it would be like the coach's responsibility to turn that energy into something positive. Because like most of the time when the players don't have supporters in the crowd, or if they feel like the crowd is against them, you feel the jitters, you feel the nerves coming in. And some players do like enjoy that kind of environment. So it really is up to the team and its coaching staff, or like any person on that team to sort of like rally that energy for everyone, every player.
There's a lot on the shoulders of Tsutsugaja and Dewa.
Yeah, and there's a lot of other factors that Team Vitality has to take into account for against here Falcons Vega. Because it's final for this game number 1, maybe. We don't know if there will be a mid-series switch, but it'll be Meilane in the jungle and Funi in the mid. For the longest time, Team Vitality is used to going up against Caramel and Agatha.
That's right.
So, Leo, this is the point that you wanted to raise up and talk a little bit more later on. What effect do you think this has against Team Vitality?
Oh, I think it's the shakeup that really will change things. Again, we're expecting surprises, and they should come in the form of, again, initially, a lineup switch. It's no secret that in the past 6 to 9 months, maybe they are used to fighting against Agatha and Caramel, but now it's Meilane. Hey, Midnight! Meilane.
Yep, Meilane, you know, this is the lineup that I expected will play against Vitality. For one, this is the strongest version of the squad. I think they really are more comfortable with playing, you know, this variation of the Falcons Vega composition, because it really is like specifically adjusted to the meta.
Yeah, and again, checking it out, first game here, Falcons Vega on the play, 60% win rate on blue this time around in the meta. So far in MWI.
Let's see if that's going to get retained, as Angelo, Baksha, and Claude are their first bans on that side, while Vitality will be taking away Valentina Harith. What could be the last ban in here? Okay, it's a Minotaur. First pickables for Falcons Vega Midnight.
Maybe something like a Terizla, or you know, go straight away for the Assassin. Roger kind of fell off from the first pick, especially during, you know, because like we scrim a lot. So most teams would prefer the Roger on like the second or third pick now, because they really want to set up for the you know, the meta heroes first.
We didn't notice.
Yeah, it's a surprise. Like Chip is still played, but I don't know if this is something that, you know, Vitality were prepared against, specifically after they saw the Minnow ban. I think Falcons Vega were just like, all right, there's no Minnow, there's not a lot of punish, there's no Valentine as well. So I think that chip pick does make sense, but there goes Terizla.
Yeah, it's a blitz draft right now, a la Echo. Terizla and the Roger, so you get that in the second or third pick style for Roger as a response. You get the Terizla to play it safe in your EXP lane. Vega here. Oh, they're gonna go with full-on macro presence and magic damage.
They are folding the map in half, but they have no cores just yet. No gold laner, no jungler. Good news is, though, they're all still open, right? The Hayabusa is still out there. Ling is still out there. Gold laners, they took away Chain Chow's Harith, but you still have a carry. You still have
Moskov.
Moskov. Nathan slowly rising up again. Rising up.
Back on the street. This is also why I like this version of this lineup. Like they're not stuck with the Falcons Vega special of Edith and Vexana, because like I know Agatha's really an amazing Vexana player, but with this composition they're able to like flex around. Okay. And with, you know, the current meta right now, like the draft, especially with first phase, you need to be able to like flex on your picks, but it doesn't really, you know, it doesn't really mean that Falcons Vega is flexing something. But well, I say flex in a sense that they're now able to utilize more different strategies for Falcons Vega.
It's a flex in strategy, not in role.
Yeah,
they can do many different things, especially when you can do what a Loyi and a Chip does in the same lineup. The last time I saw this, it was disgusting. Was it not that game in the regular season in MPL Philippines Season 13?
Yeah,
it was Echo then. They had a Loyi and a Chip. That was gross.
Yeah, and then they paired that up with a Yuzong on the EXP lane too. So maybe, who knows? Or they're going to go down that route of, hey, let's, that is going to be the Edith in the EXP lane later on.
Just as bad, I think.
And Tigreal ended up getting picked here. It's like the response to, okay, you know where they're going to be coming out of. You know they're going to be clumped up. So at least you have that Tigreal with you to go in with the Implosion counter set. Now, second phase of bans usually in your mindset here. What are you looking more for of? Taking away the power picks or taking away the comfort picks?
I would say looking into like the lineup of Vitality, Falcons Vega should be worried about like counter sets, specifically the Faramis that could come out from the Mage. But also like if you want to target the you know, the comfort picks, now that the jungler is still yet to be picked up for Vitality. I think you really need to like look in or have an insight as to what they might play in the jungle role. Now that the Hayabusa and Ling is out, Mages should be next, I think.
Yeah. There's still a few stragglers like the Nolan.
Yeah.
Still out there.
Yeah, they need that -1 burst.
Maybe something like a Navaria ban too from Falcons Vega.
Yeah, I do think that Vival will be playing the Roger. I think that's a clear go.
Yeah, and I agree with the Navaria ban here to take it out. Ooh, okay, so yeah, they take away the... Wait, why? They take away the X-Board.
X-Board jungle, I think?
Ah, for the X-Board jungle? Interesting choice by Vitality.
Yeah, I think Falcons Vega has, you know, they have a lot of like deep pocket strategies behind. You know, especially this lineup, they have a lot of, again, as I've mentioned earlier, they have a lot of different heroes on their pocket, and I feel like they're just making sure that this Trizla and this Tigreal would have a very good game.
Jushin still open.
All right. She hasn't shown up yet, so will it be a Jushin? Will it be a Novaria for Vitality? Both of them, I feel like, can fit in really well. I could imagine it would not be fun getting tossed back by a Jushin than getting knocked back by a Trizla.
But the first 3 from Falcons Vega don't really inspire much for the Jushin. Like, it's tough.
Yeah, you think it's going to be tough for her?
That's 3 heroes that can help jump you.
That's true.
That'll overload your zoning.
Yeah, and you're a little bit vulnerable to just getting rotation dispersion by the low E. What are you thinking right now?
Still thinking about a Faramis or Navaria. He flexes Roger up until the last pick. Oh! Never mind.
How you feel? He decided to go for damage instead.
Well, thing about Kag is that she's nice in a way that you cannot set as Chip and Edith. But there is like overwhelming amounts of damage from the side of Falcons Vega. I'm not really like, you know, with the Kag pick 100%, but you know, it could work.
The Kag is the straightest line from A to B. Like if you have a good setup and you have cleanup like Roger, just put it out there, you know?
Yeah.
They don't need to be clumped up like a Faramis, and there's no slow roll with the Novaria, although you do get a lot of vision. I think the Kag is like a sweet spot.
Okay, so Falcons Vega last pick. They need their gold laner. They need lockdown. Do they need shred? Will a carry be good?
Yeah, carry's gonna be good against Roger and Trizla. Even though, like, you would have preferred either Roger or Harith or Xin Xiao. That's her best. But they go for the Ixia. Huh, wow. Against Trizla Tig?
Yeah.
Not so sure if there's enough of a front line and a clean set for that Ixia to work here.
Yeah.
I'm skittish.
It might be difficult for the Ixia to find the right position here. Let's see. And it's the carry that actually goes to Vitality. Real quick, Leo, what do you like about the draft of Falcons Vega?
Falcons Vega, they can fold the map in half. That's one thing. They own the macro.
Okay, they own the macro. What about you, Midnight? What do you like about Vitality's draft?
There's a good chance that they snowball out of the Martis and Chip combo, but if not, then the normal marksman might just be able to make it work for Vitality.
The conditions have been set, and this is how we go. Falcons Vega will want to play the map. Vitality would like to play the fight. A storied rivalry. Will it be V for victory or victory for Vega? Let's go to our casters.
Thank you so much, Renmar. We're here on the final day of MWI, the first of 3 matches. My name's Trex. Joined with me today is Mirko. Hey. On the desk. We're going to be taking you into the land of Dawn. Now, I couldn't have said it better myself. Vitality versus Team Falcons Vega. This is the grudge match of MWI right here. This is the grudge match of the decade between women's teams. And it's always been one-sided to Vitality, but this time there's a lot of people with feelings in their heart that Vega might be able to pull it off. The drafts do not disappoint. We got some spice in there. We got some interesting plays. For me personally, Team Falcons Vega, they have this Martis. They can play for some early game aggression, especially at the level 4 spike with the Lu Yi, with the chip. They can get some movement down. But Team Vitality have a nice little pocket strat going on here. A lot of possibilities as well.
It's an age-old matchup. Fumieko going to be caught in the onward and the Earth Shatter. Good jump back as Fumieko flickers to safety. Vivian going to be caught in the midst of it all. Violet doing some damage together with Tal. Crash course with the stun. Vivian still able to dash out to safety. But they will be able to utilize the advantage here. Just invading a bit, getting a little bit of that lead that they need to look for that snowball.
Most definitely. You know, we talked about mid. Something I want to focus on a little bit and ask you about. this gold lane matchup. Shell versus Chinsha. We have not seen the Ixia. I think, was this a debut pick for it? I'm pretty sure for MWI.
We saw Shanoa
played it and got the Savage on it. So how do we feel? I like the poke. I like to be able to at least deal with Shell in the laning phase. But as the game goes on, you know, the carry might start to outscale a little bit.
I don't know about that. I mean, I feel, yes, I mean, if you can get some of these members locked down damage-wise, especially single target, Shell will be able to win that out. But Ixia in this lane alone, Ixia's always a lane bully. Even up against lane bullies, she's the one to bully the lane bully. She is the
bully.
She is the boogeyman to other boogeymen, right?
Okay.
In the gold lane. And it's really all because of the range and that crazy sustain that you get after every third hit. And you can utilize your abilities too to get that passive. So Carrie, more of a non-laner at this point. She's really just trying to survive the lane, get to the item power spikes, and then help out later by shredding a few of these frontliners. Seems now Vivi gonna be caught. In the ENG reaction, still getting the shove down. Purify gonna be used up by Tal. She pops in the crash course. Mieko getting level 4. Violet already level 4. Hovering over the turtle, but take a look at those resources. Very low health bars on Team Falcons Vega.
Yeah, and I see Fumieko sitting with that penalty zone ready to go. It's got that green dot, and everyone's at about half health. And that's exactly what Vival wants. It's like, get the penalty zone in. I come in with the Lycan Pounces, but wait, Echo in a little bit of trouble.
Earth Shatter together with the Crash Course, really just trying to zone Fumieko away and deplete her of some of the resources that you would usually get in the XP. Another Crash Course by Tal. Fumieko gonna try to punish this penalty zone, locking 2 members down. The Troll Kick is placed down, but it's all in the midst of it. Oh, good implosion, catching them. Sydney able to use a yin-yang overturn. Vival just executing them in the back. Now, in that notorious gun form on the Roger. Just trying to poke a little bit. Violet and Funi forced back 2-0 start.
I like the respect there from Team Vitality. They don't overcommit onto the turtle. They get their 2 kills. But they also know that Funi's still a threat. One big duality proc and things could look dangerous. Team Falcons Vega approached that fight right. I think the goal is to keep Fumieko away because, as I said, a bad penalty zone could be game-changing. Look at the fans for Team Falcons Vega out there. They seem to always show up for the Falcons. Doesn't matter what game you're playing, doesn't matter what you're doing, they show up for the org. And right now, they got some support in the building.
Shout out to, what do we call them, the Falcons? The Falcons in the building.
The nest.
The nest.
Welcome to the nest, baby.
Welcome to the bird's nest, the Falcon's nest. Good trades going on now. Team Vitality utilizing pressure that they've already built up. Bio Melee taking 2 shots of the turret in the bottom side of the map. And it seems they won't be able to get anything off of that. Vitality pick up all of the advantages around the map.
I'm wondering if they should have maybe gone for the gold plating there. They decide to back off, though, get back, play the whole map. Turtle's going to be up in about 96 seconds, so just taking a look at the items real quick. Like I said, I really want to focus on gold lanes here. I think it's going to be huge for both of these teams. 2.7, 3K, nothing major, both taking a similar route. We lock in the Corrosion Scythe. Down in the mid side, Cine up against Funi as well. Nothing too major, nothing too different about these builds at all. Roger holding, though, about a 500 gold lead over Maylane right now, and Maylane needs to find a point where she's going to start scaling. Windtalker just gets locked in, so we're going to start seeing a little bit of a pickup of pace from Vival here.
I love the build coming in from Vival here on the Roger.
Different than usual, right?
Yep.
No, not War Axe. A lot of time when we see the jungle, we see the War Axe first. This time they go for the Windtalker.
Exactly. Usually War Axe, Sky Piercer, those are the 2 items you want to go for, but at this point she's just playing for the mobility. She knows that Team Falcons Vega have a lot of lockdown, and the mobility will definitely help her getting out of these crazy situations. Shell pops into ultimate. Maylane gets zoned away just because of that. Dashing forward. Talking to be caught in the Yin-Yang overturn. Forced to use the Purify. And just like that, again, Vitality are reacting to the moves of Falcons Vega, but they're winning out in these maneuvers around the map.
Yeah, they continue. It seems like Team Falcons Vega, after taking that those 2 deaths earlier, they know the gold lead's a little out of hands. They don't want to really have a big fight right now, especially with Vivian holding the front side. You have someone that can really kind of change the course of a battle instantly, and they don't really have some. Yes, they have the Crash Course. Whoa. That isn't going to be game-changing, but hold up on top. Fumieko still just gets away.
Oh, and Fumieko wants to fight, goes in against 3 members. Gets caught in the Earth Shadow and the onward here. There's a lot of damage coming down, penalty zone. Fumieko against the world.
Stop.
One more Swing City comes in with the Yin-Yang overturn. And it is going to be a win for Team Vitality. Not only do they get a win up top, they get a turret down below.
How does that happen? How does that happen?
In the words of Chell, they're just better.
They're just better right now. It's game one and Team Vitality showing dominance, 4-1, 2.5K gold lead. I mean, Team Falcons Vega tried to make the play. They're the one who initiated that, man. They wanted to fight. They brought out the gloves first. They called out Fumieko on her own turf and fall short for it. They lose, what, 3 there? 2 there?
Yeah, they lose technically 2. 3 with a turret, right? 2 members and a turret.
At this point, they need everything. Turret counts as a hero.
Absolutely. And they only get Terizla, and that's a trade that Vitality are definitely very, very happy about. And this is why we were having conversations behind the scenes, you know, while the analysts were doing their thing about this matchup. And this is an age-old matchup. One that only, in 32 meetings, Falcons Vega have only been able to win once. Fumieko able to clear out the way. Chinchao not going to go for the turret just yet. Fumi finally decimated in the bottom lane by the Martis. But Chinchao's the one picks up the kill. And finally, they get something on the board. But it's also something traded back.
Yeah, now as the gold starts to grow in change, Vival goes for the Sea Halberd first. A very different build. And I think this could be due to how ahead they are. I don't need the War Axe. I don't need sustainability because I ain't going to die. I don't got to worry about that. We're going damage. We're going pen. We're just trying to lock down on you guys. So it's definitely an interesting build, but it's definitely going to kind of change the way that Vival wants to fight in this. And I think it's going to be comfortable for Vival. They're a fast-moving team. They want to be aggressive, but it's more of like a jump in, hit something, get out. Jump in, hit something, get out. And they're making it work very well. Team Falcons Vega, when I was looking at the items, another thing to point out is Shell is starting to escape as well with that gold lead. Chinchao falling behind a bit.
It's so different to see. I mean, isn't it weird to see such a dominant force in the gold lane throughout MWI? Chinchao finally losing out in lane, and it's on a lane bully too. Chel's just been able to outsmart her. Waiting in the bushes, gap closing really, really well, and then using the ultimate to really force those flickers out. So Chinchao hasn't been able to get a good time in lane, and now you can definitely see it already because Chel, she's reached her power spike first. Level 10 to level 9 too. Now level 11 to level 9. Finally gets that level 10, so it's not that big of a difference, but you can already see Vitality hovering over the first Lord.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Lord's definitely, I would say, in the favorite of Team Vitality. I think one of the things that Team Falcons Vega's got going for them is the surprise effect, right? They have the chip, they have Funi on this Lu Yi, had a bit of a mind blank there. So they have that possibility, but it's like, do they really want to take that now? It's a 4K gold lead, and they don't have a big... I think if they had something like the Riz, something that could really catch them off guard, Violet can lock some people down, but as long as Team Vitality stays split up, it's just one member, and you're an easy target for Cine if you mess that up. You're an easy target for Shell if you mess that up. So I like the way that Falcons Vega is approaching this. They're going for some bot lane pressure. Even if they lose this Lord, they want to get something on the map out of it. So they're able to take this tower down in the top, the tier 2, down in the bottom lane, tier 2, which is going to be huge. Team Vitality now having to send someone over. So I think this could really be the correct approach for this Lord. If Team Vitality doesn't want to rush it, then Team Falcons Vega is going to play the map game.
This is something, a development that we've seen from Falcons Vega. Crash course over to Fumieko, but it's just a Terizla. I don't think they want to go for the all-in there. Vivian, though. Already with the conceal, saw that melee and used the Mortal Coil, trying to go for it, but will not be able to. Back again, Falcons Vega, they have shown throughout MWI again that they've kind of fixed their mistakes. In the past, they were very, very vulnerable to late game decision making, to the discipline as well. They fall flat usually there where they make up for it with insane early game. But in MWI, they've actually been able to adjust a lot of times. I think it was yesterday that they went for the split push instead of going for all team fights, and they ultimately were able to win the game with Chinchao split pushing in the mid lane with a Harith.
Now, I think we've seen a lot of variety from Team Falcons. Not as much as... So Team Vitality showed a lot of variety in terms of hero pool. Team Falcons has showed a lot of variety in terms of playstyle. We've seen them be aggressive in early game. We've also seen them get pushed to late games and still be able to pull through. So we know that Team Falcons Vega have that like will to win in them, even when they're pushed against the wall. Down in the items, though, looks like we're going to be going into a Holy Crystal next right after the Lightning Trunch, just straight to it. And this is what happens when you have that lead, right? You build aggressively, man. And we finally get the War Axe in for Vival as well, which again, We've seen it before, and we have to go defensively already for Chincha, huh? Already got to pick up Wind of Nature, which I don't think is horrible, but it's definitely going to slow down damage, right?
Heavily. Vivian already moving forward. Chincha flickered out. So preemptive flicker just by seeing Vivian. That's how scary
he's nervous.
Vivian is. You can see definitely, yeah, nervousness there. She already has a Wind of Nature, and now she doesn't have the flicker. So one defensive tool left. That's the Wind of Nature. She's still going to be very, very immobile in these skirmishes. No Mathilda to help her as well. And because she has shown herself in the bottom lane, Vitality want to just go for it. Vivo's 3 levels ahead of Maylane. I don't even think they can go for this. Fumi Echo doing a good job there at zoning them away. Violet going to be able to use the conceal. Helped out with Tal. Vivo still hovering over, sitting in the back level. They get over to the full barrage, catches them. Vivian able to escape. Vivo gets the retribution down on the Lord. So very low. Vivo full HP. Now with Lycan form trying to go for the chase. And Tal goes in 1v1 against Tin Cow. But that's where the Wind of Nature comes in handy. Vivo so hovering over Lycan pounce. Tal has the immortality. Seems Vivo wants to steal this as well. But there you go. She steals it. She gets the Lord. It's still a win.
Yeah, I will say this. I think either way, the big chance that Lord's going over to Vitality. The fact that they could get the kill on the Shell, the fact that they could get the kill on the Cine is decent for the price of Violet. They're going to lose something here. But it might have been better. I think it's better than just giving up Lord. Wait, Chincha taking off on the map. Now it's a loss.
Now it's a crash course. Straight into the Earth Shatter onward combo. Vivo just poking them down. No one's really hitting Vivo. She's doing a whole lot of damage. Lord gonna be dealt with. But while they're all busy, up top, look at Fumi Echo with a Warhammer down below, just striking the turrets, taking it down. Vivo gets caught in the vacuum, as Wolf would put it, but will not be threatened. Yenang overturned. Good Mortal Coil to get out of it. Shell now sieging it down. Tal gonna try to go for the crash course. They just poke them down. They actually are able to get a base turret down below with the first Lord.
And Vivo feels good on this, Roger. Able to just, the dancing back and forth, the poking, completely comfortable, knows her limits on this hero completely, knows that she can take a couple shots to the face from Funi on the Lu Yi and still be okay to get away, pop into the wolf form, but is really just able to push everything to the limit here. I really wish we could have saw how Chincha got taken out.
Same.
I mean, just getting caught off guard or something. It's now a 5K gold difference between Vitality and Teams Vega. A little bit of play possibly on the bot side, but do they know that? Shell's, I don't think they know Shell's there right now.
Well, they're gonna walk up. I don't know if Shell wants to go for the pick onto Maylane. I don't know if Maylane is actually gonna walk up into that bush. Shell goes for it. The assassination to come onto Maylane if he gets it. My goodness, Shell! Now caught on the onward, but it's all a bait. Violet's gonna be caught even there. Implosion flicker from Vivian. And there's a penalty zone to lock them down. City caught in the full barrage, but they baited out another big ultimate. 2 members down. They might go for the siege.
That's the wait and bait right there. That's a sit back, relax, and wait for the hit. Shell sat in that bush until she knew the team was in the right distance that she could force him. And even if she started losing the fight, Vivian and the rest would show up in time.
Tal running back with the crash course. Vivian hovering over. They get another base turret without the Lord, and now with perfect timing as well. They have far lane control, they have mid lane control. Enhanced Lords coming up. This is Vitality.
Yeah, this is definitely Vitality, but this is game 1. Team Falcons Vega gonna have to figure something out. We just get the Rose Gold Meteor locked in for Shell. Gets to be even more aggressive, gets to even look for those one-on-ones even more now. And if you want to get close up and personal, you have the ability, because you get a little bit of shield if you even happen to get brought low. But at this point, Shell's only done once, but wait, Falcons Vega going for the all-in.
They're also able to survive somehow. Tal pops in a shortcut from Bianco with the penalty zone to Tal. He's going to be able to space out, flickers forward out to Fumi. Gets the last swing of the hammer. Vivian still 1v3, stopping the recall. Tal able to secure Violet there in the back. Cindy going to be caught in the crash course. Flickers out of the full barrage. Vivian, no implosion, no flicker, but again, even despite that flank, Vitality win it. What?
And Team Falcons Vega, they roll the dice, they risk it there, and it falls right on its face. The damage not there. They didn't have Chincha with them in that diversion, and now Team Vitality looking for the possible finish.
Fumi Echo's just walking up. Chell is bursting Tal down. Immortality Vitality, one immortality in the back as well. A yin-yang overturn over to Chinchao, just a diversion over towards them. It's a distraction for them to go through the base.
It's not just a distraction, that was destruction. Team Vitality showing why they are the best. Team Vitality showing why they don't take losses when it comes down to it. Yeah, we thought they looked a little shaky early on in the event, but right now, they're showing who the shaky teams really are.
Out of the 80 games played in this age-old matchup, Falcons Vega have only been able to take 10.
All right. That was an amazing game. Excited for the next, 2 or 4. Let's see what our experts have to say about it. Toss it over to Leon Renmar.
It's not just familiarity with their opponents, it's just another level of understanding of MLBB, how you play the map, your specific hero kits. They're showing why they are the queens of the scene.
Early on, it seemed like there were chances for Team Falcons Vega because of their aggressive nature, because of how picks like Ixia were rising through the meta. But as early as, say, the first 5 minutes, you could see that, again, the way Team Vitality is so honed in and how they're so laser focused on success just denies these kind of pocket picks, these cheese picks throughout, Chip and Loyi.
Yeah, it's denial. I feel like you said one of the key words here. It's the denial of the cheese picks, the power picks, but it's also denial of your opponents wanting to commit certain sequences. As you see here with the recap, that went a little bit over 16 minutes. Vitality, even though Falcons Vegas have kept it somewhat relatively close, it's just how they were moving. And I feel like I really want to put a lot of focus here onto two people. The mother of tanks, Vivian and Chell, they are on another level right now.
I mean, Vivian is the mother of tanks.
Vivian, I said Vivian,
and
mother of tanks, and Chell.
There you go. But yes, the space that Vivian was buying for not just Chell, but the rest of her team, allowed for Chell to really just take in the gold lane experience. I think that's what she walked away with. Because we did talk about it off camera and during the match alongside her special guest here, C9's very own Coach Midnight, that in the lane, the carry should be struggling against the Ixia, right? Because the Ixia has a kit that can both sustain herself and CC the carry, which the carry just couldn't deal with early on. But you saw there that more often than not, 2 out of 3 times in the early to mid game, carry was dominating Chinchao. Chinchao was being sent home.
Yeah, it was quite difficult there. There's something I just want to fix right here because there's 2 dudes here. Oh, they're here. They're here. Here right now. All right, you guys are staying. No, you guys stay right there.
Herbert.
You guys chill out.
Get us out, man.
Do your job. Just cast.
You cast, and then we'll talk.
Yeah. And then we want to know also now. Tell us what you think. Let's start with you, Mirko. Maybe I'll think about letting you out if you tell me what you thought about game number 1.
Okay, I'll be honest with you, man. We've had this conversation as well behind. Oh,
we're back.
We're back. Okay, but yeah, me and Trex, we had this conversation. He was telling me about Falcons Vega being really, really good, and I agree. In this tournament, Falcons Vega, I would say, have been more, flashy, have been more impressive. But Vitality, they've been winning with non-meta picks. This time around, they went with meta picks. See what happens. That's Vitality. I know. Every time I see this team look, kind of vulnerable, they show up the next day. It's just Vitality.
Mirko's crushing my dreams over here, We were talking before the game. I said, I got a feeling Vega might be able to pull this off.
I was just like, no.
He said no. I said no. I don't really have much. I ain't got much else to say about that.
Not even a shred of hope?
Not even a
I really hope so. I mean, personally, I'm rooting for Falcons Vega to make it more exciting, but the reality, the grim reality of Vitality sometimes just hits you hard.
The grim reality of Vitality. That is harsh. I like how that sounds, though. So we'll get back to y'all later on. Thank you, Mirko and Trex. The grim reality of Vitality is that, the more you watch them, the more you see why they've been the queens of the scene for such a very long time. So let's see who is the PlayStation MVP for that game number 1. Who stood out? It's Chell. It's the carry. We talked about Vivian, the mother of tanks, setting things up for Chell. There was one play that she did in the bottom lane where it was just her alone in that shrub for quite some time before the members of Vitality decided, hey, finally, let's pull the trigger on this play.
but also multiple times, even in mid. It's very odd that you see a carry dominate and push back multiple members of the opposing team. This is that one, yeah, you're talking about it.
Yep.
Pow! And then in comes the cavalry, in comes the backup, and yeah, they were never the same. Look at that. Vivian not only helps set up, but even helps finish the job. And this bush right here, that's Shell's favorite. The river bush up north and down south. She would stand there and push back 3 or 4 members of Falcons Vegas single-handedly just because they're afraid of the burst.
Yep, just her alone. So it looks like the Falcons Vega. I like their approach to the draft. How they're playing the game can be just tweaked a little bit. But the more I think about, Carrie almost got me. Girl, please be careful next time entering. You almost kicked me in the face.
You're lucky a light wheel didn't hit your face.
Yeah, but it's all good. It's all good. I just hope Falcons Vega just make some little readjustments with their commitments where they decide to go, reading the situation a little bit better, because Vitality, they are on point right now. Not to say the Falcons Vega are sloppy, it's more of just Vitality just playing better as of this moment, as of game number 1.
And in the moment, we're talking about specifics, right? Like in that river bush and in that bottom lane bush, you know Shell is there, so you know she owns that part of the map. But even when you know that these specific parts of the map are under Vitality's control, the whole map belongs to them. I have a very specific play that I hope we have time to break down, because this was masterful. It happened in the early game, towards the transition into the mid, just leaving the laning phase. And when I saw that play, I was all like, yeah, no, Vitality knows how to control the map even without actually winning team fights.
Hopefully we do get a moment to break that play down. But before that, let's go on over to Eterna, who got a few words in with Shell.
Hey everyone, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Shell from Team Vitality. So we're now in the semifinals, but this time around, for the grand finals, we're not going to be seeing an Indo versus Indo grand finals for the first time in history in the MLBB women's competitive scene.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, Shell?
I mean, we hope for all Indo finals, but what can we do? So maybe we just gonna play our best here in the knockouts, and then hopefully we're gonna reach the grand final.
Is there a bit of sadness going in without Falcons?
Yeah, but
if you win. I was assuming they were winning. Oops.
But it's mainly gonna be happiness if we win.
Of course, of course. And you know, before today, I think a lot of people are centering on both of these Indonesian teams because everyone knows about the sister duos. So could you share with us a little bit of your routine before you start a match with Cine, maybe?
Maybe we bond, we get a little touchy with each other before match.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you like play other things, or do you watch movies maybe before you started today?
No. We just stand next to each other all the time.
Oh, that's cute. I'd love to have my sister here as well. You know, speaking of the sister duo, so from Falcons Vega, the team that you're going to go up against next, they have Chinchao and they have Funi.
Yeah.
And I think earlier on, Cine was like, we're the better sister duo. Do you feel the same way?
I agree that we're better, but they're good.
Okay.
They're good.
Do you have a message for them if they're watching right now?
Maybe good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun? No taunt? Nothing?
No, good luck, have fun.
Okay. Shell's still staying humble as ever. Okay, so thank you, Shell. I'm not going to bother you any further. Good luck for your next journey,
Thank you.
Hopefully we get to see you in the grand finals.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye-bye, guys. See you in the studio.
Thank you, Eterna. A humble queen, that one in Shell. I feel like she got to say something that summed things up quite well, which was, they're good, but we're better. And there was one play that stood out amongst the rest that Leo actually wants to point out here. It's not with Shell, but it's with 2 key members of Team Vitality. Leo, what play is that you want to show us?
If anything, it was the absence of Shell, the absence of Vivian, Vival, even Chini. I'm looking back at it now. This was at the 5-minute 44-second mark, and it's a very big presence by Team Vitality down in the bottom. It's clear that they're maybe setting up for a push, but look at the other half of the map here. Check this out. Right here. You see a little corner up there?
Yeah.
You see Fumi Echo all alone. And we're going to play it right here. Because of how very, very capable Team Falcons Vegas lineup is, Tal was able to hit the shortcut right there, the Y-Walk portals, boop, and was able to set up a shortcut ult to send the rest of her team out to take down Fumi Echo. And at this point, I can only assume the call was, okay, we were going to go for the push anyways, down here, Fumi Echo, you buy time. And guess how much time Fumi Echo buys all alone as a Terizla at about 6 minutes. Counting at currently 5:55 when the engagement happens. Check this out. Now 6. Now 6:05. Look, all the waves down up top are clearing. Down bottom are clearing. And Fumi Echo is still alive. 10 seconds in. 15 seconds in. She even takes a kill with the help of Chini. Now she finally dies. And it turns into a 2-for-1 across the map. That is macro excellence coming in from Team Vitality. And again, look. You could have sworn that it was only Fumi Echo getting taken down, but the reaction across the map, Chini was about here when this happened. When this started, Chini was right there in this part of the map right here. Right there. There. Chini walked all the way because of how long the time Fumi Echo bought. And that turned into 2 big victories, down bottom and up top. You cross-map control. Team Vitality are capable of things like this even when it's the opponents who are setting up kills. I don't know if they're inside Falcons Vegas heads, but at this point, this was 6 minutes in. They got massive stonks off of that singular play.
Yeah, massive stonks indeed. And you know what, well, with Fumi, playing the EXP laner, you're someone who is known to be very solid, but I'd love to give her a nickname, Liquid. Fumi Liquid Echo. She just goes with the flow, man. She understands the play here. Midnight's giving me a face. He's still right here.
How many? Out of 5, how many?
What's your rating for that? He gave me 6 out of 5.
Or out of 10?
12.
Oh, wow.
Ah, he loved that. Hopefully y'all love that at home. But no, seriously. Fumi, I've always been so impressed with how she plays. Her late entries, when she decides to go in, join in for the fight, it's just so good. So let's see if Falcons Vega will do anything to shift things around with that regard in dealing with the EXP laner of Vitality. No sides have been switched. Little by little, that Falcons Vega blue side victory rate is going down.
Oh, and just the overall victory rate at that 60-40 when the day started. I'm guessing by the time the day ends, especially if this ends up in a sweep, that confirms 2 things. Number 1, the meta was skewed through the groups into the playoffs. And number 2, I may have come from a different timeline. We're not seeing 5 games, and it's not a surprising result. There's the Baksha, Falcons, Vega. They did this in the first game too. What are they blocking out of Vitality? Why is that such a specific ban?
I do remember 1 or 2 key Baksha games, if I'm not mistaken, from Vival, but at the same time, I feel like it's also just them respecting a really good hero that can front, that can give vision, and that can disrupt what Falcons Vega wants to do. And they still go for the chip.
I was gonna say, was this the Riz or was this the Edith first? But no, it's the chip.
All right, that might be the play here for Falcons Vega.
I'm afraid that this is turning into insanity, man. You're doing the same thing over and over again, expecting something new. And insanity it is. There's Trizla Roger.
Yeah. Same, but different, but still same. Falcons Vega with 2 more picks here. I wonder if they're going to shift things up and then maybe decide to pick the carry a little bit earlier.
I think the carry would be good. Because again, the carry does well against a Terizla. You just pick up a Purify, you know, you're fine. Especially if you... Wait, was Valentina banned down?
Yes, it was banned down.
She better be. Okay, I'm just saying. Whoa!
They go for the Jask.
I
know it's Jask, but I like calling him Jask.
All right, Jushin. I don't like that Jushin wasn't picked up, all right? Maybe Jushin comes through for Vitality here.
Yeah, these teams have a little bit of a Jushin allergy. So it's a slight adjustment. Now it's Edith and Zask.
Yeah, maybe the Loyi was an overload.
Yeah. I mean, we did talk about it before with like Loyi and Chip. It's one part of it is it's a disgusting combo. The other part is it's a little bit overkill. You don't need that much map presence, and honestly, it's fine.
Yeah, the Jask here allows for them to buy a little more time. I think that's what they were lacking in the first draft.
Yeah.
They were very macro-centric, very like in your face, but what if it doesn't pan out? They had no way out. With a Zask, though, they can, you know, buy time. They can, you know, plant themselves in a certain box. Because, again, it was yesterday we mentioned Zask is a hero that plants multiple boxes. You're able to engage on maybe 2 different fronts, 1.5 if you're not positioning yourself very well. And you can go from there. Now, during the second phase of banning, Falcons Vega are choking down on mid lane choices. After this Loyi, what else might they want to take out? We haven't seen any Vexana in a while.
Yeah.
Jushin, you want to take out Jushin?
I'll lean more towards the Vex, but then we do see. Don't people usually pick up the Zask into the Jushin? So if it's
or
not
the
be
Jushin into the Zask. We've seen it either way. We've seen it both ways.
Yeah.
Sometimes as a Jushin, you don't care.
Oh yeah, that's
you can choke slam a Nightmare spawn, even the big one.
That's fair. Do you really want to bring that closer to you? Well, you can bring it away from you.
Far away, diagonally, you know, in between, whatever.
Directions, yeah. I want to see a little bit more. Well, you can just walk up right now. Wow, they're respecting the Kagura.
Chinny was that good.
Yeah, they saw the previous draft and said, yeah, the Kagura was the problem. Interesting.
She was a really good assassin.
Yeah. You mentioned Vexana. I'd like a Vexana. Yeah, it's a good pairing with the Tigreal and the Terizla.
Not very good, though, when you get jumped on with a shortcut, but that's why you put Flicker on her.
Yeah. As long as you have the Flicker, you'll be fine.
You reposition, and then you have your two chunky frontliners.
Plus, you have someone who can check the shrub for the Tigreal that isn't a face check.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially like around the mid. And you need that when you're up against Falcons Vega, a team that last year was named GPX Basreng, the second placers of MWI 2023, and they played aggro then. But here it is, finally, Leo, they heard you. They picked up the Jushin.
That's my girl right there.
That's your girl?
Jushin is my off-meta pick. Day one, I said, you know what? Jushin's going to show up. And here she is. You're talking about how the Vexana can check bushes. Jushin can do the same.
That's true.
The Lantern Flare.
Let's see what Falcons Vega will do in response. It's enough magic damage. You need true or you need physical. The difficult thing is if you go for something like an Alpha in the jungle, that's going to struggle. The Ling is still open, but is there enough spot here for you to actually Ling jungle? So they go.
That's not physical.
That's a lot of magic. That's way too much magic.
That's magic. That's
and
what
you
we
have
would
one
call.
source of physical.
There's a Moskov. All right, they're covering physical there, but the question is it enough? Because it's still right now. It's very Harry Potter, as they would say.
Yeah, oh, very Harry Potter.
Hermione, if you wanna.
Aloha Mora.
Ohana. All right.
Oh, yeah.
One more pickup here. We're lacking a gold laner. There it is. Put the carry back on show, why not?
Yeah. Again, that's a condition. If you only have one source of magic damage, you pair it up with true or just a lot of really strong physical damage.
This is literally the same hero. You just change the Japanese Shrine Maiden with a Chinese Immortal Wish granting entity.
Yeah, so it's just this within the same realm of possibilities.
Lantern, umbrella, whatever.
Yeah, lore-wise, it's the same object. But Falcons Vega, leaning a little bit more towards magic damage, a bunch of Radiant Armors might turn that around, while Team Vitality, again, it's a reiteration of their Game 1 draft. Let's see if this will fare better for Vega. Will they get the early game that they want here? Trex, Mirko.
We're here. Trex, Mirko, thank you, Leo, and Renmar. We're jumping into game number 2 in a best of 5. Team Vitality starting off strong. And it seems like as this game moves on, their picks just get more meta. Their picks just get. They have to ban the Kagura, but now they just get the Jushin. So it's definitely going to be tough the way Team Falcons Vega want to approach this. They have some late game opportunity. They do have some decent early game as well in their jungle. But I think the big question is can they outperform Vitality when the game is on?
That's a big question that we have. And already in the early game, you can see Cine utilizing that Lantern Flare, man. Constantly, he's putting it up on Tafuni. But yeah, I mean, again, it seems kind of eerie when Vitality go for an off-meta pick, right? And then now that you see a real meta pick, you're like, okay, what do they have cooking right now? Melee able to pick up the Lethal Wanderer, it seems. There you go, away from Vival. Vival doesn't use the Retribution. But in terms of this matchup, are you Team Umbrella or are you Team Lantern? Are you Team Jushin or are you Team Kagura?
You know me, I'm an old school man. I'm a classic man, but wait a second, Vival.
Great pick. Melee now with the enhanced sword, moving forward, Vivian to be caught. Now uses the shove, has the flicker to escape. Funi almost getting the kill down. Tao hovering over this time. Falcons Vega strike first.
All right, so they use Melee. They're able to get that first blood onto Melee as well. They get some of that early game aggression, which is going to be huge. Follow up on your question, though, I am a Kagura man.
Yeah, Go seems like there's always a 2v1 kind of Terizla here. Winning out on the 2v1s this time. I wouldn't say, okay, now it's a kind of a win. Doing a lot of damage back onto Talon. Vival's already rotated up there. Funi, good read. Spots Vival in the bush. Vival still wants to go for the Lycan Pounce, wants to get rid of little Johnny Boy. That's what we call him.
The Johnny Boys.
Johnny Boys.
The Johnny Boys. They come down from space.
And their name is Johnny.
And their name is Johnny. All of their names are Johnny. Is it the same boy or is it multiple boys?
It's multiple Johnnies.
Like everyone's a different Johnny.
Everybody is a different Johnny.
But they're clones.
Be Johnny, yeah.
Yeah, got it. All right, Turtles up. 2 minutes in. Team Falcons Vega with a small lead. We're actually about 1,000 lead already, 2.5 minutes in. And with that kill, that first blood they got beaten on Vival, it's definitely, I feel like, going to give Maylane some priority when it comes to these neutral objectives. The way the Team Vitality is looking, they might not even want to fully try to push this. Violet going to be zoning Vival away.
City walks up, Maylane picks up the turtle. That's 1-0, 1,000 gold lead still. As well as, you can see for Team Vitality, it seems like this game they're taking a bit more of a slower approach, wanting to just farm it out. So, I want to take a look at the emblems here. It doesn't seem like there's anything too crazy in the matchup, though, by the way. Moskov versus the carry. It's a bit different in a way where it's not a complete bully, but Moskov still does have a good time against the carry. You have a way to say, nah, I've had enough, right? In every single trade with the Spear of Misery. So, with that, usually you aren't able to take control of the wave. This time, though, with a few rotations down below, they're always able to just relieve pressure off of Chell. Now, even a few hits onto the turret shield. Chell walks up, gets a bit of damage there. Not a lot, just a bit.
Team Vitality looks for that gold lane, that same push. I've seen it after first turtle, after second turtle sometimes, but they always come down looking for Chincha. They know how important Shell comes when it comes to their big mid-game spike. Ooh, there's that just rush in.
Dominator's Ascent used up as well. Tal, he picked up good Spear of Vengeance all the way to the back. Pops in the beacon. Cindy's still able to survive as she uses the regen too. Up top, Fumi Echo in a 1v1. Violet popping in Primal Wrath. Fumi Echo with the penalty zone. Now a few last hits, but Fumi Echo is still able to survive under the turret.
Okay, so Team Falcon Vega seems to have brushed off some of the rust here, gotten off some of the dust. Ooh. They're definitely a bit more in their zone. Even Chincha coming in to help out Thal there and actually push Team Vitality back. Team Falcons Vega making some of these plays finally work. Game one, they were looking for the plays, but it seems like they always fell a bit short. This time, they're pulling through.
Definitely. Now it's almost a 2,000 gold lead for Team Falcons Vega, and the next neutral objective is going to spawn. Falcons Vega, this is their power spike. With the Zaz, with the Edith, the Julian, and even the Chip, they're going to have so many ways to enter and approach this fight.
All right, so with second turtle being down, Team Vitality, Vivol up against Maylane, a level difference right now. Vivol might be able to catch up at some point. Corrosion Scythe does get locked in for Shell, and with this turtle being down at the gold line. Ooh, Cine already taken out.
40 Dominators to set, absolutely deleting Cine off the map. There's a shortcut placed down. Chincha will take it. Seems like it's going to be a 2v1 situation up top right there. That's going to be a good Spear of Misery to pin Chell down, forcing her to flicker. Spear of Vengeance into the back. Chell going to be slain under the turret. Maylane picks up a turtle down below. Team Falcons Vega fighting their jam.
Picks up a turtle, picks up the pace, and now Vivian as well.
Penalty zone, instant purify from Funi, gets out, Vivo on the chase. Not able to really go all in. Great disengage from Falcons Vega, and great objective take up top. That's Chin Chow on the board.
You know, I was telling Nisu the other day that maybe the answer to the Jushin is just, you know, getting up close and personal with it, dashing in. And right now, Thal is the perfect answer to that, right? You have that crash course, you have that ability to get right in there and then bring all your teammates right around her. We saw Cine get taken out earlier. Taking a look at some of these items now, Funi has locked in the glowing wand. We're starting to see the damage come a bit more than from her. Genius wand as well, locked in for Maylane. Going to the next item. I mean, everyone on the side of Team Falcons Vega is holding the lead, and for the first time we see nobody on team, because sometimes even when Team Vitality falls behind, Shell still has a gold lead on the other gold laner. One of the members is at least keeping up. But this time, Team Falcons Vega holding a strong lead across the whole map.
They're even having to force it out, some of these maneuvers. You know, Cindy going to the bottom lane to share some of the gold XP with Fumi Echo. Cindy hovering over with the flare. That's a shove down. Tal going to be caught. A lot of damage placed down, but she does have the flicker still, so not really in any threat. That's a big resource still, burnt down, and Cindy still wants to utilize that Spear of Misery down below. Pinning down Fumi Echo. And does seems like for Falcons Vega as well, they're playing it chill. They don't really need to rush anything. They are the ones in the lead. It's kind of Vitality that are placed in a position where they need to look for a game-changing play.
You know, we've been waiting to see the Moskov really pop off in MWI. We haven't seen it played as much. It's kind of fallen off of the meta a little bit in terms of at least MWI, but Chincha is showing up on it right now. And it makes me feel like it's just been one of the gold laners that, it's been one of the gold lane heroes that Team Falcons Vega maybe hasn't really pulled out, but this almost feels like one of Chincha's best picks right here.
3 neutral objectives uncontested here. Team Falcons Vega with another big objective take. Just waiting on the turtle, waiting on the Lord at this point. Vitality, it's still, for them, all about waiting for their power spike. So I'm guessing right now it's all about waiting for Chell, Cine, and Vival. All 3 to get their item power spikes. I think Vival has already gone there, but Cine and Chell definitely a bit behind in that department. They get spotted out. I think Funi saw the concealed team there, so they are able to just hold out. They know Team Vitality are in the bottom lane. They'll push up top.
Yeah, and I mean, with that long lane up top right now, or the lane up top getting pushed in a bit, they have to send someone up here. Taking a look at the items. Shell still a little bit behind, still getting into the second item right now, to whereas Chincha, Golden Staff, I mean, on the way to DHS at this point, on the way to that third item around 9-minute timing, and that's what we've been seeing from the, when you know the gold lane is really ahead right now in MWI, and Chincha's been on both sides of the map non-stop, been able to use the Spear of Destruction to catch members on the opposite side of the map. Taking a look at the stage right now, Falcons, they feel, the nest is feeling good right now, to say the least.
Absolutely phenomenal support here from the fans in the building. Shoutouts to the Team Falcons Vegas fans here, even bringing in their banners. Really, really cool stuff, especially after that Game 1 loss. They're still here supporting, and they need it for Falcons Vega. Chinchao taking a shortcut. Funi as well. Taking these shortcuts, but unfortunately they're really unable to lock Vivian down there. They do burn a big resource, which is the Flicker. Without the Flicker, Tigreal loses a whole lot of that engaging power that he usually has. Even the pickoff power, technically, in these skirmishes. Chell in the bottom lane. Oh, taking and eating up the enhanced scythe. Almost getting picked off. I don't know if Chinchao actually threw the Spear of Vengeance earlier. Tal gonna be picked up, thrown back again. Vival this time, despite being behind, decides to go for the Sky Piercer.
Hey man, to get what you can. I think like you said earlier, waiting for that power spike, and Vival might feel like it's coming soon. Team Vitality might feel like it's coming soon, might be the opportunity, and goes an Implosion.
Onto Violet. Now good penalty zone as the Spear of Vengeance comes down. Violet with Primal Rat utilizing it. Now it's going to be a good Spear of Misery to pin Vival down. Now additional damage. Hell, going to be demolished there by Chinchao. And even on the back, the piercing shot took down Cine. Chinchao and Falcons Vega wipe out Vitality 5-1.
In a matter of seconds, Team Vitality completely taken off the map, all for the price of melee, and in my eyes, that is a very good deal. And with the pressure they have on the map, they're gonna get a lot out of this, man. They got a bottom lane already coming towards a tier 2. The rest of the team able to take this tier 2 in the mid as well. Chincha immediately gonna move up, but let's take a look at the replay real quick. Vivian thinks she's getting the win out of this, gets the implosion off, but Spear Destruction comes up, and once we see Chincha get involved, we get the pin onto Vival, take out both damage dealers in a matter of seconds, echoes all that's left. But Funi Echo can't fight against that speed right there. Chincha, look at the reaction from Melee as well. Violet, they're feeling good. Game 1 was just the starting grounds.
Absolutely, it was just a warm-up to them, it seems here. Game number 2, getting the better read, still getting the chip, and utilizing it way better this time around. That front to back, Vitality wants to play with. Yeah, it doesn't work against the Moskov. Now with the piercing damage, constantly hitting the backline too. And that's why the Sky Piercer here for Vival, especially considering she was the one that, you know, was taken down first. It's an interesting build to go for. You're still very confident that they can get a few more of these kills. But now with the big Lord marching down, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I feel like War Axe would have maybe been a bit more helpful here, but now Lord going to be walking in, no crash.
Fully defense. Popped it already. Oh, that was one shot too. Tal gets brought back, but over 2 basic attacks from the Moskov. Did you see that? Just piercing through Vival and Vivian, chunked, forced to recall the way Chinchao gets a win of nature. So now it's up to Ginny. And technically Chell with the true damage, the sisters, to deal with her again. The piercing shots are just doing so much damage. They've cracked open some of those holy defenses of the base turrets, mid lane and top lane. I believe even in the bottom lane they did. So yeah, no more holy defense available. Oh, bottom lane still intact there. 1 left in the far lane.
This is not the composition that you want to let be 7,000 gold ahead of you at 11 minutes, right? We're already seeing the Zas just really power through the damage coming in. This is a hero normally that has decent poke, but not as much impact in early game, and it's found this mid-game spike. It's almost found its late-game spike at only 10 minutes. And then we got Chincha as well, another normally late-game hero that normally you pick if you really want to hunker down and wait for that moment to shine. But Chincha's been able to get the farm on. Thal going to be able to walk away from this conceal play. Team Vitality at this point kind of searching, and they're grouping up. They know all they have is their inhibitors left. The damage dealt from Zask right now, 37,000, leading the charge, even above Chincha right now. And that's one of the things about the Zask. You don't really see it exactly when it's happening in the big team fight, but Zask right now is the one who's really shredding everyone down.
The PBs on top of the damage dealt.
The little Johnnies.
The purple boys.
The big Johnny, actually.
The big.
You got Big Johnny, Daddy Johnny, Little Johnnies.
Little Johnnies. The big Johnny is the Dominator's Descent, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we call him here as well. That one right there that just got picked up by Vivel. That's Little Johnny. Oh, Tom thrown away. Good shot. Oh, the chain CC. The timing's perfect to get the shortcut down, but I don't think they want to kick this. City able to get out. Dominator's Descent already placed down. A lot of damage plays down on the Vivian with the Spear of Mystery as well, but Chinchao has got to respect the penalty zone. Connects onto the back line. Vivel chasing down Chinchao. No! All the leads that they have built to the 13th minute of the game. 2 members down, and the Lord has just spawned in.
And Melee looks like Melee. I think the idea was keep them at bay. We're going to get the Lord. Completely backfires. Thal gets caught off. I think at that point, Chincha shouldn't have invested.
No, Dominator's Descent as well from Mieko. Still going to be melted down. Violet popping the Primal Wrath. Giving enhanced sword. Vivian's able to flicker out of it with the conceal. Bringing Chell back to safety. Now it's a 4v4. Seems Funi also has Dominator's Descent, and Falcons Vega, despite that little mishap, they're still able to recover. Cini in the bush. Vival hovering over. Cini walking up now. Vival looking for a Violet, doing a good job in zoning. Dominator's Descent only to the back. Cini again with a flicker forward, finding Melee with a peek in there with Spear of Vengeance. Connects as well. Chinchao able to participate. Cini all alone in the back. Forced to run to the wrong side of the map, and it should just be a free kill over. Little Johnny's just there lasering her down, and that is Team Falcons Vega, who recover and get the value trade.
We've been talking about Chincha this whole game, but Melee just showed up. That small mechanic movement, hitting the winner crown, and having, I mean, just a split second of being able to get the retribution on before you go down was just legendary right there. Dominator's Descent.
The glowing wand takes her down to the back. Fumi Echo going to be next on the chopping block. Violet finding the onward. Oh, good Spear of Misery to cancel the implosion. Fumi Echo with the penalty zone, getting the immortality of Violet right there as Vivo goes in for the Lycan Pounce. Chinchao staying focused on the base. And ladies and gentlemen, we got a series on our hands.
1-1. Team Vitality taken down this time. Falcons Vega, the nest is loud right now. A strong victory to even the playing field. Showing up and even bringing back in that chip. And Thal just played it so much better that time. Chincha, I mean, they all played so much better this time. Definitely now we're in for a series. Let's see what our analysts have to say about it. How's it going over there, Redmar Leo?
The Nest thunders with Let's Go Falcons. Here's a suggestion for everyone in the Amazon Arena. Yalla Vega!
Yalla Vega is the cheer given how forward Falcons Vega played this game. Again, both teams, to be fair, both teams just iterated on their Game 1 draft. And here, Falcons Vega found their groove. And apparently, what you need to do is put Chincha on the Moskov, get Funi on a Zask, and I guess Melee just played Melee things. It was crucial that she played a hero that has a solid amount of CC.
Yep.
She played a hero that could dive and be a threat to anyone who's pushing forward from Team Vitality. And I think that's what made it awkward for Team Vitality. They had a solid draft, don't get me wrong, but even Vivian, the mother of tanks, couldn't do anything. Because even she could just possibly die from the hands of Funi. Funi played an amazing Zask.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Funi, because her usage of the Dominator's Descent and maximizing that to zone out the members of Vitality during fights and just being a presence at the right time to make Vitality think twice about taking certain sequences, it's is really one of the key factors as to why Falcons Vega won so many fights during that game number 2.
Might I even present that she is a possible candidate for PlayStation MVP?
Ooh, quite
it's that good. She played the Zask that well that the aforementioned miniature Johnnies were enough of a threat. She got like 1 or 2 kills free, literally just by standing there, dropping a minuscule Johnny, and then just, all right, up to you. I guess maybe you can chalk it up to the economic advantage. Clearly, she was 1,000 or 2 above Chinny, but you know, more than just the range factor, the firepower that she was letting through for free. Mind you, for free was really a game changer.
Yeah, speaking of the firepower, I think one of the strengths we saw here for Falcons Vega during the game was that, yes, yeah, as expected in MLBB, you shine together as a team. But when you have 2-3 members who can make plays on their own, then it's like one for all for one, or all for one for all. I'm going to work on that analogy a little bit.
That's a quirk.
But here's something for you. PlayStation MVP, who will it be? Jincha, Funi. There's a lot of names you can throw up in the air, and it is Funi. It is the Zask.
Yeah. Look at that, 79%. What? I'm pretty sure it could have been more. What? It could have been more, but because of the chip, right? There were calls where, okay, Funi, we need you here. Funi, we don't. And it's that out-of-this-world tempo on the alien hero that is Zask that allows for Team Vitality to say, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe we can pick a fight. And even if you have such a strong meta hero, such as the this is a really good fight right here. This is the free hits Moskov moment that just wiped out Team Vitality. Sometimes you could think, hey, maybe not all of them are going to go through the shortcut. Hey, maybe she'll just drop a microscopic Johnny and then get out. No, sometimes she just leans hard into it. And even a full combo of Vivian, Shell, Fumi, or Vival, Shell, Fumi, couldn't stop what Falcons Vega were putting down.
She is our MVP for game number 2. Someone that we didn't expect, actually, heading into MWI to get a lot of playing time, because she's sort of careful with that staff, man. Almost poked my eye out. Someone who in tournaments leading up to MWI 2024 didn't see a lot of playing time, but here she is coming back with a vengeance, seeking revenge against her long-term rivals, their long-time rivals.
I guess a change that was inevitable. Again, the meta is changing.
Yeah.
The winds are changing. This is a tournament of a scale that we've never seen. Hey, Chell, what?
Whoa!
That's full-on heel Chell.
That's heel movements by Vitality. I like it.
But yeah, no, again, things change.
Yeah.
Again, Team Vitality, not the hometown heroes. It's Falcons Vega now, screaming Yalla Vega.
Yeah.
Right? So I guess it came time that Funi stepped up.
Yeah, for sure. And for Team Vitality, of course, they're up against a hostile crowd. It's clearly Falcons Vega sided. As the best MLBB women's team in the world, you're going to need to do everything that you can for yourself to make sure you get an edge against your opponent. But Falcons Vega now, it seems like we're seeing it. Fired up with the crowd, being supported by the crowd here at the Amazon Arena is just helping them greatly. A team that loves the early game, that loves the snowball, finally finding their element in that game number 2 to tie up the series 1-1. Eterna got a few words in with the MVP of game number 2, Funi. Let's hear what they have to say.
Hey guys, it's Eterna here backstage with Funi from Team Falcons Vega. Now, Funi, you're coming in as the starting lineup. Don't lie to me. You might be. Okay.
I might be,
so
but I don't know.
You are going to be paired in with Jin Chao.
Yeah.
Right? So how is that? How is your bond with Jin Chao in game? And how does it differ with all the rest of the members in the team?
I think me and Jin Chao, we if you see our matches before, we always have the same mindset. Like, we always work together, stick together, and we die together. Something like that.
So if you win together too.
We win together, we lose together, we live together, we die together. Like that.
Okay. So in game, does it mean that there are sometimes like you don't even have to communicate what you're going to do? She just knows what you're going to do and vice versa?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Sister bond,
Sister
guys.
bond,
Sister
yeah.
bond. Now, on the other side, against your opponents today, Team Vitality, they also have a sister bond going on. Do you think that this sister bond can help you in your gameplay and execution against Team Vitality later on?
We play as a team of 5, not a team of 2. So, yeah, we'll play with each other, with the 5 players, not with us sisters only.
Are you the stronger sister duo?
No. Statistically, it's them.
Who knows, it's your time to shine this time around.
Amen.
Well, Funi, I asked Shell the same question earlier on, and this time around, for the first time in history, we're not going to see an Indo-Indo Grand Finals.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's such a shame because if we look at the season 1 and season 2, it's all Indo versus Indo Grand Final.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
It's
the
okay.
drawing sucks.
The drawing sucks.
Yeah.
Who drew? She doesn't like it.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving forward into your next match, do you have a message, not to your fans this time, but to Team Vitality?
Let's have a nice game. Good luck, guys. Have fun. Yeah.
Wow, you guys are so nice. Shell had a similar message earlier on too. Well, these girls are amazing. These girls are nice, but good luck. I'm not going to keep you any further. Hopefully we get to see you in the grand finals.
Amen.
So, bye-bye, guys. Back to the studio.
Everyone's humble. Everyone's chill. That's the vibe right now of Team Vitality, Falcons Vega, as when it comes to with each other. Let's check out an update for the STC predictions. Do we have an update? Are there like results already out yet? Or it's just a quick little reminder? It's a quick little reminder for y'all to, don't forget, please continue to send in your predictions for this matchup, Falcons Vega versus Team Vitality. If you thought this would be an easy coast sweep win for Team Vitality, Falcons Vega, they are fighting back. stcplay.gg is where you have to go for that. Now, heading into game number 3, Vitality, if I'm not mistaken, can pick the side that they're going to be going to. They chose to stay red for the second game. Do you think it's time for them to pick blue side this time around?
No question. Do that. It's the shun the arm to jog up the playstyle and the tempo, because already game 1 and 2, I don't know how much you can iterate, honestly, how much you can just amend and say this is the same lineup over and over again. And the fact that already very little change between game 1 and 2 when it comes to both teams' drafts. Going blue side and then switching up the tempo should be a great start to get Team Vitality back on track.
Yeah. Falcons Vega, they are a team that are momentum-based. So if you're Team Vitality and you can do anything that you can to halt the momentum of your opponent, and if that means changing up how the flow of the draft goes, then you obviously go for it. So I'm in agreement with you here that there has to be a side switch. If not a side switch, then you switch up the bans. We've been seeing Chip prioritize now for 2 games for the side of Falcons Vega. You can take it out. It's been Valentina, Harith, Minotaur, if I'm not mistaken, that's been their priority bans for the series so far.
Maybe if you jog up those bans, you might even get Minotaur through. And that'll change again the tempo of the fights. Sure, Tigreal is great, Chip is amazing. Didn't do much in game 1, but game 2 definitely opened up the map for Falcons Vega. But imagine if the Minotaur came through, right? Minotaur, I think right now is the most, or one of the most notorious heroes, both in picks and win rate. Minotaur is so successful right now in MWI, and if anyone can try to pull it through, squeeze it through, without the threat of a Valentina, maybe just keep Valentina off the board. That's number 1. Then whoever does that definitely has a bigger chance to take down game 3.
One thing I'd want to ask you here is, what if, for Vitality, a quick little recommendation, what if they decide to draft a little bit more for that woman over there? What if they decide to change up their draft a little bit more, this time for Fumi Echo? They pick up more, maybe not always just rely on the Terizla, but pick up something that will allow Fumi Echo to be more present around the map, not just holding a lane.
Something tells me, as good as that sounds, right, to switch it up, maybe, I think Fumi Echo is just a, how do I say, known element. The fact that she's so good on these heroes, the Edith, the Terizla, the Arlott, if you take her off of that and then you put her on maybe, what, the next best thing would be a Yuzhong, then you have to draft for the rest of the team. The rest of the team has to adjust. And I'm not so sure if that's a game 3 strat. You know what I mean? Game 3, you're switching the gears up a little too much. You're going from blue side, red side to blue side. You're putting priority and initiative onto Fumi Echo. Maybe one step at a time. Maybe move it around first. And yes, there's the aforementioned lane switch. And look, Vitality took it hard. We're not just trying to go for the Minotaur. We're also taking out the Valentina. All on us.
Yeah, even on the blue side, it's still the same bans for them. That was 2 of the 3 bans. Let's see if the Harith will be open for Vitality. And it's Falcons Vega. It seems like that's the trend. This entire series, we probably won't see Angela Baksha, but in a bit of a surprise move, Vitality takes away the chip. I thought that they might even float the idea of keeping it open for themselves.
So now are they saying Falcons Vega pick the Loyi?
Ooh.
Make our day.
Make our day. Let's see if that'll happen. It seems like Falcons Vega now are going to be playing into a field where the Rogers, the Lynx, the Hayabusas of the world will be open unless they take one of those out. But no, it's a Claude. So it's a free board of assassins opened up for both teams.
Yep, Hayabusa, not exactly first pick material. There's so many other heroes that you might want to go for. And yeah, I think Tarizla is a solid first. But no, what?
They steal it.
It's that high of a priority.
Yeah.
You know what? A good friend of ours, Ray Ash, belated happy birthday, by the way, foresaw that the Zask and the Jushin are some of the biggest heroes right now in the metagame. The ZZ.
Yeah, we are in this era of Zask is first pickable in the metagame. Falcons Vega, how are they going to respond to that? You can go ahead and steal away the strong assassins right now, but now you can tell that they're thinking about, okay, we're used to playing with this. How do we now draft around it? They pick up a Harith to dash around within the area of the Dominator's Descent and Nightmaric spawn of the Zask.
If a Zask is picked up this early, you kind of want to see what kind of assassin you want to get away with. Because picking the Hayabusa this early, bad idea. Picking up the Ling this early, bad idea. And all the more now that there's so much CC on the ground for Team Vitality. With that said, they put Vivian once more on the Tigreal, slowly starting to become a secure for her. And of course, Fumi, Liquid Echoes, Terizla.
For Vitality here, this adjustment is fantastic because now you know that there's no room for the carry. There's no room for an alpha. Those chunky boys in the Tigreal and the Terizla will take a lot of time to get taken down by Falcons Vega. So now they're going to have to show up some picks here that can maybe poke them out just a little bit, and there you go. But that's 3 sources of magic damage. They're going to go for the full damage. They're leaning into that idea as a team that loves the early to mid-game power spike.
Yep. You talked about poking them a little bit. How about a lot of it?
Yeah.
Just over and over again. You could time out even the ult on the Zask and then just keep going. There's very little that can really stop Funi here. Now going into the bans, still no jungler for Falcons Vega or Vitality. So now, if anything, Falcons Vega have the tempo swing. They control what comes through because they got first pick anyways. And again, you don't want to put the assassin onto Falcons Vega too, so they can make better calls. Where is this Brody ban coming from?
We haven't even seen a Brody the entire tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Not a single ban nor pick, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh. Is there something that Falcons Vega knows that we do not? I mean, in terms of the reach, yeah. Thinking about it, a Brody would slot in really well for Vitality in the sense that, okay, the Terizla, the Tig, and the Zaz together might be able to create enough space, but a part of me is thinking that even with a Brody there, it's like, he still has to avoid the Lilia, still has to avoid the Harith.
Might you not go for the Ixia first?
Yeah. Looking at the side of Vitality, if you slot an Ixia there this time now, it's like, it looks good. Can work out well for them.
But also, check it out, Vitality.
Carmilla.
Banning relatively out of left field too.
Okay. It seems like with the bans that we're seeing right now, it's forcing us to think more about how this is going to go into the team fighting. I don't see a lot of macro here. I see a lot of team fights.
Yep.
And that Carmilla, I feel like up against that lineup with Vitality, if you all get caught in the Cursed Blood, the Lilia, Edith, and Harith damage all together is actually going to be quite painful.
And it's not just the Cursed Blood. You can actually flip it around. Zaman Force first. If they run out, welcome him into the Cursed Blood, and then into the Glooms.
Yeah.
There's multiple ways, and it looks like we're really hunkering down on Marksman. That's another Falcons Vega ban. Taking out the Moskov.
It's a different style here. Oh, now it's an assassin ban. Huh, a Fanny into the lineup of Falcons Vega.
He would rather the Haya or Ling.
Yeah.
Even the Nalan's still there.
With so many tanky presences on the side of Vitality, actually, just thinking about an assassin pickup here, yeah, it'll have to be something that opens up the map. But I'm thinking if this is already an Edith roam or if it will be swung into the EXP.
I think there's a lot more EXP out there left. So this might be a roam.
Okay. I agree with you.
That's what I'm feeling.
I see that. Oh, and also I realized, like, the Edith will happily take a few of the hits from the Nightmare spawn because it allows her to build a Primal Wrath.
Yep, and then she'll, there's the Arlo. Doesn't say much still.
Yeah.
You can swing it both ways. Vitality, though, forced to finish up their lineup here, the final phase for them, and still no jungler.
Oh, we're still waiting.
In my opinion, I think they can afford a jungler. That's an assassin.
Yeah.
Between these two right now, it's them.
More for Vitality, yeah?
Yeah.
I
Even if it
that.
sucks to run in against an Arlo and Edith, but, you know.
The Julian is still going to be open, but is this a Lunox mid or I think it's a Lunox? It could be Lunox Gold. We're not completely turning off that idea.
Shell, what are you thinking?
What if also Lunox jungle?
Shell, whoa. Last time we saw that, it was from Kodak in Malaysia. That's
the jungle right there.
That's the Bane.
Oh no, but it could be gold. It could be gold though.
Even that is a switcheroo, but in this case, I would rather the Lunox Gold Bane jungle. I love it. Look at that, it's a trampoline funhouse, and there's so much potential for all sorts of damage.
Right, off-kilter lineup.
Talked about it being a team fighting, just scramble. Look at this.
It's all team fight. This is just, okay, going into it though, in terms of team fighting, it might be tough for Falcons Vega to fight into everything. When Bane throws out the Sharks, remember we talked about this with Lunox before, you don't know where the damage is coming from. Double that with the Zask, Falcons Vega are going to need to rush Radiant Armors here.
And here's another.
Is that Hanzo?
That is Hanzo!
Let's go.
All right, well, Vitality needs a lot of farm. That's one thing. They need to put a good amount of money on Zask, on Lunox, and on Bane. What a better way than to deny all that with a Hanzo.
Two of the best women's teams in the world, showcasing the creativity and the uniqueness of the meta of our scene. Vitality with one, Falcons with one. Whoever wins this goes into match point and a step closer to being crowned as the undeniable queens of MLBB. Let's go into the game. Casters, guys, are you hyped up about this?
I can't even express this one right here. Shout out to Leo on the Bane, and shout out to Assassin Dave for the Hanzo.
Absolutely.
Right here, we got a new headliner on the card right now. Jungle versus jungler. I don't think anyone expected this one, but the Hanzo goes back with the ladies. Man, I remember tuning into MWI maybe a year or so ago and seeing the Hanzo picks pop up. So this is nothing new to these girls, to these teams. How do you feel about the matchups, though?
Oh, man. Yeah, definitely nothing new, especially to Vivol, because Vivol was the one that actually utilized the Hanzo a whole lot in the past tournament. So very interesting to see that Team Falcons Vega are the ones picking up the Hanzo up against Vitality. And I think I already said this off broadcast, though, that it's really good. Vitality don't really have a lot of dive towards the Shadow, right? There's no Benedetta, there's no assassin like Ling that can really jump towards her. And Melee, usually the biggest problem with the Hanzo is either someone can dive or someone can invade very early on. And I think they have both of those covered with Funi on the Lilia. Amazing mid-prio. And yeah, I don't know. You mentioned Bane. I don't see Bane. That's just Leo. That's just Leo in the jungle.
Yeah, that's definitely just Leo. It's literally Leo versus Mr. Mao right now on the head of the card. And as you said, I think last picking that Hanzo was actually super clutch because you have the Bane. Vitality brings this big Ube-esque, like, we just want to steamroll onto you, stick together, have Shell in the middle, have Cine in the middle. But there's no way to answer the Hanzo here. And one of the problems we saw with the composition that Team Vitality, well, one of the problems that could be for a little bit of damage from Melee.
Good shove back onto Melee. Vivol should be able to survive this, but you can see that damage already. That's the Hanzo for you. Chell. Also, this is a pick, Lunox Gold. It just brings me back to MSC 2021 when it was Harith and Lunox constantly in the gold lane. That was a matchup that we were used to seeing, and now we get to see it again. It's also Bane in the jungle, so technically it also... We did see this at M3, I believe it was Wise also utilizing the Bane in the jungle a lot of the time, so very, very interesting stuff. Obviously, for the Hanzo, you're going to be clearing out. You have a lot of damage, but neutral objective control, it's still Vivol who holds it. Implosion downtown, still able to get... Oh, Flicker's out too. Out of the final slash from Violet too. Vivian going to be caught from the Echo, forced to run away. It's a Vengeance all the way Melee. Oh no, a bit too aggressive under the turret. Now gets punished by Vivol. A missed mechanic.
Wasn't watching the meter.
Yeah.
Just came flying in right under the tower. Maybe thought she was going to be able to get the kill there. Not quite able to do it. Let's look at that replay. It's all good from here. It's all good from here for Vega. And I see Melee come flying in, and I'm like, all right, maybe she's... No. But all right, it's 1 for 1. Jungler does go down there. So now it's 1-1. The only problem is the jungler on the side of Team Falcons Vega goes down, and all for the price of just a roamer. That's a good trade for Team Vitality, especially when you're going up against a Hanzo.
And, oh man, that setup was just so clean for Falcons Vega, right? The combos were all there. Tal was actually able to pop the Earth Shatter right before she got caught in the implosion. So she canceled the implosion, flickered out of the penalty zone, used the Primal Rat, and then Violent came in with the final slash. That was perfect for Falcons Vega, but unfortunately, one thing had to go wrong, and it was very unfortunate that it had to be the jungler, because yeah, like you mentioned, it just became not value at all, with Melee getting picked off for the roam, especially considering, technically for Vitality, they're okay if they just stay equal in the early to mid game, because they are a scaling comp. They have the Lunox that can scale. I would even say Bane scales, because have you seen late game damage Bane?
Late game Bane in general.
Yeah, Crab Claw Cannon hurts half your HP. Depends on what build you go for, obviously. But I think she's going to go for like the half hybrid build, which is the build that can, get half of your HP with one Crab Claw Cannon.
And he even gets a little bit of sustainability. He can hang out. He can take a couple shots to the face, get the passive off. I mean, it's definitely going to be a problem when we creep into the late game. I think Team Falcons Vega can't take that small mess up to heart. They still need to push the aggression.
Joe already using the Chaos though now. Good Tony from Chinny. Able to use Dominus Ascent, stunning Violet, Retribution battles, gonna be Vivo wins it, deadly catch onto the back, knocking them up as well. Dominus is still there. Now the final slash used up, but Fumi is low. Fumi, doesn't get the final shot. Chin Chow still in the bottom lane, just looking for a trade, and she is able to get all of that turret shield down below. Team Vitality traded with a turtle and a kill.
Vivian timed the push so perfectly. The moment Melee came out of skill and was actually able to be hit, Vivian was just waiting for it, and times it perfectly, pushes Melee to where you see no retribution, you see no ability to take this, secures Vival. Not only that, but it's able to get enough damage to kill the Shadow, and that's that.
Deadly catch. Vivol gonna be taken down. Good assassination from Melee. The big strength of the Hanzo in the jungle. When you dive in and no one's there to help you, say goodbye, even if you are Bane. Oh, she's going damage. Hunter Strike.
I think, that's on the Bane. At least first item, it looks like she's going to keep on going with this. Next item, maybe, what do you just go like Malefic Roar next, or do you go Endless Battle? Where do you go next on the Bane, really?
I don't know, me personally, especially after seeing MP the King and MSC, I like to go War Axe Thunderbelt, that kind of build. It's kind of cringe, that build, but it works.
You get a little bit of sustainability, especially since you're up close, and especially up against something that's going to give you so much damage as Melee in the early game, and we're already seeing the Melee doesn't want to stop, even taking a death. And that's the good thing about the Hanzos. Even after taking a death, you still aren't in too much risk when you keep using the Pinnacle Ninja, and you can just go out there, cause some damage, slow them down a little bit. Even if you don't get the kill, you slow them down a little bit. So just a lot of possibilities and variety with Team Falcon Vega draft. Down to the gold lane, though. Shell up against Chincha, level 8 versus level 8. Nothing too major. The trades are coming a bit even. But when we look at the towers, Team Falcons Vega is winning out a little bit.
That's what I was talking about, by the way.
Half a health bar almost.
The Crab Claw Cannon. What? It put Funny down to a quarter of her HP.
That's just one item.
That's just one item. We're talking about scaling. Yeah, no need for that. Now Melee trying to go for the steal, doesn't get it. Vivol still so consistent on that retribution. 3 turtles to Team Vitality.
Well, I think the good thing about the Bane too is you get a bigger burst combination of damage with the Retribution. Compared to Melee, it's more of a shred damage there for a second and timing the Retri, so it's not as clean. I think Vivo will continue to have the advantage when it comes into terms of, whoa, big final slash.
Good final slash canceled out. Mattel still getting demolished by the Dominator's Descent. Violet Vengeance in the Dominator's Descent still there, chunking their HP bars. Whoa, Cindy goes to the back, that's Funi as well. Able to pop into Black Shoes now in 1v1 against Cindy, puts in the Johnny Boys down as they've been in the bottom lane. Does seem like they were able to get rid of Violet. Now it's just a win for Team Vitality. Chinchaw was able to get a turret up top. That was the only trade that they got.
Okay. I was a man of little faith when it came to the Zask, but boy, am I becoming a believer at this point. Malefic Ward does get locked in for Vival as a second item. Gonna help at least maybe deal with Thal a little bit, but just add even more damage, and depending on who else, we have the Thunderbelt, on who else wants to build this defensively, it's gonna just help shred through, and I think the Hunter Strike's a great first item as well. You get the speed boost, you get a little bit more movement on a hero that doesn't have any dashes, so in the end, it works out well for Team Vitality, and at this point in the game, they're hitting a nice power spike. They're gonna have control of the map, and Team Falcons Vega, what's the answer here? I mean, I don't see the Hans all the time. We have the early game aggression. Does it fall off like a lot of other assassins? Like, where do we go from here with Melee?
Good question. No, the Hanzo does scale really well into the later stage of the game. The only problem is, even if she uses Pinnacle Ninja, I feel, especially considering Vival's building damage too, you jump in, you're dead. I mean, you still get to survive, obviously, because your real body isn't there. Yeah. But if you're just stunned out of the team fight and you don't have Pinnacle Ninja,
you might as well be dead.
Solid frames, yeah, for Vitality to capitalize on. It's really about Melee coming in at the very end. You can't play the normal Hanzo playstyle where you want to go in, you know, look for damage and then go back. You really need to just wait and be the assassin from the Echo to the bush.
And it completely changes the way you want to approach lords and things too, right? Because you only have a certain time frame that you can really, you can't hold it. The rest of you have to really be able to count on the rest of the team, and the rest of your team has to know, okay, this is when we're going. We got about 10 seconds, and we need to make it count. So it's either that we rely completely on Melee, or we kind of wait out for Chinchaw here to start to scale. Luckily, Chinchaw's taking no deaths, but Shell also taking no deaths, and Shell's going to start shredding down Violet. Shell's going to start shredding down Thal. We're already seeing the damage from Vval. If the game continues at this pace, Team Vitalities should be able to stay in control.
I think so. Again, right? They are very happy to just be even against Falcons Vega at this time. But the fact that they are 3,000 gold ahead puts them in such a good position, because at this point, they can hold the Lord. They can play the Lord dance, but they don't even need to. It's Team Falcons Vega that needs to look for a play. And even then, they can get poked. Cindy here, getting poked in the mid lane. That's what Melee can do. Oh, an assassination in the mid lane. Melee finding the play. Cindy popped the Dominator's Descent a bit too late. Vivian now is going to be coming with the final slash, bringing her back. Pops in the Implosion in time. No shove just yet. Vival in the midst of it all with the deadly catch as well. Violet able to find a little bit there. Tal as an Earth Shatter kill in the midst of it all. Jumping in, gets deleted by Chinchaw. Vivian going to be next on the chopping block as Melee dives in deep onto Vival. But she's still able to survive. Back to the Pinnacle Ninja that she placed down 3-4-2.
Watch for Fumi Echo though. Doesn't want to let him have this Lord for free. Vval still on the map, finally got Endless Battle in, and this is where the damage is really going to start taking off. This is where those passive procs are going to proc along with the Endless Battle, and it's not just going to be the crap cannon that you have to worry about. So I like the way it's going here. And again, the big problem with having this Hanzo is you can't really rush Lord, right? When you already use your Pinnacle Ninja, you can't just stand there in front of Lord and basic attack it. You know, there's not a whole lot you can do. You need your team with you. So Teams Falcons Vega, we're pretty much back to ground zero here.
Vitality are on the Lord. Just bursting it down with Shell in the chaos now. Vival picks it up with the Retribution. Pinnacle Ninja used up with the detonator. Implosion from Vivian in the back as the shove gets them as well. So much time bought. Final slash on the Shell. Still with the Brilliance. Still able to escape from the Echo. Against 3 members will finally be dealt with. 2-0 as Lord gets taken by Vitality. Violet is hovering over. She doesn't have the final slash, so it is all but over to fight. Melee doesn't want it to be over. Jumps in again. Shell able to dash away from the Synchro Vision. Vivian gonna be choked down, but she is able to get the shove, forcing Melee to jump back to the Pinnacle Ninja.
Okay, so Team Falcons Vega, they get the 2 kills. They try to push in onto the mid tower, but again, you have Vval, you have Vivian. Vivo alone gonna have some good wave clear. At this point, though, Team Falcons Vega are finally gonna at least get something out of that win. As long as they can shred down this Lord, it's definitely a win for them in that last Lord pit. Taking a look at the items, Vivol looking like we're going straight to BOD, straight to BOD. So Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, Endless Battle, BOD. We're talking straight damage. As Nicey would say, big damn. Now, on the side of Team Falcons Vega, I want to take a look at Chincha. We got that Magic Crystal in. We got the Feather of Heaven, Starlium Scythe. We're starting to see Chincha really start to output a bit. Definitely ahead of Shell right now. Tower does not drop, so Team Falcons Vega lose essentially nothing out of that Lord.
Yeah. This is why, by the way, for Team Vitality, this is a very risky composition to play because technically, yeah, you do have control over the neutral objectives, but in terms of structures, it's going to be really hard to start sieging down without a marksman. Damage dealt, though. Again, team fighting-wise, they're good. They're really good. Look at that Bane.
Yeah, but Hanzo's sitting right behind, just waiting, you know? And as you said, Hanzo's just continuing to scale, and Hanzo, there's no answer to Hanzo.
No.
Zero answer to Hanzo. The only answer is kill everybody and then get to Hanzo. Or Fumi Echo needs to kind of sit a little bit farther away from these fights, find angles, and maybe get to the back line with a big penalty zone. You know, but one of them needs to be the so who do you send for the Hunter? Do you send somebody for the Hunter? Do you know? There's got to be some way to play around this. They need to find some answer because I don't know if just meeting them head on is the correct way to approach it.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of ways, now that you're mentioning it, right? At this point, how do you get to the Hanzo? Especially considering, look at how far Maylane is from the team. She's just in the base, constantly using the Pinnacle Ninja, jumping back to the normal body. Fumi Echo, penalty zone implosion. Oh, she missed it! Violet able to flicker out of it. Shell with the Brilliance now on the tower, still has a Primal Wrath, decides to pop it in. The Dominator's descent was baited out too. These are some big resources. Wow, Violet!
Big resources 15 seconds before the Lord comes in. Maylane's already got Pinnacle Ninja ready to go. Chincha still has them on force. Funi and Thal are the only ones that use their ultimates, and that's not a big loss. And Funi's already got Black Shoes back. At this point, Team Falcons Vega could go for the Lord Rush here, but Team Vitality never seemed to feel shaken even after those mess-ups. They're still hanging out down here. They're still like, nah, we'll fight for this. We'll push this. Is it the right play, though?
Final slash on the Fumi Echo, still able to survive right now. Jumps in with the penalty zone right now. Vivian goes in. Vivo is able to delete Chin Chow. Sun back into the normal body now. No Pinnacle Ninja for a bit. But she finds it back again. She can go for it. Cine is waiting in the bush right now. Pops into the Dominator's descent once again. And it's into the implosion, into the shove, and the chaos too. They find it this time. And Vivo is on a killing spree.
BDB. Big damage Bane.
BDB.
BDB. And we just saw Chincha lose about 90% of a health bar with about one shot and then finished off with the final one. Completely destroyed. Chincha now is going to have to second think about how she jumps into these fights. And now we're starting to see some of the downfalls of Maylane, right? If Maylane can't be there, if Thal goes down and Thal gets shredded, then there's nothing to protect Chincha, right? There's nothing to protect Fumi at this point. So Team Falcons Vega also have to think about how they want to approach these fights because now the damage scales are starting to heavily favor into Team Vitality.
It's going to be very scary as we enter the base here. For Falcons Vega, they can still go for the defense, obviously. Oh, that damage on the Vivo.
Whoa.
Might be able to find it. Deadly Catch this engage. But that's a lot of HP burnt out of Vivo as they still have a Lord to play with. Falcons Vega, good clear. They have a Lilia. They have a Harith. Violet try to go for the final slash, unable to get it. A big resource spent. Lord up top, enhanced, charging down. Tal. That's good Dominator's descent. Zoned him away from the turret as the Lord just chunks through the turret there. Maylane again on the Vivo, but he buys Immortality just in time. Lord on the base. Able to split Falcons Vega up. Final slash again, connecting down to two members. Fumi Echo still in the midst of it all with Vivian there. Good shove. And the penalty zone locks them down to the back with, again, the Dominator's descent. Just doing so much damage. Vivian loses the Immortality. Maylane looking for the damage down again. Sky Piercer taking Immortality. Vivo pops into Deadly Catch. Now Cine gonna be chased down. Maylane very low. Still going for the chase, still has the Pinnacle Ninja, but has to decide to play it slow. They've lost two base turrets.
Okay, so they're able to defend a bit there. For a second, it looked very dangerous. Let's take a look at the replay. This is where we see that the Pinnacle Ninja is just unable to do anything. A beautiful descent, even early on to get the first tower, and then back again to get the second. Watch Chincha here. Drops him on force, but is instantly just taken out. Maylane saves the day here, finding Shell, finding some of the damage. Chincha, I mean, the damage is just too much. Harith cannot hang out. And I don't think she can risk like building defensively at all, right? Finally gets the winner crown, but when it happens that fast, you don't even got time to click the button. You know, you have to preemptively click it because you never know when the crab cannon's going to ricochet and hit you. So it's still just troublesome for Chincha right now.
It really is. It's a big problem. And I think at this point, it's not just a problem for Chincha. It's really a problem for even the frontliners because the Endless Battle and the Malefic Roar and the Hunter Strike, there's a lot of, you know, there's true damage in the Endless Battle. There's a lot of penetration in the Malefic Roar and the Hunter Strike. And the fact now that if you dive on towards them, they have a winner crown too. Yeah. They can pop in Deadly Catch and then freeze.
Winner crown, fool.
Winner crown, fool.
And that even helps again. It's going to be helping against Maylane. We've already seen the answer to Maylane. If the Pinnacle Ninja comes in, maybe it's a penalty zone or maybe it's a Deadly Catch or something like that. But just in case Vivol's really in danger, you win a crown, you have enough time to get at least one more Crab Claw Cannon back, and boom, boom, indeed. Boom. Right in the kisser.
Right. That caught me off guard for sure. It almost caught me off, like, you know, the Leo moment earlier in the analyst panel. I wonder what sounds Bane makes, you know? Maybe we'll throw it over to Leo to do that. We've heard Kaka before. Yeah, maybe that, you know. He's an octopus, right?
Yeah. Well, he's like, what's his name?
Ah.
From Pirates.
Yes. Jonathan, that's his name, yeah. Let's talk about this Lord, though. 18 minutes in, that's an Evolved Lord. It's a big boy. Team Falcons Vega. At this point, how do they even set up for this? Because really, they can't hold on to it. They really just have to retaliate. They have to wait for Vitality to make the proactive move.
Mayling's going to be working on the purple buff. I mean, Team Falcons Vega are taking their time, but we already know Team Vitality can rush a Lord down if they want to. The last Lord got taken down in a matter of seconds. So if Team Vitality knows that Maylane is far away and knows Chincha is not in the game, I would not put it past Vitality at all to just jump onto this. But they do know the damage is a possibility. So I like the positioning from Cine and Vivian. Not rushing. They have they're behind in gold right now, actually. So this could be due to why they're kind of taking this slow. At this point, one mistake from either one could spell doom. Let's take a look at these items real fast. Look at Fumi Echo with a huge gold lead over Violet, but we're getting into danger zone. I mean, we're getting into a tied up zone where it's going to be about 62k gold. Everyone's maxed out on items, and then it just comes down to pure gameplay, to what comp outdoes the other. We talked about the late game possibilities of Vivol. Does this mean the game is pretty much in the bag for Team Vitality? Because I still feel like Team Falcons Vegas have a lot of answers. They just need to watch out for some of those Crab Claw Cannons, essentially.
Yeah. I don't think, I think it's still very, very gray. It's still very 50-50, but the advantage is definitely on Team Vitality. They got 2 base turrets.
Yeah,
they can play the long
just that
game.
alone.
Exactly. So macro advantage, yes. Team fight advantage, at this point, I don't even know. It really comes down to the execution. Because Falcons Vega have a pretty good late game too with the Hanzo.
Yeah.
As long as Maylane comes in at the very last moment, right? She can't be the one, or together with the team, she can't be the one engaging. Oh, conceal. Good onward catching Vivian! Immortality going to be popped right now as the damage percent is right in the midst with all people. Gets rid of the Pinnacle Ninja. They're still Tal able to use the Primal Radis. Will Echo jumps forward. Chell onto the Brilliant she goes. Cine able to flicker back away. Good penalty zone. Tal going to be taken down there. Even Violet falling to the chaos damage of Tal.
Man, I really like Team Falcons Vega approach in the beginning. They should have just got their one pick off and backed off because Maylane was able to keep Vivol away. And it's like almost like, okay, this is the plan. We keep Vivol away out of the fight, we get our kill, and we back off. But then they stay a bit too long. But wait a second.
Pinnacle Ninja on the tower! Getting the back finding the flank! Fooni's next to the chopping block, pops into Brilliance. Fooni gonna be chased down. The damage is real. Flicker forward. Tell finds a double.
Somebody had to flank the back line. We were wondering who it was gonna be. Well, Shell showed up. There was no hiding today for Maylane, and now it's nothing but chin shot. This could be the end.
Penalty zone into the Purify. Fumi Echo losing the Immortality. Vivol still there, trying to go for the Crab Claw Cannon. Chin shot. Oh my goodness. God. Gets deleted from the map. Match point for Vitality.
Holy smokes. Team Vitality seems to have the answers right now. The Bane, man. I know Leo's a happy boy right now. He's playing tap dance over there in the analytical studio right now. Let him know, because, I mean, just overall, incredible. saying Team Vitality feels good. It's 2-1 now, and we definitely have us a best of 5 overall, Mirko.
Man, what a performance there. Really surprised with these picks. We're going to throw it over to the analysts. Redmar, Bane, what's up?
Did you just call me Bane, or are you just asking me what's up about the Bane?
I think he was referring to me.
Oh, he's referring to you.
I'm the king of the... I am happy that the Bane did get a dub, but it was a much closer fight than we thought, despite it being a very scrappy match overall, a lot of team fighting, that the Bane and the lineup of Team Vitality just overall should excel in. Falcons of Vega really made this match take its toll on the defending champions. What was that, 20-something, 21? 22 minutes?
Yeah, roughly around the 20-minute mark, a little bit over than that. They had to bring each other to the limit. Unique drafts for both sides. The gold lane Lunox, the jungle Bane. On the side for Vitality, or Falcons Vega rather, you see the Hanzo get shown up. So these are two lineups that have the potential to come up from dishonest angles. Surprise angles, as we would like to call them here in MLBB, where it's not the typical front to back. It's more of expect one or two to come off from a weird angle, changing the dynamic of a team fight. But one thing was sure though, in that game number 2, it was Vival. Vival was one of the surest things for that game number 2.
Well, there is a saying, when Bane's inside your base, that's insane.
It is.
And just save for these objective fights, again, the Turtle, the Lord, and even turrets, those are the main strengths of a Bane. But the way that they drafted, the way that they were able to create multiple boxes, again, we talked about the Zask on Chinny, that's where she is, and where the little spawn is.
Yeah.
Fumi Echo, where she eventually jumps in to get the penalty zone. Vivian, of course, anywhere she has an implosion. Those are already 3 activatable zones that the Bane can call its base and then shoot a deadly catch from that angle. I wish there was more that I could break down and show you guys visually, but there is a play later on that I will break down that just shows how it's less about Team Vitality's creativity or Team Vitality's angles, but more of their pick-offs. Weirdly enough, in a team fighting comp, what their major wins are not wherein they wipe out, but wherein they pick off 1 or 2 and then just deny anything close to a comeback from Falcons Vega.
Let's see who the MVP of that game number 3 is. We're heading into match point, and the crucial player there was Vival, as we mentioned.
Shiver me timbers!
The Bane. Would you like to expound? I know you're so happy that Bane is shining.
Yeah, all right. I can talk about anything from the items to the emblems, the way she rotated, and her weaknesses. Again, this is not a perfect game by any means, right? She died a couple of times.
Oh, for sure.
Juggled around the winner crown, juggled around the immortality, but the way she built it, using the Warcry specifically, she went for the Hunter Strike first, which is a very low-to-the-ground way of building the Bane. She went Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, Endless Battle, and then straight up greeted out with a Blade of Despair into that utility item aforementioned. This is that play right here that made a lot of what followed for Team Vitality possible. You have a Harith that has Purify that wants to make fights last under your zone of influence, under your circle or your box. But if you burst them down, if you put that little boy to take a nap, there's not much that your squad can do, even with melee on the Hanzo, which is another key thing that the Bane on Vival made impossible. Because yes, the Ghost. The Pinnacle Ninja. Yes, it's my best friend right here. All right, here you go, buddy.
Finally, someone taller. Finally, a hero that I'm taller than.
He's stout, though. He's stout.
He's stout.
The Pinnacle Ninja, yes, when it comes through, it's chunkier than the Hanzo, believe it or not. It's chunkier than the Hanzo, but given the Warcry onto Vival's Bane, she's able to just chunk away, even through basic attacks. She doesn't need to wait for the Ale nor the Crab Claw Cannon to take down the Ghost. I think that was one of the key things that made her die just once, maybe. Remember those moments where the Ghost and everyone was chasing Vival?
Yeah.
The fact that she could basic attack that Ghost and stay like a tenth of her health, but not die. She didn't die. Made the difference.
Because of the presence of Bane's ability kit, with the ability that we call the Crab Claw Cannon, that when you toss the cannon onto someone and there's an opponent behind your initial target, it will bounce back. The ricochet causes a lot of damage. When you toss out what's called the deadly catch, those sharks causes a lot of damage and it zones out. As to why you can actually, if your Team Vitality just brute force team fights up against Vega, throw everything you have, and eventually that Pinnacle Ninja is going to go down and it's going to be difficult for Falcons Vega. Vega needed to take like 1 or 2 steps while Team Vitality just threw away the stairs and just went ahead with it. Let's go ahead now with the play that Leo wants to break down here. What you got for me, man?
Okay, so this is a fight wherein, in all honesty, the brutal truth is Falcons Vega actually set up very well. You'll see here that they have control of the river bush. The river bush is a massive objective when it comes to not just Lord takes or team fights, but just in general. If you're able to control that part of the map right here, see that Violet's right there? She can set up an amazing final slash, which she did, and it led to a retreat by Fumi Echo, compromising her penalty zone. But then again, check this out. She comes back, and it forces out. It happens so fast, ladies and gentlemen. Let me roll it back. Okay, don't blink. Look at Chincha. She still has her Purify. Right there.
She's airborne.
Rather, right there. And she is airborne, yes. But she's gonna keep going. Check this out. Whoop.
Bang.
See, my finger can't even click fast enough. And this was before Vival bought the Blade of Despair. So you can purify, but when the answer is all in damage, it's over. And what does this lead to? Single. Again, a lot of the wins from Vitality were not all in wipes. Pickoffs after pickoffs. And eventually, look, there wasn't enough damage for them. And look, they're gonna still try to re-engage because again, you still have a solid damage source in Mei lane here, and even Funi taking control of that river bush. Again, they're holding it, and the answer, once again, they were still holding on to Vivian's implosion, and Shell even had the shift. Shell can even go Chaos Order, and Vival is just clearly relying on her basics because again, it's a War Cry Bane, and it not only converted into a pickoff on Chincha, it also converted into a kill on Violet and Tal, and of course, a Lord take. Clean and brutal. Very scalpel accurate, but just the same. It's like a katana.
I like the sound effect that you did right there.
Thanks.
Accurate.
I've been working on that.
How long?
2 minutes.
Great. Shock and awe, I feel like, is what's filled with the lineup of Team Vitality in that game number 3. Whereas the lineup of Falcons Vega felt more disaster response. And we saw that. And the times where they would try to shock and awe, again, that's where we saw they have to layer a few things before you get the full effect.
Which luckily they have a lot of tools to do. Again, the final slash from Violet. You have the panic button of the Primal Wrath. Which again does well since you do stack up on hits from the very hyperactive and aggro lineup from Team Vitality. And as well, I think what was dangerous is what they were relying on damage in the absence of Mei lane were all pure magic, which is why I think Fumi Echo rushed the Radiant Armor, which allowed for them to, you know, hold on just a little bit longer.
All right, now as we're heading into this ever so crucial game number 4, let's get a quick wider shot here because I'm going to go on over to Leo's side. I want to talk more a little bit about Falcons Vega.
Okay.
I want to talk about who do you think here now needs to be the focus? Because it seems like it's been a little bit sometimes Mei lane, sometimes whoever. Who do you think now the Team Falcons Vega needs to play around to really maximize the potential of them forcing a game number 5?
All right. This might surprise you, but the answer is Chincha!
Chincha?
It's gotta be Chincha. It's always been Chincha. Ever since groups, playoffs, remember? Damn you, Chincha!
Oh, yeah.
If they can find a way to set the map up for her to do that, which I think they can, Game 2 looked very good for Falcons Vega. Here, her on the Harith, maybe they may have forgotten how fast one could be bursted down, how the Harith is still a little soft baby boy, that even if you do have a Purify, look, what Vitality drafted, this is worse than an Assassin. Harith can deal with an Assassin, could not deal with Zask, Bane, and Lunok. So if they can do that, like protect Chincha, starting from the draft, then we're cooking.
Yeah, and it adds to the point that Chincha seems to be that type of player that even though this draft it does not go well for her pick. She was able to get a good enough stat line on that Harith. So now I agree with you. Team Falcons Vega will have to reconsider their drafting priorities here and think about picking up something or drafting a lineup that will allow Chincha to just free hit from the backline or maybe get that late entry that she is so good at. So, for Team Falcons Vega, Moskov. Yeah, I like that you immediately said Moskov. But it also goes to building your row, mid, and jungle really well so that Chincha, if ever the team fight goes in, she doesn't go into the fray right away. Either she'll go into the fray as a cleanup, like a Roger type of jungler, gold laner, right, or just a gold laner that won't even see any boxes of their opponents because you're in a safe distance.
Yeah, but that's the Moskov, right? You are far away, maybe working on a turret elsewhere or hiding in a bush somewhere, throwing out the SOD, and then you essentially just bypass the box, bypass the zone, and draw straight lines towards A to B, taking down your opponents.
That is the prize that they're fighting for. Glory, the trophy, MWI 2024. This is still only the semifinals. But if Vitality wins this now, we're going to see the Queens of MLB be able to defend their title. But Falcons Vega still has a chance to force game number 5. Vitality goes back onto the red side as Falcons Vega decides to go blue. Vitality takes away the Zask, respecting Funi in the mid.
Zask is, I'd hate to say it, an easier hero to make a living nightmare than Jushin. I think they now share a fair amount of wins, given their sample size. But when you think about Zask, he's annoying as is.
Yeah.
Jushin, when she's annoying, partly that's because there's really not much you can do. The extremes are just you know, higher for Jushin.
I totally get you. It's like if Jushin gets picked up because it was picked and built to be annoying, while the Zask, no matter who you pair it up with, is just straight up annoying. So, Falcons Vega, let's see what they'll take out of the red side. Will they consider the Valentina ban, stuff like that? Vitality still hasn't taken away the Minotaur, so finally we might be able to see it in play.
Oh, we're going to see at least a Minotaur or a Valentina now.
Yeah, because there can only be one. Valentina gets taken out. This looks like a very obvious Minotaur first pick, but Roger is still available.
Minotaur! Minotaur!
Minotaur. Are we going to get it?
If not, what else? What could be more important than a Minotaur?
Because again, Minotaur, a great hero for responding against or blocking out the potential heroes that have a lot of dashes, a la Roger. So now, if the Minotaur gets picked up here by Falcons Vega, Vitality... Oh, no, not that one bounce house. Okay, there's a pick that Coach Midnight of Cloud9 mentioned earlier, very first pickable. They pick up Terizla, and now they're respecting Fumi Echo. We're finally going to see Fumi of Vitality in a different hero in the XP lane.
Again, that's the known element. If Fumi Echo is going to do anything, it's turn fights around. And how do you do that? You do it with a hero like Terizla. You do it with a hero like Edith. You do it with a hero like Arlott. And because of that, I don't think Vitality's going to budge. I think the fact that the Minotaur and the Tigreal are still open might not... Oh, never mind. If it's open, it's open.
There you go, Mino. So,
the mother tanks gets the... Oh, look at that!
Edith. If I'm not mistaken...
Front line. That's a front line.
Yeah, that's a front line right there. If I'm not mistaken, the highest win rate right now... Oh, not exactly.
It's Minotaur!
It's Minotaur with 70% in MWI.
With a ridiculous sample size, too.
Yeah, so it's 2 of the highest win rate heroes right now. Power picks for Vitality. But now we're going to be seeing Jushin on the side of Falcons Vega.
So far, the first 2 picks for Team Vitality are good Jushin picks. Like, she will throw away the onward combo. She will, you know, disincentivize a jump from a Minotaur forcing out a flicker.
Yep.
So this is good.
Oh, Carmilla
and ban earlier.
Together. Yeah, this was banned out by Vitality. Interesting combination. So, Vitality would go for... I wouldn't say it's the obvious response, but it makes a lot of sense.
It's a response.
Yeah, as the members of Falcons Vega would like to fight around a small certain area. Low Yi would be great. in terms of the magic. So their magic damage is covered already for Vitality. They'll either need stronger sources of physical or maybe one source of true damage. Something that is good for longer sustained team fights, because longer sustained team fights is what Falcons Vegas, Carmilla, and Jushin are great at.
So yeah, you don't want the Harith here. Moskov? Do you still want the Moskov? You're thinking you ban the Moskov? Because I think Vitality would be okay with a carry.
Yeah.
And they don't have to steal, they don't have to ban the carry because they're first pick on the swing back.
Yeah. Well, let's see if there will be any changes in priorities for the gold lane. Here's a quick little fun fact for everyone tuning in right now. Vitality and Falcons Vega, their entire history, they've played 83 games against each other.
Over the past 3 years.
Over the past 3 years, maybe even a little bit longer. Vitality, well, before that, Falcons Vega has won 11 of those 83. Vitality has won 72. This is why it's such a massive mountain to climb for Falcons Vega. If they force a game number 5, it will be a massive deal.
What is that, an 85% win rate, give or take?
Give or take, yes.
All right, look at this. Team Vitality had it with Maylane's Hanzo. Get out of here.
If they're drafting Hanzo, I'm leaning more towards the idea that Vitality might actually be picking up a carry.
Exactly. That's what they're setting up. They're taking care of all of the Shinobi.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they've taken away the two...
the two of the 3 ninjas.
Hanabi is one of the ninjas.
Correct.
Is Kagura considered a ninja?
No, she's a shrine maiden.
Ah, I see. Interesting lore, by the way, between Hayabusa and Kagura.
Good story.
The X-Borg, Falcons Vega. So we're going to be seeing maybe both sides having gold laners that aren't the most mobile or will need a bit of time to get mobility. So I'm thinking the heroes that you mentioned earlier, Carry, Moskov, but no. They're going to go for...
It's a last-minute flex. You don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. That could go jungle. That doesn't necessarily have to be the gold laner here.
Now Falcons, they have to pick up their gold laner and their jungler.
I wonder if Vitality has it in them. Do they have a history of playing double fighters? Double fighter side lanes.
Ooh.
Set up for
what
sort of like hyper carry jungle.
Rubes.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe a Ruby in the gold.
Do they want the Harith? Oh, they can pick up the Harith. I like the Harith here.
I don't like it against.
You're just gonna struggle in the early against the Roger, but we don't even know where the Roger's going. I think that's what Falcons Vega here is thinking about.
Okay, Nolan from A lane. I'd rather Moskov or carry. There it is.
Okay.
It's the Moskov for them.
This is what we talked about earlier. Put it on Chincha. Have her draw that straight line. Now, the veil comes off. What does Vitality put in the gold lane? Is it this Roger or is it something else? And then you give Vival the Roger, call it a day.
Well, thinking about it, in lane, Roger, see, it's Shell's pick that they're trying to go for. So I think they're trying to decide, really, is this Roger going to stay in the gold lane as we're thinking, or will he get flexed into the jungle? Vival already has her hero, and we're just waiting for Chell's matchup. Is it the priority lane matchup or overall rounding up of the composition?
I still have a Harith open. Is Harith or carry? Or neither. Here comes the Brody. Prior banned.
It was banned out earlier. And Vitality will go for the fast end. With Brody in the field, there's a chance this may end at around 15 minutes and quicker. Falcons Vega, what's their condition?
Falcons Vega needs to get past that. They need to get enough farm on Chincha and maybe win from mid. I think that's one of the few ways they can do that, actually. Win from mid with Funi on the Jushin.
Match point for the Queens of MLBB. They win this and they will be able to defend their crown. But Falcons Vega have a lineup that maybe, if they buy enough time or find the right time, can force a game number 5. Mirko, Trex, how y'all feeling about the drafts for this game number 4?
We're feeling great about it. I mean, both teams continue to push the boundaries of ML here. I think we had some good trades along the whole draft, Mirko. Vitality comes out on top in possibly the gold lane there. But Falcons Vega secure pretty solid mid. They get the juice in, they get this Noland. We saw how well Chincha did do on the Moskov, so I think as long as Chincha can deal with this Brody, can deal with Shell, there's a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, I agree. I think for Team Falcons Vega, they really have to put some resources into the gold lane. Maybe not just some, they need to put a lot of resources into the gold lane. Because if they are both left alone, or especially if Team Vitality play around that strong side, that strong matchup with the Brody Moskov, and if Chell takes the lane slow, they might be able to shut Chinchao down in lane before all these fights start. Even the first turtle, they can do it, especially with the Loyi, that maneuverability. Luckily for them, they got Funi on the juice in, so you can see that happen a lot. You know, Fumieko just getting ragdolled back and forth by the Lantern Flare.
Yeah, it's definitely going to slow Team Vitality down, I think, a little bit in terms of rotation. Fumieko, who's someone who likes to really rotate to mid here and there, may have to stop here and there. Maybe not be able to get as involved early on, but here comes some of that pressure into the gold lane already. Vivian, though, getting the brunt of it.
He picked up, thrown back to the team. Into the passive there for Mei lane, unable to get it as Vivian is forced to flicker out, but still, massive resource going to slow down that level 4 power spike of Team Vitality as they control the mid lane, even zoning Cine away. You can see that, Lantern Flare, but you got to be careful. That's a lot of damage returned towards Funi.
Yeah, Lu Yi, you get those combos off, and the early game damage is actually insane. You forget sometimes how hard that Lu Yi hits just at level 3. Uh-oh, Vivo, though, looking for a possible play here.
Goes in with Lycan Pounce, and Funi isn't really able to get the stacks on to pick her up, but still, a lot of damage placed down, even despite that level 4 delay. The Falcons Vega did. Violet now got that level 4. It's still Vivo on the turtle, mainly on a Tal now walking up, gonna go for the stun as well. Vivo, whoa! With a great steal, dodging away from the stun too with the Lycan Pounce now gonna be picked up, thrown back, is able to go to the human form now as Fumieko jumps into the back line with the onward. That's a Minus Fury caught in. Vivo still getting a bit of sustain, but Violet will be able to pick up the first blood. Fumieko with a 2v1 again with a Primal Wrap, but the Spear of Vengeance connects, and Chincha will be able to participate all the way from the gold lane to the bottom side.
And so Chincha continues to make plays across the map. Last time I saw her on this Moskov, I felt like it was a good hero for her. Even with the bad matchup, she can find ways to be important in this game. Team Vitality splits them up so well here. They do lose Vivol there, and it ends up not exactly working out in their favor, but you're already seeing some of the possibilities from their composition. They get the turtle in that, so at least they don't completely lose out. Looking at the gold, Team Falcons Vega, it's only about 500 right now.
You can see the reactions as well earlier from the coach and analyst there. You want to know a fun fact? The coach's name, Susu Gaja, that means elephant milk if you translate it to English.
Have you ever had elephant's milk?
No.
It's not bad.
Maybe he's had. Maybe that'll be a good question to ask him, you know? In an interview later on. Susu Gaja.
Susu Gaga.
No. Yeah.
Suchu?
Susu?
Susu?
Gaja.
Susu Gaja.
There you go.
It's a good name. It's a good name. Uh-oh. Fumi.
Very interesting. Gets the main lane. Almost getting the fracture down. That was close.
I like the ideas. Team Falcons Vegas always seems to come with a plan looking for these little pickoffs. If they can get it to pull off, it's definitely going to give them a nice early game lead. Still only holding about 500 gold. Taking a look at some of these emblems, Meilane is going to be able to get this lethal ignition, get a little burn to maybe secure some of these early game kills if things don't go, if she's not able to completely burst them down. On the side of Team Vitality, Cindy as well, lethal ignition, Shell. Gonna have a little bit more speed. Evil. I'm wondering exactly how this next turtle's gonna go. Team Vitality was able to steal it very smoothly. Vivo, with no one behind her, was able to pull in. Does Team Falcons Vega want to try to zone her away this time?
We'll see. It seems for Vivian this time around. Oh, they'll all actually make it. With divergence, Cindy gets spotted in. So Funi probably knows something is up, and yeah. Good read there by Funi. Seeing City, knowing other members are there. Seems like for Vitality, they're still going for the contest. Earth Shadow Flicker combo into the Minus Fury. Mainly still able to dodge away from it. But Vivol gets a lot of space. Penalty zone, not connecting on anyone right now. So Fumieko pops into Primal Wrath. That's a double vacuum into Vivol, trying to run them down, but it's unable to do so. Chell with a good stun now. Torn apart memory ready, but the Purify gets the stacks out of there. Only getting Violet in the skirmish well played to both teams, but it's a win for Vitality.
Yeah, huge win for Vitality. I was thinking Team Falcons Vega might try to do the zoning, but in the end, Team Vitality pushes back Maylane. Look at the replay real quick. Maylane's already been pushed back. They did a great job on it. Chincha tries to come in. Boom. Not really able to do too much, but then the torn apart memories help seal the deal there. Shell still picks up the kill, even though not getting it with the ultimate, not getting it with the torn apart memories, but still gets a kill into the pocket, and that's going to put Shell in a great trajectory for the rest of this game. Upside though.
Ooh, Shell? There's going to be a diversion from Vitality. Shell has enough HP to survive. And again, Vitality turning around. Oh, Spear of Vengeance.
You do it.
Onto the back. It's a very risky move. If you do it, you're going to have to trade Chell for yourself. And Chin Chow says, yeah, nah, I'm not going to take that. That's just a bit of poke.
Just a little bit of poke. So now both gold laners sitting with a kill in the pocket. Team Falcons Vega, man. Last time it was the EXP lane in the top side, and they try to make a big gank, and it backfires on them. This time, once again, they go for that topside gank, but they just can't pull through. Team Vitality always there to help out the teammate.
It almost seems like, you know, Vitality in their name, it grants them additional HP, just like the emblem. Because they are able to survive a lot of these ganks that shouldn't really be survivable. That's a roadie, you know? No Purify, easy CC.
It's a name buff.
It's a name buff.
Name buff, org buff, whatever you want to call it. Team Vitality sticking through now. Shell went for Sky Piercer. Went for Blade of Hepatis. Already has both. Already got a little stack there. We haven't really gotten to see too many item builds coming from a Brody with all the new items because we haven't seen Brody that often. So I'm excited to see how Shell continues with this build.
Slowly but surely, Vitality just controlling the map with the Lo Yi. And this is the reason, by the way, we were talking about the Lo Yi pick, why Falcons Vega are always kind of forced to ban or pick it up themselves. It's because this is Cindy's comfort, man. The fact that now she has it in her hands, she can make so many creative plays happen. And it's not a juicing. You can't, you know, pick people up, but you can teleport people. So that's, yeah, I don't know. You
it's a bonus.
Is it better to pick people up or to teleport people?
Teleport people. In my personal opinion, I'm a big fan of the Lo Yi. Bufuni, I mean, I think, don't get me wrong, the Jushin's great, but she's having a little trouble with all these bulky boys in the way.
Good retribution again from Vivo. Minus Fury into the knockup. Now Violet all alone. Spear of Vengeance not connecting just barely. Fumieko still surviving. Flickers out to safety. Team Vitality with a Vitality buff. They just can't seem to die.
And yesterday I was saying to Team Vitality, min-max queens, man. They always get the most out of the situation, and letting their health bars get so low, they're so good at disengaging. Here comes another diversion play, looking for the mid lane.
Oh, the stack's on. Good Purify out. Vivo with a chase down like and pounce. One more pick up the stun. Following her, but she's just too quick.
I thought she was going to go for it, man. Wait a second, Mei lane.
Wow. All that damage. Still, they're unable to get Cindy. Good motivation roar. Chinchao gets a turret down below. I mean, at least for Falcons Vega, they're still able to find some of these trades on the other side of the map.
Right, so 2.7K gold lead over to Team Vitality. Chinshot trying to pick up some pieces, which I think is important. And we see Teams Falcons Vega do this when they start to fall out during the mid game. They'll go for the off lanes, they'll play the map a little bit, which does kind of help staunch the bleeding, right? It puts the tourniquet on the arm, helps them not from completely bleeding out here. But Team Vitality doesn't want to let up. I mean, purple buff down, and now this is going to be the pressure they're going to continue. Having Vivian, having Fumieko on these bulky frontliners, they're going to be able to do this as much as they want. Taking a look at the items. Once again, Vivol goes for this build, the Windtalker into the Sky Piercer. Next up's going to be the War Axe, and it just works out, and it's not something we see all the time. It's a little bit late on the sustainability, but the way that Team Vitality plays so aggressively, they always have two nice frontliners. She doesn't exactly need the sustainability brought from the War Axe or anything. She's able to do the damage, get stacks in early. Luckily, she took the death, I'm pretty sure, before she got her kill. Same thing with Shell, 3 kills now on the Sky Piercer, so starting to stack up a bit. War Axe finally locked in for Vivol. So this is just, it's going to start getting out of control here soon if Team Falcons Vega can't do something about it.
Shell going to be caught in the Curse of Blood, still able to flicker out. Good Purify as well, as Vivian's going to be knocked up. Throwing back at him, Spear of Misery to the back, gets stunned up, Purified there.
Oh,
Chinchao versus 2, gets caught in the torn apart memory by Chell. Fumieko in the midst of it all with the Primal Wrath, flickers out. And it becomes a win again for Vitality.
Chincha tried to be her. She tried to be her.
She is her.
But she was not her today. Shell gets the outplay, try to get the 1v2, and it could have been it, but it just felt like everyone was a little bit late to the blood pack. Melee wasn't there. Yes, they got a nice set on the two members, but the damage wasn't there to get that burst down on everybody. Team Falcons Vega falls short. Lord goes over the side of Team Vitality. Watch it. Beautiful ult, but nobody's there to output the damage. Xincha shows up a little bit late. Tries to get the big outplay, gets stunned up by the second skill, and that was the problem you were talking about. The second skill from Brody just completely stops anything that Xincha wants to do.
Even with the Purify, doesn't really matter, does it? You can see the frustrated look on Xincha. They're fighting for their tournament lives at this point, ladies and gentlemen. Single elimination in the semifinals. This is the final match to really, force it out to a Game 5. Vitality are leading. They want to eliminate Team Falcons Vega. If there's a time to make a miracle comeback happen, if there's a time for them to fly high, it's now. Team Falcons Vega, what do they do?
I don't know. I mean, the problem is, too, is Shell's just really hitting stride, right? You're 4-0 on a Brody. Brody's not like the best. I mean, a decent early game, but mid-game's really when Brody starts to shine, especially when you're 4-0 with a Sky Piercer. I mean, it's going to make those torn apart, because Sky Piercer with torn apart memories, you're going to really secure those last hits. The more I think about it, because it's not a hero we've been thinking about much, but the more I think about it, Sky Piercer's just perfect for it, man, because you're looking to get everyone's health bars low and then just reap the benefits.
And just look at the turret damage. This is one of the strengths. Oh, good piercing damage coming down from Xincha over to the minions towards Shell. But if Shell gets around to the turrets, she's going to be able to melt these turrets like it's nothing. That's the power of the Brody, and now I believe that was a Melfic roar picked up by the Brody, by Shell.
Something to point out here, though, damage dealt still all in the hands of Team Falcons Vega. Violet and Funi holding the lead, but it just goes to show that, yes, they've been doing an insane amount of damage, but there's the min-maxing from Team Vitality. They're so good at taking their health bars down to about 10% and still getting out of these fights safely. A little bit of a skirmish, though.
Torn apart memory going to be used up, and the execute from downtown Shell with the fadeaway Sky Piercer.
That's 5-0-1 now. Another stack in the pocket. Shell's balling right now with the Sky Piercer. And I love the way they're slow playing some of these buffs too. They're hoping that Team Falcons Vega comes out to the jungle. They're gonna try to push it onto this tower now.
Look at that siege. Look at the damage onto the turret. It's not even there.
Nope.
The Brody just demolishing these turrets. We call him the turret eater. Nom, nom, nom.
Nom, nom, nom. That base is a glass house right now, and Team Vitality are throwing rocks at it. It's crumbling under the pressure of Shell. Funi just trying to clear lanes at this point. Lord's going to be up in 22 seconds, and it's looking like there's less and less possibilities. Xincha does finally lock in Wind of Nature. Maybe that can be the answer for that big Hail Mary play that they're looking for, but Shell, that's like 2 items in 2 minutes, it felt like almost. I mean, time's moving a little bit faster for me, but still, Shell, man. This is going to be rough. Immortality does come in for Thal as well. Those fourth items at this point are starting to lock in for members. That might have just been a third item for Thal, possibly. But this is going to give him a little more sustainability. Earlier, I did see Melee as well, I think, lock in a Malefic Roar for a little bit more penetration. At that point, I mean, they might have even been able to do it, man. They could have just showed up on top of all of them. But Lord now getting bursted down quick.
Thal needs to find a big play. Needs to find a Curse of Blood. Funi?
Missed.
With a beacon there, Fumi Echo. With the Earth Shatter on the onward. What the heck was that damage? How? Gonna be executed even after flickering out. Violet is next to the chopping block. Kell's just too much of a beast in game number 4.
They're just feeding them at this point. They got the spoon out doing the airplane. Here's Thal, here's Violet. Team Vitality, it's exactly what they want. They want you to get this engaged one at a time, and Team Falcon Vega don't have the damage to even get close to Shell. Shell just sits in between all the girls and is able to get free shots off. Completely max items out at this point. 11.3K. Xincha just trying to get that last item in, maybe to be able to do something.
Again, the Turret Eater just nom-nomming through these base turrets. That's another one down. And it's before the enhanced Lord Funi. Knocked up by the Earth Shatter. Vitality is at a moment for Falcons.
Vega elimination point from Yeko. Earth Shatter in all low with Primal Rat. Now that's again the execution coming down. It's a good Curse of Blood into the back line, doing a lot of damage. Venus Fury going to be used up by Vivian, and this engages Vivol. Does enough damage. Chell again, turn up our memory. Finding 2 members in the back. Chell Looking for more damage. Chinchou gonna be caught again in the double vacuum. Chill just munching on the base. 1, 2, 3, and Vitality take it again.
The Queens continue their reign of supremacy. Team Vitality, they don't care what you think. They don't care if it looked like they had a rough group stage or it looked like they had a rough start. They are here now, and look at them. They're crying to the Falcons fans. They're yelling at the Nest right now. Are you sad now, guys? Because Team Vitality still stays on top. Falcons Vega, though, a great run overall, Mirko.
The V in Vitality, it stands for victorious, and with those taunts, also it sounds like they're entering their villain arc. 31-1 was the previous record for Team Vitality against Falcons Vega. 31-1 in matches. And now they will extend that record 32-1.
That's quite the record right there. Ridiculous. At least they got one. Not many teams get to do it against Vitality, let's be honest here. Who is next on the chopping block for Vitality? Who's going to be able to take them down at this point? They look invincible in MWI. Once again, big shout out to Vega. Their run here is done. And it was a good one at that. They went through a lot of strong teams. They almost, I mean, it was in their grasp. They took a game, they almost brought it to game 5, but in the end, Vitality just continues to show that whether it comes to hero pool, whether it comes to gameplay, whether it comes to their coaching, they are just a well-rounded completely.
They always look vulnerable. They always look shaken, Vitality. But then when you expect them to lose, they're like, nah,
not today,
smash. They won't just win, they dominate.
Most definitely. So they will continue on to the grand finals to play the winner of the next series. That's going to be it for this series. Let's send it over to the stage for a wonderful interview.
And we are live again, ladies and gentlemen. What a match that was. Congratulations for another win. And now the question would be, how confident are you, even though for that grand finals?
How confident?
Yeah.
We shouldn't be too overconfident, but yeah, we should always try our best, even though we are overloaded by Team Falcons fans, especially when we lost 1 point. They were so against us and all. But yeah, in the end we proved to be better, and we came out victorious.
Yes, you did, Queen. Yes, you did.
That was absolutely amazing. So speaking of which, you mentioned that you cannot be too confident. It is now, it was 24 consecutive tournament wins, not even series. I don't even get that much of a win streak in my ranked game. So that's amazing. Now, when it comes to Game 2, I want to talk a little bit about it because the draft was phenomenal. We've seen the Lunox, we've seen the Zask, as well as the Bane. But did you expect Falcons to pick that Hanzo?
We actually expected them to play Assassins. But we expected them to use Fanny, so we banned. But the main thing is they will pick Assassins. We expected it actually, but with Hanzo, then it will easier for us to get the turtle if they pick Hanzo. So Fanny is much more a problem. So yeah, we got the turtle and all.
Got the turtle.
I see. So, of course, that was still a wonderful play right here from Vitality. Now, with that being said, it is the moment for Falcons, Chinchou, to please pass on over your tournament life. And that is the key right here to Vival. It was a game well played. You know, we could do a friendly handshake or a fist bump.
Beautiful stuff
Fish
happening
bump.
here.
Yes, amazing. Thank you so much, Chinchou. Thank you.
Amazing performance.
Amazing games, well played. Yes, thank you. So yes, now you have the key of Team Falcons, the rivals of the longest time. Its key is now in your hand. How do you feel, Vival?
We actually, everyone actually waited for us to go against Falcons in the finals.
Yeah.
But the moments where we fought each other came very, very soon, and it's very exciting. And we still, can't be overconfident. We still play at our best. It was a very fun and tight match just now, And in the end, we did it.
You did it indeed. Now, let me ask you a question if you don't mind, right? Second match coming place right now. You got VSG going against the Smart Omega Empresses. So, what are your predictions? Who do you think is going to make it?
From our, we watched them both play, and they both are good. And actually, it's okay for us to battle against anyone. We wanted to go against anyone, but I think it's much more interesting for us to go against VSG since we have gone against Smart Omega before.
Okay.
And I think it will be much more interesting if our opponent is a much more newer one.
A new narrative, a new story taking place here from the land of Dawn with the Queens.
Right. So they want something like a wild card. They want to face off the underdogs. So yes, VSG is the team that our defending queens, Team Vitality, is looking forward to face. So with that being said, once again, huge congratulations to our queens who continue to defend their throne. Now, next match coming up would be VSG going up against Smart Omega Empress. Stick around and we'll hand our time back to the studio.
Yalla.
Vival wants a new story, but it is a tale as old as time. Liberté, Égalité, Vitalité will be defending their crown in the grand finals of MWI 2024. Leo, break it down.
Game 3 was a turning point. I think something broke within Team Falcons Vega. Despite the whole Amazon Arena cheering for them, they seem to have gotten a mix of their drafts from Game 1 and 2, and then a little bit of what happened in Game 3. And I don't know, something about this game right here, especially since the Brody came through. In this moment, I hope I get a chance to break this down a little later. Something about that Brody changed the way Team Falcons Vega played. It's like it was such a bane of their existence that, I don't know, there's no hero in MLB right now out of the gold lane that plays like Brody. So there's a reason why he's coming back.
Yeah, and looking at the lineup of Team Vitality, it was a perfect final pick, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was the switch up, whether it would be the Roger goal or anything else. And they set up Shell for success. We talked about it before it began. It could end before 15 minutes. It ended around that time because that is what we usually see with Brodies in the mix, especially with Brodies that have a strong front line built for it.
And mind you, this does put Vitality, the defending champions, straight into the grand finals. They're waiting on Omega Empress and VSG's matchup, but then again, you did hear how Vival would rather play against VSG. Oh!
Whoa! Hello there. Do we have a name for the turtle?
It's just Turtle, man.
We can pet it?
I'm petting it.
Cool. Hey.
Can I ride?
All right.
No, it's too
high.
high.
It can't. Yeah, it's a bit too high.
Sorry.
All right. So we're here right now just petting the turtle. Objectives. When you are honestly playing a lineup that have the right tools, especially early on, to fight the objectives well, then you'll be able to get our good friend the turtle very easily.
Yep.
Here's our PlayStation MVP. That 15 minutes plus somewhere around that time victory of Team Vitality. None other than Shell. It had to be her. She was her in this game number 4.
And her was not around for the first turtle. She didn't have to. She was too busy taking all up the farm, and she's immortalized in gold now. All right, so this is the second turtle. Her first big fight. In the first turtle, she was off camera trying to lead in the laning phase up against a Chincha, and eventually it was more than just the absence of the Brody and the early farm that led to their victory, but also just her killer instinct. Whether it be in the back line, wherein Chincha finds that Spear Destruction, or into the front line, wherein Chell almost died. Multiple times Chell almost died, but that clutch Wind of Nature pickup in the mid-game changed the way the game worked. And 8-0 into, I can only imagine how many Sky Piercer stacks she had. I'll give her this. She earned to do that. Like this,
yeah.
Oh, that's all her.
The casters, you mentioned rather, that at some point it felt like something broke in Falcons Vega. And now I have a theory. It's like the understanding, am I almost as tall as Brody? Nice. It's the understanding that, well, kills are racking up on this Brody. We need to shut down those Sky Piercer stacks as soon as we can.
Yeah.
That's when we started seeing the desperate maneuvers, especially that one play. Jin Chao decided to commit, teleporting with her ultimate just to try and take that Brody down. That didn't work out for them.
Yeah, it was a play that really could have led to the comeback. And it was set up so well. When we do break it down, I will show you exactly what the map looks like and how Chell just got out of... Chell, not just Chell. Chell got out of there. Vivian set up the front line, and then Fumi Echo came in. I think this is one of the keys as to why they're still #1, why they are currently the unbowed, unbeaten queens of MLBB. Is because not only are they good in their macro, in their micro, in their comms, but also even when they're just on the map, they know what their job is. If anything, it's not just a job, not just a duty, it's their calling. What they do on the Land of Dawn.
Now, with this pickup of the Brody and how Team Vitality played it, it might actually have a little adjustment on the meta now. So late into MWI, those lineups that revolve around the gold laners still have a spot in this current meta that was so focused on the junglers for quite some time. Leo, what play do you have for us here that you want to break down to really add more to the story of this game #4?
All right, let me break it down for y'all.
We're breaking it down in so many ways, man. I gotta catch up.
We're gonna put it up on the screen because that is going to matter. Check it out. First up, let me set up what the mini map looks like for y'all.
Okay.
Here in this bush right here, mainly, Falcons Vega have control, right? Falcons Vega have control of this. There are 3 members there. And then off camera, you also have Mei Lane there and Chincho down there. This is a play you were talking about. Eventually, she is going to throw a Spear of Destruction right around Ye, like this direction. Again, she's so good at the skill shot, I drew 3 lines. She needed to draw 1. We're going to play it. Obviously, there is a priority and initiative from Falcons Vega because they were the ones to engage first, right? You see that?
Yes.
Now, they jump in, all in, right? And you even have the ult coming in from Funi here. She goes for the Lantern, the Crimson Beacon, looking for a good choke slam.
Yeah, and to add real quick, Shell flickered so fast there.
Yeah, so again, she knows how to protect herself. And something tells me this was a play that they were also setting up themselves because, look at that. There is a Fumi Echo and Vival just very close by in the back. Now we're going to continue playing here. And pow! There is the Spear of Destruction, which Chincho clicks in. Now look at the back line. That's Chinny and Chell. Those are softies. That is a Louis and a Brody. As a Brody that is, a Moskov that is currently level 11 with a Purify, you would like to pick the fight. You don't mind. But I see what you're trying to click, Reptar. Look at this. That is a 3v1. That should be a fight that Vivian loses. But also, check this out. Vivian still has her flicker. So she is going to be able to flicker away. Watch this. And she flicker ways back. There you go. See, she jumped. She got choke slammed back. Yeah. Ah, interesting. I did not notice that. She gets choke slammed back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she flickers away. And all that while, the fight was happening and it happened again. Yeah. Chincho got bursted down because of the damage from Lo Yi and the Wind of Nature proc from Chell.
And to pull the curtains back just a little bit behind the scenes, we can reel it back a little bit. Leo, if you can, please.
There you go.
I remember telling you behind the scenes, I said it felt like a miscommunication. Chincha and Falcons Vega, are we going to commit the play? But now that I got to see it again,
around here,
it actually was a well-timed Minoan Fury by Vivian that meant Falcons Vega could not go forward and help Chincha because they were zoned out by the Minoan Fury, which at that moment, I think that's why I didn't think about it, because I didn't realize she hasn't used it yet in any given scenario. If it was anyone else, that already would have been popped. The audience predictions lean toward Falcons Vega, 67% to 33% over Team Vitality. The Falcons' flight will end now. But Team Vitality, they will continue their climb. The Hive still has their crown in their hands. Now they will await. Will it be VSG or of EECA or Omega Empress of the Philippines that they will defend it against? The age-old narrative of PH versus Indonesia, or a new narrative of EECA versus Vitality? That's it for now. We still have 2 more best of 5s. The second semi-final match and our grand final later today. It's me, Reptar, here with Leo. We'll see you in a bit.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour's silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go.
Mia. First Mia. Mia.
That
Zega's ulti.
No, that's Mia. Mia's first skill.
Second skill.
It's an item. The blood wings.
Blood wings.
Это крылья королевы. Wines. Крылья королевы. Крылья королевы.
Blood wings.
Yes, blood wings.
Atlas second skill or first skill? First.
Lalo second skill.
Atlas. It's второй скилл Атласа. Второй скилл Атласа, да.
What is this?
Atlas ultimate.
Even I don't know. I'm a wrong one. I don't know. I go with.
Yeah, but we forgot the name.
Paquito. First Paquito. I think first Paquito.
Maybe. First.
Ой, это Paquito. Второй скилл усиленный.
Paquito. Paquito third skill. And the item that gives HB, I don't remember its name,
but it's half immortality.
Ой, это пояс, да. Защитный пояс. Защитный пояс.
Arizbell.
Oh.
It's the new emblem.
But I can't remember his name.
Temporal region. Yeah.
Это перк. Какой-то. Какой-то перк. Кубик.
Quantum charge. No.
This is the new talent. But I don't know what's the name of it. Florian.
What about
Florian Bessem?
Yeah, это
Флорин? Пассивка Флорин. Yes. Пассивка Флорин.
Oh my goodness.
Florin is.
Burst is Fury.
Brisker Fury?
Yeah, Brisker.
Крит Берсерк. Я Берсерка.
Berserker Fury.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to MWI as we are entering our second semifinals of the day. And this is one of the most highlighted matches of the day. You know, despite going over the ID thing, which is something that we're very accustomed to in the grand finals, but now we're going to see two emerging regions, two regions that have not made it to the grand finals ever in MWI history, finally battling it out against one another. But today, I am not alone. I am here on the desk with...
Did you forget my name?
No.
It's
want you to
LaFell!
introduce yourself. There you go.
What's up, guys? Hey, and honestly, it's nice being back here along with favorite host, Eternal. Love working with you. I would like to apologize before anything happens, but you know, for you guys at home, it's gonna be fun. We gotta be professional. Take this seriously.
Okay.
We're professionals.
I am taking this seriously. We are professionals. So let's take a look at the next match, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, still in a best of 5 are Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib upcoming showdown. We have VSG from the EECA emerging region going head-to-head against the powerhouse of the Philippines, Smart Omega Empress.
I wonder who's hungrier because, again, EECA going to the grand finals, that's going to be something. But Smart Omega, the best they got last season of MWI was 3rd place. So, I don't know, this is one of those, because Smart Omega Empress, they were so close before. So, I don't know, between both of them, I don't know which one is hungrier. But I have to say, I didn't saw any of them in breakfast.
Nope. They were serious. They were hard serious, right? I mean, coming here as one of the tournament favorites. I think a lot of people were shaking, especially for the Filipino fans yesterday when they went up against GGHG. But man, they proved that they're versatile, that they're persistent, and they have the mental headspace to go back in and go in for a whoop.
They got a Savage too. They got a Savage. Don't forget about it. Shinoa is performing incredibly well. It's going to be very difficult for VSG to actually draft against her because she's got a lot of heroes in her pockets.
Yeah, what does she have so far, right? Shinoa, Harith, Carrie, Changa, Roger Moskov, Natan, Melissa, and Ixia. Not all of them have been played in this tournament per se, especially I just mentioned the Changa, but that is still something that we can consider because earlier on we saw Lunox in the gold lane. So who's know what will show up in that gold lane?
Yeah, I kind of feel like in this kind of meta, honestly, we've seen Bane in the gold lane as well. Ruby has been a traditional fighter in the gold lane. We haven't seen so much here. But definitely Smart Mega Empress, something that they have to consider going up against VSG is Kyowe. She can use those incredible assassins, the Benedetta as well as the Julian, that should probably give a rough time for Shinoa in the gold lane. So the Ixia might be a good counter going up against the Harith, but maybe the Julian as well as the Benedetta can fight back.
So on that note, right, let's actually ask the players themselves, right? Let's take it to this short interview before we head back.
Two bases were taken down. Jewel in the midst of it all, trying to tank it up. Doesn't have the vengeance. That's Gailey again to knock them up. We can hear the drums once again as VSG secure game 1.
I think my team feels so excited to be on the semifinals. Actually, semifinals not important for us. Grand final is our goal.
I'm feeling very, very happy because we got into the top 4. Against VSG, I think it will be hard, but we can give them a very, very great game. To get into the finals, it means a lot and it's very important for the team. This is the first time if it's Indo-PH, and if we beat them, they will be really happy and proud.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the excitement coming in from both of these teams coming into the semifinals. They are one step away from going into the grand finals, representing their region for the very first time. And then it's just another step to win it all.
Let me just say, let me prep you guys up because this series is going to be a little bit longer. Because Smart Mega Empress, they have the tendency to lose game number 1. And then game number 2 and 3, they're going to look, you know, amazing. So there's not going to be a sweep here. If there's going to be a sweep, I will be, hold on, let me think of a smart word, flabbergasted.
I like that. That was very smart.
Smart Omega King here.
I like it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do you have anything to add on to the conversation?
I think I'm just going to swap topic.
Sure, you know what?
All right.
You can do that.
Okay, so in a moment, we are going to take a look at both of these teams arriving into the venue here at Amazon Arena. And earlier on, we saw a big crowd just corralling in for Falcons. Unfortunately, they will not be able to move forward. And I think we should be getting that Key Crush segment very soon. But as you can see here, the Jamil Motorsport here sponsoring that walk-in from VSG. Man, emerging region from EECA. And a lot of people are saying that Kiowe is one of their key players.
I mean, Kiowe, again, has been absolutely amazing the entire tournament. But if we're going to talk about story here, Eterna, right? For VSG, they have 2 Filipino imports. They were a part of Onyx Zol. And the thing is, Smart Mega Empress, for them to qualify here for MWI, they defeated Onyx Zol. So for VSG, at least for 2 members, they have a very different reason for winning this one. Prize pool is amazing. Going to the grand finals is awesome, but they want revenge.
And there was also something that I will mention. I think earlier on I had an interview with one of the players from Smart Omega Empress, and she mentioned that she is coming in with the mindset that they earlier on had to go ahead and defeat Taro.
Yeah.
And so this is kind of their way of, you know, Taro, I know that you couldn't make it all the way, but we're still going to try and represent you as like being Filipinos as well, and we're still going to try our best to make it into the grand finals for all those Filipino imports out there that didn't make it, because Tara was a part of Xenolilies that were unfortunately sent home yesterday. But it looks like we have a Key Crush segment coming soon.
Oh, are we?
Uh-huh.
Do you think I can crush it without the hydraulic press?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm strong, so maybe.
Oh, man. All right, so this is the Key Crush that was done earlier on when Falcons Vega were eliminated by their sister team from Indonesia by Team Vitality. How do you feel about this, Lafel?
Can I just say Fumieko is a little bit too happy about the Key Crushing? He's like, yeah, do it. Like, look at her, like the entire team. I mean, it's like, yeah, you're happy going to the grand finals, but they're like a little bit too happy crushing this key. Maybe it's going to be part of their totem.
I mean, they mentioned, right? They mentioned that it was like a bittersweet kind of feeling.
It looked just sweet.
Okay.
It looked honey sweet.
So politically, they were sad about it?
Exactly. Politically sad, but it's kind of like, oh no, you guys are knocked out. What will ever we do? Oh no. Anyways, yeah, that's the kind of attitude I'm getting here.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I would do the same thing.
Could be. But what about the feeling that the audience is having right now, right? I want to know more about what you guys think, especially in this next match. Do you think it's going to be Victory Song Gamers or VSG winning this out, or Smart Omega Empress? Head over to stcplay.gg to lock in your predictions right now. Did you get a chance to see the predictions in the earlier match?
I was actually banned from watching any kind of predictions. I was handcuffed.
Okay. Well, while you're unhandcuffed now, we are a moment away, ladies and gentlemen, to head over to the stage for the next semifinals of the day.
The team that will have the opportunity to challenge the defending queens, Team Vitality's throne, will be unveiled right here at the end of this series.
Oh yes indeed. أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، وصلنا معاكم الآن للمباراة الثانية بالنصف النهائي. Which team is gonna make it? Which region is gonna emerge? Is it the EECA or the Philippines?
So speaking of emerging regions, presenting to you the representatives of EECA. Let's give it up for the Victory Song Gamers! Led by the Ice Queen herself, Kiowe. They are proving that they are more than just newcomers, but mighty contenders indeed. With ice in their veins, we can see VSG going to cause absolute carnage over at the Land of Dawn.
And of course, going against their opponent, the established powerhouse of the Philippines. Here they come, introducing Smart Omega Empress! They are here, the Queens, establishing their ground, making it all the way to the second match here at the semi-finals. And you can hear the crowd right now. Make some noise, everybody! There you have it. They're ready.
They are ready indeed. And speaking of which, the Amazon Arena is set as well and ready for the players to head on over to the Land of Dawn. One thing is for certain, all hell is going to break loose over at the Land of Dawn. So we're going to jump right in to match 2 for the day, concluding the semifinals. So we're going to hand our time back on over to the studio. It's your time to shine.
Fire it up.
And fire it up they shall, ladies and gentlemen, as both of these teams are getting ready to enter their battle stations for that final ticket to the grand finals.
Oh, this is going to be intense because, again, I feel like at least 4 games will be played here. And it's really about the coaches as well, how they learn, how they adapt against each other. Because, again, we've seen a lot coming in from VSG, but more importantly for Smart Omega Empress, I kind of feel like they still have much more hidden. So, honestly, for VSG, this is the furthest we've ever seen coming in from the female team of EECA. So I hope they're prepared to go up against Smart Omega Empress.
I agree with that sentiment.
In PH, they've been dominating.
Exactly, right? The #1 team from the Philippines. But technically, VSG have been dominating in their own region, in their own right as well. But circling back to your earlier topic, right? The coaches. That's one of the most interesting things that we can get into today. Because so far, VSG, in terms of Hero Ball, we haven't seen too much. And it scares me and it's unsettling if they haven't really shown all their cards just yet. Because it was very similar to Omega Empress, right? Finally, we saw the Ixia coming through. We saw the Melissa coming through. These are heroes that aren't necessarily meta.
Yeah, and we can see here Mr. Fredrin as well just now.
Mr. Fredrin.
Mr. Fredrin.
Why?
He's the real life Fredrin. I mean,
is his name actually Fredrin? It's not. Right?
Look at him.
It's Dixon.
Does he not look like Fredrin?
Coach Dixon.
His middle name is Fredrin, okay?
Fredrin has dark hair.
Dark, smart, live. Potato, potato, tomato, tomato. Who really,
yeah.
Who really cares,
You're
right?
referring to his general vibe.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. During the semifinals as well as the grand finals is where we see a lot of draft traps, right? Where an amazing hero is opened up as a first pick. So you'll be like, oh, it's a good opportunity to pick this up. But the opposing side, they knew you're going to pick it up, and then they're going to counter you. For example, the final game of MSC, where the link was open, but Red Giants was like, okay, that's a trap. We pick up the Roger, and then that's how they win the draft. So for this one, both teams, especially for first pick, you kind of have to be careful because you might get trapped in your first pick.
All right, so this is where the mind games really begin as we enter the drafting phase of game #1. So what do you think can be utilized as a trap here? Do you think Roger is a trap now? I don't see today anyway, right? Roger being as high priority as it usually is. Usually we've seen Zask being prioritized, we've seen Terizla being prioritized, but so far first pick Roger is very rare.
Yeah, it's a little bit rarer now just because people want that mid priority, and perhaps a lot of the teams are still undecided which lane they really want to put Roger. Do they really want it in the jungle or the goal lane? I kind of feel like that's where the hesitation is coming from. However, since the Jushin has been banned out, you don't really have to first pick the Zas. Honestly, one of the better first pick right now, the Ling is open, but the other one is honestly the Valentina, especially when the second pick usually likes picking up that Minotaur. Minotaur is the pick, and the way you want to fight that is the Valentina. We have to see if VSG wants to go for that.
So we're expecting either a Minotaur or a Valentina pick, but
Terizla.
Again, right, Terizla still one of the top priorities in that EXP
Ling Valen?
We've seen it being countered a couple times, though. Do you think that's still something that they can go for in the first phase?
I think, again, they just want to avoid the trap. They want to make sure that they don't put themselves in a very bad situation. But I kind of feel like, yeah, Valentina as well as Ling here, or... oh, wait, the chip is open. Do they want to pick up the Valentina chip?
We'll see. For Falcons Vega, it was a big priority.
Personally, for me, I would still pick up the Ling because Ling with Terizla is very difficult to deal with because there's a lot of crowd control as well as a lot of damage. They're going for the Ruby here, probably expecting for VSG to pick up a Harith in this pick.
Harith.
I would say Julian Harith here.
Oh, Julian.
Oh, wait, not Harith. Julian Claude.
Well, technically Kyoe, right?
Yeah.
She loves her assassins. She loves her aggressive assassins in the jungle. So that's definitely a priority for VSG here in order for Kyoe to have that same impact. But they're going to leave her hero out for the second phase. Claude and Minotaur has been their choice.
Yeah, I was suggesting Julian Claude because the Claude generally does work well against the heroes that so far has been shown by Smart Mega Empress. Now Smart Mega Empress picking up that Moskov. For both teams, they don't have a jungler at this point. So for VSG, something that we do have to remember, usually when it's fourth pick, that's where they pick up the Benedetta. So with the first 3 picks, it kind of shows that that's where Kyoe wants to go.
Benedetta and Julian, right? Those are the only 2 options that we've seen her pick up. What happens? Is it worth it to go ban on both heroes right now?
I feel like it is if you know that she can't use a Ling or a Hayabusa because you can ban both of those and then pick one assassin for yourself. And if all the assassins are done and dusted, you could pick up something like the Bane or the Alpha because Smart Mega Empress, they have the priority after this, but looks like they're banning out the mid laners, banning out the Vexana, which, I don't know, I kind of feel like Valen has an okay time against the Vexana.
So what do you think would be an option for VSG to pick up in that mid lane, right? We've seen a Kagura being picked up. We saw Lilia in this current composition. What do you think their idea is right now?
Personally, I love going up against Valen with the Farsa, but it's kind of a user thing. Looking at the lineup here, Farsa would be okay. Going up against the Moskov as well, you can gank the Moskov early game at level 3 when the Moskov is level 3 and then get priority there, giving a lot of space for the Claude, but again, it's about the user. If Synchro is comfortable with the Farsa, that's my personal recommendation.
What's her hero so far? Lunox?
Oh yeah,
Vexana,
Lunox.
Valen, and Zushin.
I guess the Lunox would be okay here. The Hayabusa ban looks like for VSG, they're trying to force out a Ling pick here or a Julian pick.
What about Nolan? Is Nolan still a priority pick?
Nolan. I think Nolan is fine here. I feel like Nolan is fine. Especially because they already used it against Gaming Gladiators Homegirls and defeated them quite swiftly with the Nolan. So yeah, good shout out on the Nolan.
Okay, so that's another option. But technically, Keishi, she has a lot of heroes in her hero pool, right? We've known her to pick up the assassin jungles, we've known her to pick up the fighters, and even the tanks in the jungle. So they do still have a little bit more room to wriggle around with in that regard. But next pick is coming up quite slow. Predictions for the next pick.
I feel like the Nolan, they're picking up the Julian, making sure that Kyoe doesn't get the Julian herself.
Are they forcing a Benedetta here?
Looks like that's the option. Ling is open, but again, we haven't seen it. So yeah, Benedetta does get picked up. Mid lane, again, I kind of would prefer Farsa. If you want to go for a Kagura, I guess it's kind of okay. Especially going up against the Julian, making it so that you have a way to escape.
So what does
Or they could
play
go
here?
Faramis. Like, it's not the best going up against Valentina, but it's something. Oh, dead!
It's too risky.
Oh, I didn't see that one coming.
Have we seen Odette? Wait, what did it say? Was it 0?
I mean, all the games that I've watched,
I haven't seen an Odette.
I haven't seen an Odette.
On my shift.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go, 0.
0 pick, 0 ban.
DOD.
MWI is just a DOD.
I love it. DOD. So now let's circle back over to Smart Omega Empress. Technically, they kind of set up for this Benedetta, right? They picked up a Ruby earlier on. So maybe they thought that that was the less of a threat in a way?
Honestly, they could go for something like an X-Borg here and put Ruby in the roam. If they want a roamer here...
What about Tigreal?
Yeah, Tigreal's solid. The Grok is solid. it really depends where they want to put this Ruby, because they need someone to disrupt the Odette here. And yeah, Xborg is good going up against the Minotaur, the Terizla. So honestly, very solid lineup coming in from Smart Omega. They usually lose first game, but I don't know. I'm liking that draft.
Maybe they need time to warm up, right?
Maybe because I like their draft, that's how they lose.
Okay, take that back then. Don't like
Nah,
their
fam.
draft.
Nah, fam.
Nah, fam?
Nah, fam.
Nah, fam?
Yes, you got it. Wait, no, Omega got it. Wait,
what?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm shutting up now.
You're leveling it up. It's okay. That's
Okay.
good. That's good. That's good. No bias. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the composition for the first game in this best-of-5 series, our second and final semifinals of the day. We're going to throw it over to the casters. It's your time to shine.
And we're going to be catching it over here. Trex, Naisu on the desk. Naisu, welcome.
Thank you.
You're here, VSG versus the Philippines, Omega Empresses. Yesterday, we saw them riding in the jeepney.
Well, savage.
Today, they're going up against EECA. How do we feel about it?
We're feeling good, man. You know, especially, I'm feeling good about the fact that this is nearly a week of debuts, right? This is the WAD at this point. It's not DOD anymore because, yeah, you know, you're right. You haven't seen this Odette pick up, and it's funny because we've had a lot of comparisons between the Jushin and the Odette, and now this time, because it was banned out, they're like, VSG's like, let's just take the Odette and make this work for us. But what I do see from this lineup is a whole lot of damage, evenly spread out from Magic plus the physical. So that could pay dividends, especially with this Minotaur pick.
Yeah, one of the scary things, though, with the Odette is Synchro likes to move. Synchro,
oh, look at that damage. Gailey, she's going to have to get out. I think Murray's still going to hunt her down. Akeshi there, too. They might be able to get this, and she does. First blood already. The 1 minute mark for Smart Omega Empress.
That's a big start, especially with how we've seen Smart Omega Empress sometimes want to kick it in gear real early. And the funny thing is a lot of times Smart Omega Empress has a slow start, but this time they're attacking quick.
Ooh, enhanced chains again. And Minun, I'm not sure if the body of Smith is going to be enough. She tries to do something, but she will go down. Another kill picked up for Smart Omega.
Body of Smith gets diffed. Smart Omega Empress starting things off very cleanly. We're a minute and a half in. We're already creeping into a 700K gold lead, and Turtle hasn't even popped up yet. Now, what I was saying with Synchro likes to move. Synchro wants to be able to do some things. The big problem is here is if Synchro's position is off at any point with that Swan Song, you got a lot of people who can close the distance. You got the I'm Offended, you got the enhanced chains, you got a big Last and Sandy. There are a lot of people who want to target down onto Synchro. So a lot of it's going to be when she pops the Swan Song and where she pops the Swan Song. Other than that, if they can make that work, it can definitely be something that works out in this composition.
Makes me kind of think, too, will Omore actually take the Swan Song in some of the situations? You know, because typically you're going to see her take the Minoan Fury, she's going to take the penalty zone, but what if she even takes that Swan Song? And as that, they're going to go ahead and take this first objective. Turtle secured, and another kill, Keelway. She's just gone. I mean, talk about the speed that Smart Omega Empress is playing at right now. They're going to get spotted out a little bit here in the mid lane, but man, this is probably the fastest that we've seen Smart Omega Empress start in a game, especially game one.
They were revving up the engine before they even came out on the court, man. They had it in neutral. They were ready to go at any moment. They had it in first gear, and now they're kicking in quick. They're averaging at more than a kill a minute at this point. If they can get another one, they're really keeping it secured. VSG, they got to find a way to slow them down. Taking a look at some of these items right now. I want to focus on the junglers because Keelway is falling behind right now.
Yeah.
She's got a,
oh, look at the damage once again. Gailey will be able to get away, but burns the flicker. And I think that's a good point, Trex, is the gaps here in terms of gold are already starting to build up. You can see Keshi built up the Genius Wand. Now their eyes set elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, at this, Keelway had the first item of a breastplate.
Yeah.
The first item of a boot, and a mallet.
Not much.
Keshi just got the Genius Wand in. If that can just say anything, but down on the top side, Rian just trying to defend at this point. Just wants to clear ways, but gold plating going over to Shanoa here. We saw Shanoa play amazingly yesterday.
That Ixia.
That Ixia. Insanity. So now at this point, I mean, Victory Song Gamers, the song's not sounding too happy right now.
Again, we can't, part of it too, I know this is quite a lead that Smart Omega Empress has got themselves at this point, nearly 3,000 up ahead already. And, you know, to build up at that point for VSG, they've done it before, they've come back, they've held things together. I'm just not sure if they've dealt with this kind of pressure this early on, because typically, especially with the Benedetta pick, you see them being able to start the momentum in their favor. Now they're going to go ahead and try to contest this turtle, but just look how fast the turtle is even taken out. Minun, though, going to take the last Insanity. Right there she goes and flickers out. Kiwei is now part of the fight, but will she be able to pick up the kill on Ayanami? But Keshi is there to help her out, so no one goes down in the exchange.
You know, one of the small downfalls of the Benedetta in the jungle is you don't get that Petrify, right?
Yeah.
If she could have made that engage there with the Petrify, she probably could have picked up the kill. But you just got, your mechanics need to be that much more on point. You cannot waste a single skill when you're running in the jungle like this, let alone with her falling behind a bit. VSG kind of forced into, I mean, I feel like already we're only 5 minutes in, but they're kind of already forced into a late game scenario at this point if they want to keep this up. Nadayami does get the Brute Force breastplate in. Looks like going to go into War Axe next, most likely. Going to probably wait for Immortality, third, maybe even fourth item, just because they already have such a strong lead. Who needs Immortality when you don't even need to worry about them doing damage right now? Synchro finally gets the Genius one, and Kaylee walks into it again.
Kaylee again. I don't think she's going to... Oh, she flickers out.
Oh,
Can't get away. Shinova right on point with the Spear of Destruction. She's had enough of Gailey escaping it. And there you go. So they pick up another kill. Amore holds on to her own Minoyan's Fury. And man, this has to be frustrating for Gailey.
Yeah. I mean, Shinoa said, not today.
Not today.
Not today, Gailey. You got it a few times before, but this time we're taking out Nadayami, though.
Yeah, another last Insanity going to be burned, but I think that's just going to back off from that point. But it's getting, yeah, like you said, at this point, you know, you're talking about quite a big gold gap already. It's ballooned to 5,000. You know, at the 6-minute mark, this is not where you want to be with this kind of lineup as well for VSG. You did mention the Genius Wand was just picked up by Synchro, so now it's kind of like eyes are on Synchro. Can she actually find that initiation? Can she actually find the follow-up? Hopefully if Gailey can't, but Minun, where are the tanks when they're getting deleted like this?
There is Minun. There's none.
There's none. Minun,
yeah, I
there's
tried.
none.
There's
yeah.
none. Yeah.
This turtle's Minun.
This turtle's Minun. It's done. Smart Omega Empress just, I mean, it's going to be tough. It's a tough route from here. On the good side, we have seen Victory Song gamers pull off some insane comebacks. Just the other day, we saw them against Cloud9, pushed against the wall, and find that one moment where they can get the big set and turn things around. Can they do it here? They do have some setup potential with Gailey, but Gailey at this point needs to step back. They need to let Smart Omega have some of these towers. They cannot take another death. If this gold lead, it's already at what, 6,000?
Yeah.
If it gets any farther, we're now creeping to 7. If it gets up to the 8 or 9, I mean, it's just GG's, I think, at that point.
I mean, you see how confident Smart Omega Empress is being too. Murray just using the I'm Offended into any of these bushes, seeing if she actually gets anything, because they know at this point, even the front liners are not going to be able to withstand it. Listen, Insanity going to be used there to push them off the first turret. There's a penalty zone. This might be their chance, but Gailey's going to be the one to fall again. Kiwei in the back, trying to run away. Will she actually eventually be able to just get the execute off? Maybe try to outplay something if she can, but she finds Amore right there, and she'll fall as well. In the whole exchange, VSG did get one kill on not Ayanami, but again, it's still dire here.
Let's take a look at the replay. Gailey goes for the big Hail Mary play. Gets some Noan's Fury right after the big penalty zone, but the damage still just isn't there. Rianne uses the Blazing Duet, but no one really gets taken out. They get one kill on Nadayami. And like I said, I think this is a time that maybe, even if they get the perfect setup, they're not going to be able to get a full team wipe. They're not going to be able to get the big turnaround just yet. Rianne, I'm pretty sure, has just the Corrosion Scythe and Boots locked in right now. Hasn't even gotten to Golden Wand or DHS yet. Whereas when we look at, all right, got DHS and Corrosion Scythe, but still lacking Golden Wand. Almost 2,000 gold behind Shinoa. Shinoa has 3 items locked in, right? Got it around the 8-minute mark, maybe 8:20 mark. It's definitely trouble. It's 1 to 8. I think Victory Song gamers, even if it looks like you have the perfect set, even if you think you can get a 5-man knock-up, you cannot go for the fight here.
You can't go for the fight because there was no, there was no chance to do it. The Lord went down nearly as fast as the front liners of VSG at this point. So, you know, at this moment, you kind of got to wonder, how does VSG even come back when it's so far away from them at 10,000 gold before the 10-minute mark? And the Lord is making its way down the mid. Look at the damage already just, even if Kiyoe just gets a little bit close to the lineup of Smart Omega Empress, she's going to take half her health and damage. So, you know, it goes to it again. How can you get that setup? Can you get the amazing setup they're looking for with the penalty zone of Minoan Fury? Because that's what has to happen here.
Yeah, and then even looking at the front line, Minam has War Axe in, but not a single defensive item yet.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like what were we going for here? We get a little bit of magic defense, but nothing to deal with Shinoa. Taking a look at Gailey as well. You got the breastplates, you have half of the dominance ice, so at least you have a little something, but your front line can't even take the shots right now. Not to mention as well, not Ayami's doing true damage. It's just a lot to deal with. Victory Song Gamers, the option is you huddle down and wait.
Huddle down the best you can. Penalty zone going to be used under the turret into the Lecto final blow. Do they have enough firepower? Minon's going to be the one to fall, and actually almost the whole team of VSG will be wiped out. It's only Rian, as all members of Smart Omega Empress stay alive. And this looks like it's going to be a quick game number 1. Crystal already worked on, and that will be the victory for Smart Omega Empress.
The Empresses are already in gear with their eyes set on the grand finals. VSG's got to slow them down right now. They got to figure something out, because the Empresses, I mean, normally, we talked about right before we started, sometimes it takes them a game to really get into their zone, but they came in prepared. I don't know what they ate this morning, but they came in ready.
Man. Maybe they were playing games before this one, so they got that one game like out, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe they just
they went and lost a game in ranked game just to like.
Maybe that was the plan, because this is a very just refined version of so far of what we've seen from Smart Omega Empress.
All right, that's going to be it for game number 1. Send it to the experts.
Thank you so much, guys, for that cast. And wow, was that 12, 13 minutes from Smart Omega Empress? What?
Do you know when it's over?
When?
The very first minute. The very first minute, there was already a crucial mistake coming in from VSG, where honestly, the rotation coming in from Keishi was the superior rotation, or the pathing coming in from the jungler, that made it so that the mid trio immediately lost the game. And once your mid trio does not have control, that's it. You immediately lost every single objective. And we saw how Keishi, after getting one, she went for the EXP, got that one too. And then afterwards, everything was free for Smart Omega Empress. So this game was over by minute 1.
It was a Smart Omega Empress Express play. No?
You know, it's okay. It's okay. It's not.
Oh, by the way, the joke that you made yesterday, Mirko said 2 out of 10.
He told me. And,
okay.
And actually...
It's 10:25.
Oh my god, it's 10 minutes?
Is that the fastest? I think our fastest game so far was 10:40. Hopefully the producers are listening right now and can fact check that for us. But that was a very quick game, LaFell.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. Maybe I saw the 12 kills and I just like, oh, maybe that's the minutes. Like, no, 10 minutes. But again, like I said, it was over minute number 1. And this is why in international stage, especially the semifinals, every small detail counts. And one of it is the jungle pathing. Based on the jungle pathing, it really depends on what you can and cannot do in this game. And the pathing coming in from Kiyoe, going up against the pathing coming from Keishi, Keishi had a better understanding of what the Julian wants to do. And unfortunately, Kiyoe overestimated the amount of damage that she can do at level 2.
Yeah, even from earlier on, we already saw that there was a big level gap, right? And we can take a look at the highlights here. But yes, we got a confirmation that that was the fastest game so far here at MWI. So Xeno Lilies no longer hold that fastest game. It is now held by the Empresses themselves.
Did I help them out by saying they're going to lose first game?
Maybe. Maybe.
You're welcome.
Wait, sorry. I'm getting a phone call.
Sure.
Hello? Hello? Did I ring it yet?
Yeah, you did.
Guys? I'm calling the casters right now.
Ah, got it. I thought you were hungry.
Oh, yeah, that too. A little bit. But hey, guys, do you have food?
Hi.
Oh, well, it's Eterna again.
You got to answer it.
Oh, wait. Is it? Hello?
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 Hello.
Is this a video call?
It is.
Can you hear me?
I feel like my grandpa.
You know what's the funniest thing?
Is this Eterna?
I don't have a phone. I
Is
can talk
LaFell
to
there?
them.
Oh, you want to talk?
I'd rather
Yeah,
talk
come
to
on, come on, come on.
LaFell.
Give it,
Yeah,
give it,
I'd
give it,
rather
give
talk
it.
to LaFell.
I'm just gonna.
Konnichiwa.
Why does
Hello.
nobody want to
Hello.
talk to me?
Hola.
Konnichiwa. Yes,
Hello,
yes,
Bang.
yes, yes, yes. Hola, hola, mi amigo.
Yes.
How are you in game 1?
How are we?
How are we doing?
Can you introduce yourself? I don't know who you guys are.
We're them. We are
Who's
hims.
them?
Who's them?
We are Trex and Isu coming live from the desk right now. We feel good about the game. Omega came in. It was fast. It was very fast. It was precise.
It was precise. It was, I guess I mean, they shared it a little bit too. I think it was unexpected because Smart Omega Empress, they take some time, you know, to build up. Usually game 1 is not usually in their favor, I'd say. Even their coach mentioned this yesterday. We read the quote from Coach Salomon yesterday. So to see this, I mean, in a 10 and a half minutes?
10 and a half.
That's
10
insane.
minutes and 25 seconds.
That's fast.
LaFell, if you've ever ridden in a jeepney in the heart of Manila and you're zooming, you're doing your thing, you're telling people to get out of the way, that's what that game looked like. And they're just telling VSG to get out of the
Can you
way.
still hear them?
They're on their way to grand finals.
This is how good the phone is. They're not even using the phone. I can hear them.
We have you on speaker.
And I'm like, oh
we
my
have you on
goodness.
speaker. The
Ah,
Honor
that
200
makes
has one of the
sense.
best speaker phones out there.
Okay. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Amazing phone, man.
Okay.
Amazing phone.
Okay. Hi, guys. Sorry. They're gone? See, why?
Oh,
Why is it when they pass to me? Did you hang up or did they hang up?
They hung up.
Wait, is it like this, right?
Yeah, we can still hear you. We can still
Is
hear
that
them.
how this phone works?
Yeah.
You're still there?
Actually, that's.
I think it's enough. You guys can go now. Bye.
Actually, in general, that's how phone works. If you don't press the end call button,
Oh.
it'll keep going.
I swear I thought I pressed end call. Anyway, our PlayStation MVP. Let's just go straight into it. No segue. Mirai, all right. Smart Omega Empress. What did you think about this Ruby performance?
Wow. That's how I thought about it. Apologies for the other studios. That was louder than I thought. But yeah, that was amazing, right? Like the Ruby has so much control. Level 1, level 2, you're amazing.
She's
amazing. Look at her. I don't know what color this is, but it looks good.
It's gold.
It's gold?
Yeah.
Ah, I see. Again, looking at the plays here, after that play, honestly, it's GG because it's so important for the 2-3 people in mid to survive. So level 1, when you're already down, it's just a big snowball effect. Like, maybe they're used to the snow, but oof, doesn't look like it here.
But do you think that was a factor in as to the pick with Odette, right? That was the first time we've ever seen Odette.
Funnily enough,
And
no.
it looked like that the Odette didn't really have a great time. She was clearing a lot slower.
Funnily enough, no. Honestly, it was the Benedetta. Funnily enough. But not the hero. It's just the decision. Ruby here as well. Again, one of the most versatile heroes. Honestly, she reminds me of something like a Cho, where it doesn't matter how you adjust her, she will always be usable, either in damage or utility.
Yeah, we saw that really coming through. We're also gonna take a look at the players earlier on, and there was just so much celebration, right? Because technically we are one game away of coming to match point.
Sorry, what? I was talking to myself.
I was about to ask, I was like, who are you talking to?
Dude, listen, man. I feel like
Are
the
you
phone is so
okay?
good, it could be there, and I can still have a conversation with my mom. Hi, Mom.
Hi,
Hola.
Tante. Tante's like, hi, Aunt. Hi, Tante.
No, I was just talking to my mom, honestly, because I'm excited. It's the first time I'm gonna use this. I have no idea how to use it. The reason I'm holding it like this is because Leo did it. So I was like,
It looks cool, right?
you look cool.
Thank you. So, you want to get us started?
No.
Or you're still, you really don't know how to use it.
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, guys, how are you doing? You got it?
I have no idea how to use this. I have a few videos that I feel like I shouldn't play. Yeah, because if you look at this one, it's the previous game, which is insane.
Oh, so it's
Here's the
okay.
thing.
It's okay. You know, maybe it was so quick that even the camera couldn't have time to catch it.
Should have asked
So-
Leo how to use this, man.
It was-
Leo, Wolf, sorry guys, but new guy on the block here.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So coming into game number 2, what do you think that VSG need to repair? Drafting, execution? I mean, you talked about QA earlier on, but was there any other glaring things that you really spotted out from that game?
No, honestly, just don't die early, because I asked a few of my friends and they said dying is pretty bad. It's not a good experience to have. So maybe in the early game, especially, like, I'm going to make it educational for you guys. Know your strength. If the early game is not your strength, don't fight in the early game. If the mid game is your strength, fight mid game. Why do you want to go for unnecessary fights when you're eventually going to lose? It's like eating a Kit Kat, but instead of breaking it, you're just eating it from the front. Doesn't make sense. So you look like a psychopath, and that could hurt your relationship with your friends.
So basically, I'm LaFell's official translator now, by the way. So what LaFell is basically trying to say is VSG need to go back to their fundamentals, correct?
How did you know?
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eat Kit Kat the proper way, guys. I mean, I don't know how to stress this. Like, I see a few people doing it, and it's driving me crazy. It's driving me cuckoo.
Okay, I'll remember to eat Kit Kat properly for LaFell. Shoutouts to Mirko. Eat the Kit Kat properly. But
oh, so you know who I was talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good,
yes,
good,
yes.
good,
I got the message. I'm your
Very
translator, remember?
Thank you very much. You're doing a good job.
Thank you. I'm trying. But ladies and gentlemen, we are standing by for draft number 2, for game number 2 in this best of 5. And
look at the trophy.
Do you think they're gonna go for a swapsies? Red side, blue side?
I'm colorblind, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
You're making this very hard for me.
Hey, you're the host. You're supposed to make it easier for me. Guys, back me up here.
Guys, help me, please.
But yeah.
Roster swap?
No, first pick, second pick. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, first pick, second pick.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Like, change that, and then you're good. Because remember when I talked about the trap? They were trapped. I said that the Valentina is going to be a prio first pick, and it looks like Synchro got a message. Amori got a message. Amori picked it up, and that Valentina was impactful in the game. One of the reasons why they won the early game. The poking was so strong. We don't see it, but just imagine the bush. You have 2 bushes here, right? And then the Odette actually went between both rocks here, going in the middle, and the Valentina was just staying in the bush, and she just attacked for free, making her half HP before the fight for the Little Wanderer started. And honestly, that's a big difference maker.
Okay. So change, maybe? No more Odette? Because technically, Odette is great when there's proper setup, right? And
pick mid early. When you have a player like Synchro that knows what she's doing in the early game, give her a hero that is pretty strong in the early game. Don't cap her, you know?
So far she's used the Zusin, Valen, Vexana, Lunox, and now the Odette. What would you recommend her this time around, since the Zusin has been banned out? As we enter, ladies and gentlemen, the drafting phase for game numero 2.
Ah, yes, dos is the second one. But yeah, honestly, looking at the draft here, VSG is going to be first pick. I feel like first picking is fine. It's just that the order. Again, like the Terizla is very strong, but there are ways to go up against the Terizla. Valentina is pretty prio. I feel like when you have a mid laner like Amor as well as Synchro.
Yeah. So with that being said, the Angela gets banned out as well, ladies and gentlemen, in this first phase. So it's exactly the same bans that we saw from game number 1. And for the side of Smart Omega Empress, we also see the same bans coming through. The Yuzong, the Jusin. Last time around, they picked up the Roger, and it did go into their favor. They might try and replicate this.
It's crazy as well, seeing that both teams, even though the Ling is up, neither of them really want the Ling. So maybe that's something that shouldn't be prioritized. And again, the Hayabusa as well, it was banned out for sure, but no one is really in a rush to pick it up. The Minotaur is going to be very crucial for any team here. Minotaur is honestly the reason why you win and lose most of the team fights. Now the Valentina has been banned. Smart Mega Empress, this is why I say the Valentina is prio, because the matchup coming in from both teams work well with the Valentina.
But that gives over a big hero for QOA to pick up. They can definitely pick up a Roger here.
I feel like if they pick up the Roger, then you can fight back with a Minotaur as well as a Julian. That is... There's a lot of ways to fight against the Roger, and it's mostly about having a very good chase or just a very good pickup comp. Now, they're going to pick up the Terizla again, coming in from VSG. Something that they do have to remember is that she didn't have a good time going up against the X-Borg. in the laning phase, as well as transitioning into the 6-7 minute mark of the game.
So if this makes it past the second phase, we will be expecting that ban coming through, as Roger and Minotaur, the heroes that Lefel mentioned earlier on, have been prioritized by Smart Omega Empress.
Pick up the Julian
Was
now.
this a trap?
It's honestly a trap that can be set by VSG, because even I knew the Minotaur is going to get picked up, right? So pick up something that can pick off the Minotaur, something like Ruby and Edith, and then a Julian. Then you have a lot of damage coming into the early game so that you can properly punish this Minotaur. If they have no pick off at all, this Minotaur is going to be a big problem for them, because the way you deal with the Minotaur is pull him away from his team and then kill him before he has his second or third item, because usually you want to go for that Flask of the Oasis, or you want to build up small items just to have additional stats.
And if VSG want to play aggressive, that should help aid them in that regard.
Exactly. Yeah, so honestly, Julian and then Ruby, or... Oh, but they're going for Julian Faramis. Interesting. Looks like they are prepping that they're not going to win so much in the early game, so they're prepping for the Lord fights.
So they're going for team fights instead.
Yeah.
Right? They saw the opportunity that the Valentina was banned by Smart Omega Empress, and they pick up that Faramis just to even out that playing field. But before it even goes to that second phase, they straight up pick up that X-Board.
Like I said, they got to remember, you pick up the Trizla, you got to expect the X-Board coming. And honestly, again, it's not a... The Trizla is 50-50 in lane. It's honestly not punished so much by the X-Borg. In fact, most of the time, the Trizla can win because you have a lot of damage, so you can break that Firaga armor pretty fast. It's just doing the turtle as well as the Lord. So this is more on Smart Omega, seeing that Faramis, understand they want a longer team fight. And if you want a longer team fight, we can have a longer team fight. We have the healing coming in from the Minotaur, and we have sustained damage coming in from the X-Borg. And when the X-Borg has War Axe, yeah, their HP bars are going to go down.
So do you think that maybe for VSG, they don't need to go for a setup hero? Or they should still go double down with that?
They should. They need...
What about Edith? Do you like Edith?
Edith, yeah. Edith or Ruby. They still need either of those two. They need something to stop that Minotaur.
Okay. So coming into the second phase, ladies and gentlemen, the Lilia has been banned out by VSG. Trying to take control of that mid lane, perhaps?
Yeah.
This has to be Faramis in the mid lane, right? Not Faramis Rome.
Yeah, this is Faramis mid lane for sure. They're banning out the Lilia as well as the Martis because you don't want to give priority over to Smart Omega Empress, because we saw what Smart Omega Empress can do with priority, especially in the mid lane. Because the way that they snowball the game is that once they get a Little Wanderer, they get an advantage around mid, they're going to transfer the advantage somewhere else along the map. So stop that from happening. Make it a 0-0 game up until the 4th minute of the game, and it's going to look much better for VSG.
Yeah, that Echo Express now for Omega Express, right? That early game snowball, that's what they're trying to deny here. Claude, though, picked up for that gold lane. I mean, technically, Harith has been left untouched.
And Brody.
Is that too much magic damage, though? Oh, what?
Brody.
Brody?
Honestly, Brody is...
DOD?
I mean, we saw Brody just now, right? Shelby is using it, but yeah, the Brody is a very good pickup here.
DOD.
Going up against the lineup coming in from Smart Omega, is just that the X-Borg, like, if the Brody skips the Sky Piercer and just go for straight damage, going for a Heptasis as well as a Malefic Roar, you should be okay to deal with the X-Borg. But if by the 5th minute of the game, you have like 2 kills, you can go for the Sky Piercer. You can dish out amazing damage against everyone coming in from Smart Omega.
But Lefel, what about the laning phase with the Claude?
Very good. I mean, it's not very good.
After
it's
level
okay.
4?
Huh?
Against the Claude, it's still good?
Honestly, Brody against the Claude, it's kind of like uninteractive. The Claude just wants to clear minion and then just go somewhere else. Like, probably going mid gold, is the Brody the one that wants to deal a lot of damage to the Claude. But because they have the chip, maybe the laning phase, no one really cares. You just want to get that gank at level at minute 3, and then just try to get a big advantage. This time they have a lot of damage in the early game.
So it's not just Smart Omega Empress that has the pocket picks down, but it looks like VSG, they're pulling in out all their cards. So to answer our question earlier on, right, about VSG holding the cards, here it is. Chip finally in for VSG. We haven't seen them pick this hero quite up just yet. And now we are entering the second game. Can VSG equal this out 1-1, or will this be another victory for the Empresses? Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Eterna and Lefel. Nice Utrecht's back on the desk for game number 2 in the semifinals. It's a best of 5 between VSG and Smart Omega Empresses. Now, we saw last game Smart Omega kicked it off quick. They did not let their foot off the gas, Naisu, at all. From mid to bottom to top, they were everywhere, doing everything all at once. VSG, what's the answer? They do bring a bit more of an aggressive comp, sustainable as well. They have some macro potential here. Yep. Is this going to be the answer?
I think it could be, especially the fact that, you know, earlier, even with a signature pick for Kyoei, that Benedetta, she wasn't able to utilize it the way that they wanted it to because of just how much momentum was built up early on from Smart Omega Empress. The Julian has been performing wonders for any teams that do draft the hero, even back when we saw it in MSC quite a bit. And I think that gives you enough early damage potential to possibly get the ball rolling, right? And that's something you want to be able to do. My biggest question is this Chip pick, who has kind of fallen off, you know, since we got to see him and the Luyi pick so much just in MSC. And then now I feel like teams are still kind of struggling on making the Chip work the way they want it to. Shortcut's still an amazing, you know, ultimate that you can bring the team in. But against this lineup that Smart Omega Empress has, you have to be super careful on the timing of the shortcut, because if you come in and then you get set up with a Minoan Fury or into the Last Insanity, or heck,
the Eternal Guard.
An Eternal Guard. Like, that is not going to be good for the lineup that is VSG here.
Yeah, we've seen some of these heroes be the answers to the picks like the Luyis, to the picks like the Chips, because everyone pops up in one spot, and boom, you just knock them up, you know? And that's the answer sometimes. So VSG definitely has to be careful about their timing. It might even be best to try to bait out a Minoan's Fury, then drop the shortcut. Things like that. Luckily, they do have this Netherrealm as well as, you know, a caution measure. So instead of maybe using it aggressively or anything like that, you wait for the Minoan's Fury, or when you see the Minoan's Fury coming, that's when you pop it. It pretty much gives you that extra life to continue the fight and null out the big knockup. So as we move on, Turtle is up. VSG going to be holding a small position.
They get the control they're looking for. Murray's level 4, though. They're going to go in with the Eternal Guard already. There's the Netherrealm. That's what they were waiting for. Shortcut going to be dropped down, too, but it's Manana that goes down first, the first blood. And they're all sent into the air as Kyoei goes down as well and finds the shot on Gay Lee. So she's out of the picture, and now Keshi chasing down for another kill, looking for the momentum that they had last game. And Smart Omega Empress will find it with 4 kills and a turtle.
4 kills plus a turtle plus position on the map. The kills are going to go into the pockets. 2 to Amore, 1 to Keshi, 1 to Mirai. I mean, it's a good spread overall for Smart Omega Empresses. And it's already starting to look like a replay. Rian now taking a little bit of damage.
Oh, Shinoa, she's going to go back with the BMI. But yeah, that's good that Rian stayed alive there in that exchange. But I mean, look what that last minute got Smart Omega Empress. 2,000 gold lead already. This is very similar to what we saw in the previous game, Trex.
Yeah, it's already very troublesome. Luckily, Rian was not in part of that slaughter, so still keeping gold, pacing with Shinoa here, because what we've seen a lot of time is gold laners can change the game state. So a lot of things are going to already kind of put onto Rian's shoulders here. And having this Brody, we saw that it can work well, but you definitely can't take some early game deaths. You need to be able to get some of those items, and you're normally going to pick up the Blade of Hepatus first. Then maybe, if you want to do it like we saw previously, pick up the Sky Piercer, look for some stacks. But since they're already behind 4 kills, Sky Piercer might not be the way to go, because it's going to be tough to get stacks in. Maybe you just go straight for the bot or something of that nature.
Ooh, right, whoa. Send Gailey to the moon.
Right in the kisser.
Right in the kisser at that point, man. And this is the thing, I feel like even from the previous game, Gailey had the Minotaur. And it's more or less the same thing. Even with this chip, she's gone in 2 seconds. And that's not what you want to happen for VSG, because every single time, Smart Omega Empress will make that play. And it just furthers the lead they have. And off that, they're going to get this extra gold from the turret. Possibly the turret if they stay down here long enough.
Oh, man, and just bullying Rian. In goes Chip, though, Gay Lee.
Gay Lee again. She's going to flicker forward. Actually, they want to fight this Kyoei. Goes in, too, but they can't find anything. There's the knockup, though, but no Fury is going to be used for Murray. She stays alive. She jumps back in. Blazing Duet into the penalty zone. They might be able to pick up a kill here, but the Netherrealm also keeping VSG alive. No one goes down in the exchange, and after all those ultimates were expended, Turtle's now up.
And after all those things were expended as well, they're losing a tower up in the top side. Nadayami should be able to take this out. A couple more hits. I mean, even if she doesn't take it out now, it's going down quickly soon. Back of the turtle, though.
Crash course into Murray. Murray's going to get dragged a little bit by the Stampede, but still Eternal Guard going to be dropped down. She hops over the wall. Murray will be able to survive. Keshi just walks in, takes the turtle with the retribution. What is happening here? Everything is falling into place for Smart Omega Empress.
That was a hold my beer moment right there. That was hold this for me, hold my phone moment. Walk in, click the retry, walk back to the jungle, do my thing. I mean, very clean by Keshi. And we've been seeing this, and one of the things about Kyoe is Kyoe normally does a great job in these neutral objectives. Does a great job in like, you know, even by herself is able to come in and get these big steals. So at this point, Victory Sound Gamers, once again, they're already in a downward spiral in game 2, and they're gonna have to buy some time here, do something. Luckily still Rion sitting deathless, only a level behind Shinoa, which, yes, it's bad, but it's not as bad. You know, we're doing what we can here for VSG, but let's take a look at some of these items. Kyoe did just get Genius Wand in, which is huge, but looking at her counterpart, Keshi right now, we've got Windtalker going into Endless Battle next.
Yeah,
going into Endless Battle next instead of yeah.
Hold on. Here on the bottom side, Murray. She's quite tanky, but will she be able to survive this? The shortcut comes in too. There's the penalty zone, gonna find Shinoa. She has to flick her out. So a kill on the board now for VSG. Good decisive decision there to pick something up. And they could slowly start to put the pressure here, trying to get this tier 1 turn in the bot lane. Shinoa tries to clear it with that Blazing Duet. They'll clear the minions out, so they hold on to the turret, but they lose the one in the mid.
Yeah, man, and this is one of the things that Smart Omega Empresses does so great. They start these fights in the off lanes, or they start these fights by the turtle. Well, 2 or 1 member huddle into the next spot, and when VSG is down like this, they're really expending all of their utilities just for that fight, and it turns into a 5v4 or 5v3, and that's exactly what Smart Omega Empress wants. So Victory Song Gamers either have to make this choice where they're going to spread out a bit more and cover the map, or they actually need to get the kills in these fights when it's 5v3, you know, when it's 5v4. Last turtle of the game up right now. Do they even really try to contest this? They're at a big deficit. It could be risky.
I think if they're going to have to pull this off again, it might just be up to a steal, possibly, because they're going to keep Rian there. She's been farmed up, like you mentioned, pretty well. That's probably a saving grace later on if they can make that work. She's going to make her way up now. They might want to join this because it is a Lord take. Ooh. And for Smart Omega Empress, they just waited for this to happen, and now they're going to go ahead and start it up, looking for their own setup. Rian's still not a part of this. She's just going to grab the buff, grab that orange buff. So right now, it's just kind of a standoff here.
Yeah, honestly, it might be the best play just to have Rion take orange buff. It might have even been a decent play to have Rion just play long lane, maybe get a tower of this, because, as I said, this is a risky Lord to try to contest. Smart Omega Empress just really hitting their mid-game power spike. Keshi's going to be doing a lot. Amore's already doing a lot. Nadayame's going to be super hard to kill. And right now, Victory Sound Gamers, because they're behind, they have to play tight for this Netherrealm, and that's exactly what Mirai wants on this Minotaur. Try to get that big Minoan's Fury. So Victory Sound Gamers, I think it's in their best interest to just play this slow. Don't force anything. It's in their best interest to just get your minion waves, get a little bit more gold. Smart Omega Empress, on the other hand, I think it's in their interest to maybe rush this Lord. You don't want this game to go on too long.
Yeah, I think they got enough information, and that's why you see them starting it up. Gailey's still here, so she's going to go ahead and give this information to the team, but look at Rion. She's still down there. They can come in any time with the shortcut, though, and that's what they're going to play around. I wish that Rian actually was able to push that turret a little bit earlier on, but that's just going to be a Lord freely in the hands of Smart Omega Empress.
All right. VSG does get 1 tower out of that push, but now they're going to be on the defensive mode. My guess is they lose at least 2 tier 2s, possibly all 3. Luckily, with that bottom lane push, it might help stall this a little bit. But knowing Smart Omega Empress, they're going to freeze up these lanes and get a nice solid all the way around push. And the way they've been approaching the map in general, being kind of split up, running in 2s and 3s, they're going to get as much as they can. Back at the purple buff, though. Nadayame's frag armor does get procced. Smart Omega on the attack.
Waiting for that Lord. It's going to go find that tier 2. now on the top side, but it's up to VSG. You know, do they have enough? It was still the Holy Crystal being worked on too by Killway. And, you know, so far it's like even this, now that the Flask of the Oasis is picked up, a lot of the times just the heal alone from the Motivational Roar is enough to kind of negate the damage that they built up. That's the Holy Crystal now being locked in. So she's at least on point for that, but can they stay in this game even with a lead? The shields are going to pop here in these base turrets. They go in with Last Insanity, going to push them back a little bit further. They popped the half health already, trying to possibly get the Nether Realm out, but they go in one more time. There's the Nether Realm. That's everything Smart Omega Empress wanted. They jump in, Murray goes in with the Middle and Fury. They find a couple kills off of it, again, in a decisive manner at the 11-minute mark. Smart Omega Empress still fighting it out. Keshi, though, will go down. They couldn't end the game here. A little overzealous on the push. They still have waves coming in, though.
Yeah, they still got waves. They still got Shinoa.
They still have Shinoa. Synchro and Gailey here together. What can they do? Just the two of them. I think it's just going to be some more base turrets, though.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Minimum back on the map now. Smart Omega Empress knows that the push is over, but they got so much more than I thought they would. I thought maybe they pop a couple shields on the inhibitor, maybe they get one inhibitor. And Victory Song Gamers, you know, I think once they lost the tower, once they got the lore down, it was time to back off. They stayed a little bit too long. The knockup came in. The Netherrealm got baited out, and Nanayami did such a great job at using that Last Insanity just as a zone back to guarantee the inhibitor, right? Zone them all just enough so that their team can get a couple more shots off on the inhibitor. Once that top inhibitor goes down, it cracks open the base. Keshi gets the kill on Rian, and that's when it really kind of sealed the deal for him.
Yeah, at least Rian gets a couple kills, you know, in the exchange, because I think at this point, you really have to rely on the fact that we're almost in a situation, because it's almost 10,000 gold difference again, where it's like we just have to get what we can. And I feel like that last defense was pretty much that. You know, it could have been a game-ending push as well. But like I said, Smart Omega Empress wanted to just push it a little bit further, got punished. And so this might be a breath of hope here for VSG to go ahead and turn this game around. Again, they're in a position where can they actually find space here in this Lord take? Or is it just going to go in the hands of Smart Omega Empress and then have to defend it once again in the base? I think they have to go ahead and evaluate that, and that's why Gailey's going to make her way up here. Again, she can drop down that shortcut and allow Rian to even make her way up here for the fight. What are they going to do here? It's a quarter of the health. They're going to spot him out already. The BMI going to be used by Shinoa to back. And once again, still kind of taking their time with the Lord take. Not Ayanami keeping them at bay. None already less than half health, just alone for Not Ayanami. And they get him low enough that they're actually going to push them back completely and just take the Lord here. Great plays here, great decisions from Smart Omega Empress.
At this point, it feels like Smart Omega Empress wants them to come and contest.
Yeah,
like they're looking for the bait. They're looking for the, we don't even really want Lord right now. Come on, because they can chip them enough down, as we just saw, just by getting close to Lord. And at any moment, Smart Omega could just turn the tables, attack, leave the Lord behind, attack them, and it could be devastating for VSG. So VSG really has to watch out how they approach this.
With that, they might still get this last turret even before the Lord makes its way. No minions there, though, just yet, so they hold on a little bit longer. Kianan picked up also here a little extra damage to Divine Glaive, but now for Smart Omega Empress, fully locked and loaded here. They push in with the Lord. Their eyes set, just going into the base. That last turret going to be going down. Lord almost done, almost worked with VSG. Can they pull off a defense? Gailey has to flicker out, and they still wait. These waves pushing in. They can see that Sword going to be used by QA. She has to go heal up. Netherrealm already dropped down too. A penalty zone going to find multiple members, but still Smart Omega Empress going to fight back. Keshi picks up a kill. Minun falls as well. There's the last Insanity, and that will be game 2 again in the hands of Smart Omega Empress.
There's the last Insanity. And there could be just one more game here. Smart Omega Empress, man, they're just built different right now. VSG doesn't seem to be able to keep up. And they're trying, man, they're drafting decently. They're getting some clutch picks in. But Smart Omega Empress, I think at this point, there was just a dip happening, man. Smart Omega Empress showing that they want to be the contenders for that first place. VSG has to change something fast.
Yeah, they're facing match point, you know, already here, so they got to figure something out.
That's going to be it. Let's toss it over to our experts.
Match point, ladies and gentlemen. Smart Omega Empress once again on that express train to get to that grand finals. This was not as quick as game number 1. It was a 14-minute game, but from that early stage of the game, you can even see that it was dominated by the Empresses themselves.
Honestly, it's really just about them understanding their draft. And yes, I understand how they've been playing this game. It looks like VSG, they're having a hard time grasping the concept of what their draft is really trying to do. Because essentially, it was honestly the very first turtle fight where Smart Mega Empress was able to pull VSG into a very bad spot for them, do what their draft is supposed to do, and then go in for a big fight. And as you saw, even the first turtle is like, that's GG, that's game. Everyone got wiped out, and then there's no way for them to fight back.
But what did you think about the draft in particular, right? What was you were talking about, like, win con of the fundamentals of their draft. What was their win con, supposedly?
Remember when I said, oh, Terizla first pick, but you got to remember about the X-Borg. Yeah, the X-Borg really destroyed them in this game, destroyed them in the draft, and the way that their fundamentals is about opening the map, seeing what everyone is trying to do, and X-Borg denies that. And when the X-Borg denies that, everyone is afraid to play the game. And when everyone is afraid to play the game, you don't even try anything. When you don't try anything, the game's over.
So it's back to that X-Borg.
Yeah,
right?
The X-Borg really shut them down because of their first pick, Terizla. Like, again, like I said, first pick can be a trap. And it looks like VSG has fallen for the trap twice.
So what's the saying? Fool me once?
Fool me once.
Shame on you.
Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me.
Shame on LaFell.
Sure.
So let's take a look at our MVP by PlayStation, ladies and gentlemen. And here it is again. Merry Christmas. She was actually born on Christmas.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why her nick is.
Oh, that's a cool fun fact. You're always coming up with the fun facts.
Yeah.
100% kill participation with the Ruby, with the Minotaur, is about controlling. And she controls VSG very well. Minotaur is honestly one of my favorite heroes as well.
So do we try to shut her down at this point? Because it's really hard to pinpoint what went wrong. Do you just deny that Terizla pick?
No, it's about making it so that VSG has a way to start a fight. Because Mina is not having a good time. She can't start a fight. And looking at Gailey as well, she's not having a good time. She can't start a fight. So trust me when I say, when you're playing MLBB, when your draft is pretty good at a team fight and no one wants to start a team fight, you're not going to have a good time. I feel like everyone in rank knows those games.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Oh, look at that. Oh, fancy.
I mean, I get it.
Two times in a row, bro.
And again, Minotaur, again, is the hero. One of the hero of MWI. Aggressive and as well as defensive. Honestly, able to fight against most of the assassins in the game, as well as set up for a big team fight around neutral objectives, the Turtle as well as the Lord. So, again, the Minotaur is a very strong hero. If you can pick him off in the early game, you're doing good. If you do absolutely nothing to the Minotaur will shine.
But the problem now is we're at match point.
Yeah.
We're at match point. That means we are one game away for VSG to get knocked out. They need to figure a way to come back. What is it? Is it the jitters that's getting to them?
I think it's just Smart Omega Empress has a better understanding of the fundamentals of the game, and they're punishing VSG for it.
So there's absolutely no way that VSG could come back? I mean, if it's fundamentals.
Okay. If we can show the Telestrator, I'll show you at what point that you have to understand the fundamentals of the game to make sure you don't do the mistake again.
Okay, so let's take a look a little bit more specifically as LaFell will walk you through what went down.
Okay, so right now, while we're looking at this, the real person you have to look at is not Ayanami, right? Not Ayanami is going to be the person to make sure that this entire team fight will not go well. Another person that I have to show, remember what I said, the Terizla will not have a good time. Look at the Terizla here. Look at the bar right next to him. That is X-Borg's passive, and when it's at full stacks, it will deal true damage. Now let me play the clip here, and look at Ayanami as well as Minon. Look at Minon taking a whole lot of damage before the fight even starts. If you guys can't see it, Minun is here. She is the engager of the fight. It hasn't even started, and look at that HP bar. It's basically 14, 16%. And this is all because what happened is that looking at the X-Borg, the X-Borg is chunking Minun a lot. I'm showing you this first clip, but it has been happening throughout the entire game on two different people. One is on Minun, the other one is on Gailey. Both of these frontliners are chunked down so low, they can't do anything. Now we're gonna play the full clip here and see what really happens in this game. Once Minun is out of the fight, there's no one really tanky enough to do anything. And look at Ayanami, free hitting on the back, and then everyone got wiped up. Mireille as well was able to knock everyone up to make sure that no one is able to deal damage throughout the team fight. So again, if we're going to move all the way back, not Ayanami, making it so that Minun doesn't get to play. And then once Minun doesn't get to play, once Gailey doesn't get to play, it's game over. So that's why, Terizla, you gotta be careful of the X-Borg. Not really because of the laning phase, but because when you're fighting for Turtle and Lord, you're not gonna have a good time.
This is actually quite interesting.
That's the fundamental of the draft.
This is interesting, right? And which is why, because like in the early portion of MWI, Terizla was such a hot pick. And every time we see Terizla being picked up, most probably that is going to be a victory for that team that picks the Terizla up. But and it's only been 3 days, by the way, right?
Yeah.
Over the course of 3 days, these teams have really figured out a way to combat the Terizla's just dominance over MWI.
That's why the draft is very important. And that's why we see Smart Mega Empress, they shifted. Game number 1, they picked the X-Borg for 5th pick because they're like, they won't see this coming. They understand in the second game, if we don't pick it now, it will get banned. And if it gets banned, we don't have a lot of ways to fight the Terizla. So that's why the X-Borg was 3rd pick, and because Terizla's 1st pick, no way Terizla and X-Borg is going to be on the same team. So this draft, Smart Mega Empress, they have more experience, they have more exposure going up against multiple teams. It's easier for them to win the draft, and then the players understand how to play the draft.
And now that puts them in a little bit of a position, right? Like, what do you want to trade over? If they do get 1st pick again, do they want to put an X-Borg there if they still want to go with the Terizla 1st pick?
Definitely not, because the X-Borg, there's multiple ways to fight that. The mages can fight it, the junglers can fight it, the gold laners can fight it. It's just that VSG, they didn't have the heroes to fight it. Brody could, but Brody apparently didn't have a good time in lane, couldn't get out, and that's why the Brody doesn't impact the X-Borg as much. So X-Borg 1st pick is not the answer. Honestly, Valentina is a perfect 1st pick, but it's always getting banned at this point.
Wow.
I can be smart. I can be smart.
No, that was great. That was great. And
thank you.
It was using simple enough terms for people like me to understand. And then it feels like you opened like a window in my head.
Sure, I'll open the door. No, you can. Okay. I like windows.
Do you like doors or windows better?
I don't go through windows.
Okay, I do sometimes.
All right, but yeah, going for this next match, it is about the draft. And I feel like VSG will have a hard time just because Smart Mega Empress, they roughly know the matchups of every single hero. So even if the hero loses in lane, it will eventually win in a team fight where it really matters.
And it just also really shows that as the more time that you have in the league, the more time you also have to develop, and the experience of these kinds of decision-making just really impacts that game. So VSG, again, I hope we see a change in the drafts, right? If that's the case, if that's one of the main hinders of their gameplay. Because even with Kyoe, we talked about Kyoe earlier on, her being one of the main pillars, Synchro as well being one of the pillars. If their EXP laner can't find a moment, then it's still very difficult for both of these anchors from the side of VSG to shine.
Honestly, just for this matchup in particular, you gotta be careful of the EXP as well as the roamer. So for VSG, honestly, my personal take, delay the EXP as well as the roamer pick just to make sure that you don't get out drafted. Unless you're gonna pick up a very safe hero in the roam position, something like a Ruby, where it's generally pretty good against most things. And even if it's bad against certain marksmen or mid laners, you can counter it back with your own picks coming in from the mid as well as the goal lane. The EXP lane is very crucial, especially the way Minun plays, is she's the main engager of the fight. And if she doesn't get to play, the entire team, especially Kyoe as a jungler, will not have any space to do her job. And if Kyoe can't do her job, she's no longer the Ice Queen.
I mean, technically, do you think it could have been different if they didn't go for a chip pick?
Yes, if they pick up something a little bit easier to possibly counter the Minotaur early, like an Edith, like a Ruby, it would have been game-changing, because even if you're going to get chunked out, you're doing the same thing to their roamer. So if their roamer doesn't get to play, your EXP doesn't get to play, it's a standstill. No one is moving until the late game.
Yeah, because it feels like every time they went in for these team fights,
it doesn't look good.
PSG never gets the benefit out of it. And did you see that play that the Roger did, that Keishi did?
Yeah.
Like, even though the setup was good by VSG, they had the proper setup going on, Roger just came in, Keishi rolled in, boom.
Keishi's amazing.
Stole it away.
Yeah. That's one of those moments where you're like, ugh.
Feels bad.
Feels bad.
It's like you invested in that for a good, like, 1 minute plus.
Oh, yeah.
And it gets taken from you. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. After what LaFell explained earlier on, we are going to see how this drafting phase will pan out for possibly the last time if no changes happen. VSG still on the same side as well as Omega, and the bans are coming through. Angela, Edith, the last time it was Arlet. We'll see if anything changes there, if they still want to go for the Terizla first pick. But from the side of Omega, also the exact same.
I feel like if Omega, they ban out, oh, now they ban the Terizla. They're like, yeah, we don't want to use it, but we don't want you guys to use it. The Valentina is open. Minotaur get banned. Again, I saw Synchro play on the Valentina, even though the Minotaur has been banned, so you don't have that big of a priority on the Valentina. It's still an okay pick. If you don't want to pick that up, pick up the Roger. The Roger is so flexible, jungle, gold lane. No matter what, you will have priority. So I feel like Roger first pick should be good here.
Okay, let's see if that comes through. But finally, we do see a change, right, from VSG. And there it is, the Roger. That's why you're an analyst.
Honestly, I've been playing the Fool for so long. People get easily impressed nowadays.
But from Omega, there you go. The Valentina comes through. And what was your other prediction?
Honestly, now that the Valentina has, like, the Julian is still up if you want to take it away from Kiyowi. If you don't want it, then you can pick up the Hayabusa. Probably third pick. At this point, you can pick up a Ruby because it's still open. And they ban out the Minotaur, so I don't know. The Ruby seems like a good pick here if you don't want to go for a Julian.
Yeah, it should help them as well, right? If they want to look for control, something that VSG really severely lacked in that previous game. So Ruby is an option. I'm seeing Harith still completely untouched, by the way, for the past 3 games.
Honestly, because Roger does very well against the Harith. What makes Harith strong is the shield. But the Roger demolishes the shield quite fast, and here comes the chip. Looks like they want to show how to use this chip.
Tutor
chip.
Tutor chip, de.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, let's show you the chip tutorial, essentially.
VSG right now, the mid lane is going to be very important because if you pick up... Honestly, this is one of those games where the Zas might be okay. Like, the Zas is still open. If Synchro has practice on the Zas, you can pick it up. If not, you need something much more aggressive. They pick up a Grok, which is very aggressive in the early game, especially if the Roger is going to the jungle. Now they just need a strong mid laner here.
That's really good wave clear already as well, right? So
going for the carry. Immediately showing this Roger is going to the jungle.
So no flex potential whatsoever from the Roger, but even with the Grok pickup already, right? That's already good setup. What I felt was kind of lacking from VSG was mid control, right? If they want to stop Omega from their early rotations, the way that they're so quick to roam around the map and find opportunities around the map, it's mid control. And with the Grok pickup, it does help them in that direction. But of course, that mid laner presence is still going to be important. If they put something in like a Vexana, that would hurt the Valentina in those rotations.
No, I do agree. I definitely do agree, especially when the chip, you have to assume the chip is going to go after your jungler, right? So they're betting out the Zas. Like I said, the Zas is pretty good going up to the lineup that Omega has at this point. And honestly, you called it right. The Vexana should be a consideration as well for Smart Omega to ban out. Now that they have the Harith, it's probably because they see what the lineup is for VSG. They're not too worried about the Ruby. The Harith is going to have an okay time going up against the carry. Carry once has 4 items, can fight against the Harith, but if the Harith gets the Holy Crystal first, then the carry will have a bad time. So it's really about rushing those items for both gold laners here.
So whoever gets most gold, essentially.
If Harith gets Holy Crystal first, Harith wins. If the carry snowballs out of control, gets 4 items first, then the carry wins.
Okay. So again, that mid trio is so important. Just that much more important to help out that gold lane, right? And the Vexana does get banned out here. But remember, if they still want to gain control of the mid lane, they still have Lilia, right?
Yeah.
Lilia has really good wave clear. Granted, against a Grok, though, will be difficult. But if VSG pick up the Lilia, now that's a mid trio that Omega need to respect.
Yeah, Omega can show their jungler here if they want to be safe. They can show their EXP because honestly, looking at how the matchup has been going, now Ayanami should feel very confident going up against Minan because Minan at this point, not a lot of good EXP laners are still up here. Ruby is pretty good. We've seen people picking up the Lapu Lapu, not exactly amazing in the patch right now, but definitely usable. They're going to show up with the Ling. So now it's going to be much harder for the carry to actually farm up because the Ling is able to put pressure. And it makes it so that the Hive is not super rushed building the items. The Hive can join the team fight, second turtle and above, and then the Ling can just farm up as fast as he wants.
And it looks like VSG now are reverting back to their comfort, right? They pick up the Lunox here. It should be in that mid lane, plus that Ruby. So that Ruby does come out, assuming that it's going into the EXP lane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, the Ruby is very good going up against, honestly, the Ling as well as the Hive, so there is a good chance there. The only thing is you're going to give your I'm Offended to the Valentina, so they can pick off as well. We really, for the composition here coming in from Smart Omega Empress, we really got to look at the chip. How fast does the chip work at giving the ganks over? That can really impact the game, because we saw all it needs is one strong team fight in the early game, and VSG can't fight back.
So they need proper setup now from that EXP lane.
Yeah.
Who would that be?
Honestly, you could even go crazy damage by picking out something like a Paquito if you're feeling like it. Because once the chip opens the portal, you just go in and you just rush into damage.
Is Paquito okay against the Ruby in lane?
It's a skill match. Oh, the Barats. Not gonna lie.
For sustain, for a frontliner.
Not gonna lie, I forgot that hero existed.
Me too.
Yeah.
It's been a while, but welcome back, buddy. Welcome back into the land of dawn. But there it is. Any final thoughts you want to say before we head over to the casters?
The draft here is pretty skibbity.
Pretty skibbity. And it's pretty skibbity that we are at match point, ladies and gentlemen. If Smart Omega can pick up this next game, they will be moving forward to meet Vitality in the grand finals. And with that, we're throwing it over to our casters. Take it away.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Eterna. If Omega Empress win this one right here, they will move forward into the grand finals, but VSG never goes down easy. It's Strex and Naisu here for the third game of this best of 5. How we feeling, Naisu? Could be the last game in this series. Can VSG pull it together and take one down?
Oh man, you know, I think going off the last 2 games, they have to do so much different here in game 3. Even with the lineup that they have, I think if you look at the previous 2 games where their weak points was the early game, they need to somehow get the momentum in their favor early on, especially when you're going against this kind of lineup. Look at this already, Gailey. She's been through this so often. She is going to survive, though. But that's what I'm wondering, because you're going against a Ling, and anytime, obviously, that Ling is going to be there, you want to be able to also transition to choking out the resources to taking these purple buffs. So for VSG, part of the game plan is that, but how do they do that? They need to get the snowball going in their favor, and this is good. I mean, at least Kyoe does have the jungle Roger, which has been shown to actually do pretty well against other assassins in the jungle.
Yeah, definitely can do well, and I mean, time and time again, VSG has had some answers to Smart Omega Empress's draft, and at this point, I can say, yeah, the Lunox can brilliance away from the Tempest of Blades, can be in some safe positions. A lot of the heroes have some answers, but what it's really going to come down to, as it has come down to in the past 2 games, is Victory Song Gamers just needs to step it up a notch, right? They need to put their foot on the gas, and it looks like it could be what they're trying to do here. Let's see if they can pull something off.
Not Ayanami. Again, I like that the experts mentioned this. You know, you don't see the Barretts too often anymore. For the longest time, it was just a mainstay in the jungle. But now it's, you know, if it pops up in the sign lane, especially the XP lane, it might work out. But still, part of that, too, is just that CC immunity is actually going to be able to help them with the lineup that they're up against from VSG. 2 Purifies as well. Now in the mid lane, though, this is already the focus. Crash Course, Tempest of Blades to follow up. Gailey in trouble. Again, it's first blood for Keshi. And they'll go ahead and take that as a sign to go start this turtle up.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the coach's decision. I don't know if Smart Mega Empress, but I just feel like before they came out onto the stage today, the plan was we target Gailey.
Yeah,
we make her
I think so,
public enemy #1, and we get as many kills as we can on her as many times as possible within the first few minutes, because every time Gailey's just been getting picked on. Murray, though.
Murray's going to be picked on this time as QA picks up the kill. And so the good answer, good response here. Is it enough to start? Also, Shinoa could be in trouble. The flick of forward from Rhea, and one hit won't be enough. Able to get away with her life there, Shinoa, with that little bit of shield also. She popped the Purified. Neither team able to get the turtle in all this chaos.
All right, we're 3 minutes in. Turtle hasn't been taken yet. It's a rare sight right now. Both gold laners forced to go back. But we're starting to see VSG maybe push the envelope here, and that might be the only option. You got to just start flipping the coin a bit on these fights. A lot of the meta right now is who can catch the aggressive side first, who can get that big gold lead, and VSG knows that Smart Omega is going to try to do that continuously, and I think VSG has now just acknowledged the fact that we can't just play for late game, right? We're not going to make it to late game. Up at the top side, though.
Oh, but the late game here. It could be harder to get to if that happens. Rian goes down, but this might be a trade. QA will be able to get the turtle, and now they're going to find it out. Shortcut was dropped in, too. They have to win this fight. Murray in trouble. She's one hit away, but they're going to get crashed down. Daytona's welcome finds Gailey. Minun falls, and they go back in. They re-engage. 2 fall for VSG. Good usage of the shortcut there, and Smart Omega Empress makes a play up top, and they swing back down to pick up a kill near the turtle.
That's why the chip is still banned out right there, because for a second, VSG almost made it an equal trade. They traded a gold laner for a turtle, which in my mind is not equal. If they would have got the kill on Namira there or anything else, it would have swung in their favor, but everyone shows up, and then it just turns into a big punch in the face.
I was going to say a cluster at this point, because, I mean, think about it, Trex. How does that feel? You see the Ling is up top. You already know Ling can go ahead and make, transverse
Feels like I'm
across
good.
the map.
I'm safe.
Yeah, but then
I'm okay.
A shortcut comes in.
And you got this hero that can just teleport people. Pull up. They pulled up.
They literally did. They pulled up right now. Wild Charge going to be used, of course, from Gailey. Trying to make a play here on the top side. Rest of the team also making their way up. Not sure if they still follow through. They get the Brilliance out. The damage from Omore, though, has to be respected as well. Neither team able to pick up a kill.
All right, VSG. It's time to sing the song. It's time to do something here, because we're already 3,000 goal behind.
Oh, goes in. Flicker. Daytona's welcome into the wall. Synchro just gets picked off like that. It was supposed to be Gailey. She gets out with her life, but Synchro doesn't. Smart Omega Empress once again with the decisive plays here, really following up. I mean, think about it. Not Ayanami rotated all the way up there to the mid lane. She's already got the Thunderbelt.
Already got the Thunderbelt. Going to start getting some stacks in, but wait a second. A little bit of engage on to Not Ayami.
Wild Charge going to be used. They have the damage available. Keshi there on the backside. Jumps in. Minun has to get back to the turret. Tempest Blade's going to be used as well. They find another turret. Keshi will go down as Rian picks up the kill. In return, they're looking for more. Murray could be in trouble. Guardian's Bear going to be used. There's the Brilliance, but they couldn't pick up Murray just yet. They'll be happy with the 1 kill for now. Shinoa waits in the bush on this Harith. Pops the Zaman Force, bobs and weaves with the Synchro Vision. Keeps him off the turtle here. They can't take it on just yet. The rest of Smart Omega Empress will join up. So still the objective for the taking.
Okay, but that's honestly, whether it's chaotic or not, at this point, that's the 50-50 that VSG has to go for. Those are the coin flips they have to take at this point. It's match point. They already know they're not going to win through the safe game. They need to see if they can push Smart Omega Empresses to the overheating point. See if they can force them to make some mistakes. Rion seems to be comfortable finally. Seems to be online. Killway has a kill in the book as well. And with Keshi down a kill, it's, there's some opportunity for Victory Sun Gamers to maybe secure some objectives here.
So they're going to go ahead and try it. Purple buff still being worked on, so they just give a huge go on this, and Killway will be able to get it. And now they're going to join the fight. Amore holding on to the Wild Charge. Shortcut already dropped under the Zaman Force again. Tempest Blade's going to be used as well. She tries to get away, but Gailey going to be one to fall. And in the exchange, only 1 down. Minun, though, going to be possibly the next target. Here comes Keshi. Here comes the squad. And they pick up a 2nd kill.
Squad pulls up like skirt. Skirt, skirt. That's 2 turtles. I mean, Victory Song gamers are staying in this a little bit, right? You get the 2 turtles. Imagine if they didn't get those 2 turtles. This 3K gold lead would be 4, maybe even 5.
Yeah, actually,
it would be really escaping from them. So Victory Song gamers are finding something in the chaos. I think this is a little better than previous games, but it's still, it could get bad fast. If any of these 1 or 2 man wipes turn into a 4 or 5 man, it could just be a wrap. We saw earlier in the items that Keshi had the Berserker's Fury on. That damage is just going to start getting bigger and bigger once another item locks in. Already has another item locks in. Haas Claws for a little bit of sustainability. And then next, what is that? Endless Battle is going to come in next. Just for good measure, and at that point, it's going to get bad. And in the beginning, Killway kind of had the lead, but now we're falling behind almost 1,400 gold. Killway does go for the War Axe, which I like this build format. It's a little more sustainable. It's maybe not as quick moving, but she picks up the Quantum Charge emblem to make up for that.
Daytona's welcome to look at this. Killway's going to be the target. Can't get away, even with a little bit more durability as she falls there. Now the eyes set here on this bottom side. This tier 2 turret. Smartly Empress make a play. And, you know, we sleep on the Barrett's pick right now in the current meta, but it's still good. Now on the top side, Murray gonna jump in with the crash course. Wild Charge is there, but here's Keshi plus the whole team. They find a kill on Rian, and then Gailey's gonna be next. Keshi tries to jump in it. She will pick up the kill and clean things up.
I thought Jushin was a broken hero, but Chip just reminds me of why he needs to stay on that ban list in the right hands. He reminds me of why it's just insane. And sometimes you would think that, well, sometimes Chip with an assassin like Ling might not be the best because it's hard to capitalize off of it. No. Ling just pops out of that portal with the Tempest of Blades ready to go. Yeah. Rian's instantly deleted. Killway got, I mean, it just makes it even harder for VSG to keep up with them. The pacing was already fast enough from Smart Omega Empress. Now they're just breaking the speedometer.
Yeah, at that point, you know, you break the speedometer because you're time traveling. You're going through a portal. You know, I'm sure you've seen Portal.
Portal, yeah.
How it works.
I was always bad at it.
You just show up, and that's hard to play against. And even with that said, Trex, like teams still have to find ways to make the chip work. It's not as easy as just dropping the shortcut. I mean, you know, It is very strong, but we have seen teams not make chip work. But more often than not, he's actually still just a very strong pickup that brings a ton of utility to the team. And that's what they're going to have to deal with. Holy Crystal locked in before this base siege from Shinoa. Lord working on this bottom turret. Shield's already going to be popped here. Still might press the situation. Zaman Force already goes down as well. Turret's holding up. Tempest of Blade's going to be followed through. Rian's going to fall Dex. 3 down for VSG. Triple for Shinoa. She's on fire. Can they end the game here? Synchro, she's the next target.
Whoa.
Oh.
Whoa.
All right.
Whoa.
Well, you know.
Yeah, I know. Look at the crowd right now. Let's put our hands together right now because this could be it. VSG. Let's take a second to absorb all of this, I guess.
Yeah, at that point, I mean, you know, I'm pretty.
What happens next?
I don't know. I think, you know, we are going to have a Kit Kat.
Technical break. Yeah, that's actually.
You got a Kit Kat with you?
I do. I have a couple of them. They have some really good Kit Kats here. They have like a hazelnut. They have a raspberry one.
I haven't tried that one.
Leo had it. He always finds the good ones. He takes them all out of the basket and then doesn't share with them.
No wonder I haven't seen any. Yeah. You mentioned Leo's name.
Yeah, he takes them all.
He takes them all.
Takes them all. And he brings them back to his room. Don't tell anybody.
Yeah. You know, while they get things figured out here, I don't know. I actually don't know if by the time we get back.
Phone crashed.
Phone crashed.
Phone crashed. And not like crashed on the ground, like the whole phone crashed, like the game crashed.
Okay.
That was a hot game.
Yeah, it was. I don't know,
moving too fast. They broke the speedometer. They broke the phone.
Look, there's only, at this point, when they were locking on that base, I think even when we get this situated and we get back, it might be that same ending. But still, we can talk about the fact that it was just, even in this game 3, the way that they utilized the lineup that they had here for Smart Omega Empress, man, was just, it's now 3 games in a row. It's game 1 to game 3 where it was just on point. Any draft that they brought to the table here.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Smart Omega Empress feel ready for the grand finals. I think if there's a team right now that's going to give a good fight over to Vitality, they are definitely the ones. And here we go, back into the game. Wait, nope, replay.
Oh.
Was it Kiowa's phone that crashed?
I guess so, yeah.
Or that was her dying. That might have been her dying face. We've seen a lot of those faces.
We have,
Did you see Ashley's her dying face yesterday?
We have. You know, obviously for these two, like, emotions are going to be high. And it was either way, like, when you really break it down, this game number 3, it's a tough game to be in if you're VSG and you're rooting for them, of course, because just where was that opportunity for them to turn things around? You know what I mean? At that point, especially when they were in the defense of the base, it's like the Lord is there. They haven't had an answer, by the way, for Keshi on this lane.
No, and I don't think there is one. I think they came in well, but at this point, it's, you know, I think the movements, like we said, the whole game, Smart Omega Empress has been in full gear, moving at full speed. In this game, you add a Ling and a Chip into the mix of that, and now you're even faster. And one of the great things that we've seen from Smart Omega Empress is, you mentioned it, not everyone can use the Chip to its maximum capabilities. A lot of teams have trouble making it work completely, and they did it to a perfection. Now, let's look at the Filipino support out there.
Yeah,
I bet that little kid is I bet that little kid is mythic. That's what I hear. Over there, they got him. They're mythic by 5, man.
You know what? You start them young.
That's what I'm gonna do with my daughter. I'm gonna. Hey, 3.5. She's gonna be playing, but before 4.
So what would that be? That would be the MWI probably in, I don't know,
15 years, maybe earlier if I'm nice.
Maybe earlier. Hey, you know, some of the players.
The goal is just be better than Nicolette, Ashley, and the girls, you know? Be the new NA queen. Or maybe I'll just ship her. She could go live with you in the Philippines. You could train her.
Permanent boot camp.
Permanent boot camp.
Go live there with Naisu and the rest.
I could convince Mama Rex of that, you know?
Yeah.
It's private school, quote unquote.
Well, you know, if you, at this point, you've seen what they can accomplish here for MWI.
Hey.
Yeah, hello. Obviously, this is you know, for this situation too for VSG, I'm not really sure, you know, even when you go back to this, like when you jump back into the game, like I said, is it already over? Because by the way that the base was looking, man, it wasn't looking good.
That's why, you know, we're talking about Kit Kats and stuff.
You know, I wish your daughter the best of luck in the future MWI.
In the future MWI, yeah. For sure. We'll see. We'll see. Shout out to all the people in the stands right now. We had a great turnout earlier with the Falcons, and we were wondering how the turnouts are going to continue to be, and it seems like there is still support at EWC for these women's teams. And not to mention, we've had some great viewage. We broke 200K PCU. We broke last MWI's PCU, right?
Yeah, so far.
So
who knows what the grand final is going to be?
It's going to be big.
Hey, this is, by the way, if either of these teams, you know, because we don't know exactly the result just yet, but if either of these teams have made it to the grand final, that's history, right? Because it's always, in the history of MWIs, it's always been Indonesia versus Indonesia.
But this time,
it's different.
It's going to be big diffs. Will it make a diff? Will it make a difference? If, of course, if Smart Omega Empress gets to the finals, you're going to be on that series.
I am.
Casting that series.
And
Mr.
My partner.
Oh, your Indonesian counterpart. What's his name again? I'm a big fan.
Mirko.
Mirko. Some people say I sound just like him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So you sound like Gideon too?
No, I don't sound like Gideon. Gideon's too tall.
You're tall. You're tall.
Yeah, but our vocal cords are different lengths. It's a little different. Looks like everyone's still trying to figure things out. We're staying on the technical break for a little bit longer. We're getting everything, we're making sure everyone's going to play to their competitive fairness. And yeah,
integrity.
Just for integrity, that's the word. Integrity.
Again, you know, like, it's just this situation where you have to find out, like, exactly what happened, you know, too. And at the same time, if that was a problem, obviously, with Kiowa here, you know, you have to kind of look back and see what could have changed there throughout that game. Overall, though, I'm still going to say, you know, it's looking really good for Smart Omega Empress. Even the way that they've played throughout the series, it seems like that whole curse of the first game has been broken, and they've managed to get themselves up to this point where they're just playing at the top of the game. And I think if it is them that's going forward here, they're in a great position to contest the team that has the streak
team vitality since
queens.
2021, man.
The undeniable queens. And I think since Smart Omega Empress is a team that just revs up more and gets faster and faster, it could actually maybe work in their favor to be doing these back-to-back series, right? It could work in their favor to be running these 3 games, be catching the momentum, and then jump right into this next one. Because sometimes that can work against the team, right? You get a little tired, but I feel like a team like Smart Omega Empress, they're going to be in full gear. All right, guys, we're going to be figuring everything out, make this technical break just a little bit longer, and we will see you guys soon. We're going to toss to a break, so go grab yourself a Kit Kat, climb, break, dominate. See you soon.
guys, welcome back from that short break and back to the studio here for MWI x EWC 2024. We are still waiting for some confirmation for the final game, for the third game, possibly final game. And, you know, Lafel, what do we think about this game so far?
Honestly, I kind of feel like when we're coming back, we're just going to see the ending because it's only the Lunox versus everyone from Smart Mega Empress. So I don't know how that is really gonna work out for VSG. We're gonna look at some highlights here, and looking at how the entire game has been going, it's really all about pickoffs coming in from Smart Mega Empress, where honestly I will show a little bit later when the casters were talking about how looks like their game plan is shutting down Gaily. And honestly, I'm gonna show that a little bit later. But yeah, this is the game plan coming in from Smart Mega Empress that I feel like Team Vitality should be looking out for.
Can I comment on that real quick, though?
Sure, go ahead.
So I had a chance to interview Gail earlier on, right? And then she mentioned that this was kind of a revenge match for her.
Yeah.
Because previously she was in Onyx Zoal, and it was Smart Omega Empress that knocked her out at MWI last year. So maybe that touch into revenge for Omega Empress is like, okay, you want revenge? Okay, we'll take you up before you even get it.
Yeah, because let me just say, they know where she is, no matter what time it is in the game. and that's the reason why they can pick her off, because there's a new meta rotation, right? A new way to play the macro game. So Smart Mega Empress, they call it audible. They're like, okay, let's switch it up. We know where she's gonna be at the 2 minute of the game. So instead of going for the meta play, we go for her. Again, I'm gonna show a little bit later, but essentially is you always have options in the game. You wanna do the new best thing, or go back to what worked previous patches before that could potentially counter what people are doing today. And that's what Smart Mega Empress did. It's like, you know what? It happened before, so let's just do it today.
I have a question, though. Are you hearing something?
I think you need meds for that.
No, I feel like I'm hearing some. Oh, there's.
Oh. Whoa, we're in the floor.
Yeah, you guys are in the floor.
I was hearing scratching. There it is.
I hope I'm not being disrespectful by stepping on you.
No, you can step on Trex all you want.
Okay,
LaFell, anytime.
That's
a turn of step on my.
Hey, that's a bit much.
Wait, where are you, LaFell? There.
Look, I'm being nice. I'm not. No, just stop moving your head. Stop. I'll move to you. Okay, there you go. See, this is how cooperation works. How do you guys feel about the game? Do you guys feel like it's over? I feel like it's over.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, man. You guys saw it. Like you said, it was only Lunox pretty much left to defend. And I don't know, like, even if you had let's say we jump back in and they were all there, we're talking about a huge gap power-wise in favor of Smart Mega Empress.
Wait, where'd they go?
Hey, man, where'd you guys go?
Where did you guys go?
Where did you guys go?
What? Oh, there you are.
We got monitors. Look at it.
They weren't on the floor, so I was wondering where they were. Turns out they transferred. Oh, now they're gone again. I'm so sad all the time. But it looks like that game is going to be starting now, so we're going to throw it back to our casters.
The game is ending.
There we go. Smart Mega Empress does it.
They definitely do. Today, the plug was pulled on the Song of Victory. And you know what they're saying?
What are they saying?
You know what Empress is saying?
What are they saying?
Piñas. Lang Malacas.
Sorry, you threw me off with the lang. Yes.
You say it.
Pinas lang Malacas.
Pinas lang Malacas.
There it is. Again, you know, history has been made because we're not going to have an ID versus ID, Indonesia versus Indonesia Grand Finals, Trex. And that's, you know, it took us a little longer to get the ending of that game. But, hey, we saw it in the writing. 3-0, very dominant sweep for them. This also was a 10.5-minute game. So game 1, same time, 10.5 minutes. Game 3 was 10.5 minutes. Took them a little bit longer. In game 2, the game plan was there, man.
That's like a 30-minute best of 5.
Wow.
Put it into perspective for you real quick.
Yeah. The
Jeepney's in full gear right now.
Dude, that's not just a regular Jeepney anymore. That's an upgraded e-Jeepney.
Definitely upgraded. That's the Tesla model right there. All right, guys. It was a pleasure. That's going to be it for me on the desk. Next, Naisu and Mirko will be joining you. They're going to have a great interview down on the stage. Big shout out to Smart Omega Empress moving on to the grand finals. VSG with a beautiful run. I don't think a lot of people expected them to get this far. They put up a great fight, but today their song is sung. We'll see them next time. And let's throw it back down to the desk because they got a great interview coming up for us.
And can you believe this twist in events that just taken place in the last few seconds of the match?
Now, honestly, Bara, at the start, and even not Ayanami, I have to be very honest, okay? At the start of the game, I was having my doubts. I'm sorry, you could smack me now, because I thought that, oh, you know, probably the girls are going to drop the first game, you know, as per usual, but they will double down because you guys are diamonds, right? You work well under pressure. But this time, I don't know what happened. This morning, the Empresses woke up on the side of the bed and chose violence. And when they said that heads will roll, heads did roll today at the Land of Dawn. Congratulations. It was a very dominant and convincing win. There was no back and forth at all. 3-0, clean sweep, not like it was a best of 5, but you guys did it in 3 games. So now we have not Ayanami here beside us again because it was such a quick game.
I can say.
Yes, we were supposed to interview Amori, but she said we had to go to the toilet. But yes, we have you here today. And of course, let's start with Bara. You have questions
Let's go
for
with
her.
that. So, pretty much starting the MWI 2024, it was like a warm-up, but today something was different. Like you had a hot start and a beautiful one to end it with. So what changed?
Like she said, I think we all woke up on the right side of the bed. Also, we're more confident now than the days before, and also I feel a lot better now. And when she said we chose violence, I think it had to do something with the lady playing violin in the hotel room that we saw after we practiced. So, I mean, we were mind blown. Yeah, maybe that was it.
But what was the main difference? You said that, you know, something sparked in you guys.
Maybe because this is the third day, third time's a charm.
Right, and of course with the Filipino crowd here in the presence that's spurring you on. It's definitely amazing to have your fellow countrymen supporting you. So speaking of which, we're gonna have Minan pass on over the keys. Over to you.
And here she comes, our queen, a queen to a queen right now, presenting the key.
Minan. Can we have a friendly fist bump? Thank you.
And let's
Thank you
hear
for
it
the
for
great
both teams.
sportsmanship from Minan, from Victory Sound Gamers. Now, question is, congratulations, by the way, and making it through the grand finals. Now, when it comes to this matchup between Indonesia as well as the Philippines, this was a matchup that was in the SEA Games just earlier. And you guys came in second, whereas, you know, we have Indonesia taking the gold medal in the SEA Games. So what do you have to say to Team Vitality to tell them that, hey, you know, this Smart Omega isn't the one that you knew previously? What's different?
We're more prepared this time, and we're probably more in shape also this time. I mean, we're mentally more prepared and physically more prepared, well rested, I mean. And we will do a lot better than we did last time. So, good luck to the both of us.
Fantastic. Amazing, amazing stuff. So yes, now we have our 2 teams that will be heading over to the grand finals. And we have Team Vitality, the reigning, defending champions. And of course, our wonderful Empresses hailing from the Philippines that will be representing Philippines over at the grand finals for a match that you don't want to miss happening real soon. And with that being said, we'll hand it over to the studio to break it down for us.
It's all you guys.
The siren song does not reign over, nor do they enchant Smart Omega Empress as they were defeated 3-0, Lafel.
I guess all my analysis just is that they woke up better today. And it's just like, oh yeah, we just chose to woke up on the right side of the bed and then now we're good. We choosing violence. So I guess that's how you succeed in life. Just choose violence?
I mean, she mentioned back at the hotel before they left that they were listening to this violinist play.
Yeah.
That inspired them, perhaps. So music, maybe music's the key.
You know what? I gotta hear me some violins and get good at the game. Honestly, like, maybe that's it. But honestly, in this game, it really is about disrupting tempo. Because have you ever wanted to do something and just a mild inconvenience just threw off your focus?
Of course.
Imagine you're prepared for a 30-minute ride, like you're driving to this one place. But along the way, there was a jam. So now the car ride takes 1 hour. Does that not disrupt your plans?
Of course.
That's what Smart Omega Empress did. And honestly, it's one of those things that we're going to show how they did it, is that you're expecting for something to happen. And again, expect the unexpected. Smart Omega Empress just threw a wrench into your plan.
10:26.
You're very good at looking at time.
No, as in like that is... Wait, no. Was it 10:25 earlier on or was it 10:28 earlier on? Because if it was 10:28, then this is the fastest game now.
Either way,
just an update, guys.
Either way, Smart Mega Empress is here. They showed up. They woke up, chose violence. Maybe it's me. I said that there's no way this is going to be a sweep. And then it's a sweep. Maybe I should just shut up, man.
No, no.
No, don't.
You're getting really good points in.
Thank
Oh,
you.
I thought it was the casters again. I wanted to step on Nice again.
It's honestly, looking at the map here, again, targeting Gailey. For all 3 games, they had different targets. If we're looking at the first 2 games, it was Minan. The 3rd game, it was Gailey. But there's a pattern here. You make sure that the front line doesn't get to do their job. So, as much as people are talking about Kyoe, talking about Synchro, looking at the matchup here, they understand the damage dealers are not the problem. It's the enablers. Everyone else surrounding Kyoe as well as Synchro make them look very good. So if you take those people away, they're going to make it so that Kyoe as well as Synchro, they're in a very uncomfortable position, something that they're really not used to, especially on the international stage, making it so that inevitably either they make a mistake or they're too afraid to make a mistake. And that's how they shut down VSG.
So let's see who will be crowned the MVP by PlayStation for game numero 3. And it's a different one. It's not Murray anymore, it's Amor.
And again, the way that she controlled them in. Honestly, I hate to see this, but every single time is the very first interaction. The very first interaction that the players did was what caused this incredible mayhem, incredible symphony of destruction that Smart Omega Empress did to VSG.
Yeah, and if we're circling back onto Amor, right, there were so many moments where she uses Valentina very aggressively. She took in Grok's ult. So alongside all the other setup potential that the team already had with not Ayanami on the Barats, as well as the chip for Murray, Amor comes in with Grok's ult and sets up for a lot of these moments.
Something that I do have to say, it's not really about the draft, at least not this time, right? This time it is about the macro, and it's really just about Smart Mega Empress understanding where they are, and our MVP, Amori, making sure that she deals the damage, she deals the crowd control, and maybe she's the one that made the decision that ultimately won them the game in the very first interaction.
Maybe, maybe. That's definitely a possibility. The chip was also not great, by the way. As in not great for VSG.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what?
Got you off guard.
Oh, yeah. And again, we got our S-tier hero here. Valentina, honestly, is one of those heroes that if you want to be a professional player, you got to master her.
And it's crazy, right? Because the Valentina has been in the meta for so long.
And she's staying here.
And she's been nerfed a few times as well.
Oh, yeah.
But she's still here. Luckily, we don't see Fredrin a lot anymore. Because I was getting really tired of seeing Fredrin.
So, don't say that.
No, no, I will say that.
I mean, is it because he's going home?
Back. Not that Fredrin. That's Coach Dixon.
Yeah, why are you?
Stop.
Why you gotta throw shade to Coach Dixon?
I was not throwing shade.
It's like, oh,
shade.
It's like,
to
oh,
Coach Dixon.
I'm so happy I'm not seeing Fredrin anymore.
Guys, I mean the
like,
character.
He just lost.
Hero
give him
in
some.
Mobile Legends.
Give him some, you know.
Like back when Fredrin was meta in the EXP lane, and then he transferred onto the jungle.
He was meta-ish.
He was a bit, right? You have to admit Fredrin was meta in
You're a bit.
Not right now. Not doing a bit right now. But we have the STC predictions, guys, from you. Damn, I couldn't see it. What was it? 63%?
For VSG. So 33
Wait,
something.
what?
Yeah. So 33% for Smart Mega Empress. No. I mean, like, even Leo covered this, right? something about the Philippines. They're just not voting for their team. Maybe here. Okay, put this into perspective, right?
Okay.
Kyoe just 3 days ago created her TikTok account.
Uh-huh.
And it's already around 60,000 followers. And one of her videos already have 1 million views. So maybe 1 million people voted for VSG.
They were enchanted by her siren song.
And again, the Ice Queen, man, she demands your attention.
I hope that this is not the end for them,
Oh.
right? I hope that they come back from this and that we'll see them again next year.
So you want to see Coach Fredrin again? I want to see Coach Fredrin.
Yeah,
He looks like a nice guy.
Oh, I thought you were referring to like
What?
being like in a different way.
No. I feel like he's one of those guys where in
I'm loyal
breakfast,
to Yahweh.
he has extra water. He was like, do you want some? And then you take some.
He does have that accent.
He does have that accent,
I love
yes.
the accent.
Yeah.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this does mark the end of VSG. For now, hopefully we get to see them next year again. But thank you so much for the participation. And you know, they don't go home empty-handed, right? Even being 3rd to 4th place, they do come home with
40,000, I think?
yeah, was it 40K?
40,000.
40K USD.
That's a lot of money.
And it is. It is.
If I had
But
just
you know
a
what's
portion.
more than 40K?
What's more than 40?
180K. And that's what this next match is all about. The grand finals! Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 days, we are now finally entering the grand finals. And for the first time in MWI history, it will not be an Indo-Indo, but it will be an Indo-PH grand finals. It gives me nostalgia to the good old days. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to a short break. We'll see you after.
Ready, set, go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Underrated, maybe. I won't say Layla, but
Недооцененный Аргус. Очень недооцененный герой. Он 1 на 1 любого чела убивает на фулсотах. Правда, на экспе, конечно, страдает, но на голду это must-have. На экс-патче его апают. Все будут играть на Аргусе.
The hero that I really don't like to go against is Lucian because whenever I try to go near, she will pull me, boom, boom. Because that hero can the first skill, the second skill is it? The second skill can lift up and then pull me to another side. Yeah, that one I really don't like. I get really annoyed.
I don't know, for me, underrated is Alice. Esme in jungle. I love Esme in jungle very much. And Vendetta, of course.
Yeah, Vendetta.
Very underrated. Because it's my main hero and I don't see a lot of people play with it. So, don't like that.
I think the underrated heroes is Zaz. Because he's good.
Yes.
Because in Malaysia, we rarely use it. But when I came here and then I tried to play rank and then people all ban Zaz.
Yeah, ban Zaz. They ban her.
Yeah, but in Malaysia, we don't ban any Zaz.
Но Дариус считается самый сильный лайнер за счет того, что он берет соло перк, фулл ДД и погнал. Вторым скиллом шотает любого персонажа. Ну, типа, это можно задолжить, если быть умным.
I think the hero that they're gonna pick the most is Ling. Because right now he's in the meta and he's a really OP hero that he can rotate through the map really fast. Yeah.
I think the most hero that people will pick is Terizla. Because he is too overpowered in right now, meta. Yeah, probably they ban or pick the heroes.
I like K1, but you know his hair damage now, it's not that good. So I can't play her now.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hey everyone, what's up? My name is Afel and we are at the round table. And for this one, it's going to be for MWI at the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh. Alongside with me is Mirko as well as Eterna. So first question, how you guys feel here in Riyadh? Do you guys enjoy yourself so far? Have you guys ever been here before?
No, this is actually my first time.
We were here last.
Wait, you know, why can't you just go along with the jokes?
Sure.
You know,
yeah, first time. It's the first time ever.
Haven't seen you guys in like forever, by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude, like we're moving on, right? So MWI, like seriously, how do you guys feel that MWI is in the world stage now?
I think it's great. I think I mean, you know, the guys have been getting so much attention, especially with the crazy prize pool. It's only fair that MWI gets its fair share of like the prize pool increase of the world's attention as well. I think it's amazing.
I agree. It's a long time coming. I think we talked about this even the first time when we saw MWI. I think it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
3 years ago? 2022?
Who knows?
I can't math right now. But anyway, like even then I was mentioning, like you mentioned, right, there hasn't really been a media for the women's scene to kind of develop, and the fact that now we're coming into EWC, one of the largest events that we've ever seen, by the way, in MLBB history, and now the women's are here. It's crazy. It's insane. It's something that I believe that even the players did not even dream of having.
I mean, like, I guess we all can agree here that it has been great, right? Honestly, a lot of international tournaments for the female league as well. But now I got to ask you guys, because in Malaysia, honestly, the female scene is growing. It's looking pretty good. But in Indonesia, it's even more intense because now the teams are even in MDL. So can you guys give us a little bit of insight how the female scene is in Indonesia?
I think it started off really, really well already. I mean, I think it was all because of WSL, right? We had a women's league all the way from the start, and we had a lot of different teams already. A lot of the teams that you guys are familiar with back at home in MPL Indonesia. We had Bigatron, obviously we had RRQ. We still have RRQ to this day, but back in the day it was dominated by EVOS. And after that, you know, a lot of transfers happened. It literally just felt like the same from the men's side, you know. It just kept on developing. Teams started going for, you know, superstar teams. The other teams trusted the process, and I think the team that we all see as favorites here, they are one of the teams that actually trusted the process. They went for some of these players, put them together, and they just trusted the process. They started off okay, but then they became absolute gods.
Goddesses. Yeah. What about you? Like, you feel the same way?
I would kind of say that it has been kind of, what would you call it? Very
streamlined?
Yeah, in a way, right?
Yeah.
Because like you mentioned, right, earlier on, it felt like there was a lot of competition between these particular teams, especially in Indonesia, but now it feels like it's just been dominating by one team in particular. Sure, we have a second team that's coming very close to them, but they always fall short, right? We're talking about Falcons Vega here, previously known as GPX Basrang. They were amazing as well as a team. Even on the international stage, we've seen them do really great too. In MWI, we've seen them as well. But now, coming into this with Team Vitality, it's basically still the same story. So my hope is now, with so many other emerging regions that are coming into play now for EWC, especially, hopefully that will be able to challenge Team Vitality, maybe?
I mean, like, we gotta talk about this, right? Because there are 12 teams from 11 different regions. Only Indonesia has 2 slots here. So let's talk about the other regions for a little bit. And I'm gonna start with Eterna. Besides Indonesia, is there a different team or a different region that we have to look out for that might be the dark horses?
Honestly, I think there are a lot, right? A lot of people are talking about
I'm gonna say Malaysia. Homegirls got it.
Sure, I mean, yeah, great. I think they do well too. But for me personally, I really want to see what Falcons Vega MENA are made of.
That's a good answer.
Exactly. We were casting a different tournament, and then we saw them play because they were the Egyptian national team.
Yeah.
They won 2 games in 6 to 7 minutes.
Oh wow, that's very fast.
Exactly.
They almost beat the record, of the fastest game. 6:15, I think.
6:15. Wow. This was like 6:30.
Yeah, around there, 6:30, 6:40.
It was very close. So, but that was for the North African regional qualifiers, right? So I'm curious to see with how dominating they were in their region, how do they fare against the other regions?
And they had a different answer. You know, when most teams are asked, which team are you looking to go up against, like forward to? And everybody would just say, you know, Vitality, Falcons, Vega, Indonesia. They said Philippines.
Oh, interesting.
For me, though, I think I definitely got to give a shout out to the homegirls because of the same tournament as well that we casted. I didn't get to cast that game, but I watched it, and yeah, very impressive stuff from the home girls.
Thank you, they're very good.
They are very good, but I think another team that deserves a lot of recognition as well has to be CFU. CFU from Cambodia. They are also looking to be very, very strong. I think I've always just been a fan of CFU, even the men's team, because they're notorious for actually making their own meta, playing their own style of MLBB. They're on a roll with these, crazy metas, but unfortunately just don't make it to international tournaments. So hopefully, CFU women's, it's time for them to shine.
I mean, I feel like you have to do that for this one, right?
You do.
Especially because we're actually going back to the question of the favorites here. Because you guys said Vitality as well as Falcons Vega are probably the favorites. So even though with me saying that, what are your favorites? And more importantly, what makes them different from the rest of the other teams?
For me personally, I'm going to start this. It's not that, it's more of the story that I'm very interested in. And do you know which team that is?
What?
It's Cloud9.
Oh.
That's an interesting choice.
That's an interesting one.
That's who you're rooting for.
I kind of am. I don't know if we're allowed to kind of talk about that in detail here.
Yeah.
I don't think we should. I think we'll let the viewers kind of, figure it out for themselves. But I'm going to put Cloud9 on the table.
Ooh. On the round table?
Nicolette, on this round table, exactly, with Nicolette in the jungle. And that's all I'm going to say.
I've seen that she's good. But again, going up against all these amazing teams, it's going to be an uphill battle. So honestly, a very good shout out. But what about you?
Yeah, shout outs to Cloud9. I think the journey will be really cool too. I mean, seeing that some of their players have actually, gone up against the, played in the men's division as well, or just normally in BTK previously, Apple or Nicolette. So that's also very interesting. But I think for the favorites, I have to say, I've been rooting for this team for the longest time because they were a different org before. Now they're Vitality. I'm a big fan of Vitality too. I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah, of course, Vitality's great.
Right? But yeah, no, I think Vitality will still probably are the favorites for the most part. Yeah. They've been there for so long. They're on a 26 win streak, even more if you count, national team success. So I don't think the pressure is.
How many years has that been then? 1, 2 years?
I think 1
year.
3 to 4.
Oh my goodness.
Almost 3 to 4 years where they haven't lost a single tournament and they've still stayed on top. So I think for Vitality for them, they don't really look at pressure. Pressure is not for them.
That's great.
Pressure's for tires.
Okay.
And for some cooking styles.
Yeah, pressure cooking is a thing.
Yeah, it is a thing.
Oxtails. Oxtail soup. Anyway, for other teams, I have a different concern, right? Because Falcons Vega Mena example, I keep going back to them because...
It's okay. We're not judging.
Okay, thanks. This will be their first international tournament that's offline.
Yeah.
Should be, right? I mean, I think they played for SEA Games,
I mean, no matter what, this is on a different scale.
Exactly.
This is a different scale.
Exactly. The stage is bigger. There's a lot more people looking at you. Everyone's focused on you. The prize pool. There's just so many things that have been magnified. And I think it's a valid question for these emerging teams.
Agreed.
So the thing is, Vitality, 3-4 years undefeated.
Yeah.
We saw that Fnatic Onyx, they lost, boohoo, sad, whatever, Will the same thing happen to Vitality? Again, they might say pressure smasher, but maybe it could
pressure smasher?
It's like potato.
Okay.
Pressure smasher, it's whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I would say the same thing if they're on a normal win streak. If they're like, oh yeah, we haven't been beaten this year. No. We haven't been beaten the last 2 years.
I mean, how does that affect you if you've been undefeated for such a long time that you don't know how it feels to lose?
Exactly.
But remember, even you mentioned that in their last tournament, that they nearly lost a few times.
See, I think that, this definitely, by the way, winning so much definitely has an impact on you, right? You get overconfident. But the thing is, what makes this Vitality team so special for the longest time, why they've been able to keep themselves on track, is because every time they do get overconfident, they know when to step back, when to be like, all right, you know what? That's a bit too much. This happened in SEA Games, in the grand finals, where they almost lost 2 against Philippines. This happened in the qualifiers, like you said, almost losing against Team Malaysia. So there's a way for them to always just come back, stay composed, and then destroy their opponents. It's just so systematic, you can't really explain it. I don't know how to explain it, but that's Vitality.
I mean, if you want to, of course, that's the argument, but, anything can happen here at EWC.
Yeah, of course.
And I think a lot of people were like, no way, Falcons AB Brand will definitely win MSC. But they didn't. you know? So there's definitely a
Which
chance.
team won again?
SRG. Congratulations. It's been a long time coming for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I heard they were pretty good at scrims.
Oh yeah, they're very good. We may have talked about that a bit much, but you know what? It's okay now. It's okay now. Not everyone wants to talk about it. But speaking of which, it's like, which teams do you guys think is going to be the hungriest for this one?
I want to say Smart Omega Empress. #1 in their respective region, obviously, but they always, again, fall short against these Indonesian teams.
Yep.
I think the last tournament that they entered was SPS Women's League, where they were second place behind, of course, Team Vitality. So I'm pretty sure after so many same scenarios, I mean, you're going against the same team over and over again, by the way, against the same members. And it's also the same lineup from Omega Empress that, you know, the hunger is there and definitely they'd want to win it this time.
Yeah, skip breakfast, lunch, dinner,
Everything.
just to win.
But I think it's a bit different for homegirls. I honestly think, for me, it's homegirls. I think that's the team that's hungriest. Why? Because Malaysia's, come on.
Malaysia's pretty hungry, you're not gonna lie.
Malaysia's very hungry. The esports ecosystem in Malaysia right now, it's growing. And it's time for these girls, for the homegirls, to show the world that it's not just the men's, but it's also the female division too that has gotten this boost.
Now, honestly, for me, like as a Malaysian, I kind of feel like if Homegirls wins this one, then it will grow the scene in Malaysia, which I feel like is true for every single team here. Whoever wins, doesn't matter who, the growth is going to be there for their very own region, right? So now you guys have a camera here. You guys can't take it home, but do you guys have anything to say to the camera? We'll start with Eterna. Okay, never mind. We'll start with Mirko.
I need time to think.
All right,
Don't put me on the spot like that.
I'm sorry.
I don't know, for you guys...
and girls.
Guys and girls, you know,
When he says guys, he means guys and
I know.
girls.
Just because I call you guys, kind of, but guys and girls, there you go.
Guys are gender neutral. I feel like that's the case.
That's true. For you guys back at home watching, the Roundtable and MWI, thank you so much for watching and supporting. You know, again, for the women's scene, it needs a whole lot of support to continue developing, and for all these teams, it means a lot to them because I think especially now, considering it's getting so much more attention, even if they don't win, some of these regions, the fact that they make it top 3, top 4 without a coach, without an analyst, it will push the region more to like push for these coaches, push for the analysts, push for them to have better facilities as a team, as players, and it'll be great for the scene.
That was so endearing.
Yeah.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
I don't really have a message, right?
Okay.
All I just want to say, you know, just cheers.
You can call.
I just want to say cheers.
Okay.
Right? Cheers for finally the female scene in MLB getting recognition. The recognition that they deserve.
Yeah.
And of course, the recognition that will pull forward into the future to one day a competitive landscape between both female and male MLBB.
Isn't this like an Eterna thing to do? She's like, I don't have a message. And then just goes on for like a few seconds.
I just wanted to say cheers.
I just wanted to say cheers, but
I have more. But speaking of which, thank you guys for watching. You guys have been watching the Roundtable. In terms of messages from me, make sure you guys have a healthy diet because diet is very important for your life. Sleep is essential. 5 hours I think is fine, but if you can do 8, that's great. Exercise if you feel like it. Mobile Legends is great. Be nice to your parents and give food to cats and dogs and etc. My name is Sofel. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Guess the Sound.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Her simply means restriction.
1-1 sound.
Layla. Is it Layla?
Joy? I think Joy. Lolita.
Lolita. Not Lolita?
I don't know.
Ikaw, Chang A yata eh.
No, it's not Chang.
Ikaw, guess ka. Give us a clue. What?
I'm Chang A.
I guess it's Chang A. I don't know what hers.
Yeah, it's not Chang.
Nana?
No, it's not Nana.
Oh! It makes you sound you don't know.
Kagura. Long time didn't play, was it? Never used Kaguras.
Sorry, I'm not Kagura main.
Hide my rum.
Hide my room?
Ralph.
Ralph? What is this? The voice don't even sound familiar. Hide my rum.
EXP hero
Hide my rum.
Is it EXP hero? Oh no, we don't know.
The sound is not even relative.
For sure.
Bane.
Because I don't use Bane, so I don't know.
Oh my, I'm bleeding.
I thought I know the song, but I forget.
I've never heard that voice before. Oh no, I'm bleeding.
Cyclops.
You got
Cyclops.
Cyclops.
Yeah, Cyclops.
Oh, Cyclops! Yeah,
That's
Cyclops
why it's
voice.
familiar.
Yeah, Cyclops. Cyclops sounds like that.
Dude, wrong item choice.
And ini
Diggy.
Diggy? Harry?
Diggy. Who is this? It sounds familiar though.
Yeah. What hero
What hero? Maybe it's like got two. Because the voice changed, right? You want to surrender?
What hero
My brain. Let me use my brain.
Apa?
Jahit. No, Jahit don't sound like that, right?
No.
Glue.
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 Oh,
Glue with his babies. Babies.
That's it, girls. Yeah, thank you so much. And
guys, what's up? My name is Ophel, and alongside with me is Ranmar, and we are at Boulevard City here in the gaming district. We're gonna show you guys around, but honestly, there's a lot for us to talk about. Let's talk about day one. The games have been amazing.
Yeah, MWI 2024 has not disappointed so far because we're seeing surprises, but at the same time, we're also still seeing this powerhouses still dominate. Falcons Vega, Team Vitality, they're still going strong.
We gotta talk about what this means for the female scene because, let's face it, the girls, they're talented. All they needed was a platform. Yeah. Now the platform is here. They're shining.
Yeah, it's their time to shine, and I'm so glad that the women's scene is finally getting so much love, especially here at the Esports World Cup. This is the biggest stage that they've ever had to show off their talents, their skills, and just like you, I'm so happy for them.
I'm building a female team.
You are?
I actually am.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Let me just say, we're probably at the coolest part of the place because this huge LED is just showing up. And now, you know what? Here's the thing. Yeah. This MWI, it means a lot for Malaysia.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Because, like, here's the thing. The scene in Malaysia, it's growing for the females.
Yeah.
After this, especially with the performance coming in from Gaming Gladiators homegirls, it's going to explode. What about the Philippines?
Well, for the Philippines, I think it's even more important for the representatives. Smart Omega Empress, they come from a region in the Philippines that even there, it's overlooked in the country. Like, you don't hear a lot of amazing pro players coming from this region because they just don't get the platform. So to have an entire Filipina MLBB team from one area coming to EWC, coming to Riyadh to show off their skills and talents, it means a lot for the country and for the region of Visayas.
Again, I don't know. Personally for me, in Malaysia, there's a lot of female teams. After seeing what's been done here, I'm pretty sure it lights up a fire inside of them that they want to grow. They want to do more. They want to prove to everyone that they can compete.
Yeah, that's 100%.
Ranmar, walk with me. Because let me just say, MWI is going to revolutionize esports. Because we're starting something here. And I feel like everyone should follow suit.
Yeah, this is our first Women's World Championship. The first time we've had a big tournament for the ladies MLBB scene that involves countries as North America, Latin America, EECA, China. Pretty much every region in the world is represented.
I mean, here's the thing. Job opportunities.
Yes.
More for the audience. Because I'm pretty sure the audience, they love watching the guys play. But honestly, with the females, they give a lot of surprises. We see a different pocket meta here in the MWI. See the Zas, see the Juicin.
Yeah.
Like, again, it's expanding to what's already happening here. Speaking of here, you guys can see we're at the Amazon Arena. This is where all of our female professional players are actually playing.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward for, well, you and what you will be experiencing watching our ladies showing the world what female MLBB truly is.
Here's the thing, the games have been great so far.
Yeah.
For you guys, I hope you guys are enjoying the games because we're gonna see more of them. And I hope they show up. So let's go to the Amazon Arena.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI-empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI-empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go.
Mia. First Mia. Mia.
That's
Xavier's ulti.
No, that's Mia's
Oh, Mia's second skill.
It's an item. The blood wings.
Blood wings.
Это крылья королевы. Lines. Крылья королевы. Крылья королевы.
Blood wings.
Yes, blood wings.
Atlas second skill
or first skill?
First.
Lalo second skill.
Atlas. It's второй скилл Атласа. Второй скилл Атласа, да.
What is this?
Atlas ultimate.
Even I don't know. I'm a Romo and I don't know. I go with.
Yeah, but we forgot the name.
Paquito. First Paquito? I think first Paquito.
Maybe. First.
Ой, это Paquito. Второй скилл усиленного.
Paquito. Paquito third skill. And the item that gives HB, I don't remember its name.
But it's half immortality.
Ой, это пояс, да. Защитный пояс. Защитный пояс.
Arisbel.
Oh.
It's the new emblem.
But I can't remember his name.
Temporal region. Yeah.
Это перк. Какой-то. Какой-то перк. Кубик.
Quantum charge. No.
No, this is the new talent. But I don't know what's the name of it. Florian.
What about Florian Bessep?
Yeah, это
Флорин? Пассивка Флорин. Yes. Пассивка Флорин.
Oh my goodness.
Florin
is... Burst is Fury.
Brisker Fury?
Yeah, Brisker.
Крит Берсерк. Я Берсерка.
Berserker Fury.
Just like you and me, finding our destiny. Though they may not see, I'll prove what I can be. Aren't we all the same? We're deep in the game. They say this is lame, but we have our own aim. No fear, prove it.
So how are you guys liking Riyadh so far?
I love the food here. The food are all good. It's pretty good, and it's like so hot here. I mean, yeah, yes.
How's the, I don't know, when you step off the plane with the heat, how was that?
It was like being blown by a huge heater. It was so hot. So my expectation for this week is obviously for my team to do well, and of course to win the EWC. I think of course it's adding more pressure because people, especially from Indonesia, they expect us to win this tournament and take the trophy back home. And because we have won like 20 something tournaments, so yeah, I think 24, I think. Yeah, they want more from us. Our biggest rival is probably Team Falcons, which is also from Indonesia, because in international tournaments we always go against them in grand finals. So yeah, they're our biggest rivals.
You've played against them so many times.
So many times.
And you won so many times.
So many times. Well, I think there's always a chance for them to win against us because we know their gameplay and they know our gameplay. But at the end of the day, it comes down with our individual and team skills and our mentality there at that time. And right now we're pretty confident. We've been playing together for I think 4 to 5 years. Yeah. In the same team. Never in the different teams. And like because we're sisters, it's like what's special about us, like I think we have our own bond, which no one can beat, I guess. Nothing can compare it. Like a natural chemistry, like we don't need to build it from, like it's not the same as building chemistry with our other teammates. First is our teamwork, what makes us so good. And the second is our commitment, because we always wanted to win more. We never felt enough. So yeah, in every tournament, we always go all in and we always try to take the trophy. For me as a team, like outside the game, we're like sisters because we really talk about anything to each other, like such as families and then boyfriend, I guess. And yeah, like they're a good listener and we are a good listener and a good speaker too. Our jungler is FIFA. She is the youngest of us. I think her personality is she's somehow like a guy-ish. A tomboy. A tomboy, yes. Yeah, and she doesn't care about a lot of things. But she's a big gamer. And our captain, our tank. Yeah, our roamer Vivian. She is the oldest, and she's easygoing too. She's easygoing. I love talking to her. I mean, she's a good listener, and like gossiping with her is so much fun, actually. And then our XP laner is actually older than us, but she acts like a baby. She's really childish though. Yeah. So we fit as a team. It's just like 5 kids playing together, basically. Having fun together. It's like we're just playing game, not doing tournaments. Our playstyle, aggressive maybe. Our playstyle, yeah, aggressive. Aggressive. We always try to calculative too. Like win every lane, but also very disciplined. If the game's not going too well, I think what we did is like we're doing preset to our mind. Like, okay, focus. This is just another one game only. Like don't think about the thing that happened. Just focus on the next one. For me, I always keep in mind that I think I am better than my enemies. Because we've won so many times. If the game is like too one-sided, it's kind of normal. Like, not that excited. But
Yeah,
like
just another win.
Yeah, it's like already example is like 2-2. The point is, yeah, we're gonna be more hype about it if you won.
Esports World Cup. This is the first Esports World Cup, and we're just very, very excited and happy to be a part of it. It makes me feel challenged. Yeah.
And I'm really happy to be here in Riyadh. So for Hives, please keep on supporting us, especially in this tournament, because it's one of the biggest tournament that we had. And yeah, hopefully that we won this. And please keep on supporting, and if you can, please come here.
It would mean a lot because it means continuing our win streak. Because the thing that I'm scared of the most is, of course, losing. So yeah, of course, it would mean a lot. We lost like a game or two. But
Like lost the tournaments like back in 2020s. That's the last time we lost, I think. Yeah. Okay, for people who don't really watch our tournament, is that what I want to say is that this game is really fun, especially the latest one too. So please watch the tournament because you won't get bored.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
We started off with 12 teams, and now we're down to the final 2. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to MWI 2024 at EWC. Welcome to the Grand Finals. My name is Etern, and I will be your desk host through the Grand Finals. But of course, I am not here alone, because with me is the ultimate charming duo. We have... Camera? There we go. We have Leo as well as Lafel.
We are Blackpink in your area.
Which one? Which generation are we?
We're the first iteration.
Okay.
We're the first one. And then it became a thing.
Okay.
In Korea. We started it first.
Boombaya.
Thanks, guys. Welcome. So it's going to be the 3 of us today. So maybe, Leo, you can help me out with Lafel on the panel.
I wish I could go between you, given how things could get, but no, I will lavish in this. I will let this happen.
Okay.
I want you to be an enabler.
Maybe disabler. We had Maria earlier, like yesterday, I think. That wasn't too good.
I am here to empower.
Thank you very much.
I'm here to encourage.
It's my time to shine.
It is. So this is the tournament bracket. Can you break us through it?
Dude, Vitality going up against Smart Omega Empress. Like, the last time they met here, Leo, it was during the SEA Games, and it was a brawl. It went all 5 games.
Yeah, who's to say that this could not go the same distance? But you know what they say about Riyadh in Indonesia, right? Especially in the world of MLBB esports. I think Rachel's aware.
What?
What happens when Indonesians play in Riyadh? There's
I have absolutely no idea.
We don't talk about that, they say.
Absolutely no idea. Hey, but Vitality, they've broken it, right? Because
by fighting another Indonesian.
Yeah.
At the cost of another.
Yeah.
That's science right there. That's math.
That's where we've come. But of course, we are going to take a look at the prize pool now, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Because, you know, like we mentioned earlier on, right? Despite you going 3rd or 4th place, you still go home with a hefty amount of cash, right? 40k USD. But now these 2 queens, they are going to be fighting for that 180k USD.
Omega Empress and Vitality are confirmed at least 80 Gs.
Dude.
In addition to flying out to Riyadh to enjoy this beautiful city and to be a part of this historical event in women's esports, 80 Gs.
Dude, 80 Gs, that's like winning 3 times of MPL Malaysia. And I'm talking about being the champion. 3 times!
That's why. It really just puts into perspective how big this event is and how big and how far the lady scene in MLBB competitive play has come. And hopefully in the future, we'll see a lot more developments, especially now that a lot of these teams are going to be bringing home some cash. So perhaps that will help them develop their team and their entire region as a whole.
You're talking about development. Nothing comes close to how the Indonesian women's MLBB esports division is like,
oh yeah,
compared to like even very strong regions like Myanmar, NA, Indo comes close. Like even the women's, right? You have Women's Star League. That's where, how many times now has Team Vitality won that championship? All seasons so far since
Dude, the thing is, Vitality from 2021, they've won everything.
So that's
2021, now it's 2024, so like 3 years.
Shell mentioned in her interview that the last time they lost was 2020.
2020 even. So 4 years.
So 4 years.
And if I'm not mistaken, Rachel, you can confirm this. The WSL even had to put out a best of 9 to try and break their streak.
That was the first time we've ever seen a best of 9, and it has to be because of that. So we're going to take a look at the showdown soon, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into it. The Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib showdown. Team Vitality and Omega Empress. Still in a best of 5, I believe. And if I have to ask you, gentlemen, how do you think that this match will go?
I don't want to answer.
Okay, we'll skip you.
I think we're going to see Smart Omega in their best shape yet. I don't know how you beat a 3-0 dominant run, right, against VSG earlier, but I think here, much like all throughout groups and the early stages of the playoffs, like a diesel engine, they'll take a while. But in the big picture, they've already taken a while. I think now is their best chance to turn the tides.
I mean,
Since we're skipping Lafel, we're going to ask the audience right now, what do you guys think, right? For the STC predictions, head over to stcplay.gg and lock in your predictions now. Do you guys think it's going to be Team Vitality to take this grand finals, or will it be Smart Omega Empress, who, for the most part, until this point, has shown very, very good performance?
I'm going to help you
and
out,
then
Leo.
We are...
You can tell me.
All right, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Let me help you out. Vitality's going to win this.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
I don't want to say what he said. I don't want to double the.
It's tricky, right?
Year in, year out, my predictions have been here and there. You know, some days, some seasons, some years, I gotta just.
Depends on the weather.
It's hot out here in Riyadh.
Okay.
So it should be fine.
Okay.
Is it?
It's okay.
Honestly, that's
we'll
a good
skip the
question.
predictions and we'll just head over to the interviews. Let's go.
Intense grand finals is coming up. I'm here right now with Chell and Shinoa, Team Vitality, Omega Empress. Now, I have a question for both of you. We'll start first with Chell, then we'll get to you, Shinoa. I want both of you to give me the 3 teams whose keys you want included in your trophy. So the Crush keys, give me 3 names you want.
Maybe the teams we've faced along the way. So maybe first is Omega, if we win. And second is Falcons Vega. And then third is Homegirls, maybe.
All right, Omega, Falcons Vega, and Homegirls, maybe. You still decide. So what about you, Shinoa? What do you want?
If we win, I'm gonna put Team Vitality and Gaming Gladiators, Homegirls, and Falcons Vega.
All right, okay, so same. Now, I want both of you to like come up like a bit closer here. So you'll be stepping here, and you'll be staring here. Now I want you guys to stare each other down. It's the grand finals. Come on, you're gonna make me laugh, guys. It's gonna be intense, you know? It could be a crazy battle. It could be best of 5. So I want you guys to do something. I want you guys to aggressively compliment each other. The best qualities about her, the best qualities about her, what you like about her, anything you want, we'll do it. Quick fire, back and forth. Let's start with you, Chell.
You're a good gold laner.
Oh, you're a good gold laner. What about, oh, but she's a jungler. No, she's a gold laner. Ah, it's a trick question. What about you, Shinoa?
You're so good. I love you so much, and you're pretty.
Oh, she hit you with 3. You're good. I love you and you're pretty. What about you?
You're tall, you're pretty, I like your hair. I want a red hair.
She wants your hair. Okay. All right. You got more for Shell?
I like your skin, and I'll bow down for you.
She likes your skin and she'll bow down for you. Can you beat that? Can you top that, Shell? One last chance.
I'll kneel for you, queen.
Oh, that's it. All right, ring the bell, ring the bell. I'm going to call that a tie. Thank you so much, Shell. Thank you so much, Shinoa. Let's wave at the camera together. Bye. Good luck in the finals.
Thank you, girls. Thank you, Reptar. And now it's our turn. Cameraman, please shift it over to our showdown. We have LaFell on one side, and we have Leo on the other side. Boys, kill them with kindness.
I like your facial hair.
You got nice curls.
Your tie is much better than my tie.
Your country won MSC.
You're a very nice person.
Great. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, you won. Okay, I couldn't beat that one.
Okay, congratulations, Leo, for winning that. What would you like in return for that victory?
I actually was prepared to go longer. I wasn't ready with my acceptance speech.
I'll give you nasi lemak.
Okay, thank you.
Come over to Malaysia.
All right, I'll see you at M6.
There you go. And now we got to talk about the game because, honestly, Redmar has already set it up. This is going to be intense best of 5.
And what a way to take it through brevity, through comedy, because that's the only way we know how to cope.
Definitely. We haven't seen this in quite some time, by the way, as well, right? PH Indo Grand Finals for the MLBB women's scene.
Okay.
Calm down.
All right. We're
calm down. Okay.
Hey, this is as high stakes as it gets. This is where, finally, maybe my country can win.
Why am I here?
They already won.
I don't know either.
You know what? We're all here as family. We're the real champions.
All right. Let's start talking about this next matchup.
Okay, sure.
Smart Omega Empress once again and Team Vitality. Last time at SPS when Falcons Vega were able to qualify, they did have a best of 3 meetup, and that was a 2-0 for Vitality. But do you think this time something has changed? Let's start with you, LaFell.
No.
Okay. Leo, help me out here.
Yes, something definitely has changed. I think over the past few years, Smart Omega Empress have learned to spread out the work. They've learned to spread out the priorities. And at the start, it was very Amore-centric. And then in about 2022, 2023, it was very Shinoa-centric. And now, it's Keishi's turn to shine. And even not Ayanami, even if it's most likely not Ayanami, it's still not Ayanami.
It's funny how the way you said it, I still understood. Right now, we're looking at the recaps here because we're going to look at all the teams And honestly, personally for me, I may have a bias towards roamers, but the thing is, you gotta look out for both roamers here, right? Vivian as well as Mireille, they've been really showing up. In fact, in the previous best of 5 against VSG, Mireille got the MVP twice.
Back to back.
And it's one of the underdog roles, I think. Role to role, you might even say 50-50, except for nothing against Mirai. I love Mirai, but that's still the mother of tanks you're looking at, Vivian, with a 1 for an eye.
Mother of dragons, as I like to call her. But they are going to show their because, well, we are moments away of heading onto the stage. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. After all these days, after all these games, after all these matches that we've come through, we're in the grand finals. So will we be crowning a new team, ladies and gentlemen? Let's head over to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the ultimate time to shine. Right now, we're here in the grand finals. 12 teams have entered the Amazon Arena, but the final 2 teams that stand before us today are the 2 teams that have shown the brightest so far of the all-female MLVB professional players here at MWI 2024.
It is happening for real أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور. وصلنا معاكم النهائيات هنا مع كأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية بالمملكة العربية السعودية الرياض مع موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج وومنز انفيتيشنال 2024. Cheryl, well, assalamu alaikum.
Salam indeed. Now, it is a running joke. Now, this has been a wonderful celebration thus far, celebrating our women, breaking barriers, changing expectations, redefining esports right here today, and it is just a phenomenal experience. So speaking of which, we are going to present our players. for you right now, and this presenting the reigning, defending, back-to-back champions, V14 Vitality! Now the queens of MLBB are one best of 5 away from cinching their 3-peat championship and of course their 25th consecutive tournament win. This is your time to defend your throne. Introducing first, the EXP laner. Give it up for Fumi Echo. Playing the jungle, presenting to you Vival. Filling the mid lane, we have Cinny. And the mother of roamers, Vivian. And finally, the ever reliable gold lane, Shell.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, before I start with the coming team, all the way from the Philippines, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise! The opponent coming right now, hailing from the lands of the Philippines, taking place right here at the KSA EWC. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, for Team Smart Omega Emperor! There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The hype is real, taking place right here to battle it out with vengeance, here to claim the trophy and to take it back home, not only to the Philippines, but to City Cebu. And now, ladies and gentlemen, they are the established team powerhouse all the way from the Philippines. Let's introduce the players, starting with the fearless AXP, not Ayanami! The clutch jungler, K-Shade! The untouchable mid laner, Amore! The highlight reel roamer, Mirai! The savage empress, Shinoa!
Wow. Absolutely wicked crowd.
Wow. Beautiful, beautiful. Is the Philippines against the amazing team as well with Vitality. Who's gonna make it happen?
Now, what will happen right here in this match, we can only find out. Will V stand for victory for Team Vitality, or will the Smart Omega Empresses cause a major upset and take down the Juggernauts? That is MWI 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, for these two teams behind us, it is only one shot, one opportunity to seize everything they have ever wanted. One moment. Would they capture it or just let it slip? Over to you at the studio.
Yalla!
Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara. And I love how you put it. The stakes are ever so high for both of these teams that are fighting for it all. They want that #1 position. They want to be the new queens of the world. And that $1,000,000 question, right? Can Vitality continue to defend and go on the run for that 3-peat victory at MWI?
Before we even talk about the game, we gotta talk about the draft. Where personally for me, I feel like for both teams, the third pick is gonna be important. Especially when we talk about grand finals, what is the first thing we think of? Exactly, moms. We gotta talk about the mother of tanks here, Vivian, going up against Mirai, I feel like for both, what? You guys okay?
Yeah, I just remembered. That's my mom.
Yeah, right? Every time grand finals, I think about my mom. Anyways, for both, it's really about the roamers, right? Because I feel like for both teams, they're very good at team fighting in terms of baiting out the skills. So which roamer has the better setup is going to win it all.
So you're looking at a priority on Minotaur, on Tigreal. And
not even priority, honestly.
The possible counters like Valentina.
Exactly.
I expect Valentina to be such a high priority in the draft, whether it be early banned, which is most likely going to happen, or even answers all throughout team fights, because in their last series against VSG, Omega Empress unlocked the X-Borg.
Yeah.
The X-Borg in the hands of Na Ayanami was not exactly what VSG was expecting. So now that Vitality has seen it, they might be ready for it. And if you understand where I'm going, if you see this coming, reverse psychology, I know you know, but
yeah,
do you know what I don't know? So they might overthink it. They might even waste a ban on the X-Borg.
The drafts are going to be traps. We're just got to see who set the better trap, because again, Minotaur picking up early, it can be countered by pick-off heroes like the Edith, like the Tigreal. So that's why I said the third pick is going to be the most important one. The first two picks is just setting up. The third pick is going to be the payoff.
So with that being said, would you consider that being on blue side is more valuable now, or do you think it's shifting over to red side this time around?
Same answer. Ready?
We've talked about traps. So I'll count.
Yes or no?
Wait. Okay.
So blue. So you say blue or red?
Oh, which one has the advantage?
Okay, ready?
Yeah, which one has the advantage?
Count.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Blue.
Red.
Okay. Let's start with
let me
that
just,
elaboration.
For me, it's just one thing. There's only one way the blue side has the advantage.
Okay.
If Valentina is not banned. If Valentina is banned, red side has the advantage.
I think it's the latter. I think it doesn't have to be because the Valentina is open or not. Blue still has the say. Blue can bully red side into saying, if you don't ban the Valentina, we're picking it up. Or we can afford to not ban the Valentina at all and even see if you will do it, because we can first pick the Rizla, we can first pick Minotaur.
Change your mind? Anyone change their mind?
Nope.
No? Still sticking?
Yeah.
And it makes sense, right? Because so far, the scale has tipped kind of in favor of blue side, but today alone, we've seen people and teams find so much more success on red side. And earlier on, you mentioned about the traps, Lafel, right? The traps with the Charizla, the traps with the Ling. So we're going to see if that actually comes to play between both of these teams, because if we're talking about experience and coaching staff, man, both of these teams have excellent minds up in the driver's seat.
Let me just say, Leo, it's not because you're here, but I actually feel like Bane is being slept on. I think Bane still have a 100% winner here.
I think Bane is just where he needs to be. Bane is the tool that comes in when you're not ready. You see a nail, what do you go for? The hammer, right? No.
Yeah.
You go for the pair of scissors. That's what Bane is. Like, why? Exactly.
You know what? I like the way he thinks. Expect the unexpected.
Hashtag.
Right? Is this a good game for Bane? No, that's why we're going to pick it.
Bane in the jungle is like Brody in the gold.
Dude, I love Bane in the gold.
That too, see?
I like it gold.
He just fits everywhere.
Yeah. And again, you could even play mid and then just build magic damage, no?
Well,
but yeah, probably for this grand finals, we won't see it. But again, I feel like the reason why I'm saying this, let's rewind.
Okay.
Smart Mega Empress, VSG. How did they win? Through the mid trio. Very simple. Shut down a tank. Nothing can happen. Smart Mega wins. Rewind again. Vitality. Going up against Falcons Vega. They won mostly because of the team fights. Very smart drafting, making sure that any kind of attempts of a fight, Vitality always comes up on top. And again, that's why I kind of feel like this mid trio is just a starting piece. They want to get to the between 8 to 50 minutes of the game with a very clear win condition. And I kind of feel like that's why this game is going to be a little bit tricky, because both of these teams, I think, won't fall into the trap. They understand when a trap is being set, and they're not going to bite.
Best place to find a trap is the XP lane. I think Fumi Echo, we've seen it time and time again through the past week of competition. She likes baiting Vitality's opponent is saying, look at me, look at me, look at me. And then there's 4 others doing something else on the map. But I think Na Ayanami is going to play a role wherein I know what you're doing. I do the same thing for my team. So if that becomes a neutral factor, that becomes null, then Vitality and Omega have to find a new trick.
So let's give some light over to the gold laners, right? Because I think this is one of the matchups that a lot of people have actually anticipated. Some people say that Shell is one of the best gold laners currently in the league, but Chinoa is the only one who holds that Savage. What do we think about the gold laners, and how do you think this is going to go?
I think both of them are very solid, because if we're looking at mistakes, honestly, both these gold laners rarely make a mistake. In
Do
fact,
you see differences in characteristics, maybe?
honestly, not so much, because both of them have an eye for opportunity, where we saw Shinoa has the eye for an opportunity to grab the Savage. Shell just ends the game. 2 towers, mid, the second tier, and then the base turrets, and then ending the game. Both of them have a wide POV of how the map is looking like.
If anything, I see one difference between Shell and Shinoa. Shell is very independent. Shell is okay holding down bushes, holding down lanes, and very rarely will she ask for help. Vivian rotates only to be aggressive. Very rarely is it Vivian coming to help and babysit Shell. On the other hand, Shinoa will actively ask for help, might even ask for help from across the map from Na'Ayanami, but it always comes through in a big payoff. You know who Shinoa reminds me of?
Who?
A young Oheb when he won M3.
Ooh.
Rarely will Oheb do anything alone, but at best, you become MVP of the Grand Final.
But with that being said, do you consider that that means she can't play weak side gold laner? Do you think her strength is playing strong side gold lane?
She has to be very careful. Weak side is relative, because if it's weak side, that means you just have to pay attention a little more. You have to make sure that in the first 5 or 6 minutes doesn't get too beat up, but eventually you do get there. I don't want to say that she can't.
It's all about the draft, because we see, because of her deep hero pool, usually her pick is a little bit delayed to the point where she grabs an Ixia and stuff like that. Some matchups, you win by not interacting with your opponent, right? You win because you scale better than the opponent gold laner. So as long as you're not taking unnecessary trades, then you will win. So again, winning is subjective when it comes to the gold and EXP lane. Some win by getting kills. Some win just by not dying.
Simple as that, ladies and gentlemen. And we've seen the Ixias, we've seen the Brodies come out.
The Melissa as well.
Melissa as well. What prompted these picks from coming through?
Not to mention the Brody.
Brody as well, yes.
See, Brody does something very unique in the gold lane. It's a burst marksman. The only other one that I think is currently active or expected is the Nathan.
Yeah.
Right? Every other marksman right now is either DOT or DPS. Brody just bursts you down.
But he has
not
a
really usable.
50% win rate at the moment, right?
Excuse me, what?
50% win rate on Brody. 1 times picked up. When Vitality picked it up, did they win that game?
A win, yes.
It was a win, right?
It was a win.
So 50% win rate.
Watashi wa don't know.
Okay.
Melissa came up because of Assassins, right? You have a lot of dive. A singular getaway can turn the tide of battle. She can even afford to do that with an Inspire, so she doesn't even care. And last but not least, the Ixia. A lot of teams these days picked up Ixia, not just Smart Omega Empress. It's because of how she is so independent, right? She has a heal, a knockback, a mini stun, and of course, AoE. What other marksman has AoE?
Just to add on to that, after talking to the players, the Ixia is apparently a reliable counter going up against the Hive, or at least the player that use it feels that way. And the Melissa, honestly, is good in lane, and also a different kind of marksman where usually we see the claw going to the back line. Melissa can kind of do that. Just put the muddles there, and then through the AoE effect of her passive, people from the back line are going to get damaged as well.
So let's see how these drafts are going to go. We've talked a little bit about it, about the gold lane picks, the priority with the Valentina. But this time around, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase of game number 1 in this best of 5 here in the grand finals, the Valentina has not been opened up. Immediately banned out by Team Vitality alongside with the Arlet. And then on the other hand, we have the Ling and the Terizla.
For me, Blue side has advantage now because there's no Valentina in this game.
Do you agree, Leo?
Yeah. Whether or not, I said it's a matter of the Valentina. The Minotaur is also still at large, and I'm not so sure what the gambit is for Coach King Salman here is. Since the chip got banned out, he's going to attack the Lu Yi.
What about Roger?
I think Roger, I don't know if it was earlier today, but the Roger was like, yeah, you don't have to win with the Roger. Roger's close to 50-50. I'm not sure if it's such a flex, but I think Roger's stronger than Blue. So I think that's something that they're willing to play with if they open it now.
Well, either ways right now, in terms of the first pick here, coming in from Vitality, making sure that you don't really fall into any traps. The Angela is still open, but I do have to say I kind of am not a big fan of Angela first picking because you're kind of put yourself in a corner where you're not going to have enough damage in the early and mid stages of the game. Kind of feel like Roger is still a pretty solid pickup here because it's good against the Harif and overall just pretty much flexible. I feel like it's one of those heroes where I don't know when it started, but Roger has just become a monster.
Yeah.
What about Susin? Susin has also been left opened up.
Susin and Zask. They have to be a very specific pick, and more often than not, they come through in the second phase when they're not banned.
Yeah.
So now you see here the Roger. Yeah, you're right, Angela is open. But you got to consider, oh, never mind. An early Jushin. You know what? This is dangerous. As much as I love seeing the hero in play, it's too early.
Yeah, you can still pick up the Zast. You can even possibly pick up a Kagura to make sure that you're able to deal with this. And with the Edith, there is an answer towards the Roger. Roger wants to come in with the light compounds. You're going to get CC'd so much, you're going to die anyway. So I feel like you got to pick up a Zast here. If not, it is going to get banned out. We were talking about the Angela. Angela gets picked up here. Is it possible that this is an Angela mid and then they're just thinking the Zushin isn't going to be a problem?
I actually like Angela mid more these days.
Yeah?
4 out of 5 Angelas in pro play, I think, should be in mid.
There's definitely room for Vitality to wriggle, right? I mean, we've seen them flex different heroes into several different roles, just really breaking barriers, but their choice now is the Ruby. So still flex, right? Ruby can still be in the EXP lane, considering, but it can also be in that roam position, and they flex the Angela to mid lane.
This is solid, because again, one of the keys to playing a mid Angela is a solid XP laner. You want a big, tanky XP laner, and then the same, a setter roam. So that's still out there. You can still put a Tigreal in Vitality and call it a day. Now, Omega Empress. What do they want to pick up? Do they want to put a hero on a Shinoa immediately? Or, I think that's a staple. Like, they just save her for the last.
Yeah, honestly, for this point, I do agree. I kind of feel like picking up a marksman here before he gets banned out is going to be pretty key. The only thing is, what is the priority? Do they want the Claw? Do they want the carry? They could wait a little bit later because I feel like in terms of the jungler, I was thinking of the Nolan, but I'm not going to lie, I kind of feel like this Nolan is a little bit early.
That's 2 picks already too early.
Yeah, considering that you see the Angela, it kind of blocks out the possibility of something like a Hayabusa. Honestly, even going for the fighters can be very risky. So that's why in my head I was thinking of the Nolan, but also I kind of feel like it might be a little bit too early. There is possibility of using something like the Bane inside the jungle.
So we're now entering the second phase, and the Tigreal has been opened up. You mentioned that Nolan could be too much of an early pick. There are ways to counter this Nolan. Let's talk about that.
One is a Phoveus in mid. That's one funny way to counter. I don't know if that's something that Vitality is willing to go for.
I think it's difficult going up against the Zushin.
Yeah, no, just don't do that.
Yeah.
It was one of the answers back then when Nolan first came out, when Roland was a menace. Now it's more of a specific answer. But I think what Omega wants to do is just burst down any possible Angela targets. And here, they ban out the X-Borg, so they understand that maybe this Ruby is indeed going to be a tank. It's going to be the roamer. Maybe they start attacking gold laners now.
In theory, I kind of feel like they're going to have a lineup that wants to push forward, and X-Borg is a very good hero to kite away and then make the opponents create a mistake, right? So I kind of feel like the X-Borg is really setting up for this Edith to go to the EXP lane, where they have a different idea that they want to put in the EXP. The Tigger ban is good. I kind of feel like it's good for both teams. No Tigger in this matchup. I'm not complaining.
What will Vitality utilize, right? What's the plan? Because so far, Vitality's found so much success using this Tigreal for Vivian, right? The mother of tanks. 80% win rate up until this point. But the Yuzong gets taken off the board as well. What are they hinting here? Is this them trying to put Edith in the EXP lane, securing a better lane for her, or is something, what direction are we going?
They're attacking Fumieko, that's for sure. Again, a lot of the early to mid-game power spikes from Vitality in a lot of their matches in MWI come from Fumieko. She always does something that buys time for the rest of her team off map, like, let's say, all the way across, that changes how the game goes for their opponents. So even if she dies, even if she plays very specifically, like with an Arla, with Rizla, she's done it multiple times. Look at that, 4 bans for Fumieko alone. I think they're trying to make it awkward for her.
Honestly, the thing that we got to talk about is the 2 bans here. X-Borg as well as Yuzong is very good at diving. And I kind of feel like that's what Smart Omega Empress wants to stop. Because this Jusin is very good at at pulling people away, especially the frontliners, right? Trying to separate the EXP, trying to separate the roamer. So I feel like this is their way of understanding if Vitality goes for a full-on dive, maybe the Jushin will have a more difficult time. So again, that's my perspective.
Jushin to me feels like when Eve was in her prime.
Yeah, she counters the front line so hard. So someone has to dive. So Lolita picked up here. Maybe they're considering this Roger is going to the jungle then.
It looks like an Ixia setup too.
Yeah, it does. It does look like an Ixia setup. Betting out the Yuzong, yeah.
Could it be? She found a Savage last time around when she picked it up.
They deny it. What is Coach Tsugaja and Dewa thinking? Because they could.
Honestly, they could. The only problem is the Nolan, but I kind of feel like having the Angela, you can't fight back. So now, other than that, like this makes it so Natan is a little bit tricky. Honestly, even the carry is a bit tricky. Claude tricky as well, but I think the Claude is more usable here for sure.
Okay, so Claude for Shell. And what are we thinking for the Roam?
I almost
are we anticipating like another mid lane pick?
Okay, so there's your gold.
Baxia and CC.
A hero that can dive to the backline. However, let me remind you guys, this has happened before where the CC was used to potentially counter the Jushin. Didn't work out.
And as Renmar says, you need an Angela with the CC. You can't just CC these days anymore.
Yeah.
So at least they have that box checked off.
And Roger doesn't need that much farm, so you can give space to the CC to actually farm up.
Okay.
But I think they're lacking burst. If the fight lasts too long, or if Omega Empress just back out and don't engage, Vitality's going to keep chasing and chasing and not getting much. And there it is, Melissa. Okay.
Honestly, I'm lacking the lineup from both of those. I feel like for Vitality, the one important thing is to highlight what Leo said. There's not enough burst. So, priority targeting is going to be important. If they're targeting different people, this draft will not work. If from minute one, they only target one and make sure that target actually dies, kind of liking Vitality's lineup.
Okay, so there's certain winning conditions that need to be met right now. As we enter, ladies and gentlemen, for the first game of the Grand Finals at MWI x EWC. We're going to throw it over to the casters without further ado.
Thank you so much, experts. Thank you for breaking it down there. Welcome to the desk here. What is up, guys? I'm Nice. I'm joined with Mirko to bring you this grand final. It's over 20 tournaments undefeated. Will this be another notch on the list for Team Vitality, or will the Empresses make history? Once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn. We're ready to kick off game number 1 in this best of 5. Mirko, how are we feeling about the lineups here? I know, the desk is PHID also, but how are we feeling?
I think we're the same, right? I mean, PHID here on the desk as well, on the caster desk. But I mean, looking at the lineup, I'm not too sure. Team Vitality definitely taking a risk here by going for the CC pick. Usually, we see Fumieko on picks like, it's always playmakers, the Terizla, the Yuzong, and last MWI is actually the Lapu Lapu. So, very interesting to see already a carry pick in the XP instead of the usual comfort pick that we see. Cine as well on the Ruby, right? Usually we expect the mid lane to be the one taken with Angela, now brought back. This might be the second time, third time in a row, but Cine will be able to dash away. But back to my point, it's gonna be a bit tough this time. With the Ruby in the mid, it's kind of different, Usually we see Angela.
Yeah. That's what I'm wondering. We've seen now up to this point 4 days where these ladies have had to figure out the Jushin pick. And is this the answer? Is this part of it? Bring in Ruby, bring in this Angela combination for both of them, because even if you're dragged back and forth like we've seen so many times, at least you get some sustain. At least you're able to heal back up relatively quickly. I mean, even with both those heroes locked in, and that might be enough to just kind of leave it to more so a dead lane, unless they can find a pickoff here.
Vival already moving forward with the shield duty, now helped out by Vivian, forcing Amarai to actually dash away. So, Smart Omega Empress losing out on the mid-prio just from that rotation from Vival. Starts up the Turtle.
Okay. Turtle's going to be up here. Still needing those level 4s, of course, here across the board. But the same thing, you're going to see, okay, Vivian actually has to burn the Flicker for part of that, which she should be fine with. I mean, she doesn't necessarily need it right now. She might just try to get that level 4 too if they can. But the Turtle for the taking, it's at half health. There's the positioning. Murray gonna force Vivil back, and wow, Cindy's low too.
Primal Wrath used up already. Now Murray pops into Bulwark. Ayanami doing some damage now. The beacon comes down as that's gonna be the flare. Bringing him back. I'm offended. Able to connect onto the back as well, but Cindy will be able to escape. First blood there with the Poissons. Fumi Echo still chasing them down. It's a kill. Traded over for the turtle. Fumi Echo still playing away with those yo-yos, but it will end just like that. Up top, though, we can see that it's a big win for Shinoa.
Yeah, good trade, though. I would say either side, but Smart Omega Empress pulls out a little bit further ahead. And like you said, a lot of that also, that gold plating there on the top side for Shinoa is secured. But first blood in the hands of Team Vitality. It went to, of course, Vivil, which is going to help her rotate a little more confidently on this Baksha pick. That's one of the reasons why you still pick it. I know we're in the assassin meta for the most part, but a pick like Baksha with an Angela is actually quite deadly because you can just appear anywhere around the map very quickly. We're going to take a look at the items here real quick, falling into place. No first items locked in just yet. You got the Molten Essence to help farm a little bit faster because, you got to keep up with a Nolan. So you're going to have to work around that, but also it'll be interesting to see how they play it apart. And dealing, okay, they're going to use the I'm Offended. I don't think there's any follow-up there. And so with that, again, Team Vitality still kind of just keeping things even, for the most part for Smart Omega Empress. They want to be able to go full force against the next objective here. We're still 40 seconds away from it, but let's talk about this matchup up here. The Melissa, man, it hasn't popped up too much. We've seen it a couple times. Is this a good matchup against the Roger up in the gold lane?
I mean, to be fair, Melissa really bullies almost everyone. I think the only matchup, hold up, Earthshatter onto 2. Fumieko still able to purify out, but the Luminon Blast catches both of them. Fumieko escapes City. Not fortunate enough to actually get out of there. And yeah, no, Melissa dominates through lane, usually only getting countered by heroes with Blink. So Claude, Moskov could be the case as well, as long as you can get out of the muddles.
Are you a Melissa main now? I know for a while you were like 1-1.
1-1 when I first started, and then Melissa ever since that skin, this skin.
Okay.
For no reason.
Ever since that one. Well, with that, Turtles up. They're going to go ahead and start it up. Hard guard going to be used, though.
Yeah, onto Fumieko with the curtain calm placed down as well. Now, meanwhile, Viva on the bottom lane just 2v1ing. Fumieko dashing forward, good mobility. City flickers forward, gets a donut. Wolfgang Viva on a chase down, but Keishi is just so mobile. In the end, they baited out so many big abilities, and Smart Omega Empress still get the objective.
Very disciplined. That's what we're seeing here from these decisions. They don't have to fight. They get the objective, they get out, and that seems to be the move right now for Smart Omega Empress as they want to go ahead and match up, pretty much across the board with objectives. And dealing with that for Team Vitality, they're falling a little bit behind now. We're talking, 1,000 gold, nothing too crazy. So it's up to them if they really want to kind of even out what's happened in these past couple minutes with the objectives. It's to get a pick off and a kill. Now, the one thing that's hard is Edith, man. Edith has been popping up time and time again, and there's a reason for it. She, like, the fact that you can onward Earthshatter or vice versa, and then pop a ton of damage once you pop the ultimate, the Primal Wrath, that's scary. That's tough to deal with. But then you round it up with the fact that you have a Lolita. Now we've seen Lolita in the past. Didn't work out too well. Hold on, Fumieko. Okay, she's got hard guard hovering over her too. But again, going back to it, Lolita pairs up really well with this. This could be the move that Team Vitality needs, though. They're just trying. It feels like they're kind of almost in a way like we need to find a kill to even things out.
Definitely. It does feel that way, for Team Vitality, especially here. As even in the bottom lane, you can see that Fumieko, even on the CC, is actually having a tough time. Chill moves forward. That's the flare coming down. Chill able to dodge away with the light compounds and then the flicker out as well. Airborne brought back. Blast under the turret. Not too sure if they want to commit onto this. They'll go for the turret instead. Mirai moving forward with the stun. Not enough damage. Shinoa, no mana. Chell brought back again. The healing's still there. Vivian even caught, forced to flicker out. Now both flickers, Chell and Vivian, depleted.
And with that, this is just going to help build that lead up. Still looking for a play possibly here, but it's not Ayanami, and she's so tanky. She just pops the Primal Wrath. She's going to be fine. And mid lane.
Sene able to survive. The knockout brings her back. Keishi doesn't have enough energy to go for it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, what happened? Ayanami, or rather not Ayanami, very specific there, will be able to outplay the 2v1 situation under the turret, getting Vivo. Now Keishi has a lot of space to go for the neutral objective for free. Fumieko cannot contest.
That's 3 for 3 now. Turtles, the objectives here for Smart Omega Empress. talk about a lot of this macro play that they're making. The decisions are on point so far. It looks like the warm-up that they had earlier on, going 3 for 3, is what they did here, of course, for game number 1. This is a struggle that they've had, you know, dealing with the game 1s, but now they seem to be off to a good start. Looking at the items real quick, too. Some of those first items already locked in. Clock of Destiny there for Amore. Hunter's Strike now available to Keshi. She's working on the next, and even the Thunderbelt, and even that little extra boost of damage helps him out. Meanwhile, Shinoa, she has the Corrosive Ice, and she's working on the rest of the items too. So, you know, at this point, SmartMega Empress is actually at a pretty good power spike for the mid game. This is all preparing for that first Lord coming up here in a little over a minute. So we take a break, and for Team Vitality, man, it's kind of like still in that situation where it's nothing too crazy to work from. They can actually get a couple kills, or maybe even just a kill or two, to get that numbers advantage going into the Lord. And if they get that first Lord, that's where you're going to see the momentum swing. That's the pendulum that we're always talking about. And even though, you know, 3 turtles in the hands of SmartMega Empress, 1 Lord can actually help kind of negate some of that, depending on how they approach it. But, you know, we're going to have a quick break here, have a Kit Kat while they figure things out.
Go ahead. Have a Kit Kat. We'll wait.
Let me go grab one.
Yeah, Nice is grabbing one right now. And as we see Nice, as I see Nice grab one, I want one too, man. I mean, oh, we got the biased reporter as well here.
Biased reporter?
We got Reptar Redmar.
Redmar, what are you doing?
I wonder which side he's sitting on, right? I mean, is this... I'm joking.
I wonder what side he's sitting on. You know what? Again, I love what he did, by the way. You know, leading into this, the little one-on-one. You want to have a one-on-one with me, man? You want to tell me something nice?
You know what? Sure.
What do you want to tell me?
Just like Shinoa to Chell, you have great skin. But unlike Shinoa to Chell, I don't think I'll bow down, no.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want you to bow down either. It's all right, man. You know, and so as we wait for them kind of figure this out, of course, before we jump back into the game, I think that's the main point, is pointing out the fact that, hey, Team Vitality, they've been undefeated like this for a reason. Looks like we are jumping back in. And just as a note, I believe the fact is out of all the MWIs, they've only dropped, I think it is 3 games. That's it. Back in, at least for MWI 2024, they've only dropped 2. Back in 2023, they dropped not a single game, so 0. And 2022, they dropped 1. So a total of 3 games all has Team Vitality lost. And I feel like SmartMega Empress, they prepared for this. We heard it in the interviews. They wanted to get to this point. Everybody had Team Vitality on their list. Of course, you want to take down the queens of MLBB. And game 1 already off to a good start for SmartMega Empress. You can see once again as we get ready for this Lord in about 30 seconds, everything's falling into place for them. It's just managing these waves at this point, picking up the last maybe 2 or 3 items that they need, and then approaching it from there. So for Team Vitality, again, I think they just need to go ahead and get space to work with. They don't have any turrets down, you know, so it's at least start there.
And I think, honestly, when we're talking about the composition, SmartMega Empress, they're doing good. Nah, they're doing amazing at this point, right? Keishi's 2 levels ahead of Vivol. And on the Baksha, I think we know. If you don't, you know, if you're not able to build up a snowball in the early game, it's going to be tough. Down below, Primal Wrath already.
Good damage.
Definitely stings from the Echo. Forced back instantly. That's a free turret to not Ayanami Mirai. Opening up the mat, Cini, walking forward, challenge. Well, Light can pounce. Stunned up, gonna be caught. Forced to flicker out. Now blasting the flicker, continuing over, now forcing the hard guard out. Vivol able to find a shield unit. KG gonna be caught as well. Shinoa pops into muddles. Cini in the midst of it all once again, able to flicker out. Good go away to prevent any sort of full engagement and commitment. Vivol brought back to the team once again, isolated again. Vivol still able to tank up a whole lot as Fumi Echo does it a bit more damage. Keishi assassinating Vivol, who's caught all alone. Now it's another win for SmartMega Empress as they group up in the mid lane, not Ayanami. Walking forward, Fumieko taking a whole lot of damage from Amore just with the Lantern Flare. Cini moving forward, not able to find I'm offended. Amore just zoning them away. Cini brought back again. Good Earth Shatter, now Blast connecting on both. Now Shinoa walking forward, has the muddles, places it down. Cini can be caught, and again, it's not Ayanami on the Primal Wrath. Still going for it. Shinoa looking for a target to go for the muddles again, but finally SmartMega Empress say, we've had enough.
Talk about an extended team fight into an objective, into a team fight. I mean, wow. Talk about SmartMega Empress as we look at the STC replay here. This was even after and a team fight towards that mid-upper river. And then they hold down this front side. They hold down the mid. Meanwhile, not Ayanami is just firing off here. And they secure the Lord too. You know, so this is just a big power play from the Empresses here because, man, how do you deal with this? Team Vitality, they were trying to get the space that they needed, but even with the healing that they have with the Angela pick, with the shielding, she's even got Flask of the Oasis, they could not withstand the damage that Smart Omega Empress had. And they're going to lose all these tier 2 turrets on top of this whole exchange. Big item pickups as well. Oracle for Murray, a little more defense there. Endless battle. And now they have to defend the base here. Lord's going to go ahead and work on these shields. Are they going to press the situation a little bit further?
Oh, onward coming down. Numenal Blast charged up as well. No flicker to stop City, though. Caught in the midst of it all. Again, good peek and Ripball. Caught, isolated, and taken down. Another bring back as the Purify gets used up. But Fumieko is going to go for another flare. They're able to zone her away. 11 minutes in. Smart Omega Empress will end the game. One of the fastest losses ever that we've seen from Vitality, and it comes through the way of Smart Omega Empress.
Add one game to those defeats for the Queens of MLBB. Team Vitality takes a loss here, a quick one from Smart Omega Empress. Again, talk about how they just came out swinging in this. I don't know if it was the momentum they had from the last series, but they are here to play. They're here to dethrone the Queens possibly. Off to a great start already. Under that 12-minute mark into game one. Just looking strong in every single lane and role. Of course, you can't count out Team Vitality at all. It is a best of 5. They'll go back, readjust from it, and get things situated. But would love to hear what the experts over on the stand have to say about this. Let's go ahead and throw it over to them.
The 4th game loss for the Queens of MLBB, the defending champions in such a dominant fashion. 11 minutes, that was all it took for Smart Omega Empress to bag game number 1 in this best of 5.
I feel me and Leo, we completely agree when we come to the conclusion that this game is really about not having enough damage. In fact, throughout the highlights, we can see that, like, this team fight, it went for so long, right? I kind of feel like I could have gone to the toilet, come back, and they're still fighting. That's how long it was, which really shouldn't be that way.
And one might think that if a team fight goes long with the kind of chunky and utility-centric lineup that Vitality drafted, they would win. But no, they're going up against one of the best, arguably the best right-clicker or auto-attacker in the game in Melissa. And this is just what? Barely the late game. She had the Trinity, just the Trinity, 0 kills. She wasn't even snowballing out of control. It's just that Vitality didn't have much of a threat to present to Shinoa.
Let's talk back about the draft here, because we were talking about how the 3rd pick was going to be crucial. The 3rd pick coming in from Vitality was the Angela. The 3rd pick coming in from Smart Omega Empress was the Nolan, even though we said it was early. But because of that, they had enough damage. And honestly, another thing that we do have to talk about was the ban. Smart Omega Empress, they banned out the X-Borg. With that long of a team fight, imagine if Vitality did have that X-Borg. They could have possibly won.
Yep. Fire missiles, last insanity, fire missiles again, get it back, long enough for a cooldown, last insanity. And if you burst it down on X-Borg with Keishi's Nolan, they just walk away, come back, fight again.
Looking at the highlights here, it's really just about fighting with no purpose, because there's no way for you to get a kill. And I was talking about how with this kind of lineup, you have to focus on one target, make sure that target dies, and then back away, try to get some kind of macro play, take some kind of turrets or something.
In Team Vitality's defense, I think we did mention that maybe they're very macro-centric.
Yeah.
They wanted to play the map, henceforth, their lineup was very, all right, chunky, and then we need you, Vivian, right? Come on in, help us out with the Angela. But there was no chance for that. I think Smart Omega Empress just knew that we need to finish it early, we need to finish it now.
I mean, even before the game even started, we also mentioned that this was a very risky and it was a big gamble of a composition that eventually didn't really work out for them. And in the bans as well, we also noticed, other than, of course, everything that you guys already mentioned earlier on, is the fact that they really banned out Fumi. Do you think that that was an impactful reason as to why they lost in such a dominant fashion?
100%.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. The fact that whether or not it was a master stroke by King Coach Salman, it just fell into place, is it not? Okay, Angela's open. Okay, they banned the hell out of Fumieko. Okay, maybe we just do CC Angela, but truth be told, TC Angela just takes too much time that a lineup like what Smart Omega or Empress drafted would just take advantage.
And again, something that the casual did say, even Mirko mentioned, the way that Fumieko wants to play is that she's the playmaker, she's the play setter. But having someone like the CC, it's really more of a distraction or the one giving the damage. So I kind of feel like they're forced into it. Like, there's a lot more picks, the Benedetta, the Paquito, a lot of damage dealers in the EXP, which she might not be comfortable with.
That's the thing, right? Because she needs those playmaking heroes. Arlet. Okay, let's take a look at her heroes right now. We have Arlet, Terizla, Edith, Export, all gone.
Yeah. She needed the 3 at least. And then, lo and behold, look at Not Ayanami, she got the Edith. So this is literally one XP laner out of their element, and then the other just perfectly living in high life.
So speaking of that, let's take a look at the PlayStation MVP. Who won that MVP for game number 1? You mentioned it earlier, Not Ayanami will bag it again. This time around, 100% KP.
Look at that. Diagon, a SEA Games competitor, a national athlete. Even if Shinoa's not doing much in the early... Actually, truth be told,
she did a lot.
You watched the game. She did a lot, but also she had no kills.
Yeah.
Right? She was just pushing turrets. And why was that so easy? Why was half of the map so easily free for Shinoa? Because Not Ayanami was such a menace.
And honestly, Not Ayanami was able to get out of lane. That shows that she won the lane going up against Fumieko. And that clip, it didn't show, but it was a 2v1. And then she got a trade first before she died. Talk about having a good game.
There's nothing the curtain call could do. If you're just alone, at best you go, oh. You just keep going.
It's like, strings, ooh.
Yo-yo, oh.
And even up until this point, right? Again, the CC coming through, we were talking about damage. Did the CC not get to that power spike yet?
Nope.
Or what was the problem?
CC is almost like a marksman where you kind of need 3 items. You need the War Axe, and then once the maximum stacks are dealt, you can deal more damage. The second item is going to be Brute Force Burst Plate to make sure you have more movement speed, lower cooldown, so more damage. But yeah, 2 items, it's like you're not tanky enough to deal prolonged damage. CC is just about prolonging the damage.
And one might argue you might even need a little bit of help from the Vengeance.
Yes,
but she
the
was
Vengeance.
forced to use the Purify because of how much CC just Not Ayanami alone was presenting.
Yeah, with the Vengeance, she could deal with the Melissa.
So do you have any particular plays that you guys want to show us about game number 1, perhaps, that you guys can break down for us?
Yes, we do. This is at about 4.5 minutes, fresh off of a turtle take by Smart Omega Empress.
Now, this clip is unique. You want to know why?
Why?
There's no kills. No one died in this clip, and that's exactly why we want to show it. Because if we're looking at the clip here, you can see an amazing engage coming in from Vitality. They were able to get 2 crucial members, the jungler and the mid laner. You would think, that's a good engage. You have like, what, three people there? At least one would die. Play the clip. The targeting was separated. Some was going for Amar, someone was going for Keishi. And this lineup doesn't have damage in the first place. So if you target at least one of them, say you go for Keishi, you get 1 kill, focus on taking the jungle. You kill Amor, control the mid lane. But because everyone's separated, and then they're like, wait, who are we going for? Who are we going for? Everyone was able to escape. So this is like, I don't know, trying to catch 2 chickens, and then the 2 chickens got away.
So, because I think the way that Vitality usually play is that way, right? They like to split things up, and maybe it was a miscommunication on that part that they didn't execute
If they had
their
enough
draft
damage, it's
properly.
fine.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I think it's a matter of using what you got. You know what they say? It's not what you got, it's how you use it. They didn't even have it didn't have anything to use. At the time, what was that, 4 minutes, 5 minutes? Even if maybe they focused down on one, say it be Keishi. Okay, they got a kill on Keishi. If it was the other 2 up top, there would have been some backup from down bottom. That was Not Ayanami and Amori down there too.
Let me just say, let's switch the hero. Say it's not Angela and it's a Ruby Roam. Replace it with a Lilia. Will they get a kill? They would.
Maybe, yeah.
Replace it with a Farsa. They would.
Replace it with a Faramis.
They would. Replace it with a Valentina, even though it was banned. They would. So I kind of feel like they're used to using this kind of heroes where they would get a kill. But then you switch it up and it's more utility than damage. Then you're playing the way that you usually play, but not the heroes you're usually playing it with.
And now we're at a point of chicken and egg. Was it because CC Angela, because it's Angela first? Or was it Angela first planning for the CC and did it just not work out the way Vitality planned?
That's a big question because we made a big argument about the Angela, right? Is Angela better in the mid lane? Is Angela better in the roam? And for MWI, this is going to be the first time I believe that Cindy's actually picked it up. And she's usually
actually Cindy used Ruby.
Oh!
Yeah, Cindy used Ruby. Yeah, Vivian was the one.
So maybe that's it, right? Maybe they're not accustomed to these picks. Maybe Cindy's used to heroes that are more burst heavy, that has more damage in the game.
Angela is not a tank. She's not called the mother of supports.
I do agree. Honestly, Mother of Tank sounds better.
Yeah.
That's true.
Mother of Dragon sounds better too, but you know, it's whatever.
So let's take a look at the predictions earlier on. Guys, did you fill in your predictions? Did you put it in? stcplay.gg? Don't forget. Okay, we're in the middle of a best of 5, so you do have a little bit more time to lock in your predictions. But there you go, www.stcplay.gg. Go ahead now. Omega already has that first game. So you guys have a little bit of an advantage. I mean, there is still a chance for Smart Omega to go all the way, clean sweep the Queens of MLBB.
At this point, yeah, because maybe Team Vitality overthought it. Right? Maybe they're like, oh, this is going to be an intense match. So they're playing 5D chess with themselves, where sometimes you just got to keep it simple. Have enough damage, have enough utility, win the game.
Number one, it's best if you're not competing with yourself. And the second, maybe not 5D chess. 3D chess itself is already very difficult. At some point, you just want to go from A to B. I think that's where Vitality is strongest. Because, again, mechanics, almost on an individual level, lane to lane, second to none. Macro, you know that their communication is set because I think, I can say this, in the realm of MLBB esports for women, they are the single team that did not change over the past 3 or 4 years, right? They are a singular force.
Yeah.
So you know that if you keep it simple and you get a fair and equal ground, I think Vitality's got this.
Yeah, I don't like it when teams go overcomplicated and start making mistakes in the draft. Just keep it simple. We win with Hero A, just pick Hero A. Unless it's banned, then okay, change your strategy.
I mean, we've been seeing this sort of same pattern coming from Team Vitality, right? From the group stage all the way into the first day of the knockouts. And now we're here in the semifinals, right? A lot of people have been saying,
Grand
okay,
finals.
maybe semifinals before.
Okay.
But now, yes, grand finals. That
Good check.
there's a issue, I think. Either they're experimenting or their drafts are just not as on point as usual. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafts of the second game, it looks like both teams have opted to stay on the exact same side. And it looks like the same bans are also coming through. With the issues with the drafts of Team Vitality, do you think there should be any changes in the first phase?
Number one, get some burst in there.
Yeah, agree. Either the jungler or the mid.
Even the gold. They can put the Brody there. They can play and draft towards the Brody.
Yeah, I don't know. For me personally, I would like Vival on something with a little bit more damage. And the same can be said for Cine. Like, you have the mother of tanks. Use a tank! Right? Is that a crazy thing to say? Right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're so good at using this one here, and it's like, you know what, grand finals, never mind. Let me switch things up.
All right, it's fair that Omega Empress banned out the Minotaur here.
Yeah.
Safe, right? And then maybe Vitality first pick the Edith.
I like that.
That's solid.
That's solid.
Do it.
Edith, and then eventually pick up something like a Tigreal.
They don't even have to. Like, it can wait until the very last phase.
Yeah, there you go. Edith first pick.
Nice.
That's Fumi
Nice
Echo.
call. Edith.
Yeah.
And
I mean, like,
flex. It's technically it doesn't have to go to Fumi Echo. So in case they can find a more, I would say, what's the word for it? When you take control of something.
Initiative?
Initiative type of EXP laner. I'll work with that. They can utilize this as flex.
A proactive, you mean?
There you go. That's a word. Proactive. A proactive EXP laner for Fumi. They can fall back on Edith for Fumi.
Right now, I'm thinking for Smart Omega Empress, I think they eventually want to take the Nolan again. So pick up a gold laner. Their pattern is pick up the gold laner a little bit later. Unless they want to pick up the Roger here just so that they can be more proactive in the draft and then deciding later where the Roger is going to go. They're picking up the Ruby, very solid pick, and the Jushin. So I think they're sticking to their pattern, letting the gold lane see what everything has first, and then pick up that hero for Shinoa. And then maybe they're going to pick up a third pick Nolan here.
I'm liking the numbers on Jushin. It's clear that the teams have been studying her, using her here and there.
This is what we want to see before.
60% win rate. This is technically not burst, but it's reliable damage. It's reliable enough.
It's reliable against the Jushin.
Yep.
Right? Like, the reason why Zas is here, okay, it's for the damage-dealing junglers, but it's also because of Jushin. Having the Ruby as well does make it a little bit more difficult because we got to talk about what Zas does. People want to initiate, right? Say I'm a tank. Say I'm a Tigreal. I want to catch you, but the moment I get hit by a laser, I'm not stunned, but it damn feels like it, right? So I can't move. Initiate is going to be tough. Vitality, they know the third pick is going to be that Nolan, so they take it for themselves.
And it makes sense, but it's a gamble, right? They're picking this into a Ruby. Is that going to be a big deterrent to their gameplay?
I think this is another time wherein you say, hey, that Nolan might have been too early. They may have overstepped because Omega Empress here can definitely answer this Nolan. Mind you, last game, they were on red, and they were the ones who picked the Nolan first, but they were able to clean up XP. This time around, they pick up the Melissa. Again, a great answer towards the Nolan. So from here on, best believe, Omega Empress is going to attack not just Vival, but also, again, I think they will now change their priority to attacking Chell.
I do agree. Maybe ban out the Brody as well as the Claude, because I feel like the Claude can still do quite well.
Yep.
Yeah, so the Claude has been banned. Looking at this lineup, you would consider, actually no, I was talking about the Harith, but because the Ruby is there, they're probably not that afraid of the Harith, especially because I feel like the Melissa does well against the Harith as well as the Roger.
Harith loses lane against the Melissa because of that range.
So at most, if they want to ban out, I think even a carry could be a bit of a risk.
So let's talk about her options here. Roger, Clint, Moskov, Lunox.
I think the Moskov is great. But if you do pick up the Moskov, it's a little too expensive.
They could ban it here just to be safe, right? I mean, this is the grand finals. You don't want to take any risk. Unless you do want to ban out, because the Tigreal is banned, perhaps this might be a Rome...
Ruby.
Edith.
Edith, yes, Edith.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Ruby. Still a flex too, by the way.
Yeah.
So, next ban? Still gold lane, Moskov?
I feel like
Good
Moskov
choice?
is safe. Yeah.
There you go.
Moskov.
You have the same wavelength as Salman King Coach, huh?
Another ban that could be coming up here because we saw it before is the Grok. If it's not the Grok, what other roamers do they want to take out? I mean, I don't know. The Ruby is still flex, but if we're going based on history, this might be a Grok ban.
So they completely just ignored the Angela up until this point, right?
I personally don't like the Angela because most of the compositions is in, not enough damage.
Yeah, leave her out of this.
Yeah. Oh,
that's another choice I was thinking of, because even if there are those little I call them caltrops, little droppings from the Zas, I think a majority of what Vitality does would still be hurt by Lolita. Mirai did amazing in game 1 on the Lolita.
Maybe they're setting up for Shell, making sure that nothing is gonna get brought back.
Reflected.
Nothing is gonna get reflected. Thank you very much.
Ixia?
Now, okay, for Smart Mega Empress, they're picking up the Roger, so...
They're so proactive.
Yeah, very proactive. This mid trio, assuming this Ruby is going to be Rome, is actually pretty scary. If the Roger picks up a Sky Piercer first or second item, they could demolish Vitality's lineup.
But I mean,
he doesn't have to, by the way.
With the Susin, it's not amazing clear though, right? So
yeah, you don't need amazing clear.
You just win.
Yeah, you just win. You don't need to clear. You just see someone, you bring that person over and be like, we got a Roger here. Deals a lot of damage.
You feed the Roger.
Yeah. You let the dog out.
Oh. You'll be thankful I'm not on the casting desk.
Yeah.
And now to follow up,
all the sound effects.
They still pick up
what?
the Harith. This is risky, right?
Dangerous.
We can agree on this. This is risky going up against the Ruby, and the Grok picked up, so this is why they didn't ban it out. They want it for themselves.
Okay, in this last phase, I think the Grok was a win.
Yeah.
But this is 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
0% win rate though. Just saying. 3 times pick, 0% win rate, 4 times banned.
That's tough.
So Grok, Rome, right? Edith in the EXP lane?
Yep. Yes,
Is that a winning lane for the Edith?
Something they could even consider is put Ruby in the Rome and pick up something like an X-Borg if they want.
Ooh.
Right?
Yeah, I think that's just a fully fighting lineup.
Yeah.
For Mega Empress.
We move forward. We don't move backwards.
And it would definitely be a problem for the setups, for everything that Team Vitality has. This is risky. I wonder why they went Harith. Are they purposely putting Shell on a weak side gold lane?
Maybe for them, there's no other options. Claude and Moskov are banned. Oh, they pick up the Barrage, so nothing too crazy. At least one very tanky player able to sustain the initial damage, bait something out, and then go back in.
If anything, I don't even think it's for the tankiness. It's for the all-in.
For the catch?
As good as a -1. It's like a Kaja at home.
It's very not Ayanami. This
Exactly.
is signature not Ayanami from back in the day. So there it is,
Change her name.
ladies and gentlemen. I mean, she kind of did, right? Her name was Ayanami before,
Like-
and then it became not Ayanami.
Here and there.
Yeah, technically.
But I like it. I like the draft.
Yeah, I like the draft for Smart Mega.
It's momentum.
Okay. Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, as we throw it over to the casters, it's your time to shine.
And shine we will. Thank you so much, experts, breaking it down. And yeah, maybe after this, it's going to be time for not Ayanami to change back to, I don't know, Ayanami?
Yeah, because when she said it's very not Ayanami, I'm like, wait, so is it not Ayanami or is it not Ayanami?
I think a lot of people are wondering that, but let's go ahead, jump into the game here. It's game number 2. Smart Omega Empress already getting game 1 in a very fast fashion, just like they did in the previous series. So we'll see if this lineup from Team Vitality is going to be enough to kind of stop that from happening, even out the series from here. Again, too, Jushin going to the hands of Amore. We'll see if this Zask, which has been the staple kind of pickup against the Jushin pick, is going to be working out. Now, you know, and part of that is, what do we call them? The little Johnnies? What do we
Little
call them?
Johnnies.
Little Johnnies. The little Johnnies, those little aliens, are part of what makes it work. And then also just the Descent is actually such a strong ability. She is going to get dragged back a little bit here, and that's what you have to deal with. But I'm wondering, oh, again, okay. And see, that's what's so annoying when you're dealing against Jushin. Something like that, and then you have to burn the Flicker already early on.
Absolutely. Also burning the regen, by the way. So Cindy popped in the Flicker and then the regen, and because she kind of greeted out on the Flicker, she lost the regen too. Like it pounced one of the turret and then pull back as well. Amore this time picking up first blood on the Jushin. And it seems for Vivol, she can only really just stay in that bush. I don't even think she can go for any assassination attempt to Keishi.
At least,
Goes for the steal.
Goes for the steal. You know, at least get something out of it. But yeah, even with the Mother of Tanks getting her hands on the Grok, you can just see how, you know, how much utility there is being able to drag members back, even under the turret. That's what makes it so difficult to play against. So we'll have to see how that adjustment's made because, yeah, part of this is once those level 4s are available, that's where Vivian can start to make those plays. They might just have to give up this first turtle. It looks like that's going to be the case because of how the early game went. And it was nothing too crazy, but that first blood and stalling out that level 4 makes it so. So for Team Vitality, where do they find this pick-off? Is it going to be here? Shinoa just hits that level 4, now has that go away perfectly timed. Vivian almost level 4 too. So at this point, you know, if they don't want to make sure that it isn't a repeat of last game,
Good beacon, good purify out, Mirai. Just with I'm offended, Amore's still taking a whole lot of damage there despite utilizing the beacon to escape and also to purify. But she will be able to escape. Does seem like up top though, because Fumieko is left to XP lane, not Ayanami will be able to stomp on that turret, getting a little bit of gold, actually stopping Fumieko from getting to lane.
Yeah.
Oh, stopping her from getting the minion too. It won't kill her. Look at her. Not Ayanami is just denying the farm away from Fumieko.
And you know, it's little things like that that just actually play a big part in the bigger picture of a game. And so great play there once again. And this Barrett's pick, even like I was saying in the previous series, you know, it's not a hero you see picked up too often anymore, but it still provides a ton of value, especially with the lineup that they have. You're going for just, yeah, grab them. You know, at this point, you have a Barrett, you have the Daytona's welcome. You're looking for Murray to pull in with the I'm offended. And so you have so many options, and I feel like that's the thing, that's going to be the troublesome part for Shell, especially once she pops the Zaman Force. You also have to worry about getting grabbed, you know, at this point. Oh, hold on.
Wall charge this time, no purifying. You can see the instant damage come through from Cine, and then the fracture too from Vivol. The Dominator's Ascent is doing as much damage as possible towards that turret.
Some extra gold to work with, but I guess you got to watch out for that too. You got to watch out for Vivian. There's a pull though.
The pull back. Chell jumping forward as well. Vival going to be caught. Keishi still able to find that kill. Now Chell pops into his Bond Force down to miss it all. Going to be caught and stunned by the Donut Wolf King. Not able to escape. Keishi gets her down under the turret. Perfect timing for the second turtle to spawn. Smart Omega Empress in full control. Vivian going towards the bottom lane, trying to deny Shinoa from taking the turret goal, but not Ayanami is here. Mirai is here. Amore too. They're just going to leave Keishi to pick up the turtle without the retribution. Easy peasy.
Talk about timing, you know? You get a couple kills, and not to mention it's a double for Keishi, so she already builds up that momentum, builds up that lead, and then she gets the second turtle. And this is what we've seen them do time and time again. They get a couple victories, and then they push the pedal to the metal. That's what they're doing here.
That's the wild charge coming down already. Mirai going to be stunned up. Brings time offended, but it's only the Dominator's descent. And Sydney wasn't even in there. But still, Smart Omega Empress, they're still going to be able to actually utilize this to jump inside into the purple buff, stealing it away. It seems Vival is very proactive already, or very reactive rather, rotating and mirroring that movement.
Okay, right now they're going to go ahead and mirror up here to the top. And really at this point, it's like up to Shell. She's got to go ahead and get in a good position. Conceal going to be used, though. I think they're just going to force her off the turret. They want to get the space advantage. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get any more unless they force it with an ultimate. They're going to go ahead and get that turret down. The tier 1 falls. And I think they're happy with that. You know, at this point, Smart Omega Empress making the macro play like we saw them do previously. And so where does Team Vitality do this? How do they stop this from continuing to build up here, Mirko?
I mean, it's going to be really tough, considering technically for Smart Omega Empress, they're fine if they actually scale up too, right? The Melissa is going to be an absolute monster in the later stage of the game, and the fact that she is already 1,300 gold ahead shows you exactly why the Harith pick, in my opinion, wasn't really too good.
You weren't feeling it.
I hate the Harith against the Melissa because I'm a Melissa player, and I know for a fact that I've never lost a single laning phase to a Harith. Even 2v1, it's so hard unless the Harith goes Vengeance. That's for like a laning phase only type of deal. And in team fights, obviously the Purify will help you a bit more. But the fact that we saw the Purify and the Harith, I was like, all right, laning phase, Chell's basically not going to be laning. She's just there to soak in gold and wait for a power spike.
And maybe that was the plan, you know, maybe the plan was let's just get to the team fighting portion of the game, you know, mid to late game transition, let Shell get to where she needs.
Whoa.
Dominator's Ascent.
To a wild charge, but it's only onto the tank right now. They've all gone in, and now they're airborne. Brought back Keishi. Right there, Shinoa. Pops in the Inspire. Light can pounce to pick up a double kill. Team Vitality are crumbling under the pressure. Smart Omega Empress. They're thriving now. Viva walking forward, jumps in onto Mirai, able to find the kill with the Fracture. Chell. Zaman Force in onto not Ayanami. Is forced to flicker out back to the mid lane, but again, they trade these kills. It's only onto the roamer to get a turtle.
It's so good every single time. They might trade a death here, but they get something else, and that's a turret too. And again, you have to respect the damage coming out from all the members of Smart Omega Empress. And they continue to put the pressure even on the purple buff here as they go and take it away from Team Vitality. And they're finding themselves in this position where they don't have anything here. They don't have any turrets. They don't have any objectives. How can they even approach the next big objective? They've got a minute and a half to figure it out, to get in a position to actually be able to do that. And you know, this time around, the experts talked about it, man. Give a tank to the mother of tanks and let her be able to initiate. And she's been trying, honestly. The wild charges are there, but unfortunately, the damage just is not there. It's not able, they're not able to follow up against what Smart Omega Empress has with their lineup. And it might just take time. You know, we saw a preview of it with this Nolan pick that could scale up well, like we already talked about with the Harith too. You need time to build up. She only had the Starlium Scythe, I believe. And for Cinny even, you know, you can pump out damage. But look at this. You only have a glowing wand right now in the arcane boots. So a lot of time here. Conceal going to be used. They're not going to connect. On that, I'm offended, but they want the turret here.
That was great, though. The fact that even though it didn't connect, they still baited out the Purify. So Chell kind of panicked in that situation, too. Goes to show you the level of composure that Smart Omega Empress have at this point compared to Vitality, who, at this point, it does feel like, you know, they are panicking a bit.
Yeah.
Popping those Purifies, going in for these desperate engages, and all that just for Smart Omega Empress to be leading by 4,000 gold. Vivalda staying very active around the map. But not going to be chased down. That's a Lycan Pound. Wow. No purple buff, no energy. That's a Skolo kill down below. Keishi assassinates the assassin.
And that's tough. Even with the Retribution, there's nowhere you can run. There's nowhere you can hide. And that's not going to happen there. And Murray goes in once again. And this might just be, once again, another objective in the hands of Smart Omega Empress. They're trying to trade it at least for a turret up top. They get their second turret of the game here for Team Vitality, but they're going to have to get ready for a defense. And you already know, if anything to be said about the last 4 games that Smart Omega Empress has played, they will force that fight into the base. They will use everything that they have to start a fight under the turrets once that Lord gets marching in, as they take everything from Team Vitality. And now, once again, the tier 2 turrets. Here's a conceal play.
Gonna go in, good wild charge over into the onward, and the Earth Shatter punishing Shinoa, who's so far up front. Dominator's Ascent still in the midst of it all. Amore gonna be melted down, but still is able to get out with the Purify. 2 members taken down. The Lord still up to use for Smart Omega Empress.
Great choice. As I was just saying, you know, they're going to take everything from Team Vitality. Vivian says, no, not anymore. Goes in with the wild charge, and that's exactly why she needs heroes like this Grok to be able to make that decision, pop the conceal, make a big play, and that might have been enough to go ahead and negate this whole push with the Lord for now. Still at a gold deficit though, a couple thousand gold, but that's been enough to go ahead and clear the waves out that they needed to. I'm not sure if Smart Omega Empress still wants to go for more here.
Good onward by Fumi Echo. She's going to be picked up, though. Has a Primal Wrath. The airborne into the knockup as well now. Flickering back. Vivian still there. Mirai able to find Aima into the go-away. Shinoa dealing some damage as the Dominator's Descent is forced to be used defensively. Keishi walks forward. The Lycan pounce over to it. Viva on the bottom lane. Cindy.
Oh, no.
Caught in the muddles. Chelt going to be taking a whole lot of damage. Mirai taking a lot of turret shots, but will still be able to survive. Holy Defense pop in, and Smart Omega Empress won't be able to crack the base turret open. But in the bottom lane, it does seem like, at least for Team Vitality, there is a trade. They get a tier 2.
I think at this point, that's all you can do. Team Vitality knew that they still had to deal with the Lord. They don't lose the base turret. That was actually good for them, granted how far behind they were. And this gets them a couple more defensive items that they need, especially for Vivian. You can see now Divine Glaive locked in for Cine, so now that damage is going to be quite a bit. And even the Malefic Roar plus the Blade and Hunter Strike there for Vivel. So she has been making moves across the map and at least gets those 3 turrets. So this gives them a little space to work around with. But they still have to be careful and cautious of the gap. We're still talking 5,000 gold here for Smart Omega Empress. They have a lot to work with. Chell also picks up the Divine Glaive. So this might be that moment that I was talking about. You know, mid to late game transition. You're now here in this portion of the game. You should be able to utilize this Harith. Yeah, you lost the lane. The matchup wasn't good for you. You kind of had a stalemate. You wanted to soak up as much gold and XP as you could. Now it's time to shine.
Now it's City. Oh, she can't even use the Dominator's Descent. She gets deleted right off of the I'm Offended.
Wow. As I said, they had to do something. Unfortunately for Cine, she just got sent to the moon. And at this point, it's going to be a Lord take here. But look at this once again. Vivel just trying to make a play on top. But they'll send not Ayanami up there to deal with it. And that's going to be an objective secured here. So no tier 2 on the top side. The plan has been spotted out. But look at the rotation. I don't think they're going to catch her in time here. She should be able to get back just in time. They're not going to find the right bush. So it's up to them. Defense time for Team Vitality.
Oh, and it's going to be quite tough in my opinion, right? Because, sure, they should have okay clear with Cine. But the fact that she's so far behind compared to Amore, 2 levels behind, and it's a Harith. I'm not too sure about that clear speed, right? You have to use your Zaman for. So even if you clear out the Lord, that's a massive resource that you would rather have in these skirmishes compared to just defending the Lord. And look at how Smart Omega Empress are already tackling the siege, right? They're just slow pushing the top side. They're waiting for it to build up so they can get as much value as possible.
At this point, Lord still top side. It's going to go in and take that turret down. Some of these shields obviously down 2 already of the base turrets for Team Vitality. They got to watch and avoid that lantern too. They could get dragged through the wall and then forced to fight. Murray also looking for an I'm Offended here. Lord going to charge in, get the top turret. Now the mid going to be, here's the conceal though.
Shinoa finds the go-away, able to escape Shinoa! Able to get the outplay towards the back. City still able to claim the kill though, as that is going to be Chell up top using his Mon Force already. Vivian going to fall in the bottom side of the map. From the Echo, the Primal Rat brought back to the team right now as that's Murray. who's right there to follow it up. Minuways haven't cleared up. Now Detsuna's welcome, not connecting, but the base is wide open. The Roger's on it, still trying to clear out the waves. She'll try to go for it right now. It won't be enough. The defense is not there for them. Match point for Smart Omega Empress.
A try there, a try with the conceal, but not enough. Try as they might. Team Vitality is gonna face match point and their dynasty at risk here. Smart Omega Empress, 14 minutes for this one. Coming out strong once again and really just having a phenomenal draft. Even there at the end there, Shinoa able to just get something before she ends up dying, but still the timing and the placements, the synergy between the Empresses here are just on point time and time again. And even with the Ruby here for Murray, able to find pickoff after pickoff, and even down to just shutting out this Zask. Unfortunately for Sydney, that was a tough game to be against, but still, synergy's there, man, and it's looking like they're rolling with the momentum into the next game. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the studio for the experts to break this one down.
It's been 4 years. 4 years of the dominance of Team Vitality, and I don't think we've ever seen this team being put in this position that the Empress has officially done. This may allude to the fall of an entire dynasty.
I told you, I'm from the future, and what happens in the finals will blow your mind. I don't want to speak out of pocket, though. I want to make sure that this series gets the coverage that it deserves, and I think Lafell will agree when I say the draft for Vitality is slowly getting better, but it's not at the level where it could match Smart Omega Empress's momentum.
I would say we were talking about traps, and does this not look like Team Smart Omega Empress put them in a trap? Like, this hard pick was forced, right? Going up against the Melissa, going up against the Ruby is probably something that Shell does not want, but what else are the options here? And again, like I said, the third pick is going to be very important. If you don't pick up a priority hero, you're going to lose. Look at Smart Omega Empress. The third pick was the Melissa.
And if I'm not mistaken, the third pick, or at least within the realm of the third pick for Vitality, was the Nolan.
Exactly.
So they answered it completely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big issue, and time and time again, I think even the Indo casters actually walked up to us and they're like, what's up with the draft? What's going on with Team Vitality?
More than just the Nolan, though, even the Zask felt a little bit like an answer, quote-unquote, to the Jushin, but look at what Amore did.
Yeah. Honestly, when we're looking at the draft here, this time I feel like they are a little bit more damaged. It's just the coordination here, because it does seem like there were quite a few instances where they went for the team fight. It's just that Smart Omega Empress, they were able to play around the team fight a little bit better. One of the reasons is because they do have the Jushin able to move people around, because we saw even in lane, it's hard for the mid duo of Vitality to even get the minions all that safe, because they kept getting pulled around.
Yeah. We were talking about that earlier in the drafting phase, right? About the wave clear, but it turns out it's not about the wave clear.
Yeah, you don't even
If you have
just
control, it's fine, right? We saw that being implemented so perfectly by Smart Omega Empress, and we are going to crown our MVP for that game by PlayStation. So let's take a look. The PlayStation MVP goes to Keishi this time around on the Roger.
I agree.
A highlight play for me, watching Keishi's performance here in game number 2, is that 1v1 kill on Vival down bottom. If you guys will remember, it was just Vival minding her own business, trying to, pull a fast one over Smart Omega Empress, pushing, and then this was way past this point, by the way. This was all the way in with the push, and then she was just cutting the waves. What does Keishi do? Straight up 1v1.
Maybe a little bit too early for me to say, but I honestly, with her performance, honestly, throughout the day, I wouldn't mind if she's the overall MVP, because she made it work with the Nolan. Now she's making it work with the Roger.
Might even go as far as the group stage. I think Keishi really did step up as one of the flag bearers for Smart Omega Empress.
And she's nonchalant about it.
Yeah, that's
happy
why.
to be here.
No, she's like, we won, whatevs.
I don't think they're celebrating too soon, right? I don't think they want to celebrate too soon. They're still a game away, right? And anything can happen in the course of a single game. So there's still a possibility for Team Vitality to come back. But man, if we all know Smart Omega Empress, we know them to be a team of momentum, right? So once they got the ball rolling, that's when things kind of gets extremely scary for their opponents.
Yeah, let me just say, the way that she reacted, the way Keishi reacted, reminds me of Super Marco.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's like, we won. It's I got MVP. I got a 1v1.
It's whatever.
It's cool. It's great.
Whoa.
What? Huh?
Wait.
Ah, warn us! Warn us! Wait, why no? Wait, here. Almost caught it. Almost caught it.
Oh,
you.
Peekaboo.
Mirko, what's going on, by the way?
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Again?
Yo, what we did earlier, you know, surprise booze, that's what Smart Mega Empress have been doing. You know, they've been coming up with a lot of different ways to actually answer in the draft, and it's been phenomenal, by the way. Setting up for Shinoa on the Melissa, and then most importantly as well, like you said, Keishi getting so much more value because in game number 2, they were focused on Shinoa. They were like, all right, how do we get rid of the Melissa? And yeah, when they picked the Melissa, they banned Claude and Moskov. I looked at Nice, I'm like, yeah, it's over.
He didn't like the Melissa at all, and it showed. It showed actually in the gameplay there. And this is now at a point where their dynasty, I feel like, is really at a risk here, Mirko.
Sure.
You know, but it is a best of 5, so anything can happen.
I have a question for Mirko. Since Eterna doesn't believe it, and I think she still believes that the Queens will break that. I don't want to say curse. It's a. Mirko, do you believe that there's something between Indonesian teams and MLBB and where we're playing now?
Something about it. That's a mojo there.
Megatron wouldn't have problems.
Right. He's also of the school of thought that we don't talk about it.
So, you know what? I have something to say about that, but off screen. Off screen. So, Mirko, we're going to have a talk after this, you know? But thank you very much, Caster, and there you go. That was the Grand Finals casters. It's Mirko as well as Naisu, and 1 game away from Smart Mega Empress being the champions.
It's scary.
Satu lagi.
It's scary. We're not even match point, we're championship points.
Isa na lang.
Isa na lang? What does that mean?
Just 1 more.
Just 1 more. And we're going to take a look at the player reactions earlier on. I mean, that's intense. Okay, so I guess a few of them were celebrating. Shell doesn't look happy at all. I mean, we were talking about that matchup again, right, with the Harith. She's known to be, alongside, of course, the mother of dragons, the mother of tanks, Vivian. Shell is also known to be one of the pillars of Vitality. And when she's not given a favorable lane like that, it looks like even she was frustrated that she couldn't pull off what she usually is able to do.
I have a question for you, Eterna.
Okay.
You've followed these ladies, the queens of MLBB, for years now. That look in Shell's face, is it just me or does that look like it's their turn? Something broke in them.
I hope not. But yes, I get what you're.
All
I get
of
what you're going
MWI,
for.
right? All of MWI. Whenever
They were
Vitality,
very chill.
Yeah, whenever Vitality stumbles, there's like, it's okay. Next game.
Yeah.
That was. I saw something.
Let me say, I'm just glad that if Homegirls lost to anyone, it was Smart Mega, because at least now it's like,
they're here, yeah.
They're here, yeah. But yeah, honestly, going into this game, I feel like everyone does agree. I'm just going to change the narrative a little bit. It's not that Vitality had a bad draft. It's Smart Mega Empress always controlling the draft. And I feel like that is something new to Vitality.
And they're controlling it from red.
Yeah. And that's why I said, personally for me, red side is a little bit better for this one.
You know, even back at SPS, right, when we were going through the qualifiers, we had an interview because Team Vitality, they dropped a game against Falcons Vega. That was quite uncanny and very uncharacteristic. And so we had a chance to interview them. And then we were asking them, guys, like, how did you drop that game? What went wrong with the drafts? And then they were like, yeah, Susu Gaja, our coach, sometimes he likes to get a little experimental. So I thought that was a joke before.
And so the thick plottins.
Maybe not in Grand Finals?
Not here, not like this.
Yeah, so
Grand Finals.
I mean, I thought it was a joke, but maybe that's what we're seeing.
And here's what's scary is you already see it in the players' faces. They're already reacting to whatever this possibly might be happening.
Again, I kind of feel like there's a reason why going for comfort works.
But here's the thing. There was some level of comfort. Again, a modicum of success on the Zask. And again, Chell on the Harith is a proven thing. But maybe it's the timing. It's the momentum. It's the pacing.
One thing that I do have to say, remember Shell?
Yeah.
On this Harith? There are times she avoided the team fight and go for something else. Do you remember that? Right? A major team fight around Lord. She went and ended the game in the mid lane. She might be really good on the Harith, but maybe they have a problem with the Harith in terms of the team fight. I'm just saying, right? There could be a correlation.
If that's the case, then this is a very costly misreading of that situation.
Yeah.
It cost them a game, match point at that.
No, because again, Harif going against a Ruby, going against a Melissa. If you're facing one, it's fine. You're facing two troubles that the Harif could potentially have. So, yeah, I don't know. If you want the Harif, sure. Get the Harif into a good draft.
It's just the one thing that I usually notice about Team Vitality is this is not new to them, right? Being in a position in game where they're not leading that momentum from the early game, it's not new. And they always find ways to come back. But usually those comebacks are made and created by Shell alongside with Vivian. We saw Vivian time and time again trying to make those plays. We saw a lot of those moments where she made those plays with the Grok, but again, nobody was able to follow up with that damage. So again, it feels like there's an issue when it comes down to, back again, the drafts.
Honestly, we could show you the telemetry if we have the time.
Yeah, I think more than just the drafts, even execution, there's some things that we can point out that...
Sloppy?
I don't want to use the word sloppy, but I guess the clip will show us exactly what.
But let me just set it up, right? Because when we're talking about a setup, what are you going for, right? Are you going for objectives? Are you going for the roamer? Are you going for the mid laner, etc., etc., etc.? Where we see during this grand finals, looks like Team Vitality, they have more or less the right idea, but maybe the wrong way, right? It's like, I want to eat, but I'm eating it in the wrong way. It's like, essentially.
Oh, okay. Maybe we'll get a little bit of a sneak peek into the clip that you prepared for us earlier on, perhaps after this game, if there is another game.
If there is another game.
Right? We're at championship point, ladies and gentlemen, possibly the final game in this best of 5 series. And it looks like Team Vitality and Smart Omega Empress, they're still gonna opt for the same sides, but we do see a little change.
Yep, already respecting Amore's Jushin, but that means something's gotta give, right? Would not put it beyond Salman, Coach King, that he might take out the Terizla here. I think some way, somehow, you just always gotta attack Fumieko. Like just keep her at bay. That's always been key.
Smart Mega Empress again. I feel like whatever the third pick is, that's the one we gotta pay attention to. Either it's gonna be in the goal lane or the jungle, or maybe even this time picking up something in mid. Because, like I said, King Salman, he's controlling the draft, and I'm meaning for both teams.
So with this Zushin pickup, are they trying to look for a Valentina pick for Vitality?
If it's open, I would highly suggest it because the Minotaur is open still.
Yeah, so Omega Empress bans that. They go for the Valentina. What's the answer on the other side? Raja Ruby?
Or the Edith.
No, you gotta put the Edith here.
Yeah.
And then that opens up a smorgasbord of picks for Empress. Ooh.
Exactly.
What's the word? Smorgasbord?
Smorgasbord.
Smorgasbord.
Yeah.
Smorgasbord.
It's like a variety of dishes.
Oh, okay. So we're waiting on the last ban here. Minotaur. They don't want to go for a trade?
They
Just
could.
leave the Minotaur open, go for a different ban?
No.
Too risky.
Any trade that allows for you to give some initiative to Vitality is a bad decision. So, yeah, force him to pick the Edith and then play from there.
So, Roger, Valentina, or Edith. Edith is the pickup, so they pick up the Valentina. And the Valentina...
Roger, Valentina, Ruby.
And the thing is, the Valentina is good against the Edith.
Yeah.
As much damage Edith can do, Valentina can do a little bit more.
Okay.
Roger, Ruby, either way is a very good pick here.
So now we're in a pickle for Vitality.
Vitality's in a pickle.
Yeah.
The biggest.
Vitality might even want, okay, let's just say, they want a Tigreal, but the opponent already has a Valentina, so you're kind of like, do you want to risk that?
It's a compromise.
Exactly, like if they want to pick up a Minotaur, the opposing side had, Minotaur is banned, but meaning to say any big ticket alts coming in from the roamers, they're like, you have a Valentina though, and Amor has been performing the entire day, not just for this grand finals.
Oh,
I agree. She's been very aggressive with her Valentina, opening up maps of very good initiation picks as well. It's not a regular Valentina, it's a scary Valentina. And it looks like Vitality have their own answer. They have Luo Yi and Roger. What do we feel about this?
I like it. Again, the Roger was left open. Could have been the pair with the Valentina. And then, of course, you have Lu Yi. You got to respect the amount of map mobility that you have as a low Yi, and of course, the reliable damage with the polarity. So with that said, Omega Empress, for sure,
this third pick is going to be crucial,
yeah,
whatever it is.
It's not Shinoa, because it's not as clear an answer as prior, Game 2. So
they might go for the Nolan again. The Hayabusa. Again, this third pick, this might be the critical point in the entire draft. The Hayabusa pickup here is going to do pretty okay, especially going up against the Lui, because the thing about EDIV is that you can control that person, but if you're in Ogi Shadowkill, who are you going to control?
Yeah, it becomes a skill matter at that, you know?
Like if you can set up the onward with the quad shadow, yeah, but if the quad shadow comes in and you're not there to stop the movement, the Hayabusa might get an early kill.
And usually when we see the Hayabusa being on a certain team, the other usually goes for heroes like Tigreal. But with the Valentina on that side, is that still a viable choice to go for?
It's very risky because, again, as crazy as a Tigreal is with the implosion, it's almost scary with the Valentina. You have 2 dashes.
So it's double jeopardy for Vitality. Like, okay, sometimes it's okay, but other times it's a situation wherein Omega Empress has snowballed out of control. You're going to kick yourself for picking up that Tigreal.
And right now, Smart Omega Empress, they can pick up the Hive because they themselves have the Ruby. Right, they have the Ruby and Vitality. They themselves ban out the Melissa.
Yeah.
The Roger is good against the Hive. Don't get me wrong, but it's an option for Smart Mega Empress if they want it.
And we still don't know where the Roger's going.
Yeah, the carry is still open as well.
Yep.
So now for Smart Mega Empress, they can still hide their Ruby, so they can pick up the gold laner here, but in their own fashion, they do like to pick up the gold laner much, much later. But no, they're going to show the carry and hide where this Ruby is going.
Yeah, when I mentioned carry, I meant carry for Vitality. But with the carry on that side, what do Team Vitality go for in the gold lane? A hero for Shell.
I don't mind this Roger being in the gold lane, honestly.
Yeah, it wins.
Yeah. So pick up something else in the jungle.
What's left for the junglers if not the Roger?
I'm thinking of fighter. I'm thinking of fighter.
Alpha.
Yeah.
What else do we have?
Because going up against the Hayabusa might as well secure as much neutral objectives like the turtle as you can. Going for a tank might be, you know, not as great like the Boxia and such. They pick up the Brody here, which is going to be pretty good. So this is going to be a more aggressive kind of lineup, and the Yuzong. So
finally, Fumi Echo gets her hands on the Yuzong.
It's been banned out all this while.
And it's a great answer to the carry. I like it. But again, use with caution. There is a Valentina on the other side.
Valentina is always a caution. This is why she's always in meta.
So it's going to be a Roger in the jungle for Vitality now.
Correct.
How do Omega close out their drafts?
You know what? I like it because Omega Empress can actually pick up a hero that beats the Yuzhong. So you deny Fumi Echo from doing Fumi Echo things. So I don't think this is the Ruby in the XP lane. This is a roam Ruby.
They're picking up the Barats here, so...
There it is.
Even if you don't necessarily win, I don't think you lose.
Yeah, especially in teamfights. After the Dragonoid form lands, you can eat that, you know, anthropomorphic dragon.
Yeah, so it's like dragon going up against a lizard. Their ancestral tree connects.
There's some DNA shared there, for sure.
A dragon without legs is a dragon with legs is a lizard.
That's what Detna is.
Okay. Thank you for that piece of information. I enjoyed that.
Laura side, I think Smart Omega Empress are playing on a very similar plane. Like, this is par for the course. However they played in game 1 and 2, very similar. It's Vitality who's really finding their groove.
All right, possible final game of this best of 5. Final game of MWI. We're going to throw it over to Naisu and Mirko. Boys, take it away.
Thank you very much. I don't know. I think I'd pick the dragon in a fight against a lizard. How about you?
I think so too.
Yeah.
The lizard doesn't really seem that threatening, but it depends on the stacks. Because he can go from lizard to big dynamite. He can go from lizard to Trex, and I've casted with Trex.
He can turn into Trex,
yeah,
basically.
It's pretty tall.
Big dynamite. We're going to take a quick break here once again while they get things situated. Have a break, have a Kit Kat. I'm running out of Kit Kats, man.
Don't worry.
I need more.
We have a lot more here.
Is there any hazelnut over there? Hazelnut Kit Kat? By the way, I don't know if we have that flavor in the Philippines, but I would love to take some with me.
The raspberry ones.
I haven't tried it yet.
You haven't tried that? That's the one I've been
I
taking.
think Leo's been. Oh, so it's you and Leo.
Yeah, that's why
save some for the rest of us.
No.
All right. Well, you know, at this point, I feel like that's what Team Vitality's saying over here to Smart Omega Empress. Like, save some games for the rest of us. We want to go 5 games in this grand final, Mirko. I mean, what's going on here? Team Vitality, is this draft better, the overall picks, than what they've had the previous 2 games?
Yeah, much, much better, right? Because I feel like in game number 1, game number 2, it almost feels like they've completely forgotten about the fundamentals that have made this team so special. And what are those fundamentals? Simple MLBB fundamentals. It's just they are simply better. Usually, that's the case. So give them lanes that can actually win up in the matchups and compositions that they're used to. They've been placed on heroes that they are very uncomfortable with, the CC in game number 1. Heroes that clearly just have almost 0 ways to win out in the lane individually. Like the Herod up against the Melissa, because, you know, obviously, great job by Smart Omega Empress to ban out the Moskov and the Claude every single time they set up for the Melissa. But these little things, it stacks up. And now it's stacked up to a point where it's match point for Smart Omega Empress.
So you gotta, what you're saying is you gotta start at the individual, right? The laning phase. It's almost like a Kit Kat. You gotta start at the little segments, unless you're crazy. Unless you're crazy and you start taking bites from the whole thing.
And at this point, Naisu, that might just be what Vitality needs to do. They might have to bite the Kit Kat straight up. They don't need to crack it. They need, because they need a win right now.
Yeah, they do.
Because Smart Omega Empress, they did it. They did all the setups, right? Crack it in 2.
Yep.
Okay. Then they eat 1. They eat the other. And now they're just left with 1 more.
That's a good question for all our viewers out there. How do you eat your Kit Kat? Are you a little crazy, a little unhinged? And do you just bite the whole thing from the top? Or do you break it off one by one? You know, like a regular, normal person.
Are you a skibbity Kit Kat eater? Or are you a normal Kit Kat eater?
Someone get me out of here. All right. Well, you know, going back to it, it's really just up to that point for Team Vitality to rise up, to show why they have been called the Queens of MLBB for so long. Again, this is a team, you know, just in this series alone, they've lost almost as many games as they have in the past 3 years. You know, for MWI.
That is such a ridiculous stat. That is such a ridiculous thing to say, but it's real for Vitality. You're right. The last 2 games, back-to-back 2. I don't remember the last time they lost back-to-back. I can't, but hey, if I can't remember, perhaps it is also up against Smart Omega Empress. Just not in the club tournament, it was for SEA Games.
For SEA Games.
Philippines were able to also take Indonesia, which is the team that you see here for Vitality, the same exact lineup to match point.
And you know, part of that, I think what you really also want to point out here as we wait for them to get situated is the improvement, the desire to get to this point. The team from the Philippines, Smart Omega Empress, what they've gone through. You know, a lot of the times they fell short getting to the grand finals, and now that they've made it here, what better start could you ask for? You know, already 2-0, facing the match point. You're about to make history. You bring this draft. Is this the draft to etch their names in history of MWI? Is this the one that's going to do it? Because if you really look at it across the board, it's pretty interesting, you know? So I'm going to let the experts answer that question, because we're going to throw it back to them while they talk a little bit more about this. Experts, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Yes, we're back over in the studio, and now we get a little bit more of a chance to talk about the drafts, right? So coming into this game, I think Naisu even mentioned that, is this the final composition that they have committed to end everything here right now?
Can I bring up something outside of the technicalities of the game?
Of course.
Because I want to talk about, because these are professional athletes, right? How they bring themselves is really how they win and lose. And personally for me, there's an art to losing. When you lose often enough, you know how to deal with it. It's been 3-4 years, right? Vitality hasn't lost. So I feel like this is one of the first times they're in a very extreme condition where I don't know if they have the mental capability to be like, it's okay, it's just a reverse sweep. What's the problem?
Well said. A reverse sweep is something that they are alien to. It's something that they've never had to deal with for, again, as mentioned, 3 to 4 years now. While on the other hand, Smart Omega Empress, they've always been third. They've always been the bridesmaid, never the bride in international events. I mean, back home, they do dominate, but now here, I think they're poised to just take the crown.
What about SEA Games? You mentioned that it went all 5 games, correct? How did that go? Was it in a reverse?
Nah, it
kind
was
of
like
way?
trading.
Oh.
Like I win, you win, I win, you win.
Which makes this all the more a very strong argument that, hey, maybe Vitality is not used to playing from behind. Maybe Vitality isn't used to resetting this hard.
Because they're used to, okay, I lose one game, I'm going to win immediately the next one. So it's like, okay, plan A didn't work, doesn't matter. We always got plan B. And it's like, plan B didn't work. It's like, do we have anything more than plan B?
And this is not to downplay their skills as a player.
Of course.
Their mental capabilities, their achievements. No, it's more of just emotional preparedness. And that's something that's, 5 or 6 layers deep when you're developing esports athletes. And here maybe Smart Mega Empress just attacked that layer.
It's something that you can't teach.
This is
something that you need to experience.
You can't count. Like, there's no numbers in this analysis, right? So we're bringing something outside of the game where it's intangible. It's one of those things where you don't see it, but it does happen.
I think it would be great to take a look at the players and how they're doing right now. I wish in a different world that we could go in for a segment with them. But
I know, man. It's probably...
Right.
Like, imagine the tension.
Be careful what you wish for.
Understandably, of course we wouldn't want to, but it would be so nice to know what's going on in their heads.
Because as far as we're concerned, we can only assume, right? Based on what the camera shows, what the gameplay looks like. And so far, I think I'm not alone in saying Vitality isn't playing much like the Vitality we know.
With all this intensity that's going on, I think the players deserve a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short one and we'll be right back. We'll see you straight after.
Hey, it's Renmar here. We're here with Keiko, a cosplayer from Myanmar with a Selena virus skin. Hella cool. So, you're here for MWI and you're in this massive stage. Our women are finally getting this opportunity to play and perform in front of a crowd. What does it feel like to be here?
I mean, as a woman, it's such an honor to be here. Like, we always been told to stay at home and cook, but here we are on the big stage, representing as a professional player, like males do. So thank you so much for having us. Thank you so much, EWC, for doing this amazing MWI.
Yeah, that's what it's all about here, finally being able to showcase the skills of our ladies scene. So, is there a team that you're supporting here right now, or are you more for Omega or Vitality?
I mean, like, I'm rooting for both of them.
Both? Okay, that's fair, that's fair. Yeah. It's all right. I mean, they're both really fantastic teams.
Yeah.
So, tell us a bit about the cosplay, of course. Like, how was this all made? How many days? Did someone help you? Like, tell me everything.
I mean, I think it took about like 4 days only.
4 days?
Yeah, it's so rushed already, so I can't do it myself. So there's a friend who could help me on the way. Like, I lost some part of the costume while on the way, but I think it's still okay, right?
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Selena virus skin is an epic skin. So now that you have that, is there another hero you want to try to make a cosplay out of?
I want to do Fanny so bad.
Fanny,
Yeah.
all right. Wait, do you make your own props? Like, will you be able to make the swords?
Oh, no, not actually. I only can do like small props.
All right,
Yeah.
but you still get help and all that.
Yeah.
But still, fantastic with the Selena virus skin. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Keiko, do you want
much.
to say a quick message to all your supporters?
Thank you so much. I don't think there's many supporters out for me, but thank you so much.
Sure
Like,
there is.
yeah.
All right. Thank you for your time, Keiko. Hopefully to see you around more, and we'll go back to the talents.
Bye.
Keiko, you have so many supporters. We even have 2, 3, including me as well, that support you. Did you like the cosplay?
I think I would cosplay as a Grok.
Oh yeah?
With a
and then
pillar?
and then just tumble around and then just crashing into people, you know? That sounds fun.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan of what Keiko did here, her cosplay, but it's just I have a nagging fear of Selena's.
The virus skin as well?
I'm just afraid of abyssal traps, abyssal arrows.
Sometimes I want to get hit, but then they missed. I mean, if the Selena looks like that, it's like, take me. No?
I don't think that's...
Am I digging my own grave here? I mean, like, someone help me out.
All right, let's talk about let's talk about the game. Again, we talked about the art of losing. We talked about how certain teams, certain players, certain individuals know how to emotionally and mentally deal with failure. Maybe we should go deeper than just the players. Let's talk about the coaches, right? You have Susu Gaja and Dewa for Vitality. I wish I knew more about them, but what I do know about is Coach King Salman. King Salman has had a colorful, let's call it that, a colorful career. Played in the Philippines under TNC. After years of playing in the amateur scene, played in the MPLMY, you know what that looked like, and then came back home, lost himself for maybe 6 months, good season, and then now look at this, he's on the world stage leading 5 ladies into a new era, possibly dethroning the Queens of MLBB.
Shout out to Selena, by the way. Selena's here.
Huh?
You don't see her?
She is.
No, she's...
Right here.
She's here.
Huh? Oh! She's in the middle! Oh, is that Keiko? Keiko?
Close enough.
Oh, I thought it was Keiko.
I'm still afraid. See, this is what a scared Leo looks like. I'm just...
But Selena's super cute and pretty.
No.
Have you been hit by an abyssal arrow?
Have you been stunned
Like in
for
real life,
1.75
no,
seconds?
but in game,
No, 4
maybe.
seconds.
Max.
Max range, 4 seconds stop.
I have like this tendency to always walk into the abyssal arrows.
See, you want to get hit too.
No. But it's like
What's
the
wrong with
idea
you?
that I'm avoiding it, that I get hit by it. Maybe I should have your mentality. Maybe it is about mentality, guys. It's about mindset.
It's about mindset. If you get hit first, is it really your fault or the other player's good?
So are you saying it's not the arrow hitting you, it's you hitting the arrow?
Yes. I always sidestep into the arrow.
As a show of dominance?
No, it's completely unintentional.
Although I do have to say, as a Grok main, I do actually walk into the arrows. I mean, like, that's what we do.
Yeah.
We tank it so that other people don't get hit.
Not much in the Grok that Vivian played in game 2.
Yeah.
Right? There was a moment in game 2 wherein she set up an amazing flicker while charge, and off camera during the broadcast, I was thinking to myself, and I think I very vocally said to LaFell and to Eterna, you guys don't have to take my word for this. This is still the mother of tanks we're looking at, right? Any moment now they could just snap. She could just set up a play, and she did, but it didn't lead to much.
It was very difficult to follow up on, though, right? The composition from Smart Omega Empress.
Yeah.
Like, the rest were trying. There were so many moments where we had examples that the rest of the members were trying.
And it was an early game, too. It was like 5...
It was 6 minutes. 6 minutes, 28 seconds.
30, yeah. We have a play for that, but...
maybe we'll see it after.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's about... I don't want to say it was the wrong target because they're aiming for the roamer inside of the mid, but hindsight, it was a bad idea, but maybe it was a good idea in the moment.
And in the moment, at the moment, the game is going to be starting very, very soon. We are going to throw it back to the stage. We're going to throw it back to the casters to bring us back into the Land of Dawn.
Welcome to Mobile
And that shot we shall. We're going to jump back into the game here. Thanks for being patient with us, everybody. We wanted to make sure, of course, that it's match point, that everything is settled in a situation. Once again, here at the desk, it's me, Naisu, joined with Mirko. It's match point for Smart Omega Empress, possibly making history with this game if they can go ahead and topple the Queens of MLBB. But for Team Vitality, I gotta say, I like the lineup they brought for this game.
Same.
This is a good composition that can cover a lot of the basis of the game from early all the way to the late game here.
There's a little give and take, though, as we get into the game. I definitely want to put my, or put all of you, the viewers' attention towards Shinoa, because she's actually going to go with a Brave Smite instead of the normal Quantum Charge that we have seen most recently. This is, Quantum Charge is definitely the favorite, right?
Yeah.
Back in the day, yes, it was a Brave Smite. You could go for that very cringe, tanky build too on the carry. That, you know what? We won't mention it even. But here, it's going to be kind of tough. It's great to survive in lane against the Brody, but in the skirmishes, especially when you're getting chased down by the Yuzong, the additional movement speed that you usually get with the Quantum Charge usually lets you evade from a lot of the dive. Now, not so much, right? So she's going to have to rely on her Purify, on her dashes even more.
Yeah, it's mainly just so that you can go ahead and withstand the pressure that's going to be here from this lineup, especially from Team Vitality, the fact that they have a Lui Yi. With the diversion plays, you kind of have to always have your head on a swivel. You always have to be looking around you, especially for Shinoa. And she's already showed that she can do this. I mean, she is the only one that's gotten a Savage here throughout MWI. So we'll see if she can actually continue to play the way she has been up to this point. And so as we mentioned that, Turtle's going to be up here. It looks like it's just going to be started up with Smart Omega Empress. I'm not sure if Team Vitality can really do anything about it. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Nope. Keshi gets the Turtle.
Vivian will be able to escape. Diversion coming down. Amore is going to be caught there. Goes with the Primal Wrath, able to take it and gets out. Well played to Amore. Doesn't even have to burn the Purify.
Yeah, that's the... Honestly, this is like the, you know, the power that you can use with a Valentina. You always get a choice to take a couple of these ultimates that are going to help you in certain situations, and this time it was that Primal Wrath. Look at this on the bottom side. Shell gets the information. Not sure, though. The rest of the team making their way through. This could be a response from them, but I think right now she's just going to be on the defensive. And so that's the thing, you know, even for the Brody pick, man, like we haven't seen Brody too much. I know we saw him debut today and then actually do all right, but in this matchup, you know, when you're trying to play from a distance because you're trying to avoid getting set up upon, I mean, there's a Barret's across from you. You already know the Hayabusa is going to be putting the pressure there. Is this a good pick for the gold lane? Is this good to get them another game under their belt here to extend the series?
I think it's going to be good if they play around their power spikes. But obviously for Smart Omega Empress, they can actually just play to avoid the power spike. In the mid-game is where Vitality will have most of the power, most of the advantage. Yeah. So as long as Smart Omega Empress don't go for a lot of these crazy fights early on, the fact that they've already gotten a neutral objective without contest is already really good, by the way. So Vitality really need to push on the pace here, and you can already see the rotation in the bottom side of the map. That's exactly what they're going for. Chell, Skypiercer for side of Vivian. Two-man Earth Shatter into the onward, now dealing some damage. Keishi in the backline, City gonna be assassinated. Chell with a good stun over to Keishi, torn apart, memory used up, Keishi very low. Vivian, Primal Wrath, Bivol. Not gonna go for the Lycan form just yet, but because of that aggressive maneuver, I'll have to say, despite the kill, no, Smart Omega Empress got so much more value on top of the kill because not a Yanami, 2 levels ahead, gets half of the turret shield up top.
Yeah, good for her and good start here already for Smart Omega Empress. And this is what I was talking about. You know, the pressure coming out from a Hayabusa pick is always going to be there. She's also running the Warcry emblem, and it's very easy to proc that, get that extra percentage of damage already on. And so for Team Vitality, you know, they're going to have to kind of be wary of the back line, especially on how they find these placements with a diversion. Turtle's up here, second one of the game. It's going to be Team Vitality that starts it up. We'll see if Smart Omega Empress wants to do anything about it.
Black Dragon form used up the Earth Shatter earlier, not Ayanami. How's it? Keishi with a steal! With a quad shadow! And then they get out smooth! Smooth criminal.
Like a ninja here. Keshi time and time again. Man, has she stepped up throughout the entirety of MWI. Picks up the Skypiercer now too. So her threat level, it just rose a notch. Maybe 2. Because now you have a Skypiercer and you have some pretty squishy, you know, members that you can target down if you're from Team Vitality. So she's gonna play around that.
That's a flicker into the depth of this. Welcome, Keishi comes in with a quad shadow and the shadow kill for Miyako can only just dive in. What an amazing setup up top. Mirai gonna be taken off the land. Dawn. Vitality really looking for a trade at this point of the game. Shinoa going in, dealing some damage. Vivol taking up a few shots for Chell. Deals as much damage as possible, but even then, they can't go for the turret. Oof. It's gonna be delayed a bit, and then Smart Omega Empress again will utilize that timing to go to mid lane. Amore, very aggressive. Keishi as well, doesn't have the shadow kill just yet with the Purify used up. They go for the turret, they take it down. Vivian forced to use a Primal Wrath. 2,000 gold ahead, Smart Omega Empress.
The macro plays right now, the timing of the rotations from the Empresses is just on point. It's been perfect throughout the series, even from their last series. It doesn't seem like there's a weak point for them right now. They have to find something for Team Vitality here. Taking a look at the items real quick too. You're gonna have some of the first items locked in now. That is the Enchanted Talisman locked in. Diversion gonna be used, but no follow-up through that portal. Also, too, you have a Skypiercer on Shell, right? She picked it up early on, but so far she's got the kill. She's farming up the best she can here. She is slightly ahead of Shinoa, but again, you have to point the fact that Shinoa, she's been on the defense, and I think that's also why she went with the Brave Smite, because she knew that she would have to play like this. And now, top side.
I'm offended, locking her down. Good Earth Shatter on the Furious Death defensively. Mirai gonna be caught under the turret. Cine picks up the kill, back even on the board. But in terms of gold, in terms of macro, so heavily in favor of the Empresses. We're gonna go on a turtle, third one, this time for free. Diversion into the mid bush. The Black Dragon form, they want to go for the fight. Flicker forward into the stun and the petrify. Vivian picks up the kill. That's a trade back for the Turtle.
Okay, Team Vitality finding wins where they can. Yes, they've given up all 3 Turtles, but they found a couple key kills. Could they get another? Flicker going to be used. Still alive for now, so for Team Vitality, managing to now get some space to work with across the map. They get the tier 1 down. It's going to be traded up top as Smart Omega Empress gets the top turret. So this is now at the point of the game. Before that first Lord comes up, what do you have to make? You have to be able to match the macro level of play that Smart Omega Empress has done. And part of the good thing is, hey, we have a Luo Yi. Use that advantage of the diversion to help you do that. Malefic Roar being picked up as well for Vival. So some of these key items are also being locked in because of the way that Team Vitality has been playing. We'll see if once again both teams get it situated.
Oh, 3-man, I'm offended. Into the damage. Good Terrify on a defensive Fury side. Vivian gonna be caught, and so does from Mieko. A double for Shinoa. A disengage for Vitality. 50 seconds on the Lord. Smart Omega Empress want to go for the mid lane. That's a tier 2. Chell and Cine very vulnerable. Ayanami doesn't have Detsuna's welcome, but Smart Omega Empress just pick up that turret. Good punishes on the board.
Man, every time there is a Ruby across from you, that is probably one of the most deadliest bushes that you can wait in. Because you saw it, a multiple member I'm offended pull in that they collapse on. And that can happen time and time again. Every time Murray has her ultimate available, they're gonna look for plays like that. And her game sense, her game knowledge is so good that she knows where to find those setups at. So still a push, a try from Team Vitality. Lord's coming up here in 5 seconds. The gold lead builds a little bit in favor, of course, for Smart Omega Empress. The defensive items, Radiant Armor now locked in for Vivian. She's gonna be the one to take the front of the damage. Take the brunt of it here. Conceal going to be used though. There goes Vivian.
Time offended getting used up. Vivian with the Primal Rat forced out. Now the Shadow Kill into the back. Chell's going to be tanking a whole lot of that damage from Mieko with the Shinoa gets a fadeaway onto Vivian as she flickers out. The window slowly but surely closing for Team Vitality. They retaliate as a Black Dragon form. Detsuna's welcome connecting on the city, but she is able to purify out. Vival now jumping on Amore, who steals out the Primal Rat from Mieko. Still with the passive caught in the I'm offended. Chell using the torn apart memory. He's not going to be enough. Sydney now stopped down to the ground by not Ayanami, and that's another for a kill. Vival caught all alone, chasing her down, but will not be able to take her out. Not just yet. Shinoa onto the tier 2 she goes instead of the Lord. And still, they can go for the Lord anytime they want. They decide now is the time.
Whew, I thought she would get that turret too. She was like 1 hit away, but you know what? Go for the Lord here. The Empresses are going for the kill. What an amazing 2 minutes for them as that unfolded. And a good try from Team Vitality to go in. Was the diversion, but unfortunately, their team fighting this whole series has not been on point. It seems disgruntled or disjointed when they approach these team fights. And the targeting is just not there. And Smart Omega Empress knows this, and they've been playing to that tune. Now with the Lord in their favor, going down the middle. Could this possibly be the push? Have they gotten themselves this much of a lead to end the game before the 12-minute mark? Shields are gonna pop here. Lord now in the mid lane. Team Vitality's gotta deal with it. Looks like they're gonna be able to clear it up pretty easily here.
Lord down there as well. Vivian walks up forward. Keishi has the quad shadow on Chell. She can decide to go for it, but Shinoa is a bit too low. Vivian pops into conceal. That Magic Sentry will be able to reveal all 5 members, but Vitality can only just watch as Smart Omega Empress back away.
Okay, Team Vitality still okay. They stay in the game, they hold on to the base turrets, albeit 1 hit away on that mid turret. But this is where, you know, they have enough time to go ahead and build up some items. Glowing Wand locked in from Cine. She's only got the Enchanted Talisman after that, but also even for Vivian, you know, she doesn't have that much defense. She's working on the second item. She's got, of course, that Radiant Armor to help with that magic damage. But, you know, even to be said, they don't have an answer for Shinoa yet. Shinoa's been completely fine and untouched on this carry pick. Even half the time not needing her Purify. Blade of Despair also locked in for Keshi. So Keshi, a huge threat for Team Vitality to get over. And as long as they play against the I'm Offended being the setup potential for them, or even from not Ayanami, she's been on point with this Barrett's, they should be okay, but it's all about buying more time. They managed to withstand that first push, that siege with the Lord. Can they buy more time here to get ready for the next one? I think even when we're a minute away from this Lord, unless something miraculous happens, and that has to be the diversion, to be able to pull through and win that Lord fight possibly, or win the team fight.
At this point, even if we're looking for ways to come back, it has to be a big mistake for Smart Omega Empress as well. Because, again, if we take a look at their composition on paper, they should be able to scale very well, too, in towards the later stage of the game. Meanwhile, for Team Vitality, we see a pretty big fall-off for the Brody. The Roger does pretty well, but the Lo Yi as well. That's something that will fall off in terms of damage. But in terms of, obviously, the creative chances that you can apply on the map, the pressure, the creativity there, it's still very, very good. So it really will come down to the execution. But again, the easy window for a win to snowball, it's over for Team Vitality. Now they have to dig deep.
Yeah, they're going to have to dig deep. Heard the conceal being used there, too. But, you know, at this point, Shell did pick up a Wind of Nature, so at least she's got a little more defense here. And I think that's the struggle, you know, is getting the marks off. That's the thing about the Brody. You do have range, but you also got to get those marks off and then hope that you can cap off with the torn apart memory. And so far, as this Lord is up, they try to get in this positioning. The good thing, like I said, they managed to hold on to that mid turret, so they'll have to manage the wave. Not sure if they want to actually go ahead and contest fully for the Lord. They have the information, conceal used as well, but Smart Omega Empress will take this slowly. They know they have this movement on their favor, the time on their favor. And so it looks like Team Vitality won't pull the trigger just yet.
Good wave up top for Team Vitality. They're really trying to play their cards right at this point because really they cannot make any mistakes. For Smart Omega Empress, it's much more relaxed for them. It's another day, it's another game. They've gotten 2 already. That match point. Massive lead. Shinoa is level 14 to the Brody, and this is the timer as usually to what we see a Brody have a lead. City walks up again very aggressively.
Okay, still waves being managed here. Look at the placements, of course, for Fumi. She might be part of this whole thing. If they can pull this off, if they can find a way to utilize this, but the conceal is going to be used. They force Vivian back. That might be enough for them to just give the go on the Lord. It looks like they're going to go ahead and push it. But as Vivian approaches back up, they don't know where the diversion is going to come through, and that's also part of the equation for Smart Omega Empress on why they take it slowly. Meanwhile, they're building more defensive items. Rose Gold Meteor now picked up for Shinoa to help with a little bit of that burst, that magic damage that can come through from Cindy, especially when the diversion follows through. But we're at a stalemate here. Amore holding on to that Edith Ultimate, the Primal Wrath, if they need it. But still, even if Smart Omega Empress does this for the next 2-3 minutes, it gives time for Team Vitality to catch up a little bit. There's the diversion. They're going to go.
Onto Vivian, Lo Yi, diversion into the back. Shinoa going to be caught in the midst of it all right now. The Black Dragon form comes in. Vivo jumps in with Lycan form. Cini dealing damage onto Amore with the help of Chell. Fumi able to escape. Vivo goes for Lycan pounce, unable to get Shinoa. Keishi gets stunned, but is still able to get to the quad shadow in time. Vitality are fighting, so are Smart Omega Empress. And like you said, Naisu, it's still a stalemate, but Vivo wants to go for it. It's been stolen away. Ayanami with the steal on Barat of all things.
How? How did not Ayanami get that? It's not her. What happened? How? Let's take a look at the STC replay. She goes in. Tell me it was the missiles. Oh, what? It wasn't even a missile. What a steal. Let's put it at that. And she's going to feel pretty good about that. And they march into the base now. Lord mid lane. Conceal going to be used.
Enhanced Lord charging down to the mid lane. Dora Wolf came onto Vivo, but she's able to still escape. Shinoa jumping forward. Oh. Not Ayanami. Once again with the Nexus Welcome. Vivian going to be shredded down. Keishi in the back line with a shadow kill as well. Fomieko is next to the topping block. She goes for the Fury side. Keishi gets a double. The Lord dealt with, but there's another wave. Keishi walking up. Chell moving forward, jumps in with a stacks, but now will we stay with a nature? Chell with a double, saves the game for a big Shinoa. Will punish a bit more, picking up another base turret.
Chell keeps Team Vitality keeps their dynasty together with that one play for now, buying themselves some more time. Smart Omega Empress so close, so near the end there, but not going to be able to get it. You take a look at the STC replay, they had it here at this moment. They go in with a Daytona's welcome on the backside. Keshi goes in with a shadow kill, with the Lord quickly taken care of, and no minion wave pushed in because the two turrets, top and bottom, are still up. You can see, of course, a little adjustment here from Murray. They know that at that point, they could have ended it, possibly. But what a defense from Team Vitality. And all this equates to getting to that point. This is the longest game that they've had in the series so far. And it buys them enough time to build up. Now you have some of these defensive items for Team Vitality. Winter's Crown there now for Cine. Could be enough. Also the anti-Karas now for Vivian to help with some of that damage coming through. And so at this point, they find themselves at this once again. The hard part for Team Vitality is not just waiting for the Lord and going through that whole orchestrated dance again. It's the fact that they don't have many turrets down. They can't really move around the map the way they want to unless they're going to go and take a risk and use the diversion. But it's better for them to just kind of wait for the same situation they saw earlier. The problem is now on the flip side, Smart Omega Empress starts picking up immortalities. There's two now on the board for them that they can work around with. And even the same can be said now, Vivian, there's the endless battle. So key items across the board for both teams being picked up here.
Far lane control too. Nicesu always going to be in control of Smart Omega Empress at this point. It was already very difficult for Vitality to handle the slow pushes being built up by Smart Omega up top, with the Lord always being in the bottom side of the map. But now with the base turret taken down there, even if they deal with it, even if they constantly clear it, it's always going to be slow pushing back to them. And again, when it comes to wave clear, it's not the composition you want. It's a Loyi, it's a Brody.
It's not the composition you want, and right now, Vivian's going to give the information that they started up the Lord here. Fumi Echo getting a position. There's diversion. It's the same setup here, just like last time.
But now it's going to be a bit different. Oh! Steals it away now with the light compassion. No one's going to be taken down by the execute of the Sky Piercer. Take a look at the movements now as the Evolve Lord spawns in the bottom side of the map. It's going to be a lot of members trying to look for a little bit of those plays. Keishi was onto the mid lane, but luckily the minions spawned in. Smart Omega Empress, they wanted to go for a cheeky little side split push. But now what do? It's an Evolve Lord.
It's an Evolve Lord that Smart Omega Empress has to deal with, but great play this time around. Vivil gets the retribution off, keeps Team Vitality's hopes alive for this. And Divine Glaive picked up for Cine, so this is another power spike for them to deal with. And it's pretty much even, at least in economy-wise, for the team. Now for Team Vitality, can they go ahead and get some space to work with? They got to go ahead and focus on this mid lane, but it looks like Smart Omega Empress also wants to hold down the front if they can.
Can't be greedy.
Can't be greedy. They're going to go for it here, putting the pressure.
Good, I'm offended, but now with the Winter Crown there, remember, the Evolve Lord is still in the bottom lane. They need to send members to deal with it. Tier 1 in the mid lane going to be taken down as well now as they send the members down below. Shino with the ultimate already. Evolve Lord going to be dealt with. Doesn't seem like Vitality can utilize that Lord. Great defense by Smart Omega Empress. It didn't even charge in the base turret.
Didn't charge in. So after all of that, after that retribution from Vivil, they got what? One turret in the mid lane. And you can look at it this way. It's baby steps. Baby steps in the right direction to extend the series and not get swept here by Smart Omega Empress. Team Vitality trying to do everything they can from that base defense earlier on from Shell to that steal of the Lord from Vivil. And now diversion going to be used into the base, into the jungle.
Cine's still able to escape. Mariah's going to go with the I'm Offended now onto Vivian. Catching her to Terrify too. It'll bait out the flicker. A big resource once again, but it will be Smart Omega Empress again denying a play away with that diversion.
Do you think that's the move, Mirko? Do you have to start to make those kind of plays for Team Vitality? Is it the right move, or is it better to just wait for this Lord Tango to commence here, the third one of the game?
I think it was a great move earlier, right? To catch them off guard, because I think even Smart Omega Empress, they were like, there's no way they take that. But if you keep on doing that, it'll be very readable. And Smart Omega Empress, we've seen that they've been able to get the read on Team Vitality. So Vitality gotta keep on throwing feints. It's a bit harder now on the Loyi to throw feints because of the cooldown that's been nerfed quite a bit. The duration now a bit longer. So many of the fainting moments with the diversion no longer possible.
Yeah, it's definitely harder here for them, but you know, at this point, we've seen this a couple times now. When we get into the territory of this is the 4th Lord that will be taken, you're past the 20-minute mark. You know, this stronger Lord is going to hurt, right? You can't even just juggle it or blitz it like you have in the past one. And so far, every single time, it's been nearly the same, where they let Smart Omega Empress start it up, and then they try to come in with a diversion. And if possibly they can even get a pick off, that's going to be great for the numbers for Team Vitality. But it looks like the information comes through, and still at the same time, like you mentioned earlier, they have to manage those waves with the turrets down at the top and middle. And so for Smart Omega Empress, they're going to go ahead and get in position here. We just saw the diversion used, so it's not up on cooldown just yet. But now at this point, Team Vitality has all the defensive items that they need to really contest this. Vivian goes up front side. They're going to wait still if they can buy time. Diversion available now. And we might see a very similar setup that we saw earlier on with this Lord.
We're going to have to see that. How does Smart Omega Empress tackle this? It seems Chinoa, I guess this is the advantage of going for the Brave Smite, right? You don't have as much mobility, but you can even tank up the Lord. So Evolve Lord, changes to the Lord? Nah, I'm good with the carry.
Just tank it up, but it's still the same dance. You know, this is again going back to it where before we had all this Lord dance and everything else, but now it's just kind of this standoff. You know, I don't know, maybe the square dance or whatever we can call it, the tango. You have those waves pushing in, but Smart Omega Empress, they actually don't even want to commit just yet because of what's happened in the previous Lord. And one thing you can't count them out is the fact that they could go for a split push. We've seen it happen before. Hell, we've seen teams just run it down mid, even when the team is so concerned with the Lord, this objective, because by this time, you know, 24 minutes in, this Lord could possibly be a guaranteed push into the base and a win for the game. If Team Vitality even steals it, is already going to give them a big advantage, but this is probably the most cautious that we've seen both these teams so far throughout the series.
Good read there. Just utilizing the jungle creep to open up the bush for you. Notice that it walked the other way. There was someone in that bush. She doesn't know who, but she has a pretty good idea.
That's that game IQ.
In-game equipment, let's take a look at this once again. Yeah, Winter Crown already built up, and Brody still has the boots, so Chell still wants that additional mobility that she needs in these skirmishes, but at this point, we're really just going to be waiting for some item swaps.
See if they go in that. Checking the bush here. Diversion could be used.
Murray's going to be caught all alone with a diversion there. Great catch. Murray's still able to escape, but now Immortality taken down. That's a big, big item. That'll be down for quite a bit. One of the Immortalities down. Now they got to deal with the big Dynaman.
And even with that, they just go back to what this was, right? Setting up positions for this Lord. And for Team Vitality, that might be the play, you know, trying to catch someone off guard from Smart Omega Empress that time around. They weren't able to capitalize the kill, but they did get the Flicker. They did get the Immortality, which are crucial for the success of this lineup for Smart Omega Empress, especially when it comes to this fighting. So still, they don't want to actually start this up just yet because of the fact Diversion is available again. Oh, Flicker in.
That's an most welcome. Vivol buys the Immortality, gets up with the Lycan form from Mieko. Jumping to the back, Cindy, all alone, Cindy! In a 1v4! Buys the Blood Wings, gets out! Oh my goodness, Vivian! Oh! Goes with the Earth Shatter, Keishi on the chase, Cindy gonna be taken down! Vivian, no Immortality! The Shadow kill to the back, Little Nature there, Chell goes for the stun, but Keishi wants to go for the execute. A few more hits with Lycan form, Chell still able to kite away! Now Keishi assassinates Vivol as Chell buys the Immortality.
I think they're going to go ahead and run it down mid. They're going to focus on the base here. There's only 2 left for Team Vitality.
Big waves coming down. Chell going to be targeted down. No Immortality on a conquest for their 25th. The queens of MLBB have fallen. The dynasty, the streak, the era. And to take their thrones are the Empresses.
No queen shall rule forever. The Empresses have made history here today in a sweep. They've dethroned the queens of MLBB. Man, what a game, 26 minutes. Master Macro from Smart Omega Empresses here. The journey that they've had up to this point and what they just accomplished here. History has been made for the MLBB Women's Invitational 2024 at the Esports World Cup.
The first international victory for Smart Omega Empress. You can see the thrill, but also the agony. The first loss in an international tournament for Team Vitality.
Whew. You can see just how elated the squad is. Everything that they've been doing time and time again, their journey up to this point, the crowd here cheering them on. And who would have thought it would have been a sweep? Coming in today, I didn't even know it would be a sweep. That's 2 sweeps back to back. And they managed to get that champion.
3-0, 3-0. The games lost today, totally for Vitality, 4 games. That's, like you said, if you add it up, it could be their entire MWI run since 2022.
It's definitely a new era here for MWI. For the Philippines, feeling really confident and good about it, of course. For Team Vitality, they tasted defeat for the first time in years. Of course, great sportsmanship there between the two amazing teams, the amazing players here. I think even for Smart Omega Empress, they're probably hasn't hit them yet. Still believe in what they've done, what they've accomplished.
Always second, always third, always looking from afar. As a team they have defeated today lifts the trophy every single time. And today, it is their time to shine. How poetic. The queens of MLBB dethroned by the Empresses.
It's amazing once again. Even the staff behind them. The way that they drafted this, the way that they brought this from even in the previous series. And then this one, when they approached this, such great minds behind these great, amazing athletes, these players, these women, as we celebrate just these pro players, these women, what they're able to accomplish here on this international stage. Make their country, make their family, make everybody very proud of what they've accomplished here. Again, congratulations, champions. MWI 2024 at EWC. Smart Omega Empress, they're gonna enjoy this victory, man. Whether it's swimming through the confetti, raising that trophy later on, crushing that key. Think about that key. What is in that key? But let's throw it over to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new era right here for MWI 2024. The Titan Slayers presenting to you your brand new champions, Smart Omega Empress. Absolutely amazing, the pride of the Philippines. Let's hear it from the Filipinas.
Come on, guys, I can do better than this. One more time. We're making history here. Make some noise!
It is absolutely amazing to watch. Pinas lang malakas!
All right.
Absolutely amazing, and that was true today. The Empresses woke up and choose violence. And as mentioned, right here at the Esports World Cup, fortune awaits the fearless. And there you have them. Why be a queen when you can be an empress?
Beautifully said, ladies and gentlemen. One more time. Let's hear it for Smart Omega Empress!
Okay, so now we want to hear from the team. There's a lot of shock, but we want to hear it from you guys. Okay, so how do you feel taking down not just any team, a team that has been reigning for 4 years, taking every single tournament from you, 24 consecutive win streaks that you guys have tainted that perfect score. What do you have to say?
Okay, it feels like it's a fantasy. We couldn't believe it ourselves until now. We're still, I don't know. It's like a dream. It's like a dream come true for us. Yeah, we never believed like we would sweep them. We expected at least that maybe it's a 5-game series kind, but we can't believe this as well.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
I cannot put my feelings right now. I can put into words, but I just wanted to say thank you to our organization. We're here because of them, especially to our bosses, Sir Pat, Sir Proy, and Coach Q. Thank you for trusting us, especially my players and Smart Omega. Yeah. I cannot put into words, but thank you, team, for participating. I just wanted to say, yes, we made it.
Yes.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Yes, you did.
Yes, we did it.
In the making, taking place right here. Queen.
Thank you.
It's taking place right here at the EWC, but now time to announce the MVP. Ladies and gentlemen, can you tell who it is? Let me hear some names now, come on. What? Let me hear it again. And ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, your MVP is Shanoa! Yes. I know. Emotional. Not only you won the MVP, but you won for the Philippines as well. You know, taking place right now, not only you changed the narrative of the story itself taking place here, not only you are here in the first ever Esports World Cup, but also you won $50,000 US right here, ladies and gentlemen, with the EWC. Here for the MWI 2024. Oh my God, tears. You're gonna make me cry right now.
Anything you want to say, Shanoa?
Exactly.
Savage Shanoa, by the way.
Oh, I was not expecting it. Honestly, I was so tilted by the past tournaments, but here I am proving myself that I can do it, and I'm so thankful.
Anything you want to say to your friends and family back home, even in Tagalog if you have to?
Salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa akin.
Beautifully said right here.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. And now,
It's
Queen.
absolutely amazing. This is what esports is doing. This is what our female pro players are doing, redefining the culture that is esports with life-changing money right here. They have taken the lion's share of the $500,000 US prize pool, and on top of that, the MVP, Shanoa, has gotten an extra $50,000 US.
Wow.
So this is the time to shine, and our empresses right here from the Philippines have shone brightly. This is a brand new era of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. In the MSC, we have seen a new king arise, and right here for MWI, we have new empresses, the Titan Slayers, Smart Omega Empresses, the pride of the Philippines. Over to you guys at studio.
We started this tournament, we started MWI 2024 with 12 teams, but only one prevails amongst all the rest. And it was not an easy journey for them. And I'm not just talking about the group stage, I'm not just talking about the knockout stage, but it's been 3 years. The first time they went in 2022, 5th to 8th place. 2021, 3rd place. And finally, after 2 long years, plus, they come here in 2024 and take it all.
And with them all throughout, their gold laner, Shinoa. I've had my eyes on her career for the longest time, ever since they came out of LVD Huntress, carrying the banner of Smart Omega Empress. And that jump in her playstyle, in her development, in her growth from 2022 to 2023 was enormous. What now after becoming a world champion?
I don't know. Honestly, for me, I'm a bit speechless. Like, looking at how emotional they were, I feel emotional as well because this victory means a lot to Smart Mega Empress, to all the players.
For sure. We're going to take a look at their highlights from before as well. And I don't think there was a moment in all of the 3 games that we thought, okay, maybe Vitality have got this. It was a steamroll all throughout. They were so sharp, so on point in their execution. Shinoa MVP for sure, but all the rest of the members, Mirai, Amor, we saw as well, like Keishi, not Ayanami.
That's everyone.
I mean Ayanami, but her name is not Ayanami.
Yeah, like,
yeah, it's confusing, but you know what we mean.
Diagon.
Yeah.
Philippines Diagon. These women are all national athletes, and here they carry the banner not just of Smart Omega, but as well of the Philippines. We came up short in MSC, but here, again, playing arguably maybe half the amount of tournaments that Team Vitality did over the past competitive season. They came out and they showed that heart and believing yourself and working with your team goes a long way.
Hard work pays off.
Yeah. Honestly, there's a lot of heart. We heard from the coach as well, thanking to the organization for giving them a chance, because I feel like this is something that we have to highlight for MWI as well. Not a lot of female players are given the chance, but when you give them the chance, they can show you that they can do it.
And I do believe this should put the flag of women's MLBB straight into the Philippine soil and say, hey, we can do great things. Just give us that platform, give us the spotlight, and we will find our time to shine.
And this will be good. This will be good moving forward, right? A lot of the women's teams all around the world, they will look at this victory and say, hey, anything is possible, right? Because coming into this tournament favorites, even in the comment section, you would see this is for sure an easy back. Just why have MWI in the first place? Just give it to Team Vitality. But here we are, right? So hope is definitely there. And amongst all, congratulations once again to Smart Omega Empress for proving that anything can happen. And hard work pays off.
You guys want to know the favorite thing about the tournament for me? I forgot it was a women's tournament.
Right? That's true. Right? You take out the names, you hide everything else that's around this, and this is still peak MLBB.
Like, just professional players.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. They're just professional players. Looking at the draft, looking at the games, the execution, the macro play, the micro play. Like, again, that's my favorite part about this tournament. I feel like some people coming in is like, you know, it might not be that great, but no, it's breathtaking.
And on top of that, right, you mentioned about them that you forgot that this was a female scene MLBB, and they're crawling closer to their dreams. Before they came in here at MWI, they mentioned in an interview that their dream was to compete at MPLPH amongst the best in their country. And they certainly are on the way. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at your STC predictions for the grand finals. 88% for Team Vitality. It's an upset time and time again. From MSC, from now MWI, 88%.
For nearly 72 hours now, I've been calling out to my kababayans from Luzon to Mindanao. Even here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, I'm saying, where are y'all? Why are y'all not voting and showing support for... No, I very rarely break character. I usually the least emotional guy. I always think with my left brain, but why? Where? Why just 12%? Where was that all of the Philippines? Because the ladies did everything they could. Empress is now on top of the world of MLBB. This is a new age. Where was the support?
Let's think of it this way. I mean, they had a lot of supporters in the venue. Every time we were still upstairs, by the way, and we heard the chants from the Filipinos. chanting out Smart Omega Empress. So perhaps they were glued to their screen, right? They were glued and they were showing their support that way because the chants really came through. And I'm surprised because, you know, honestly, coming into this tournament, I didn't expect that much support. We saw it from Falcons Vega, and now we saw it for Smart Omega Empress. And I'm pretty sure that was one of the main reasons that fueled them over, because a lot of players on stage, in the interviews, even backstage, we take a good talk with them, and they also mention, like, they've never been on a stage this big. They've never been on a stage this grand. And the fact that they can hear the chants, it fuels them forward and it motivates them to perform at their very best.
I'll just say, it's the audience curse, man. They've been wrong a majority of the time. I'm going to call you guys out. You guys usually call me a miracle, but look at all the predictions. The audience has been wrong.
That's true. But our match MVP by PlayStation from earlier on was not Ayanami. So Shinoa was able to bag the tournament MVP, but that game in particular was not Ayanami.
That lore steal, though. That lore steal.
It was a very long game, and that lore steal happened, now in hindsight, in the middle of this game.
Yeah.
And she stayed on point and kept her eyes on the prize throughout the whole debacle.
The entire best of 5, she's been solid. Look at her, she's zoning out Cine. Like, in just this moment, you see, like, oh, zoning out a few players, but game number 1, game number 2, is it not Ayanami controlling Fumi Echo to make sure that Fumi Echo is not a factor in this game?
So, can confirm that was the first skill. Because she couldn't have basic attack it from that range. Nor could it have been the missile expert.
How did that happen?
That's a tiny Barats. That's very cute.
Aww.
It's without the stacks.
Is that? Oh, okay.
It's without the stacks.
I thought that was like full stack Barats.
No.
So I wouldn't be that intimidated,
With
right?
a full stack, bigger than the Amazon Arena.
Yeah.
You can pet him.
I don't want to. I'm scared.
Yeah, but
I would be scared too.
The thing is, this is not full stack Barats. It's barely one.
Yeah.
Not Ayanami some way somehow always kept it at like close to top.
And look at here, they're walking towards the totem, making their name here in Riyadh, showing to the world. Whenever people are looking at a totem, they're the ones that ended that 24 tournament win streaks. They're the one that won that amazing prize pool. They're the one bringing the World Championship back to the Philippines.
I don't think there's even a way to express how big of a deal this is, right? Like, no matter how many times we explain it, no matter what words we put into it, no one can explain the gravity of going up onto that podium, putting in that key, putting in your trophy for the entire world to witness. And this is the first of many. And people will continue to gravitate towards this first event. And how would you put that into words? How do you express what Smart Omega Empress is currently feeling?
Coach Salman was right. He's just thankful. He's overwhelmed. And now as he places their key into the Wall of Champions, they cement themselves as the inaugural champions of the EWC for MLBB Women's.
And it's crazy, right? Because the first time that they did their key crush, I was there to experience that with them. And then they were all very shy about the key crush. But eventually the coach, King Salman, he was like, girls, embrace it. Because this is not going to be the last time that you do it. And then?
They're the only keys that didn't get crushed. Again, I mean, like, at this point, I can't blame them for being speechless. I'm speechless, and this is my job. Talking is my job, but, you know. If I was in their shoes, I don't know, I feel like I would still be crying all the way by putting the key at a totem.
Me too.
I'm controlling my tears, but I remembered I'm currently in the right timeline. Finally, as a time traveler, I have somehow looped myself back into where I came from at the beginning of the show. I did say it was going to blow your mind, and...
my mind is blown.
My mind is blown.
All of us, right? Who'd have thought? I mean, at least a 4-game series, a 5-game series. But for Smart Omega to just up and sweep Team Vitality, it's a new age.
It is a new age, yeah.
So let's take a look at the Kadia plays of the day, right? We're going to send it over there first to highlight exactly what went down, what were the immense plays that happened today before we end the day. And we start with this one.
Let me just say, looking at all of the plays, it shows how important that Smart Omega moves as a unit. In the team fights, they move back and forth. Like this highlights the entire tournament that we had today, both semifinals as well as the grand finals for today. It all leads up to see Smart Omega Empress as the champions.
Yep, talking about how they move together as a unit. Check it out, even underneath a turret, even underneath a huge jump like that, they're able to turn it around against VSG. This came in from earlier today.
Yeah, and again, a sweep against VSG, a sweep against Vitality. They had a 6-0 day, and this is like an insane 6-0 for today.
It was just but a taste of what Team Vitality has been experiencing for the past 3 years. And Smart Omega Empress took all of that in the matter of hours.
And this is the play, again, VSG going up against Smart Omega, where in hindsight, now that we've seen the rest of the tournament, I don't know how Smart Omega slept, but keep sleeping like that, because when you wake up, you're going good.
Remember the grocery list of activities you did?
Yeah, just do that.
Leading up to this, and do that before every major tournament.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we slept at 9. Well, keep sleeping at 9 o'clock.
Clothes you wear, the food you eat. This here is a moment from earlier in the series. This is quite close. This is game 3. Like, this is literally
this is the final game.
Just that game, yeah.
This is the, I remember, this is the team fight where we didn't see it coming.
No, because the camera was slightly off, and I don't blame the way that was seen is because Smart Omega Empress moves so fast.
That was not like a very crazy engage. It's from not Ayanami. Not Ayanami started out. I believe she caught a Vival. And then after that, it's like the entire team of Vitality was like, what do we do? And they panicked.
It seemed like a conceal play without the actual conceal.
Exactly. That's the best way to put it. And
There
the
it is.
emotions.
Ben, I don't think I've ever casted a game this emotional before. I don't think. No.
I think it's also because it's the first of its kind.
I mean, I felt that during MSC, so you know.
Yeah. Thanks for that reminder. But even like I'm not a Filipino, right? I came into this match rooting for Vitality. But when I saw the way that they picked it up, the way I saw their reactions, the way I saw just that innate amount of emotion displayed on the faces of them, that made me realize, like, this wasn't... For us, we go to work, we cast it, we go home. But for them, they've been working hard for years.
Half a decade.
The same roster for years.
Half a decade, they've been chasing this dream. And it came true here in Riyadh.
It's time well spent. It's one of those things that you have to remind yourself where just because you don't win today doesn't mean you won't win tomorrow. Everyone will have their time in the spotlight. All you have to do is be patient and work hard, and that's exactly what they did. And I think that's why they felt very thankful, because they had to work for it.
Now, let's take a look at the player bounty of the tournament, right? By PlayStation, not Ayanami. Oh, wait. Is this
I think it's the
she
Lord
stole
seal.
Lord?
It's the moment, yes.
With the Barats?
It's that
yeah,
one.
I agree. I
Okay,
agree
let's
with
take a
this.
Because again, it blows our mind on many different layers how it happened. Check it out.
Slow motion.
It's slow motion. You
This
guys
is
can
good.
break it down.
Doesn't have the welcome. She doesn't have the welcome. And boop. Yep. First skill.
And by the first pixel of the first skill, like you don't see the thing got spit out.
It was under layers of multiple
Yeah.
other animations. And she did that off of full stacks.
Yeah.
And again, it takes a level of awareness and game sense to be able to do that in that moment.
I mean, here's the thing, not to take anything away from her, but it takes luck and skill. Like, I think even she would agree, like, there was skill in there, but she was lucky. And luck, for me, is a skill. My name means lucky, by the way. So I
Wait, what? Ayman?
yeah, Ayman means lucky.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, you know what they say about luck, right? Right in the intersection of luck and skill is preparedness. And she was prepared.
She was prepared.
I agree. She's definitely a force to be reckoned with. And the reason that we had MWI, like one of the reasons obviously was to, you know, bring up the names of these players, right? Allow all the rest of the world to recognize these names. And I'm pretty sure after this, they will recognize hers. Shinoa, Ayanami.
I feel like at this point, she can proudly change her name to Yes, Ayanami. I am Ayanami.
I am Ayanami. I like
Ayanami.
that.
Yeah, it's like.
I like that.
No, Ayanami, no. You're the world champion now. You deserve the Ayanami name.
She can be tricksy about it. Ayanami indeed.
Ayanami indeed. Yeah. Ayanami, of course. Either way, use your prize pool to buy the diamonds to change your name.
For sure.
For sure, Ayanami.
I'll even gift it to you.
Yeah.
Why not?
You know, speaking of gifting, did you guys get your hands on the free skins yet?
And the painted skin, yes.
You got it?
Yep.
Oh, because last night I was like trying to get them.
That's how you do it.
So you were just playing random games and just... You need to play games to get that, you know?
Yeah, so, I mean, anyway, I played 3 ranked games last night. I regretted my last one, but the Youth Fair is here with incredible bonuses and exciting events. Grab multiple permanent skins for free, just like the Savannah's Classroom Charm and as well as the Painted Skin Classroom Glam. And of course, more exciting events will be revealed, so don't forget to stay tuned and don't forget to watch out because, you know, I'm not gonna be here for you guys tomorrow, okay? I can't remind you again, so keep that in mind. Maybe LaFell can DM you guys personally, so just DM him for that, what is it called? Reminder.
For me, I just want to take this time by saying I enjoyed myself working on MWI. The entire tournament has been amazing. I worked with amazing people. Congratulations. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Salamat.
Salamat. Thank you very much. And I hope this triggers a big change in the female scene.
And
let's come to the middle together, right?
I'd like to think...
Yeah, of course. We're ending the show, right? It's fine.
I'd like to think this changes things not just for MLBB in general, but even for esports and esports for women specifically. Going out to all of the Filipinas watching at home, if you guys have any dreams and hopes of becoming an esports athlete, I'm here to say, kaya nyo. Mabuhay ang Smart Omega Empress, mabuhay ang Pilipinang atleta. You guys did amazing, you guys did great, you guys did all of us proud. Thank you.
So on behalf of all the talents, the casters that are not currently with us right now, we want to thank you so much for taking this incredible, amazing joyride with us here at MWI. And like Leo mentioned earlier on, it's the first of its kind. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to close out MWI x EWC 2024. We'll see you in the next tournament, and we'll see you soon. My name is Eterna.
My name is LaFell.
And my name is Leo at your service.
And we're signing out for the day. Thank you so much, everyone. Pinas lang malakas!